The Headless Knights wouldn't die anyway. Even if they suffered a fatal blow, they would just be reborn in the summoning space. A Headless Knight activated its Death Charge skill and rushed forward at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. 10 Headless Knights charged from different directions and angles. The moment they entered the 10,000 meter range of the vortex, they crossed the distance in less than 0.1 seconds. Then, they collectively disintegrated without a trace, making no sound at all. The Headless Knights died instantly, only to reappear in the summoning space. They all perished without any specific horror. Through the Headless Knight's vision, Lin Moyu felt the soul attack, which struck them all at virtually the same moment. A glint flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. He decided to try again. 10 Headless Knights were too few, so this time he released 10,000. The Headless Knights surrounded the vortex from all directions, both in the sky and underwater. On Lin Moyu's command, they all activated their Death Charge skill and rushed forward once more. Lin Moyu's soul power churned wildly, his mental focus intensifying. Suddenly, a scene unfolded that stunned him. He saw a flash of blue light, followed by an enormous face. The face resembled a human's, but it was composed of all sorts of monstrous forms. It was made of powerful and chaotic soul power. The face appeared over the vortex like a savage beast, and let out a roar. Within a 10,000 meter radius, all 10,000 Headless Knights collapsed simultaneously. Lin Moyu's entire body trembled violently, his face pale. Because his soul was connected to the Headless Knights, the roar had impacted him as well. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal continuously released soul power, healing him. The damage to his soul was very light, just a shock, and it healed in an instant. Lin Moyu had some speculations about the vortex. That face revealed a lot. The human face was just a form. Its essence was a soul attack, or more accurately, a massive chaotic consciousness. This meant the soul energy was composed of countless soul threads. Their souls were combined, but their consciousnesses were not unified. Where did these souls come from? They were likely the creatures and monsters drawn in by the ocean currents. They were pulled into the vortex, their souls trapped, becoming the vortex's power. Their consciousnesses, not yet destroyed, were imprisoned here as well. A chilling feeling crept over Lin Moyu. If their consciousnesses still existed and could think, then the vortex was a prison of eternal torment. What was inside the vortex? Imprisoning souls was not something an ordinary person could do. Lin Moyu prepared to try again to get a better look at the face. Although he only had about 0.1 seconds to observe it, if time was insufficient, he could repeat the process several times, and might discover something. Just as he was about to summon more Headless Knights, he suddenly stopped. He turned to see two professionals flying towards him from a distance, a man and a woman, holding hands, clearly a couple. The man appeared to be around 40, and the woman was likely a similar age, though she had maintained her beauty well and looked younger. The pair flew over to Lin Moyu, and the man cupped his hands in greeting. "Brother, are you also here to admire the Central Great Vortex?" Central Great Vortex was the name of this whirlpool. Lin Moyu grunted in affirmation. The man continued, "The vortex reversal is about to happen. It's a rare spectacle that only occurs once a year." Lin Moyu asked, "What is the vortex reversal?" He had never seen any records of it, nor heard anyone mention it. The man laughed heartily. "It's just a name I gave this strange phenomenon. I read about it in an ancient book. Once a year, the central vortex will spew seawater backward. They say it's a magnificent sight." Lin Moyu was inwardly shocked. Seawater spewing backward. What will happen? The man shook his head. "It's just as it sounds. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard it's incredibly majestic." At that moment, the woman spoke up, "Let's get a little closer to see." The man agreed, and the two began to fly forward. Lin Moyu suddenly shouted, "Come back." The man stopped. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Lin Moyu warned him not to get within 10,000 meters, saying it was extremely dangerous and potentially lethal. The man was slightly taken aback and didn't fully believe him, but he could see that Lin Moyu wasn't joking. Suddenly, he took out a metal sphere the size of a fist, tossed it into the air, and flicked a skill with his finger. The metal sphere exploded, transforming into a half-sized puppet swordsman. Lin Moyu glanced at the man. A puppet master. Puppet masters were very rare, a profession passed down only through bloodlines. In the Kafal Empire, there was only one family of puppet masters. This man was likely from that family. The man had a hint of pride. Indeed. Wang Fang, from the Wang family of the Southwest. The Wang family of the Southwest was a family of puppet masters, an extremely ancient clan in the Godfall Empire. Their history was even older than the empire itself, predating its founding. Their ancestors had made unforgettable contributions to the Godfall Empire and the human race as a whole, and they were recorded in the empire's history books. However, in the last 100 years, the Wang family had not produced any god-level experts, and had somewhat declined. But no one in the empire dared to look down on them. Even families with god-level experts wouldn't dare to provoke them. Firstly, because of the Wang family's esteemed honor, and secondly, because the family possessed a god-level puppet. Wang Feng was a descendant of this family, and at level 83, he was very likely to become the next god-level puppet master. It was no wonder he carried himself with such pride. Information about the great Wang family of the southwest flashed through Lin Moyu's mind. A hint of respect entered his voice. The Wang family has indeed made immense contributions to the Godfall Empire and the human race. Wang Feng's expression grew even prouder. He pointed forward, and the puppet swordsman charged. The puppet's aura was indistinct, but based on its speed, it likely had the combat power of a level 80 professional. Lin Moyu could also sense soul fluctuations within the puppet, forming a special connection with Wang Feng. He deduced that Wang Feng was using his own soul to manipulate the puppet. This suggested that puppet masters also had some understanding of the soul. At least among professionals below the god level, Lin Moyu had rarely encountered those who studied the soul. The puppet quickly crossed the 10,000-meter boundary, then abruptly stopped and fell from the sky. At the same time, Wang Feng cried out in pain, his entire demeanor instantly becoming listless. His face was pale and filled with fear, as if he had just witnessed something terrifying. Lin Moyu knew his soul had taken some damage. After all, he used his soul to control the puppet. When the puppet was destroyed, his soul was also affected. The damage wasn't severe, however, and he would recover in a few days even without treatment. "Feng, are you alright?" the woman asked, concerned. Wang Feng shook his head, indicating he was fine. He then turned to Lin Moyu. "What on earth is going on here?" His tone was steady, with no hint of blame towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had kindly warned him. If he had gone over himself, it wouldn't have just been the puppet that was destroyed. The loss of a puppet was acceptable, though difficult to make. It was better than losing his own life. The soul attack just now had been terrifying. He knew that if he had crossed that line, he would not have survived. Lin Moyu's warning had saved his life. Lin Moyu replied, "I don't fully understand it either. It seems to be a soul attack." Wang Feng said, "There's very little information about the Central Great Vortex. I only saw a few lines about it in a family elder's handbook, mentioning the annual seawater reversal. After some calculations, I figured out the specific time. It's not strange for my family to know things outsiders don't, given our ancient history. But the handbook didn't explain what the reversal really was, only that it was magnificent." Suddenly, a deafening roar came from within the vortex. The inflowing seawater began to churn violently. The center of the vortex was like a boiling pot, and a column of water surged upwards as the sea began to flow in reverse. Lin Moyu's expression changed, and he yelled, "Fall back." He retreated rapidly, with Wang Feng and his wife following close behind. Lin Moyu only stopped when he was more than 30 kilometers away from the vortex. At the vortex's original location, massive waves now surged relentlessly. Each wave crested at over 1,000 meters, and they continued to grow. The vortex expanded rapidly, swallowing all the surrounding seawater. The spot where they had been standing just moments ago was engulfed in less than half a minute. Wang Feng's face was ashen. If they hadn't retreated so quickly, they would have been in mortal danger. "Thank you, brother," he said with sincere gratitude. Lin Moyu said nothing, his eyes fixed on the vortex. Others only saw the churning waves, but he saw the riot of soul beneath them. A massive amount of soul power had appeared in the vortex, forming gigantic hands that continuously slapped the water surface, creating the colossal waves. Both Lin Moyu and Wang Feng could feel this chaotic soul power. Wang Feng felt that even a slight touch from such powerful soul energy would be enough to kill him. His face grew paler, a mix of his recent injury and fresh terror. How could this be? The Elder's records never mentioned this. Wang Feng muttered, his palms beginning to sweat. Lin Moyu remained silent, sensing deeper. The surging waves were just the surface, the core was the rioting soul power. And what was the core of this riot? Why was it happening? He could see the chaotic consciousnesses deep within more clearly now. The vortex had sucked in countless creatures and monsters, trapping their souls and consciousnesses. Under some great power, their souls had merged into a mighty force, but their individual consciousnesses had not, resulting in chaos. It was like a powerful army with no commander. Some soldiers wanted to go south, others north, some wanted to advance, some to retreat. Despite the chaos, this army was still incredibly strong, capable of annihilating enemies with just a fraction of its power. But chaos was still chaos. Previously, the consciousnesses were chaotic, but had not erupted. Now, some change within the vortex had caused them to erupt completely. After a few minutes of turmoil, the vortex reached its limit. A massive explosion echoed as the center of the vortex shot a colossal water column tens of thousands of meters high, touching the sky. In that moment, the sea and sky merged into one. From a distance, it looked like a reverse waterfall, an incredibly majestic and unprecedented sight, a pillar of water that seemed to want to pierce the heavens. Wang Feng and his wife exclaimed in awe, their earlier fear diminishing. Lin Moyu watched the water column, sensing the chaotic consciousnesses being expelled and dissipating into space. From the bottom of the vortex, a strange aura emanated. A god. Lin Moyu frowned, sensing the aura of a deity. Along with the divine aura, laws appeared. These laws quickly consolidated the soul power, purifying it of impurities. The chaotic consciousnesses were the impurities. In an instant, the chaotic consciousnesses were dispelled, and the soul power became pure. It then fell with the seawater, returning to the vortex. The vortex, like a giant mouth, swallowed the purified soul power, and the divine aura vanished. Lin Moyu realized that a god was sleeping in the vortex, at least a high level 1. This god controlled the vortex, crudely absorbing the souls of living beings and merging them. When a sufficient number was gathered, the god would use its laws to dispel the chaotic consciousnesses, and devour the soul power for itself. This method was indiscriminate, imprisoning and ultimately consuming all souls. Lin Moyu concluded this god was not friendly. The vortex quickly calmed after the eruption. Its range had shrunk considerably. Wang Feng exclaimed, "It's over." It was dangerous, but truly spectacular. The sea and sky is one. My ancestors didn't lie. It was worth seeing. He had only sensed the surface-level soul power, unlike Lin Moyu who could perceive things much deeper. Lin Moyu stared intently at the vortex, analyzing what he had seen and felt. Beneath this great vortex slept a god, likely severely injured. Anything that entered the vortex, be it monster, human, demon, or dragon, was treated equally by this god, absorbed. Every few years, when enough souls had been gathered, the god would awaken, use its laws to dispel the consciousnesses, and devour the soul power. Clearly, this god specialized in souls. Every deity had their specialty, and this one was an expert in souls, far beyond Lin Moyu's current level. As he pondered, Lin Moyu slowly approached. Wang Feng saw this and called out, "Brother, where are you going? It's dangerous there." "It's not dangerous for now," Lin Moyu replied. "I'm going to take a look." Wang Feng hesitated, not following. The recent eruption had genuinely terrified him. If he were caught in that, death would be certain. He valued his life and decided to observe from a distance. Lin Moyu reached the 10,000-meter mark and summoned a headless knight, sending it into the vortex. This time, the knight entered the 10,000-meter range without being attacked, and continued toward the vortex. When it was 1,000 meters away, its soul was attacked, and it died instantly, returning to the summoning space. The attack range had shrunk to 1,000 meters, meaning the god's protective barrier had contracted. However, within this range, the soul attack was even stronger than before. It was a forbidden zone. This god still had enough power for defense. Its injuries weren't that severe. Lin Moyu had no intention of entering. He wasn't foolish enough to provoke a high-level, soul-specializing god. His gaze swept across the lower dimension, as if seeing all four seas within it. This lower dimension, except for the Eastern family in the Divine Dragon Land, seemed to have connections to gods in almost every region. The entire lower dimension was like a graveyard of gods. A terrifying battle had once occurred here, and many gods had fallen. Seeing that Lin Moyu was unharmed, Wang Feng cautiously approached. "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's temporarily safe. I don't know what this vortex is," Wang Feng said. "I've never heard anyone talk about it. It's too dangerous." Lin Moyu gave a cold laugh. "That's because anyone who got close died. The dead can't speak." Wang Feng shivered. "How terrifying. I won't be coming back here again." "Right," Lin Moyu agreed. "Don't come here unless you have to. This is the sleeping place of a powerful god. The only reason to come would be to slay a god. But it doesn't look that dangerous now." Wang Feng looked around and saw no danger. The vortex was calm. As long as one didn't enter the 1,000-meter forbidden zone, it seemed perfectly safe. It looked safe, but it was incredibly dangerous. This god was very good at camouflage. Suddenly, a clear, melodious sound echoed, gradually forming a beautiful tune. The sound was sweet, carrying a special rhythm. The sound of the soul. Lin Moyu realized it was coming from the vortex. Wang Feng was surprised. "Brother, do you hear something?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It's the sound of the soul." The woman beside Wang Feng was puzzled. "Why can't I hear it?" "Because your soul isn't strong enough," Wang Feng explained. "It's normal not to hear it." Then he looked puzzled again. "Why does this sound feel like it's summoning something?" Lin Moyu pointed to the distance. "It's summoning sea monsters." Following Lin Moyu's direction, they saw monsters from the Starlight Sea and the Wind Thunder Sea being drawn toward the vortex. This soul sound only targeted monsters. Lin Moyu could hear it because his soul level was very high. Though Wang Feng's soul wasn't as strong as his, he could hear it too. Under the influence of the soul sound, hordes of monsters rushed toward the vortex, disregarding the danger. As they entered the 1,000-meter forbidden zone, they died silently. Their souls and consciousnesses were pulled out and merged together. The vortex's range also expanded. Lin Moyu watched this scene, knowing it had happened many times before. The sleeping god repeatedly summoned creatures, killed them, and forced their souls to merge. Then, every few years, it would awaken and devour the merged souls. The law of the jungle, the strong devouring the weak, was on full display here. The powerful god could treat these monsters as it pleased. And not just monsters, any professional, dragon, or demon who entered would be treated the same. Lin Moyu turned and left without a word. What was happening at the vortex was the naked rule of existence. The most brutal law of survival was laid bare, no sympathy, no right or wrong, only life and death. The weak would be slaughtered. That was the greatest truth of it all. Wang Feng hurried after him. Brother, where are you going? To the Azure Dragon Sea, Lin Moyu said nonchalantly. The Azure Dragon Sea. Wang Feng was confused for a moment. Weren't they already in the Azure Dragon Sea? Lin Moyu's next action answered his question. He suddenly changed direction and dived straight into the sea, disappearing in an instant. Wang Feng understood then, he meant the bottom of the sea. It was clear Lin Moyu didn't want him to fall, so he didn't pursue. The woman came to Wang Feng's side and said softly, that person is strange. Wang Feng smiled. Most geniuses have their quirks. Is he that powerful? She asked, surprised. Wang Feng nodded. Only level 74, yet he has a soul on par with a god. If someone like that isn't powerful, who is? The Wang family had a unique heritage that allowed them to sense the level of a target's soul. Lin Moyu's soul level was incredibly high, already at the god level. This meant reaching godhood was a certainty for him, which was why Wang Feng had been so courteous. If we meet him again in the future, be polite. His future achievements will be immeasurable. The woman, being experienced, understood his meaning. No one knew how deep the Azure Dragon Sea was. A level 89 professional had once dived tens of thousands of meters without reaching the bottom, eventually forced to give up due to the immense pressure. Lin Moyu knew that if the godhead was still in the Azure Dragon Sea, it could only be at the bottom. The sea was completely quiet, with no monsters or living creatures. Even when the vortex emitted its soul summoning call, and monsters from the Starlight Sea and Wind Thunder Sea were drawn in, none came from the Azure Dragon Sea, as if there were no monsters here at all. But Lin Moyu knew there were. When things are this abnormal, there must be a reason. He dove deeper and deeper, reaching 5,000 meters in an instant. It was pitch black, with no light at all. His soul power slowly spread out, becoming his eyes. The water pressure pressed in from all directions, but it didn't affect him. The pressure at 5,000 meters was not enough to harm him. He continued down 10,000 meters, 20,000, 30,000, until he reached a depth of 50,000 meters. His bone armor couldn't withstand the pressure, and shattered with a loud crack. He didn't bother to recast it, it would just break again. He endured the pressure himself, and after being greatly weakened, the remaining force was transferred to his undead legion in the summoning space, which bore the brunt for him. Lin Moyu kept diving. Finally, at a depth of 100,000 meters, he reached the seed. The water pressure here was staggering. Even a level 89 professional couldn't endure it. One would need to be at least god level to reach this depth. But god level experts couldn't operate for long in the lower dimension. Lin Moyu realized why great god Kunlun hadn't asked anyone else. It would have been useless. Below the god level, only he could withstand this. The bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea was tranquil, a stark contrast to the turbulent surface. The vortex's power was still present here. He could still hear the soul sound, and feel the pull from the vortex's rotation, though it was much weaker than on the surface. Hopefully, the godhead hadn't been pulled into the vortex. If it had, he would have to give up. He did not want to confront the god in the vortex for now. It was too powerful, and he had no confidence. A depth of 100,000 meters was 100 kilometers. The detection range of the sacred sound wind chime for the godhead was also only 100 kilometers. This meant he had to search for it within the sea. Lin Moyu began to ascend, maintaining a depth of about 50,000 meters, and started searching along the Azure Dragon Sea. He calculated that at his speed, it would take about 6 days to search the entire sea, provided there were no unexpected incidents. As he gradually moved away from the vortex, the soul's sound grew fainter until it disappeared, and the pull from the vortex also vanished. He realized he was now beneath the savage wilderness continent, under the continental shelf. Besides seawater, there were large undersea mountain ranges, forming complex pathways. His soul power detected a large number of monsters. These monsters were clearly hiding from the vortex, not mesmerized by the soul sound. The appearance of an uninvited guest like Lin Moyu immediately drew their attention. The monsters gathered in swarms, their territorial instincts triggered, and launched fierce attacks. Of course, Lin Moyu wouldn't be polite. He released his undead legion, and began a massacre in the sea. In an instant, the once quiet Azure Dragon Sea became a chaotic battlefield. The undead legion rampaged, slaughtering the monsters until they scattered. Blood dyed the Seed world red, and the scent of blood attracted even more monsters. The Seed, quiet for who knows how many years, was now in an uproar. Lin Mo Yu ignored the monsters, and continued his search for the Godhead. The Undead Legion killed everything in its path. He discovered that many of the monsters at the bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea seemed to have poison attributes. Even in the sea water, a faint blue-green light was visible. Many monsters spat deadly poison, covering large areas. This poison was a nightmare for professionals, but it had no effect on him. The same was true for his Undead Legion. The Warlock General's dispel skill could even cure the corpse poison, let alone the poison here. The world of the Seed was much larger than the savage wilderness continent. At a depth of 100,000 meters, there were large groups of monsters living every few hundred meters, each with its own territory, like layers of spatial domains. The scale of the Seed world was at least equivalent to over 100 savage wilderness continents. Lin Mo Yu's rampage attracted a large number of monsters. He was searching for the Godhead and leveling up at the same time, his experience points soaring. After just a few hours, a light of leveling up shone from his body. He went from level 74 to 75. A look of joy filled his eyes. He hadn't expected there to be so many monsters at the bottom of the sea. If he had known, he would have come here sooner. Even if he didn't find the Godhead, this trip was already profitable. He took on another task, continuously summoning to replenish his Undead Legion. At level 75, the total number of his Undead Legion reached 187,000. He maintained his method of distributing them evenly among the 4 types, with each having 46,750 units. Not only did the numbers increase, but their attributes also rose significantly. The highest stats belonged to the Berserk Skeleton Warriors. Their 4 attributes were balanced, each reaching 1 million, for a total of 4 million. The Skeleton Mage's total attributes were slightly lower, but its spirit attribute was outstanding, reaching 8 million. The Headless Knight's strength and constitution were higher than the Berserk Skeleton Warriors, and its total attributes also broke 4 million. Only the Skeleton Marksman's stats were slightly weaker, but its skill was a soul attack, so its offensive power was not lacking. As Lin Mo Yu's level increased, the growth rate of his Undead Legion also grew larger. At the same time, he felt a sense of suppression, as if some unseen force was holding him back. He had felt this before, the first time after his second class advancement, but it was very faint then, and his soul wasn't strong, so he thought he was mistaken. As his level rose, this feeling became clearer, especially after his soul reached the God level. Every time he leveled up and his skills were enhanced, the feeling would appear, but he could never find any trace of its source. He had talked to Intares about it, but even Intares couldn't explain it, even suspecting he was imagining it. Sometimes, Lin Mo Yu also wondered if he was just mistaken. After this level up, the feeling of suppression appeared again. He couldn't find the root cause, couldn't describe it in words, it was just a vague feeling. He even had a thought that his skills shouldn't be this weak, they could be stronger, as if some rule was limiting them. If he ignored his talents, his skeletons were indeed not strong. A level 75 Berserk Skeleton Warrior had total attributes of only about 55,000. Even with the Warlock General's buff, it was less than 100,000. The total attributes of even the most ordinary level 75 human professional would exceed 500,000. Without his talent skills, his only advantages would be the massive number of summons, and various skills. Even without his talents, he was still confident in winning against a professional of the same level, not just one, but even one against many wouldn't be a problem. But achieving what he could now would be absolutely impossible. His class was unique and had undergone 2 awakenings, it shouldn't be this weak. Even without talents, it shouldn't be this weak. As his level increased, this feeling of suppression became clearer and more intense, a persistent mystery that troubled him. The feeling of being held back was very uncomfortable. He realized something was wrong but couldn't find the reason or a solution. He would have to wait until he was strong enough, perhaps then he would find a clue. A few hours later, he had fully replenished his Undead Legion. The sacred sound wind chime still had no reaction, so he could only continue searching. As he went deeper into the Azure Dragon Sea, the level of the monsters increased. It was hard to find any below level 80. The commotion caused by his Undead Legion grew larger, finally attracting the attention of the Seed bosses. Soon, several world-class bosses arrived, the strongest being level 87. The others were around level 8,485. In the past, Lin Mo Yu would have turned and left without a word. Fighting water-type bosses at the bottom of the sea was never fun. Even if he had to fight, it would be difficult. But with the appearance of the God-level Skeleton King, everything became simple. The sword light was dazzling in the dark sea. The Skeleton King used its absolute power to dispatch the bosses with a few slashes, earning him a lot of experience and some decent legendary equipment. Lin Mo Yu felt that these bosses were good people, coming from afar to deliver equipment and experience. 5 days later, The light of leveling up once again emanated from his body. After level 75, the experience requirement increased again, and his leveling speed slowed down. Especially after the few world-class bosses were killed, the monsters of the Azure Dragon Sea seemed to have received some signal and no longer came to bother him. They even fled upon sensing the aura of the Undead Legion. They moved very fast in the water, except for the Headless Knights using their death charge skill. The rest couldn't catch up. As a result, his leveling speed slowed down significantly, taking 5 days to gain 1 level. Lin Moyu stood in the water, the level up not bringing him much joy. Not only did the feeling of suppression return, but he also couldn't find the goddess of sacred sounds godhead. The worst case scenario had happened. It seemed the godhead was no longer at the bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea, which meant it had likely drifted into the vortex. His expression became serious. He really didn't want to clash with the god in the vortex right now. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't want to act rashly without knowing more about his opponent. After all, the opponent had soul attack capabilities, which was the most troublesome part. After thinking for a long time, he decided to search again. Perhaps he had missed something. He flew out of the Azure Dragon Sea and into the sky above the savage wilderness. He reoriented himself in the air, then returned to the sea, and began searching again. Another 5 days passed, but still nothing. He really had to go to the vortex. After long consideration, he took out and teared his dragon scale. His soul power moved, activating it, and he called out to Antares. There was no response. Lin Moyu knew that Gaia must be sleeping again. He called again. After calling more than 10 times, there was finally a reaction from Antares' side. I was dreaming, he brat. Spit it out, and if it's nothing important, I'll swallow you whole. Antares' voice was full of irritation, extremely displeased at being woken up. Lin Moyu ignored his temper and got straight to the point. Do you know about the Great Vortex in the lower dimension? Of course I do, Antares snorted. There's nothing in this world this dragon doesn't know. Can you not boast? Lin Moyu said. Antares snorted again. Except for things related to you. I want to go to the Great Vortex, Lin Moyu stated. The dragon scale vibrated intensely. A dragon's roar echoed along with Antares' furious voice. What are you going there for? Do you want to die? With Lin Moyu asked. That's the sleeping place of the great god of myriad souls. Do you know what a great god is? Brat, if you want to die, don't pick such a method. Antares was a little worried, afraid Lin Moyu had already gone. Don't worry, Lin Moyu said. I'm just thinking about it. I haven't gone yet. Hearing this, Antares calmed down a bit. Don't go. That guy hasn't woken up yet. Anyone who gets close will be treated as an enemy. No. Lin Moyu had already guessed this. What Antares said wasn't much different from his own speculation. Why do you want to go there? Anyway, Antares asked suddenly. There's nothing there. Lin Moyu recounted the story of great god Kunlun and his task. Then you don't need to go, Antares said. The goddess of sacred sounds godhead is still in the Azure Dragon Sea, not in the Great Vortex. But I've searched the entire Azure Dragon Sea, and found nothing. Lin Moyu frowned. Antares wouldn't be talking nonsense, would he? Did I really miss something? Antares chuckled. Well, I've told you. Whether you can find it or not is up to you. I'm going back to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's important. If you keep making noise, I'll really eat you. Don't think I won't dare. With that, Antares cut the connection. Lin Moyu chuckled. It wasn't that Antares didn't dare, but that he couldn't. The old dragon didn't know how to speak properly, but at least he had asked it. If he had rushed over before, he would have been in big trouble. If Antares said the godhead was still in the Azure Dragon Sea, then it must be there. He had clearly searched twice. Where could he have missed? He recalled his search process, ensuring he hadn't missed anything. There must be a place he had overlooked. He decided to trust Antares' words, feeling there must be something he hadn't noticed. He pondered the problem in the sea, recalling all the details. His soul power flowed slowly, transmitting every change in his surroundings in detail. Suddenly, he realized a problem he had noticed before, but then ignored. The ocean current. Although the bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea was calm, there was still an ocean current near the vortex, moving toward it. At that time, Lin Moyu had wondered if the current had carried the godhead there. After he left the vortex's vicinity, the current seemed to disappear and he had concluded the godhead didn't enter the vortex, so he stopped paying attention to it. Now, he realized the current still existed, though it was much weaker. The force of the current was minuscule, but it was persistent. No matter how many years the godhead had been in the Azure Dragon Sea, it could have been carried away by this current. Finally grasping the key, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Lin Moyu sank back to the seat. He stood there, using his soul power to carefully sense the changes in the ocean current. He realized that all the currents were flowing in one direction. Needless to say, the godhead must have been swept away in that direction, unless the current had changed over the years. He followed the current, and finally reached the point where it converged. He sensed a fissure here. An undersea canyon, an oceanic trench. Lin Moyu laughed. So there was a trench here. He had been too clever for his own good. He originally thought that by searching at a depth of 50,000 meters, nothing above or below could escape his notice. Even if the godhead had been accidentally taken by a monster to the ice layer beneath the savage wilderness, he would have been able to sense it. But he had forgotten that the sea could have canyons and trenches, and it was hard to say how deep a trench could be. It was possible it was deeper than 100,000 meters, which would naturally be beyond his detection range. Now that he had found it, he didn't hesitate, and went straight in. The trench was not small, and there were many monsters here too. Lin Moyu led his undead legion in. These monsters fled like mad. In the past few days, he had swept through the bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea many times, and the monsters were terrified of him. The depth of the trench far exceeded his imagination. It was at least over 80,000 meters deep. The pressure had reached an alarming level, and even Lin Moyu's endurance was at its limit. The undead legion stopped at a depth of 50,000 meters. The warlock general continuously healed them. In this place, they were constantly taking damage. If the legion followed him down, the warlock general might not be able to keep up with the healing, and they wouldn't last long. There was no battle now, so they weren't needed. They just had to wait here for orders and be ready to fight at full strength when needed. Lin Moyu went to the bottom of the trench alone, and followed the current forward. A melodious sound reached his soul. The sacred sound wind chime glowed faintly, illuminating the dark world. It really is here. He followed the current. The resistance in the ocean meant his speed was not as fast as elsewhere. It took him some time to cover 100 kilometers. The sensation grew stronger, and a faint light appeared ahead. He saw the godhead lying at the bottom of the sea, the sacred sunflower bow shining brightly. The moment Lin Moyu saw the godhead, an enormous force suddenly struck him. Like a heavy punch. He felt nothing. He knew this was a warning, not a real attack. A pair of crimson eyes appeared above the godhead, staring at him. Then, countless monsters appeared in his soul perception. All the monsters that had been avoiding him had returned. The goddess of sacred sounds god had emitted a dazzling light. The godhead was the source of a god's power, possessing immense strength. This monster had clearly absorbed the power of the godhead and become extremely powerful, just like the venomous serpent that had grown stronger after absorbing the power of the poison god's godhead. But no matter how strong it was, in Lin Moyu's eyes, it was nothing. In the lower dimension, except for a few special existences, there was a limit to how strong one could become. At least, the monster before him did not belong to those special existences. In his soul perception, it was a giant octopus, each tentacle over 1,000 meters long. On the tentacles were huge suckers, and a black liquid flowed within its semi-transparent body. Lin Moyu guessed it must be a deadly poison. Octopus monsters could spray ink, and this one probably could too. Lin Moyu paid it no mind. It seemed to feel threatened, its crimson eyes fixed on him. Its 8 tentacles surrounded the godhead, but it didn't dare to touch it. The godhead was enveloped by the power of law, as if protecting itself from external contact. Lin Moyu suddenly remembered the pristine, dustless state of Kunlun's divine palace. Perhaps it wasn't due to great god Kunlun, but the goddess of sacred sound herself. She had a thing for cleanliness. Even the godhead she left behind would not allow filthy things to touch it. The sacred sound chime in his hand kept emitting a soft sound, resonating with the godhead. It was as if it had met an old friend after many years, continuously calling out. The godhead did the same, constantly inviting the chime. From both, Lin Moyu sensed emotions of longing and an urgent desire to return. The commotion from both grew larger, erupting in an astonishing light. The sacred sound chime vibrated incessantly, wanting to break free from his control and fly to the godhead. Don't worry. I'll take you back. After he said this with the sound of his soul, both the chime and the godhead suddenly quieted down. A large number of monsters had arrived and surrounded him. They seemed to know Lin Moyu, to know his fearsomeness, but they were forced to come by the octopus's summons. Lin Moyu cast a detection spell on the octopus. Let's see how much you've grown after absorbing a sliver of the godhead's power. The power of a godhead was not easy to absorb. It was power that belonged to a god and was very difficult to use, especially that of the goddess of sacred sound, which possessed the laws of a high-level deity. Deep sea behemoth, type, world-class boss, level, 88 attributes, strength, 2,800,000, agility, 1,500,000, spirit, 1,000,000, constitution, 2,700,000, skills, death coil, venom sink, lethal suction armor, traits, immune to water element, 50 reduction in poison element damage, 50 reduction in physical damage, can sever limbs to cheat death. Its total attributes were 8 million, making it a high-end world-class boss, invincible below god level. Its stats were slightly stronger than other level 88 bosses, with about an 800,000 attribute increase. This seemed to be the result of absorbing the godhead's power. The godhead's power was too difficult to use. Despite absorbing it for so many years, it had only gained a small attribute boost. The deep-sea behemoth's 8 tentacles waved violently, like a signal, and all the monsters attacked Lin Mo Yu at once. A thought stirred in his mind, and he activated a skill, Summon Skeleton King. Then, he initiated the amalgamation skill. This was the first time he had used the amalgamation skill since obtaining it. His undead legion was far above, tens of thousands of meters away. The water pressure here was too great for them to fight. However, he had summoned the Skeleton King before using amalgamation. He didn't want to use the Skeleton King to fight, but to see if he could inherit its skills and attributes. The Skeleton King's attributes came from his skeletons. If he could inherit its attributes, wouldn't that be a double inheritance? If that were possible, it would truly be a cheat skill. An extraordinary aura erupted from Lin Mo Yu, the aura of a god. Amalgamation, fusion rate, 99, cost, soul power, effect, gathers the power of a summon, inheriting all its skills. After use, attributes are limited only by the user's soul level. In the amalgamation state, killing enemies harvests their souls to replenish soul consumption and enhance one's soul level. Amalgamation was a source skill with a fusion rate of 99. It could bypass the limits of laws and was only restricted by his soul level. It had no cooldown, only consuming soul power. As long as he had enough soul power, he could maintain this state indefinitely. The soul power consumption is too fast. This was his first time using a source skill. The rate of soul power drain was alarming. His own soul power could only sustain it for a maximum of 10 seconds. However, the skill allowed him to replenish consumed soul power by killing enemies, and even enhance his soul level. How much he could replenish and enhance was still unknown. After using amalgamation, Lin Mo Yu checked his stats. Attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution, skills, gunslaying slash, elemental chaos, absolute defense, berserk strike, soul shot, legion fortification, legion heal, dispel, death charge, group defense. His total attributes were 12 million. These were the stats of a level 92 god level expert, limited by his soul level. 12 million was his current attribute limit, but not the skill's limit. As his soul level increased, this skill would become stronger. What surprised him most was that the Scepter of the Lich King was still effective, and its attribute bonus was not effective. Thanks to this, his attributes broke the level 92 limit, even surpassing level 93. 14 million attributes were already in the level 94 range. He was very surprised that the scepter could still be used. Inheriting the Skeleton King's skills was completely expected. He took out a platinum gray greatsword from his storage space. For him, the gray didn't matter, as long as it was a sword. Elemental chaos without any lock, and he detonated the skill at its maximum range for an all-out attack. The quiet bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea suddenly became violent. The trench exploded, and a large part of the Azure Dragon Sea began to boil. Countless monsters were killed instantly, turning into soul power that surged towards him. It was as if a giant hand had snatched all the souls of the dead monsters. His experience points soared, the duration of the skill increased, and the soul power consumed by amalgamation was instantly refilled, with even some to spare. He also felt his soul level increase, though only by a tiny bit, which was still good. If he continued to use this skill to kill enemies, the small gains would accumulate and be of great benefit to his soul. This was a miraculous skill. Source skills were far more amazing than he had imagined. With just one blow, tens of thousands of monsters were annihilated. The remaining ones fled in terror. The deep-sea behemoth was also injured in the explosion. His attack was too powerful, even without a lock-on. It couldn't withstand it. Ink leaked from its wounds, dyeing the seawater black. It was terrified, not understanding why the person before it was so formidable. It didn't need to know. The dazzling light flashed on Lin Mo Yu's sword, God-slaying slash. Sensing the threat of death, the behemoth screamed and turned to flee. At this moment, the godhead didn't matter. What good was it if its life was about to be lost? The sword light flashed across the behemoth's body, cutting it into pieces like tofu. But immediately after, its body seemed to rewind, returning to its original state, only missing one of its 8 tentacles. The trait of severing limbs to cheat death. Lin Mo Yu smiled. 8 tentacles can cheat death 8 times. A pretty good skill. He clenched his fist. A long-used skill was activated, Bone Prison. This skill had become useless for a long time as his combat power grew stronger. But now, he used it again. The fleeing behemoth suddenly froze. A level 76 Bone Prison could only trap it for about half a second, but half a second, though short, was fatal. He activated Death Charge, instantly crossing thousands of meters and catching up to the behemoth. He swung the greatsword, unleashing countless sword lights. With level 94 attributes, he completely overwhelmed it. Even without using skills, every single blow was devastatingly powerful. The behemoth was enveloped in sword light, screaming incessantly, with no way to escape or fight back. Its tentacles were cut off one by one, each severance representing one death. In less than 10 seconds, the sword light faded. The deep-sea behemoth had been chopped into pieces. All 9 lives from its limb, severing trait were used up. It was completely dead. Of the many world-class bosses Lin Moyu had killed, this one had the most frustrating death. Because of its death-heating trait, it wasn't killed instantly but was literally dismembered by his ferocious slashes, unable to resist from beginning to end. Using the amalgamation skill, he had reaped a huge amount of experience in less than 10 seconds. Killed deep-sea behemoth, experience. Obtained deep-sea longsword. Obtained deep-sea ring. Obtained water elemental crystal. Obtained water godstone. Deep-sea longsword, type. Pseudo-legendary weapon, effect, all attributes 90,000. Night class skills 160. Bonus skill, water prison, slows target's movement speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Deep-sea ring, type, pseudo-legendary jewelry, effect, all attributes 6. Water elemental crystal, type, legendary material, description, a crystal filled with a water element, can be used to forge legendary equipment. Water godstone, effect, permanently increases water element immunity to 80, with a chance to obtain a water element skill. Looking at the loot, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had gotten an item that could increase elemental immunity. He was now completely immune to poison, light, and electricity. Among the common elements, the other 3 major ones, water, fire, and wind, had not kept up, with only 50 immunity. Increasing elemental immunity was not easy. This time, his water element immunity had finally been raised to 80. This was the maximum immunity limit in the conventional sense. Without special opportunities, it would be difficult to improve it further. He deactivated amalgamation, returned to the sieged, and walked over to the godhead. It was the size of a fist, enveloped in laws. The laws were offensive. Not just anyone was qualified to touch the godhead of a high-level deity. Lin Moyu didn't want to confront the laws. He took out the sacred sound chime and said softly, "Retract the laws. I'm taking you back to Kunlun." The chime rang, and the godhead of the goddess of sacred sound rang in response. The laws immediately retracted. It seemed a remnant of her soul was still attached. From the reaction of the chime and the godhead, he guessed that although the goddess had fallen, she hadn't completely fallen. She might have used some method to preserve a fragment of her soul. Otherwise, it wouldn't have understood what he said. He picked up the godhead, placed it together with the chime, and then stored it away. The deal with great god Kunlun was finally half completed. Now he just had to wait to return. He slowly stood up, preparing to leave, but suddenly stopped. The ocean current had changed. He keenly sensed the change in the seed current. This soul's perception was much more sensitive than the naked eye, and could clearly feel these faint changes. The corpse of the deep-sea behemoth had fallen into the trench, and a large amount of ink flowed from its body, dyeing a large area of the sea black, so thick it couldn't dissolve. There was still a faint green light, indicating it contained deadly poison. The ink did not mix with the water, and began to form an irregular area. According to the previous current, it should have been buried in the trench, but now, like the current itself, it was being carried upward. The current was only a small change, but why now? From where the godhead had fallen, he judged that the current likely hadn't changed for hundreds of thousands of years. For it to change now was abnormal. The current left the trench and headed straight for the savage wilderness. Beneath the savage wilderness was a layer of ice hundreds of meters thick, separating the azure dragon sea from the land. Now the currents were rushing towards the ice layer. He followed the current and saw a hole in the ice. A lot of seawater was flowing into it. Seawater flowing backward. He looked again and found that wasn't it. It seemed some force was sucking a large amount of seawater in. He thought for a moment and decided to go in and see. To be safe, he held Antares' dragon scale in his hand. He had already recalled his undead legion. The sea surface wasn't far, only less than 1,000 meters deep, so the pressure was not enough to harm him. He quickly entered the ice layer with the inflowing seawater. Very soon, he sensed the aura of a god, the water god. A long time ago, he had obtained the water god's flute and the water god's key from a water element dungeon. Through his soul's perception, he could feel the divine aura on these 2 items. It was identical to the aura he was sensing now. As he was thinking, his vision suddenly brightened. He followed the water into a huge ice space. The space was hundreds of meters high and over 1,000 meters deep. At the center was a towering, light blue palace made entirely of ice, exuding a chilling cold. All the water that flowed in here immediately evaporated and disappeared. It wasn't evaporated by high temperature but decomposed into pure water elements, which then flew towards the ice palace. The water god's palace. He quickly guessed the origin of this palace. Inside, the divine aura was even stronger. But after careful sensing, he found that this aura lacked vitality, as if it wasn't being controlled by anyone. Perhaps the water god hadn't awakened yet. He quickly made a judgment. He had fought several gods before and could distinguish their states, dead, awake, or in deep sleep, just from their soul aura. He walked to the palace door and took out the water god's key. It didn't look like a key but a fist-sized block of ice with a few drops of moving liquid inside. The moment he took it out, it immediately flew towards the palace, urging into the grand gate. The gate then opened automatically, and a gust of cold air rushed out towards him. His bone armor activated, blocking the cold. The palace hadn't been opened for who knows how many years, and the accumulated water element was astonishing. This cold air was the materialization of the water element. There were thousands of types of water, heavy, light, cold, hot. Judging from the information so far, the water god specialized in controlling low-temperature water elements. The door opened, and he stepped inside. He wasn't afraid or worried about the water god. He didn't sense the aura of flaws. The water god was at most a mid-level deity of level 95. Against such a deity, he was confident he could kill it if he went all out. The palace was made entirely of ice, with fountains everywhere, continuously spouting water elements and divine aura. Hundreds of huge ice sculptures stood in the palace, exquisitely crafted. He had seen all sorts of delicate sculptures in the water god's courtyard before, and still remembered them clearly. The water god's understanding of beauty was at a very high level. The air was filled with water elements and divine aura. He admired the sculptures one by one. There were all kinds, warriors with swords, giants with axes, spirit gods with flames in their hands, each one incredibly lifelike. Each statue represented a god. So many gods. He looked at the statues and sighed softly. He knew there had been many gods in the world, but he hadn't expected this many. These statues alone represented hundreds of them. His soul power swept across exactly 681 statues, representing gods. And perhaps there were some not carved. Gods were equivalent to professionals, abyss demon lords and dragon kings of the dragon race. How many were there in the human race? Only a few dozen at most. Probably not even 100 at their peak. Demon lords and dragon kings were more numerous. It was said there were 300 demon lords and over 100 dragon kings. The three races combined were not more than the gods, but for some reason, the gods had all fallen, and the few who survived were in hiding, rarely appearing. He had met only one living god, and he had killed it. If the gods were still alive today, the three races would be nothing. He walked past the statues and entered the second courtyard. Here too were many statues, but not of gods, but of giant monsters. A huge monster statue was placed in the center. He looked over, and was immediately stunned. The king of savage beasts. No, that's not the king of savage beasts. He immediately denied his own words. He had seen the king of savage beasts with his own eyes. It was 70 to 80% similar to the statue before him, but not exactly the same. His eyes searched among the statues, and saw another one not far away. That was the king of savage beasts. Both its aura and size were much smaller than the one in the center. He immediately confirmed that the central statue was in existence even more powerful than the king of savage beasts. The statues in the second courtyard were fewer than in the first, only about 50, and all were of various monsters. The one in the center was 70 to 80% similar to the king of savage beasts, but much stronger. He found the statue of the king of savage beasts nearby, as well as statues of other savage beasts. From the statues, he could see the differences between them. Besides their physical forms, the most important difference was their fur. On their heads were several long, thick hairs that looked very sturdy, different from the fur on other parts of their bodies. The king of savage beasts had 6 of these hairs, while an ordinary savage beast had 3 to 5. The savage beast statue in the center had a full 9. The number of hairs must represent their strength. 3 to 5 hairs meant an ordinary beast, 6 meant the king. Then this one. He stood before the central statue and muttered, "This must be the emperor of savage beasts." From this, he could analyze that the savage beasts were a powerful race with a very strict hierarchy and extremely strong combat power. Based on these statues, the Great War of the era must have been between the savage beasts and the gods. It was very likely the gods fell because of this. There was a similar image in the Thunder God's dungeon. But what were these others? Thanks to these statues, the mystery of the war between the gods was partially revealed. But besides the savage beast statues, there were other statues in the courtyard. They looked like various kinds of insects, all gigantic. The smallest was over 2 meters tall, the largest over 10. The statues were too lifelike, and the insects' forms were extremely ferocious, seeming even more terrifying than the savage beasts. Based on his previous speculations about the savage beasts, he felt these insects might also be one of the reasons for the gods' fall, but they were just statues, and he couldn't analyze any more information from them. He continued forward into the third courtyard. Here too were many statues, all of the human race. Human professionals wearing various equipment, holding weapons, all with a heroic aura. These are all God-level experts. This thought came to his mind. If they weren't God-level, they wouldn't be qualified to be made into statues. 300 statues. He counted them one by one, exactly 300, representing 300 God-level experts. He was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the human race to have so many God-level experts at that time. The statues here were arranged in a triangle, with only two at the sharpest point, arranged in neat rows backward. He could see clearly that the two statues at the sharpest point were probably the two strongest humans at the time. The number of people behind them grew, and their strength gradually weakened. Great god Kunlun had said that at that time, human geniuses appeared constantly, taking only a few years to go from class change to godhood. It seemed to be true. Compared to now, that era was truly a glorious one. He bowed respectfully to these human statues. They were all his seniors. For whatever reason, they had paid the price of blood for this world, and the human race. The inheritance of the human race would not be broken. Seniors, rest in peace. After saying this, he continued forward into the fourth courtyard. He strung together the statues in the three courtyards in his mind, forming an image. He used his speculation to reconstruct the scene of that era. The gods and humans had joined forces to launch a pincer attack on the insect monsters and savage beasts. That battle must have been extremely fierce. The final result must have been a victory for the humans and gods. Otherwise, the world wouldn't be as it is now. But the price must have been unimaginable. In the fourth courtyard, there was only one statue. It was over 20 meters tall, in the shape of a woman. A woman was frozen inside the statue. The water goddess. He sensed the divine aura on her, and guessed she must be the water goddess herself. But just in case, he still used a detection spell. Water goddess, state, deep sleep. The spell couldn't return her specific attributes. But it was enough for him to confirm that the frozen person was the water goddess. She was very beautiful, not in a stunning way, but a kind of beauty that combined all the most beautiful features of the human race. It was almost impossible to find any flaws on her. Even in her frozen state, she exuded a gentle femininity that made people want to cherish her. He had to admit, the water goddess was the most beautiful woman he had ever met. He took out the water god's flute. Her aura suddenly fluctuated slightly. The flute emitted a gentle light like water, and floated into her arms. Unlike the power of the thunder god, everything here was as soft as water. The flute flew from his hand, touched the ice, and silently merged into it, landing in her hands. The giant ice statue melted in an instant, turning into water elements and disappearing into the air. The whole process was instantaneous, but very gentle, without a trace of aggression. After the ice melted, the water goddess floated in mid-air. A soft sigh was heard, and she opened her eyes. Her light blue eyes were incredibly beautiful, beyond description. He was momentarily dazed. She was already perfect, but now she had an added touch of exquisite, fragile beauty. The sigh made one feel even more pity for her, as if it contained countless grievances. The water goddess looked at him and said, "Thank you for waking me." Her voice and tone were just like her appearance, extremely gentle. Although he felt she wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him, he remained vigilant. After she woke up, the water elements surged in, and her aura fluctuated unstably. He knew this was abnormal. Her injuries had not healed. "Respected water goddess, have your injuries recovered?" She descended from the air, sighed again without answering, but that was an answer in itself. He could feel her helplessness. "Are your injuries that serious?" A look of sorrow appeared in her eyes. "The injury is at my foundation. Very difficult to heal." Her sorrow filled the palace, and the water elements also surged. He discovered that in just a short time, her aura had become even more unstable. It seemed waking her up wasn't a good thing for her. "Is there no other way?" he asked. "There is, but it's very difficult." She smiled. "We gods are different from you humans. Human healing arts have no effect on us. Our foundation is the divine soul, which is what you humans call the soul." Very difficult, which meant there was a way. "Tell me, maybe it can help." He wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a villain either. It seemed she had once fought alongside the sages of the human race, and he had woken her. So if he could help, he was willing. She said, if the god of life were still alive, there might be a chance. Unfortunately, she was the first among us to fall. But the god of life would not truly fall. She must have had a chance to be reborn. If it can hold on until then. Her voice suddenly stopped. She saw the scepter in his hand. The scepter of rebirth. He shook his head. She must have completely fallen. Surprise flashed in her eyes. Even the scepter of rebirth was shattered. "It seems some things happened afterward. Can you tell me what happened?" There was nothing that couldn't be said. He briefly recounted what happened in the world of shadows. She looked disappointed. "It seems there's no chance then." He shook his head. "Besides the god of life, is there no other way?" She sighed. "Perhaps there is." Hearing her sigh, it seemed the water elements in the world also became tinged with sorrow. His will was firm and unshaken. He didn't like this kind of mournful attitude. He preferred to solve problems directly. Sighing was the most useless thing. He said, "I'll see if there are other ways." Actually, whether I can be revived or not doesn't matter anymore, she said softly, as if she didn't care much about life and death. But she was still grateful for his willingness to help. He asked, "I want to ask, why did your sleeping land not appear before but suddenly have movement now?" He knew that although she was in deep sleep, she wasn't completely unaware of the outside world. At least she knew what was happening around her, and how long she had been asleep. She said quietly, "It's because of the goddess of sacred sounds Godhead. She is a high-level deity, and her Godhead's power is too strong, suppressing my own instinctual will." There was also a strict hierarchy among the gods. Low-level, mid-level, high-level, and great gods. Each level had a completely different status and power. If she hadn't been in deep sleep, the Godhead wouldn't have affected her much. But she was severely injured, and in deep sleep, so it could affect her. He didn't quite understand the relationship between the gods, but he could analyze from her words that they were both simple and complex. The factions were very clear. The water goddess was the leader of the water element, meaning all water element gods were her subordinates. When he heard this, he was a bit surprised. He was surprised that her power wasn't as strong as he imagined. As the leader of an entire system of gods, why was she only a low-level god, not even a mid-level one? She guessed his thoughts and smiled slightly. "Do you think my strength is very weak?" He didn't deny it. "Yes, as the leader of an elemental system, you are a bit weak." She smiled, a smile that could make 1,000 flowers bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. A soft voice slowly sounded. "You are very straightforward. That's good. Back then, we and your human professionals were also the straightforward, which is how we won the final victory. The 5 elemental gods of light, water, wind, and fire shouldn't be this weak. Unfortunately, when the Great War had just begun, our power was stripped away, our godhood fell, and we became low-level gods. If not for that, this battle would not have been so difficult." He was a bit suspicious. Stripped of power. Who did it? She shook her head gently. "I don't know, and no one knows. We don't know who did it, or what method they used, but we fell from the divine altar. So, can you guess what our original level was?" She seemed to have relaxed a bit and was even willing to joke with him. Her state was extremely good, unhurried, not anxious, as if she didn't care about her life slowly slipping away. He knew the most important thing she should be doing now was to continue her deep sleep. That way, she could live for many, many more years, thousands or even tens of thousands of years wouldn't be a problem. But she didn't want to sleep. She wanted to talk, to chat. He thought for a moment. "You must have been at the super god level back then." She laughed softly. "You're very smart. You guessed right." She wasn't surprised, as if she had expected him to guess. The level after high-level god was great god. Great god and the human race is super god were existences of the same level. After great god was super god, equivalent to the human race is super god expert, meaning they had surpassed the ordinary god level and reached another realm. He wasn't guessing blindly, there was a basis. Why would a mysterious existence target these leaders of elemental systems? And she had said that if their power was still there, the battle wouldn't have been so difficult. How could the leader of an elemental system be weak? Great god Kunlun wasn't targeted, but they were. There was only one answer. They were stronger than great gods, existences on the same level as super god experts. He said, "Can you tell me what exactly happened back then?" She looked at him. "Do you really want to know? We and the human race once had an agreement to bury this matter in history. Only those who reach the great god level can know. Although your strength is not bad, your level is still too low. Knowing too early won't do you any good, it might even damage your confidence." He answered very seriously. "I've heard words like that many times. Since the first time I entered the Fire God's dungeon and discovered this secret, I've been searching. And I really want to know the answer, to know everything that happened back then. Don't worry about it affecting me. I'm very resilient. They've met many powerful beings in this world and outside it. For example, Antares. You must have heard of that name." He took out Antares' dragon scale, which had his aura. He believed she would recognize it. Antares had existed for many, many years, since the previous era, perhaps even earlier. He had also witnessed that great war, but he refused to talk about it. This was deliberate, just to frustrate him. He had asked many times, but Antares always dodged the question. Finally, he got angry, and decided not to ask anymore. When she saw the dragon scale, a glint of light appeared in her eyes. "You were able to obtain the Great Lord's token. You are truly amazing. Alright, since you want to know, I'll tell you." He felt a little happy. The thing he had been searching for so long was finally getting an answer. She pointed to the courtyard outside. "When you entered the third courtyard, you must have seen those ice statues." He nodded. "They saw them. The ones in the middle must be the enemies. I saw the savage beasts. In the first and third courtyards were the gods and human professionals, launching a pincer attack on the enemy. She smiled beautifully, her voice as clear and gentle as a drop of water falling to the ground. Your understanding is not bad. That's indeed how it was. When they invaded, we and the human race joined forces in the Great War. Several of us super god-level deities had our power stripped away, fell from the divine altar, and became low-level gods. I couldn't fight anymore, so I created these ice statues to record the situation at that time. If you had reached the great god level, which is your semi-super god, you would have been able to obtain all the information from the statues. That way, even if they fell, this information would be known by others. She had made preparations. Even if she fell completely, someone would eventually discover this place and get the corresponding information. She slowly recounted what happened back then. This piece of history should have been buried, but it shouldn't have been. For the whole world, it was a catastrophe. Not just for humans, not just for gods, but for the entire world. At that time, external enemies invaded, and the world was in danger. The strongest gods had their power stripped away, falling from the divine altar. Their strength was greatly lost. And in the human race, there was only one super god expert who couldn't bear this heavy responsibility alone. The level of this great war was too high. Those qualified to participate were at least god level, and low-level gods were just cannon fodder. From the very beginning, the gods and humans were on the defensive, beaten badly. If it continued like this, they would surely lose. The world's destruction was imminent. The worlds will begin to revive. With the revival of the world's will, the world's power also began to rise. The worlds will had no thoughts, only instinct. It instinctively sensed danger. Under the influence of the world's power, human geniuses appear constantly. Many class changers became gods, true geniuses became high-level gods and semi-super gods. In just a few short years, more than 10 semi-super god experts appeared. At that time, only the savage beasts had invaded, and the human race had a good understanding of them, fighting more and more smoothly. The Great War finally developed in a direction favorable to the humans and gods. At that very moment, the second invader appeared. The second invader was called the insectoid race. Their entry changed the tide of the battle. The entire battlefield became more dangerous and bizarre. This war lasted for 100 years. The world's power was almost exhausted, and the world will fell into a deep sleep again. After paying a terrible price, the human race barely won the final victory. Unfortunately, the world was beaten to a pulp. The gods were almost all dead, the few who survived were severely injured and in deep sleep. The human race's super god and semi-super god experts all died in battle, leaving only one high-level god who was also severely injured and about to die. The world's power was exhausted, and it was unknown how long it would take to recover. The inheritance of professions was severely fragmented, and the recovery of the world's power was very slow. Without the support of the world's power, it became extremely difficult for the human race to produce geniuses. But they had won in the end, and the human race would have a lot of time to recover. But that good state didn't last long. Perhaps because the world's barrier was destroyed in the Great War, just 100 years after the war ended, the Abyss and the Dragon race descended at the same time, and the human race once again fell into crisis. But until now, the human race had finally held on, becoming stronger and stronger. The world's power was also gradually recovering, and more geniuses began to be born. Although they still couldn't compare to the peak period, as long as such a crisis didn't happen again, the human race could definitely fully recover. Lin Mo Yu listened to her speak. And Tears must have been there at that time. Did he not ask? If he didn't, he planned to go back and scold him. That damn guy. The water goddess said, the great lord did act. If not for him, the final outcome of the battle would be hard to say. But he also said he had his concerns, and couldn't act rashly. He had some speculations about Antares' concerns. When Antares came here, it seemed he was thrown out by the dragon god. He didn't want to come anyway. There were some things Antares wouldn't say even if beaten to death. He was too lazy to ask more. Now he roughly understood what had happened. Do you know who wanted to invade us? He pointed straight to the source of the Great War. The battle had been fought. They had to find out who the enemy was. She sighed and shook her head. You don't know. You fought until the world was about to collapse. You were all almost wiped out, and in the end, you don't even know who the enemy is. Isn't that ridiculous? Doesn't Antares know either? The Great Lord knows but can't say. Her voice carried sorrow, as did her tone. As she spoke, he kept looking into her eyes. They were filled with memories. When she spoke of her god comrades dying on the battlefield before her eyes while she could do nothing, her eyes filled with tears, full of pain. He felt the same way. Although he hadn't experienced it, he could imagine the feeling. Suddenly, she broke out of her memories, the wetness in her eyes disappeared, and she smiled charmingly again. Well, is it a bit desperate? Even if you reach the super god level, it's nothing. The enemy is so strong that we can't even figure out their origin. Whether it's the savage beasts or the insects, in my opinion, they are just the vanguard of the enemy. One could hear a bit of disappointment in her voice. After all, it was hard to reach the super god level, and she was the leader of the water element gods. The result was that before the Great War even began, she was crippled. Until the end of the war, she hadn't even seen the true form of the enemy. Only some monsters. Perhaps to the enemy behind them, these savage beasts and insects were just cannon fodder, but to them they were a catastrophe. It was because of this that after the Great War, the few remaining gods and human experts made a pact to bury the war in history and never mention it again. If future generations knew, it would surely be a disaster of faith, causing most people to lose hope, to feel that no matter how hard they tried, it would be useless. Even if they became super god experts, they would ultimately just be fodder for the enemy's cannon fodder. Plus, with the lack of world power, and the worlds will in deep sleep, this world seemed to have no hope. He could understand the thoughts of those lucky survivors. Some things really shouldn't be said. But he had confidence in himself and didn't show any discouragement, because he had seen something even stronger. The Starry Universe's invincible expert had turned to dust before the old Azure Dragon. Looking back, his Great War was like a child's playhouse game. He was confident that as long as he was strong enough, the enemy could be turned to dust in an instant. Seeing the unwavering confidence in his eyes, the water goddess seemed to be more at ease. He sensed her aura becoming more and more unstable. You should continue your deep sleep. She shook her head. I don't want to sleep anymore. I want to take this last bit of time to go out and see this world. He said, you'll have plenty of time to see it in the future. She looked at him curiously. Even I feel there's no hope. Why are you still so confident? He said in a resolute tone, hope will definitely exist. I was also in a desperate situation and was saved by the human sages. The sage who saved me died thousands of years ago, but their will remains. The will to protect the human race has never been erased by time. I have seen skills left over from the previous era. The previous era had resurrection skills. I just don't know if they would work on you. I have seen the reflection of the god of life. She said that hope is always there. I have also met even more terrifying existences. In my eyes, existences like savage beasts can be destroyed with a snap of my fingers. He said a lot. This kind of non-persuasive persuasion, with her intelligence, she would naturally understand. She looked at him with her big, beautiful eyes and suddenly laughed. You are very special, little one. I'll listen to you and continue my deep sleep. Perhaps one day in the future, you can heal my wounds and wake me up again. He also said seriously and slowly, I will. In her pleasant laughter, the giant ice statue reappeared, enveloping her. She fell into a deep sleep again, becoming a sleeping beauty. Her aura also became stable. In this state, even if her injuries couldn't recover, they could gradually ease, at least lasting for another 1,000 years wouldn't be a problem. The future is not just a chance, but a certainty, he thought to himself. A large amount of water was still flowing into her domain, being converted into pure water elements. The sleeping goddess absorbed these elements, which could extend her time. He left the water god's palace, left the azure dragon's sea, and stood in the void. His gaze pierced through the void, sweeping across the entire lower dimension. He had confirmed his speculations from her words. Indeed, many gods were buried in deep sleep in the lower dimension. The Great War had initially broken out in the deep dimension, and fought all the way to the lower dimension. The rules of the eternal battlefield had been broken, and even god-level experts could continue to fight in the lower dimension. Many god-level professionals of the human race and gods had fallen here. Many gods had also chosen to sleep here after the war. The lower dimension was the birthplace of many gods, and now it had become their resting place. Perhaps after so many years of deep sleep, the gods had fallen into an eternal slumber, and this place had become their graveyard. The Starfall land was the hometown of the star god. He wasn't dead but in deep sleep there. The thunder god and the wind god were sleeping in the wind thunder land. The thunder god was dead. The wind god's status was unknown. He didn't know if the fire god and the god of light had fallen, or where they had gone. The elemental dungeons were the successors left by several gods when the Great War had just begun, their last hope. There were also many heads of gods who, after falling, he didn't know where they had gone. He sorted out his thoughts, fully understanding what happened back then. It was this Great War that had caused the whole world to fall into silence. Originally, they in this era shouldn't be so weak. Even if it was difficult for super god experts to be born, it wouldn't be to the point where not a single one could be born. It wouldn't be like now where super god was the ceiling. They wouldn't be bullied by abyss demons and dragon clans, even to the point of almost being wiped out. The ultimate cause of that Great War was the invaders from outside. The funny thing was, he didn't even know the true identity of the invaders. Traces of the invaders still remain. The land of desolate wilderness, the world where the savage beasts live. The god-level experts of the human race all knew such a place existed, but no one dared to go there. Only the power of laws could kill the savage beasts. In the Great War back then, the high-level gods had created a large number of weapons containing the power of laws for the mid-level and low-level gods to use, allowing them to also kill ordinary savage beasts. But not anymore. The gods no longer appeared, and the human professionals were pitifully weak. He had to sigh at this. He didn't expect that after searching for so long, this would be the answer. For others, their faith would collapse. This catastrophic news instead ignited his fierce fighting spirit. He was more determined in his belief that he had to become stronger and would never let similar tragedies happen again. He activated the sigil of the ancient Godfall city and teleported back. In the entire human race, he was the only one with the sigil, able to return to the city at any time from the lower dimension. Of course, the sigil couldn't be used everywhere. If the space was sealed, it would also lose its effect. This was a game of power levels. He only had one sigil and a few small privileges. He knew very well that he had only received the initial permission of the city. If he wanted to get further permission, or even completely control it, he had a long way to go. The city was very strong. If he could completely manipulate it, he was afraid it could rival a super god expert. But the difficulty was too high. He wasn't completely sure. As soon as he returned to the city, he heard a somewhat noisy sound, laced with panic and fear. A doubt arose in his heart. He saw many professionals standing in the city square, their attention seemingly captivated. His appearance didn't attract anyone's attention. He saw the ancient thunder tower rising from the ground, even taller than the last time it was activated. The sky suddenly lit up, followed by a deafening thunderclap. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, landing right on the top of the tower. Then, the lightning spread down from the top, covering the entire tower. All nearby professionals were pushed back. With the tower as the center, a radius of 15 meters became a forbidden zone, very difficult to approach. Lightning struck down one after another, the sound of thunder unending. The lightning grew more intense, and the area around the tower turned into a sea of thunder. The sea of thunder surged with a huge momentum, and most professionals couldn't withstand it, growing in pain. Many couldn't stay in the air, and quickly fell. He saw Feng Yiming. He was one of the few professionals who could still maintain a flying state. Lin Moyu went to his side. Commander Feng. What happened? The soul pressure was immense. Almost all professionals with a soul level lower than 85 couldn't fly. Some were clearly only level 84, but could still maintain flight. And some were level 86 but could only stand on the ground. It was easy to judge the strength of their souls. Lin Moyu ignored the pressure. To him, this bit of soul pressure was like a cool breeze, bringing only a little refreshment. Seeing him, Feng Yiming was surprised. General Lin, you're here. He knew Lin Moyu's story very well and a little about his strength, absolutely no weaker than any god-level expert. Moreover, Lin Moyu could control the ancient thunder tower, even more effectively than a god-level expert in the lower dimension. His appearance was like a stabilizing pillar, making Feng Yiming feel much more at ease. Lin Moyu sensed the tower was absorbing the energy of the lightning, but he didn't know where this lightning came from. This wasn't the wind thunder land. There shouldn't be such a strong electric element. Now the sky was filled with electric elements, and it was becoming more and more dense. What happened? He asked. Feng Yiming said quickly. Half a day ago, the ancient thunder tower suddenly rose up, and then a large amount of electric element began to appear in the air. There were more and more. Then lightning started to appear, and finally it became like this. Half a day ago. He calculated a bit. Wasn't that when he got the goddess of sacred sounds godhead, and then caused the water god's palace to appear? Was the appearance of the tower related to this? According to his understanding of the tower, the time it descended from the sky should be a little later than the Great War of the Gods. Logically, these two things shouldn't be related. Clearly, Feng Yiming also didn't know what had happened. The range of the Sea of Thunder was still expanding, gradually spreading outwards, with no sign of stopping. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, have them leave the ancient city first. Don't get hurt. I'll go take a look. As he spoke, he flew into the sky. Feng Yiming immediately shouted, everyone, leave the ancient city. As the commander of the garrison, he had the highest authority here. The army immediately came to maintain order, and the professionals retreated from the city one after another. Lin Moyu flew quickly into the sky. The air was filled with electric elements, electric snakes dancing wildly. This was a world of thunder. Any professional who came would be attacked. But for him, who was immune to the electric element, there was no threat. He passed through the Sea of Thunder. He knew the city was very important to the human race. If there was an abnormality, he had to find out the reason. If they lost the city, the human race would be at a disadvantage in the lower dimension. The ability to occupy the divine dragon land was inseparable from the existence of the city. He flew higher and higher, the electric element becoming denser, the soul pressure increasing rapidly. When he flew to a height of 10,000 meters, he still hadn't reached the end. The soul pressure here had reached level 90. Even God-level experts would feel uncomfortable coming here. The attack of the electric element had also reached the God level, enough to cause fatal damage to professionals below that level. He didn't know how high the sky in the lower dimension was, where the limit was. When he flew to a height of 20,000 meters, he had to stop. The soul pressure was too strong, reaching level 92. This was his limit, he couldn't go up anymore. This was a world pure lay of the electric element. All other elements had been driven away, leaving nothing. This was the first time he had seen such a pure elemental world. Even when the thunder god awakened for a short time and the electric element exploded, other elements still existed. At most, the electric element was dominant. But now it had really turned into a pure electric element world, with no other elements existing. He was immersed in this world of electric elements, quietly feeling it. From the moment he flew out of the city, the higher he went, the stronger the electric element, until it broke the rules of the eternal battlefield. The rules were only broken, but they still existed. The electric element came from outside the sky, passing through layers of erosion and weakening. The closer it got to the city, the more it was weakened, finally forming something shaped like an inverted pyramid. If he couldn't go up, he could only go into the tower to find the answer. Now, only he could enter it. Outside the city, all the professionals had retreated. The Sea of Thunder had now covered more than half the city, and was still expanding. The power of the Sea of Thunder was not small, no professional present could stop it. Feng Yiming had a serious expression as he looked at the sky. Commander Feng. Even you don't know what happened. Can the city return to normal later? Should we notify the army to send people to check? At least a god-level expert would be qualified to check. Many professionals who knew Feng Yiming gathered around to ask about the situation. Feng Yiming was also very confused, completely unaware of what had happened. He couldn't answer any of the questions people asked him. He also wanted to contact the army to ask for god-level experts for support, but since the tower automatically appeared, all communication had been cut off. He suddenly realized something and went to see if the teleportation array could still be used. Soon, a subordinate reported back. The teleportation array was ineffective. His expression became ugly. The array was also ineffective, so even if god-level experts came, they could only fly over, which would waste a lot of time. God-level experts already couldn't operate for a long time in the lower dimension. Moreover, he felt that even a god-level expert might not be able to find out anything. Fortunately, there was Lin Mo Yu. For now, he could only pray that he could find the reason. Seeing Feng Yiming say nothing, his expression growing uglier, everyone gradually fell silent. Feng Yiming looked up at the sky, staring at the sky full of lightning. It was dazzling and uncomfortable, but he endured it, not daring to relax for a second. Now all his hopes were pinned on Lin Mo Yu, but he hadn't heard back for a long time, which made him a little worried. The Sea of Thunder grew stronger, covering the entire city. Now the city was like a giant ball of lightning. If it exploded, he was afraid a radius of more than 10 kilometers would be flattened. Everyone retreated again, only daring to observe from a distance. Feng Yiming also retreated 10 kilometers, but his eyes never left for a moment. Finally, he saw a figure fly down from the sky, push aside the electrified light, and enter the city. His furrowed brows relaxed a little. As long as Lin Mo Yu was fine, it was good. Lin Mo Yu returned to the city and directly entered the ancient Thunder Tower. Not many were qualified to enter the tower, and in the current situation, the only one who could was him. Even a high-level expert like Meng Anwen wouldn't be able to last long here. His immunity to the electric element gave him too many advantages. He arrived at the core of the tower, the place that controlled the tower and even the entire city. The core had now turned into a ball of thunder, constantly emitting immense power. He ignored the lightning and placed his hand on the core. The last time he came, his soul was still very weak and connecting was very difficult. But this time, his soul was very strong, and he completed the connection almost instantly. A lot of information flooded into his mind. He saw the whole process. First, a pair of giant hands appeared in the sky. The space was like a piece of cloth torn by the hands. The tear was not large, only about 10 kilometers, and it was healing very quickly. The giant hands continuously released powerful energy to resist the power of space. The place where it was torn happened to be opposite the city. Then, a tower-shaped object appeared in the crack. A terrifying electric element quickly rushed towards the city. The element was like a chain connecting to the city, and at the same time, a tearing force was constantly transmitted, as if trying to pull the city away. The great hall rumbled, and the city shook continuously as if it was about to be pulled out of the ground. After watching this scene, he was terrified. They want to take the city away. From his standpoint, he naturally didn't want anyone to take it. The city was the support of the human race in the lower dimension. Its presence or absence made a big difference. Moreover, the city had been here for so long. Even if this thing was yours, you couldn't just throw it away and pick it up again. You should at least say hello. Doing this is not very polite. He was a little unhappy, his voice a little cold. He didn't care who was out there, he only cared about the interests of the human race. His soul power surged, and he began to control the core of the tower. He had experience controlling it once, so this time he was more familiar with it. And this time, his soul was stronger, his power was greater, and he could exert more strength. A shield erupted from the city, separating it from the lightning outside. The shield turned the city into an independent entity, cutting off contact with the outside world. The electric element outside couldn't enter, and the tower began to quickly absorb the power of the element inside the city. A voice sounded from the sky. A simple "oh" made the entire space tremble. This sound overwhelmed the thunder, shaking the professionals outside the city to the point of groaning. Almost everyone was injured. The stronger the soul, the lighter the injury. Terrifying, too terrifying. Just one sound injured thousands of top professionals. How strong was this existence? Fang Yiming was also lightly injured. He secretly thought, is it a demon emperor or a dragon emperor? Besides those two, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could have such power. Lin Mo Yu in the tower also heard this sound, but he was not injured. The city shield had blocked all external attacks. Now his soul power was very strong, and the shield had become extremely powerful. He had cut the chain formed by the electric element. All the opponent's previous efforts were in vain. The city rooted itself into the ground again. All the previous electric element was absorbed by the core, converted into the city's energy. With this series of operations, the city had gained, but obviously, the opponent had not given up and was still trying to break the shield. He used the tower to lock onto the giant hand tearing the space. Thunder God's punishment. A bolt of lightning shot out from the tower, clearly different from the electric element in the air. The lightning instantly crossed tens of thousands of meters in the sky and struck the giant hand. The hand suddenly exploded, and the torn space seemed to shrink a bit. It's effective. He used Thunder God's punishment again. The power of the spell he just cast was much greater than the last time, even containing the aura of loss. The giant hand tore space, but it always maintained a certain distance from the electric element. It was clear that it would also be harmed by the element. He noticed this point and attacked it. As long as the hand disappeared, it would all be over. Thunder God's punishment continuously struck the hand, and it began to shrink rapidly. You're going too far. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was the voice of the soul. Then, lightning also struck down from the sky. The lightning was purple with immense power. The city's shield was like tofu, pierced into the shape of a skull. The purple lightning struck the tower, heading straight for its core. He only felt his whole body go numb. The lightning had entered his body and appeared in his soul world. A soul attack. The soul continuously sent out warnings. He realized the opponent wanted to kill him because he was ruining their plan. Killing intent rose in his eyes. It's not that easy to kill me. The 9-color dragon soul crystal let out a dragon's roar, first spitting out dragon's breath to armor his soul, then striking the purple lightning. His soul shook, and his whole body trembled. The soul suffered some shock but was not injured. The dragon soul crystal was quite powerful. He continued to control the tower, continuously using Thunder God's punishment to attack the giant hands. But the opponent was clearly prepared. The hand sparkled with light, forming a defensive layer. Thunder God's punishment couldn't break the defense. He was more than 50,000 meters away from them. The distance was too far. Currently, besides Thunder God's punishment, all other attack methods were ineffective. He couldn't leave the tower to fight at their doorstep. That would be like seeking death. He knew very well that the opponent could tear space, and was many levels stronger than him. At that moment, he didn't hesitate to take out Antares' dragon scale. Antares, someone wants to kill me. His voice was urgent. He called several times. A roar came from the scale. Who wants to kill you? Antares was truly angry. Daring to kill my friend, they're really looking for death. He said, I'm at the ancient Godfall Sea. Above my head, there's a guide who tore space. Antares' gaze swept through the void, and immediately saw it. Not bad guts. Antares' claw, hidden in the mist, moved slightly. Lin Mo Yu saw a dragon claw suddenly appear at a height of 50,000 meters, where the Sea of Thunder was densest. The dragon claw passed through the Sea of Thunder at an astonishing speed. The Sea of Thunder collapsed on the spot. Then the claw reached out and grabbed the tower, shaped object outside the crack. He heard a panicked cry, filled with fear. Get lost. If you dare to come again, I'll kill you all. Antares roared angrily, grabbing the shrunken tower-shaped object, and also lightly touched the giant hands. The hands, like the Sea of Thunder, collapsed on the spot. The space quickly recovered, and everything became quiet in an instant. He said sincerely to the scale, thank you. Don't. I can't accept it, Antares said grumpily. Lin Mo Yu didn't mind. Whether you can accept it or not, I have to thank you. Antares snorted. Hurry back. There's good stuff. With that, he immediately cut the connection. His heart warmed a little. To be called good stuff by Antares, It definitely wasn't ordinary. It must be that tower-shaped object. He had seen Antares grab it with his own eyes. The lightning disappeared, and he also retracted the shield, leaving the tower. The tower slowly sank into the ground, and the city returned to normal. Everything in the city was as before, as if what just happened never occurred. Tang Yiming was the first to return. "General Lin, how is it?" He glanced at him and said, "It's fine." Tang Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. "General Lin, what exactly happened just now?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "Your level is still a bit low. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Tang Yiming looked troubled. This wasn't the first time he had heard these words. At this moment, he also understood why Antares and Great God Kunlun didn't tell him what had happened back then. He had blamed them for being secretive, but now it seemed he had become like that too. Indeed, even if he told Feng Yiming, he probably wouldn't understand. And even if he understood, what could he do? It was better not to know. He said softly, "If you want to know more, hurry up and improve yourself." Of course, Feng Yiming understood this principle. "Thank you, General Lin, for your help. It's what he should do. I'm leaving." With that, he activated the dragon skill, and disappeared. Feng Yiming sighed in relief, and announced that everything was back to normal. The city had once again restored its previous appearance. This incident had no effect on ordinary professionals, it was just a rare, spectacular scene. For Lin Moyu, it was indeed a good experience. This was the first time he had truly faced a powerful being from outside the world. Although he didn't know the opponent's true level, he once again realized that he was not strong enough and needed to work hard to constantly become stronger. Antares looked at him appearing before him and teased, "Oh, you come quickly when you hear there's good stuff. You've learned bad habits." Lin Moyu shook his head and sighed. Antares replied unceremoniously, "You become what you are near. Near ink, you become black. Near light, you become bright." He continued to counterattack. "Then why don't I see you bringing me over here? To sleep with me? With your lifespan. One nap is a lifetime." Antares was extremely disdainful. Lin Moyu didn't want to bother with this guy anymore. His strength was high, his level was high, and plus, being a dragon, his lifespan was naturally long. It was said that even the weakest elemental giant dragon had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. He couldn't compare on this point anyway. He hurriedly changed the subject. "What's the good stuff you were talking about?" You know, and you still ask." A small tower appeared in front of him. It was the tower-shaped object he had seen through the Thunder Tower before. At that time, it projected countless bolts of lightning, blocking his vision, and he could only vaguely see its shape. Now it really was just a small tower. He picked it up. It slowly rotated in his palm, a faint flash of lightning at its top. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. "Isn't this the ancient Thunder Tower?" The small tower's appearance was exactly the same as the one in the city, at least 90% similar. Antares laughed. "Your eyes aren't blind yet. You actually recognized it." Lin Moyu ignored him. "Hurry up and say it. What's so good about this thing?" Antares narrowed his eyes slightly, putting on a profound look, and after a long silence, he uttered two words, "You guess." Lin Moyu directly threw the small tower at him. "Guess your head. Hurry up and say it." Antares laughed. "Didn't you go into the ancient Thunder Tower in the city? How did it feel to control it?" He recalled the feeling of controlling it twice. "The power of Thunder God's punishment is great, but my strength is not enough to unleash its full power." Antares snorted. "What level are you? You're far from being able to unleash the power of Thunder God's punishment." "Any other feelings?" He continued, "It's also not flexible enough, the attack methods are too monotonous, and the defense is still lacking." He listed several shortcomings of the city. It was indeed strong, but it also had many flaws. Antares' expression became a bit serious. "Actually, the shortcomings you mentioned don't exist." "They don't exist?" He didn't quite understand. Antares said, "The ancient Thunder Tower in the city is just a projection, a shell. The real core is the small tower in your hand." Of course. Here is the provided text written in English with correct spelling and character names cross-referenced with the novel Necromancer, the ultimate scourge. The ancient city of Divine Descent you see is actually one that was grievously defeated in battle. The ancient city of Divine Descent is a fairly good weapon of war, it has another name. Evidently, Antares wanted to be mysterious, pausing for 2 seconds before slowly saying, "Guess what? Lin Moyu really wants to hit it with a corpse explosion. Has this guy really been corrupted by my teachings?" His eyes stared at it fiercely, his fists cracking. Antares laughed heartily. "I won't tease you anymore. It has another name, the God-laying fortress." The God-laying here doesn't refer to so-called God-level experts. Lin Moyu was shocked in his heart and blurted out, "Is it super, divine beings?" Antares shook his head slightly. "Then you've underestimated the God-laying fortress. It refers to true gods." Lin Moyu was suddenly stunned. This was the first time he had ever heard of true gods. Clearly, true gods were in existence even more powerful than super divine beings. And Tears continued. Whether it's gods or human professionals, when they reach the super divine level, they are all collectively called super divine. And stronger than super divine are true gods. The god-laying fortress refers to true gods. This is a weapon of war capable of destroying true gods. Unfortunately, the ancient city of divine descent you see was severely damaged in the Great War, with only its main structure remaining. Even after 1,000 years, it has only recovered about 1/10 of its power. But even 1/10 is quite good, it's just that you can't unleash its power. Lin Moyo asked, how can it be fully restored? Energy. Massive energy. The god-laying fortress has the ability to self-repair, it just needs to be supplied with enough energy. Obviously, and Tears was extremely knowledgeable about the god-laying fortress, giving the answer without hesitation. The ancient city of divine descent, the god-laying fortress, had always been in the lower level space, continuously absorbing rich energy from the earth of the eternal battlefield. To have only recovered 1/10 after 1,000 years showed just how terrifying the energy it required was. Lin Moyu asked, then what about this small tower? And Tears said, didn't you say the god-laying fortress isn't flexible? That's because it's missing this. The ancient thunder tower is the inner tower of the god-laying fortress, containing its core. The small tower in your hand is the outer tower of the god-laying fortress. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, you mean I can control the god-laying fortress with this? And Tears' eyes lit up. You guessed it, that's right. You can merge your soul imprint onto it, and then link it to the core of the ancient thunder tower. That way, you'll be able to control the god-laying fortress however you want. Of course, at your current level, you're far from capable, let alone making the god-laying fortress fly all over the place. Even making it lift off the ground for a second would drain you to a skeleton. Lin Moyu thought about it and found it reasonable. How could such a powerful tool be so easily controlled? If he were invincible, what would the abyss or the dragon realm be? He could just drive the god-laying fortress over and sweep through them. Who could possibly stop him? But even though he couldn't control the god-laying fortress yet, placing his soul imprint on the outer core first wasn't a problem. And Tears said, there was another guy's soul imprint on it originally, but I've erased it, so you can rest assured. Lin Moyu said sincerely, thank you. And Tears proudly raised his head. A small matter. No need to be so polite. Lin Moyu continued to ask, do you know who wanted to snatch the god-laying fortress just now? And Tears said, just a kid who recently became a true god. No need to worry about him. He won't dare to come back. Otherwise I'll slap him to death. But true god was just a kid in Tears' mouth. Lin Moyu gained a completely new understanding of Tears' power. He realized how little he truly knew. Even though he had learned about the events of that year from the water god, he still knew nothing about true power. A true god was nothing in Tears' eyes, let alone a super divine being. His goal had been unknowingly pushed much further away. Lin Moyu thought of the old man who had said he wanted to make him the guide of this world. He estimated that super divine wasn't enough, and even true god might not be enough. He didn't know what level he had to reach. The pursuit of power seemed to have no limit. And in the face of absolute power, weakness itself was a sin. In a great battle between the powerful, a casual strike could annihilate you. Just as any step a human takes can crush countless ants, no one would care about the life or death of the weak. If you don't want to be killed for no reason, the only way is to become strong. Lin Moyu was silent for a few seconds, then said word by word, I already know about what happened back then. And Tears was a bit confused. Back when? What happened? A few question marks popped up. And Tears had lived for too long. For a moment, he couldn't understand which year Lin Moyu was talking about. Lin Moyu said, the year the desolate beasts and insects invaded our world, and the gods and human professionals fought a great war against them. The world's ability to recover, the fall of gods, the severance of the professional path. And Tears' eyes widened. Who told you? Lin Moyu said, the water god. He awakened her. Oh, that woman. And Tears sighed, seeming a bit helpless. Forget it. If you know, you know. Lin Moyu continued, it's just that I find it a bit hard to understand. What's not to understand? You obviously know the whole process. Why didn't you tell me? Were you afraid I'd be discouraged? Am I that weak? And Tears shook his head. It's not that I was afraid, but there was no need to rush. What could you have done if I had told you earlier? Nothing, right? When you're strong enough, you'll naturally learn what you should know. Lin Moyu could understand Tears' words. He had faced similar issues and didn't dwell on it anymore. He looked at Tears and changed the subject. You must know who the evil mastermind behind the Great War was, but I know you won't tell me. So I want to ask, what's the deal with the Abyss and the Dragon race? The righteous god told me that even if a super divine being emerged among the human race, we still couldn't wipe them out. And Terra said, that guy Jianye again. What the hell does he know? He's a half-step super divine for life. He can never become a true super divine being. There's no one in this world who can't be destroyed. It just depends on whether you're strong enough. Even our dragon race is people we can't afford to provoke. And Tears didn't speak clearly, but he revealed a lot of information. Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds and said, so, if I gain the power of a super divine being, I can destroy the abyssal demons and the dragon race. He can't, and Tears told Lin Moyu with absolute certainty. Lin Moyu looked at him, waiting for an explanation. And Tears said, super divine isn't enough. You have to reach the level of a true god to destroy them. Lin Moyu found it strange. But the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor are only half-step super divine. A super divine killing a half-step super divine should be very simple. This involves the laws of the world. You'll understand when you become a super divine being. Right now, I can't explain the laws to you clearly. It's like a door. If you don't walk through it, you'll never know the situation inside. Lin Moyu closed his eyes and pondered. He could somewhat understand in Tears' words. It was like trying to explain airplanes, trains, and cars to a primitive man. No matter how hard you tried to explain, the primitive man wouldn't understand. But if the primitive man saw it with his own eyes and experienced it himself, he would understand without needing words. Lin Moyu was in a similar situation now. He knew of the laws, had even come into contact with them, could clearly feel their presence, and even distinguish their strength. But he had no way of using them himself. Lin Moyu hadn't even scratched the surface. He was far from it. He didn't ask further. Even if he knew, what could he do? It would only add to his troubles. Lin Moyu began to place his soul imprint on the outer core of the god Lane Fortress. This was not a short process. It required long-term refinement. The level of the outer core was too high, surpassing the mythical grade of this world. Lin Moyu's soul level was only 92, barely qualifying him. First, Lin Moyu placed his soul imprint on it to establish initial contact. Then he took it into his soul world to slowly nurture it and deepen the imprint. At this moment, Lin Moyu heard Antares say, your era is quite tragic. It should have been a beautiful era. But it turned out like this. Luckily, I am here. Otherwise, ha. Lin Moyu felt Antares' smile was a bit roguish. Its expression was hard to describe. Then it shouted at Lin Moyu, you rotten kid, you better work hard. When I want to fight my way back, if you can't keep up, I won't wait for you. Don't worry, I'll go kill with you. Experience was like a foundation, constantly strengthening Lin Moyu's belief. The stronger the enemy, the more resilient Lin Moyu's determination to become stronger became. His ambition would not disappear, let alone be defeated. Back in the ancient city of Divine Descent, as the teleportation array lit up, Meng Yanwen and Feng Xiu stepped out simultaneously. After the previous incident, Feng Yiming had sent news back to the military. Feng Xiu, the current head of the Feng family, and the contemporary Divine Sword, received the news and immediately contacted Meng Yanwen. The two entered the deep space, found the spatio-temporal passage to the lower level space, and then used the teleportation advantage of the Tower of Divine Descent to go directly to the ancient city. Under the condition that they didn't use their power, they could stay in the ancient city of Divine Descent for about an hour. Feng Shi looked at the Tower of Divine Descent that hadn't been retracted, and murmured his praise. Old Meng, why do I feel like your Tower of Divine Descent is stronger than before? Meng Yanwen smiled faintly. It is indeed a bit stronger. Feng Xiu's eyes were full of admiration. Right, you're already level 96, you should be stronger. Meng Yanwen said, you're almost there too. Feng Xiu's level was very high. He laughed loudly, it's all thanks to your good disciple. A faint aura of law also emanated from Feng Xiu. He had also come into contact with the laws. He was not far from level 96. Feng Xiu's eyes were full of pride. The Feng family had been passed down for generations, and no one had ever surpassed the high god level. He would set a precedent for the Feng family, destined to rewrite its history. Meng Yanwen said nothing. He looked at his own Tower of Divine Descent. It had indeed become stronger, but the reason it had become stronger wasn't him, but the Blood God Plate. Through his deep analysis, study, and simulation of the Blood God Plate, he had finally found a way for the Tower of Divine Descent to take another step forward. There was also a large amount of mere legendary materials brought by Lin Moyu, along with some precious legendary grade materials, enough for him to upgrade the Tower of Divine Descent. The Divine Tower had a chance to break through the legendary grade and be promoted to mythical. All of this was brought by Lin Moyu. Meng Yanwen often told Bai Yeyuan that the best thing he ever did in his life was accepting Lin Moyu as his disciple. It had been a long time since Meng Yanwen had come to the ancient city of Divine Descent. His eyes filled with a bit of nostalgia. Feng Xiu said, I still remember when we adventured in the lower level space, narrowly escaping death many times. It's been years since we've been here. The ancient city seems lovelier than when we were here. Meng Yanwen said, indeed, with the human race obtaining the ancient city of Divine Descent, It's like having a foothold in the lower level space, which makes things much easier. Moreover, the function of the ancient city of divine descent is more than this. Our 3 towers of divine descent were created by imitating the ancient thunder tower. A strange look appeared in Feng Shu's eyes. It's clear they were all made in imitation of the ancient thunder tower, but the functions of the 3 towers are different. It's really strange. Meng Inwen shook his head. I can't figure that out either. The 3 towers, the Trial Tower, the Tower of Divine Descent, and the Demon Laying Tower were all made in imitation of the ancient thunder tower. As a result, the effects of the 3 towers were different, but all were extremely powerful. They were legendary grade, top-tier weapons of the Divine Xia Empire. They didn't know the grade of the ancient thunder tower and could only glean a little from it. But for people like Meng Inwen, that was more than enough. Feng Yiming rushed over and bowed to the 2 of them in turn. Greetings, family head. Greetings, and Chen. Feng Yiming said, we don't have much time, let's get straight to the point. Feng Yiming immediately recounted the situation of that day. After hearing this, Meng Inwen shot into the air like a rocket. His speed was very fast, his body covered in a layer of flowing aura, the aura of laws. What Meng Inwen comprehended was the law of formations. The law of formations was ever-changing and could transform into various forms, displaying many effects according to Meng Inwen's thoughts. Now, the law had turned into wings, making Meng Inwen's speed as fast as lightning. In just a second, Meng Inwen appeared at an altitude of 50,000 meters. This was the edge of the deep space. Going higher would touch the space wall. What lay beyond the space wall was still unknown. Meng Inwen had explored it once and quickly returned in defeat. The world outside the space was chaotic and terrifying. He was almost torn apart by the frantic spatial turbulence at that time. 2 seconds after Meng Inwen arrived, Feng Shu also flew up. In terms of speed alone, Feng Shu was far behind Meng Inwen. Feng Shu's eyes were filled with admiration. This was the difference between level 95 and level 96. The difference of 1 level was the difference between heaven and earth. Meng Inwen sensed the area. This should be the starting point of the electrical element. I can feel that there was once an incredibly terrifying electrical element here. Moreover, with the power and quantity of the electrical element, even you and I would die if we enter. Feng Shu asked, so can you determine if it was man-made or naturally formed? Meng Inwen's gaze fell on the completely repaired space wall. Meng Inwen couldn't see anything. After looking for a while, Meng Inwen shook his head. It's hard to judge. Feng Shu said, according to Yiming, General Lin was also present at the time. General Lin must know something. Let's go and ask. The 2 landed together. Feng Shu asked Feng Yiming, what did General Lin say at the time? Feng Yiming told the truth. General Lin said, if you want to know more, hurry up and improve yourself. He didn't add any embellishments, just relayed Lin Moi's exact words. Feng Shu said, it seems General Lin knows something. Meng Inwen nodded. I'll go back and ask him. Palomel Feng, raise the ancient thunder tower. I'll go inside and take a look. Feng Yiming did as he was told and raised the ancient thunder tower. Meng Inwen entered the tower, went to the core, and tried to communicate with it. A few minutes later, Meng Inwen came out of the tower and shook his head at Feng Shu. The core refuses to communicate with me. Feng Shu was slightly startled. But Meng Inwen shook his head. I don't know. Wei probably knows. Alright then. We can only go back and ask General Lin. Their investigation this time yielded no results. However, from Feng Yiming's description, they could feel that something must have changed at that time. Meng Inwen looked at the sky. I hope it's not a bad thing. In the Kunlun Mountains, the snow and wind and have stopped for thousands of years. Occasionally, the wind carried a hint of sorrow, as if a god was crying. Some people even wove beautiful stories about it. Lin Moyu guessed that the inexplicable sorrow might be the great god of Kunlun missing his wife. The great god of Kunlun's main body was in a deep sleep, his consciousness transformed into an elemental body. The more this was the case, the more painful it was. If he were truly in a deep sleep forever, he would no longer suffer. He missed his wife, always looking for someone who could retrieve the godhood of his goddess of sacred sound, but for 1,000 years, he had not found a suitable person. Lin Moyu could understand this feeling of urgency yet not daring to forget. Lin Moyu went up the mountain again. This time he walked very fast, almost running to the summit. On the way, some people saw him, and couldn't help but laugh at him. Running on the Kunlun summit would likely end in a miserable state. The higher up the mountain, the greater the pressure. Most people resisted the pressure to move forward, who would be like Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu ignored the pressure, and reached the summit at the fastest speed. At the summit, he didn't enter the dungeon but took out the wind chime of the goddess of sacred sound. The sound of the wind chime gently rang out, then quickly spread in the snow and wind, instantly transmitting throughout the entire Kunlun mountain range. In the encampment, all the professionals heard the sound of the wind chime. Where did that wind chime sound come from? It sounds so nice, like a song. Why am I suddenly full of fighting spirit? I really want to go into a dungeon right now and fight some monsters. Oh, I hear a bit of sadness in the wind chime. It feels a bit heartbreaking. People discussed it animatedly, feeling very surprised. Everyone had a different feeling when they heard the wind chime. Lin Moyu only rang the wind chime. The sound it made was just a normal sound, not the sound of the soul. 1,000 people, 1,000 sounds, 1,000 people hearing the wind chime would have 1,000 different emotions. Those who were brave and passionate would be filled with fighting spirit. The timid would feel fear. Those with sorrow in their hearts would feel immense grief. Those with a gentle heart would feel compassion for all things. Suddenly, someone pointed to the Kunlun summit and said, "Look quickly, there's a palace on the summit." In everyone's eyes, a magnificent palace appeared on the Kunlun summit. The Kunlun divine palace emerged in the mist. The 1,000-year-old snow and wind suddenly stopped, and thousands of rays of light shone down from the sky, covering the beautiful Kunlun divine palace. Everyone was stunned. This was a sight they had never seen before. So there really is a divine palace on the Kunlun summit. The Kunlun divine palace is the Kunlun divine palace. There really is a Kunlun divine palace. The legend is actually true. It is said that gods live in the Kunlun divine palace. I really want to go up and see. The professionals exclaimed in amazement. Then they saw someone fly into the Kunlun divine palace, and everyone's jaws dropped. Suddenly the Kunlun mountains shook, and countless professionals were flying up, wanting to enter the Kunlun divine palace. This was the first time the Kunlun divine palace had truly appeared before the world. After it appeared, Lin Moyu felt a lightness on his body. The no-fly restriction had disappeared. Lin Moyu quickly flew up towards the Kunlun divine palace. Only he could fly. The other professionals still couldn't. They were running extremely fast, but they quickly hit a wall. An immense pressure descended from the sky, landing on the Kunlun summit. The fast, running people were caught off guard and fell to the ground one by one, looking extremely disheveled. The huge pressure was several times stronger than usual. They simply couldn't resist it. The Kunlun divine palace was in sight, but as far as the horizon, very difficult to cross. The professionals kept trying, but the result was the same. They also realized that perhaps the god in the Kunlun divine palace didn't want them to pass. In other words, they were not qualified. Some people also began to guess the identity of the person who was qualified to enter the Kunlun divine palace. The distance was too far. They couldn't see Lin Moyu's appearance clearly, only able to judge from his figure that he was a human. Lin Moyu flew into the Kunlun divine palace and entered the dust-free garden. Before entering, Lin Moyu deliberately wiped the soles of his shoes with his strength to show respect. The great god of Kunlun was already waiting with a face full of smiles. Lin Moyu saw the excitement in his eyes. Without many superfluous polite words, Lin Moyu directly handed over the godhood of the goddess of sacred sound along with the sacred sound bell to the great god of Kunlun. The great god of Kunlun carefully took it, holding the godhood as if it were a treasure, his eyes filled with deep love. It seemed that in his eyes, the godhood before him was not just a godhood, but the person he loved most. Then, terrifying divine power erupted from the great god of Kunlun, and a colorful ray of light shot straight into the sky. Divine power overflowed from the Kunlun divine palace, quickly covering the entire Kunlun mountain range. A rumbling sound echoed in their ears, and the Kunlun summit began to shake violently, followed by the entire Kunlun mountain range. The Kunlun mountain range, stretching for thousands of kilometers, trembled ceaselessly. Such a scene had never occurred in human history. Countless layers of snow flew backward into the sky, gathering in the sky to form clouds. In the Kunlun mountain range, countless living monsters roared at the sky, dedicating their vast life force. All the plants in the Kunlun mountain range did the same, dedicating their own life force. It seemed as if the entire Kunlun mountain range was recovering. Lin Moyu couldn't imagine how powerful the life force of such a large-scale Kunlun mountain range could be. He guessed what the great god of Kunlun wanted to do, and it was a bit unbelievable. What the great god of Kunlun was doing was almost impossible. These life forces were gathering in the air, then turning into a ray of light that shot into the godhood of the goddess of sacred sound. The godhood suddenly emitted a dazzling light, brilliant and beautiful. The power of life was too great, causing a qualitative change from intangible to tangible. Lin Moyu witnessed a body taking shape with his own eyes. This scene made him feel terrified, turning decay into something magical, almost breaking his previous perception. It was too bizarre, practically like something out of a story. Not only life force, but mixed within the life force was power belonging to the goddess of sacred sound. The godhood was activated, and the laws bloomed in splendor. Myriad threads of law, like fine silk, wove the life force together. The newly formed body was covered in a beautiful and magnificent halo. Lin Moyu had seen the statue of the goddess of sacred sound in the water god's palace. At that time, she stood side by side with the great god of Kunlun. Now, the goddess of sacred sound appeared again, even more vivid than the statue. In less than a minute, The reconstruction of the divine body was complete. The great god of Kunlun placed the godhood on the forehead of the divine body. The godhood quickly entered the body and disappeared. Then, a surge of divine power rose. The wind chime made a loud sound, and the sacred sound bell buzzed, automatically flying into the hands of the goddess of sacred sound. Is the goddess of sacred sound about to be revived? Lin Moyu suppressed the fear in his heart. The great god of Kunlun was too strong, so strong that he was a little unsure. In Lin Moyu's perception, a great god level was a semi-super divine being, and shouldn't be this strong. But what the great god of Kunlun was doing now was completely beyond his understanding. The goddess of sacred sound was also extremely beautiful, divine power surging around her, the power of laws covering her entire body. She seemed about to wake up. The great god of Kunlun placed his hand on her eyes and said softly, "Sleep for a while, don't get up, be good." Following his words, the goddess of sacred sound's breath quickly became calm. The great god of Kunlun was like coaxing a child, whispering in her ear, "Have a good sleep. I'll wake you up later. Don't worry, I'm here. Don't be afraid." The goddess of sacred sound's breath completely subsided, truly falling into a deep sleep. The great god of Kunlun waved his hand, and the goddess of sacred sound automatically flew up, lifted by an invisible force, flying towards the back of the divine palace. The Kunlun mountain range finally returned to peace. All the layers of snow fell again as if nothing had happened, but people quickly discovered the abnormality. The vegetation in the Kunlun mountain range had withered on a large scale. Although not dead, it looked like it was about to die. The snow layer had been reduced by half. The snow that was originally knee-deep could now only cover one's feet. The other creatures in the Kunlun mountain range had all disappeared, as if they had gone into hiding to recover their vitality. The entire Kunlun mountain range became silent. The Kunlun divine palace in the sky also disappeared, hiding again, disappearing from the world's sight. Except for the involved party, Lin Moyu, no one knew what had happened. In just a few short minutes, the Kunlun mountain range had undergone earth-shattering changes. Lin Moyu had witnessed with his own eyes what a miracle was, what resurrection was. The great god of Kunlun let out a sigh of relief. Lin Moyu could see that he was very tired, his breath had become unstable. The series of actions just now had consumed an extreme amount of energy. The great god of Kunlun bowed deeply to Lin Moyu. "Thank you." Lin Moyu accepted it without shame. "Can you tell me what just happened?" The great god of Kunlun said softly, "I should tell you. Do you think I used some method to bring my wife back to life?" Lin Moyu nodded. He had indeed thought so. If the great god of Kunlun could really revive a god with just a godhood, then the water god could be saved, and the god of life could also be saved. The great god of Kunlun shook his head. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I don't have this ability to bring the dead back to life. Actually, my wife didn't completely fall. She had a wisp of a remnant soul hidden in her godhood, relying on the power of the godhood to survive. I just used the life force accumulated in the Kunlun mountain range for several thousand years to reconstruct her divine body, giving her godhood a place to rest. We gods are not like you humans. Your bodies can be regenerated. You humans can regrow broken arms and legs. If there's nothing left, it can't be regrown." Lin Moyu understood. So, the goddess of sacred sound was equivalent to being severely injured and falling into a deep sleep. In a state of deep sleep, the life of a god can be extended for many years, and perhaps there will be a chance to recover in the future. But thousands of years had passed. Would there really be a chance? Lin Moyu was skeptical. But is there really a chance? The water god said it's very difficult. The great god of Kunlun was slightly surprised. "You met the water god. She's awake." Lin Moyu said, "By a stroke of luck, I awakened her. She told me what happened that year. Now she's in a deep sleep again." The great god of Kunlun sighed softly. "I didn't expect her to be willing to tell you about that year. It seems she thinks highly of you." Lin Moyu found it a bit strange, not understanding why the great god of Kunlun would say that. The great god of Kunlun continued. "The water god has a very good eye. She said it's very difficult, but she didn't say it's completely impossible, so there's still hope." Although she was knocked off the divine altar that year, the commander behind the Great War was her. I believe what she said. Indeed, the water god only said it was very difficult, not completely impossible. It seemed there really was a glimmer of hope. Lin Moyu asked, "I want to ask a question." "Go ahead, I'll tell you everything I know." This time, the great god of Kunlun was very straightforward, without any hesitation. Although it was just a transaction between him and Lin Moyu, he was also very grateful to Lin Moyu. He was able to be reunited with his wife all thanks to Lin Moyu. This was a great debt that must be repaid. Lin Moyu asked, "I want to ask about the high-level dungeon, Kunlun Divine Palace. The equipment in it is a bit abnormal." The great god of Kunlun laughed. "You mean there's too much equipment, right?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, too much." The great god of Kunlun spread his hands and said, "I don't know either." Lin Moyu was stunned. "How could that be?" The great god of Kunlun said, "I told you before, My wife and I are different from other gods. We were not gods before, but humans. In the Great War, the previous great god of Kunlun and the goddess of sacred sound both fell. They were husband and wife. My wife and I were ordered to take over their godhoods and become gods. The great god of Kunlun told Lin Moyu about his past. The snow and wind fell again, and the cold wind blew, but the great god of Kunlun's passionate emotions became warm. While telling the story, the great god of Kunlun would occasionally look towards the back of the palace. Lin Moyu felt that if he weren't there, he would definitely have gone in with the goddess of sacred sound. From every gesture, word, and action of the great god of Kunlun, it could be seen that their feelings were extremely deep. Even after thousands of years, they had not changed. The story was told by the great god of Kunlun. When the Great War first broke out, both the great god of Kunlun and the goddess of sacred sound fell, leaving behind 2 pieces of godhood. After testing, a couple among the human race was very suitable to inherit the godhood, becoming the new great god of Kunlun and the new goddess of sacred sound. So, after a series of operations, the 2 successfully inherited the godhood and transformed from humans to gods. At that time, humans and gods were united and fought with all their might against the outside world, without any distinction between them. Failure meant annihilation. This was a battle of life and death, with no reasoning to be had. This was a story about him, about the Kunlun Divine Palace. When the previous great god of Kunlun was alive, the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon already existed. Lin Moyu didn't expect the history of the Kunlun Divine Palace to be so long. According to the great god of Kunlun's account, Lin Moyu clarified the timeline. The Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon could be traced back to the previous era. So the 3 dungeons were products of the same era. In the previous era, the development of the entire glorious world was much more advanced, and the overall strength was much stronger. Combining this with his experience in the Divine Stone dungeon, Lin Moyu guessed whether there was also a workshop behind the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon capable of continuously creating near-legendary equipment. In other words, there was another possibility, that the level was too high. Even if Lin Moyu tried to use his imagination, he couldn't understand it. Regardless of the possibility, the Kunlun Divine Palace was an extremely magical existence in Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu didn't dwell on it. The great god of Kunlun extended his hand, and a Kunlun Snow Herb King flew over. There were 2 Kunlun Snow Herb Kings in total. These 2 plants looked quite similar, but in fact, they had different sizes. The one the great god of Kunlun gave to Lin Moyu was the best one. Take a look. You should like it, the great god of Kunlun said. The Kunlun Snow Herb King was half a meter tall, much taller than other Kunlun Snow Herb Kings which were only the size of a palm. A scouting technique flew out, and a look of surprise appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. 1200-year-old Kunlun Snow Herb King, used at level 92, can level up once. Used at level 90, can level up twice. Used at level 88, can become a god in 1 step. He knew very well that after the god level, the soul would level up. Soul leveling was very difficult. Lin Moyu knew this very well. After his soul reached level 92, it became extremely slow. He was still very far from level 93. Indefinitely far. Even with a 9-colored dragon soul crystal, it still required daily refinement. The dragon race didn't care about time at all. Although their things were good, the effect was really low. And Tears also said that the dragon race pursues stability and slowness. According to the current speed of soul enhancement, even with the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, it would take at least 1 to 2 years for the soul to reach level 93. Unless there was some unexpected opportunity, where he suddenly had an epiphany. For example, a few more cups of that old man's nameless tea. Lin Moyu felt he was being a bit too demanding. Looking at the Kunlun Snow Herb King in front of him, Lin Moyu was a bit tempted. Should he eat it? After eating it, he could reach level 93, and his combat power could be greatly increased again. But in reality, it would save him 1 or 2 years of time. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't use it directly, the great god of Kunlun smiled and said, "These years I haven't done anything else. Just planting flowers and grass all day. I discovered that the Kunlun Snow Herb King actually has some other uses." Lin Moyu looked at the great god of Kunlun. "What use?" "You can find a place to plant it. And then you can harvest many snow herbs. And even grow a second Kunlun Snow Herb King." The great god of Kunlun implied that the snow herbs in his garden came from this, and even the other Snow Herb King came from this way. Lin Moyu asked, "How do I plant it? How many years will it take for new snow herbs to grow?" The great god of Kunlun thought for a moment. "That depends on the amount of elements. The snow grass can absorb elements to reproduce. The more concentrated the elements, the faster it will reproduce. If you can find a place with concentrated and extremely pure elements, it's estimated that you can harvest a large amount of new snow herbs in less than a year. The other Snow Herb King is not the best one." The great god of Kunlun told another story. About 200 years ago, he woke up from a deep sleep and saw a Kunlun Snow Herb King about to become a god. In fact, he didn't hope for the Snow Herb King to become a god in the Kunlun Divine Palace. After all, he was seriously injured. If the Snow Herb King became a god, there might be unforeseen circumstances. But he didn't want to destroy the Snow Herb King. After all, it was difficult to become a god. So he put the Snow Herb King into the elementary level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. Sure enough, the Snow Herb King later became a god, calling himself the Kunlun Snow God, but ended up dying at the hands of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't expect things to happen like this. It was indeed a coincidence. After hearing the great god of Kunlun's words, Lin Moyu decided to take the long-term approach. Why not plant it instead of using it himself? A small stream flows for a long time. It means that using a little at a time will last longer. By using human and material resources sparingly, there will never be a shortage. As for where to plant it, he had already thought of it. If the Kunlun Snow Herb King could absorb various elements, and the higher the concentration, the better, where was a better place than the ancient Thunder Tower? He could now control the outer core of the ancient Thunder Tower. He had also witnessed with his own eyes how it released elements that day. Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't release powerful electrical elements like that expert from outside the world, but even a fraction of it was enough. Lin Moyu immediately put away the Kunlun Snow Herb King. This transaction was over. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the result of the transaction. The Kunlun Snow Herb King was indeed a good thing. If it could be produced in large quantities, it would be of great importance to himself and the human race. Lin Moyu also knew that if he stayed any longer, the great god of Kunlun would really drive him away. His eyes were a little impatient to be with his wife. Lin Moyu was very tactful, said goodbye, and left quickly. After leaving the Kunlun Divine Palace, Lin Moyu didn't leave the Kunlun Mountains but turned back and went into the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. It was a rare trip. It would be too much of a loss not to go in and stock up. Lin Moyu once again transformed into a dungeon assassin, sweeping through the place. Level 76. A necromancer army of over 200,000 swept through the dungeon like a swarm of locusts. Others in dungeons fought against many with few, facing the siege of monsters many times their number. Lin Moyu was the complete opposite. He used many to fight few, wiping out the monsters in the dungeon. Each monster was besieged by at least 100 undead warriors and skeleton warriors, with even more skeletons bombarding them from the outside. If the monsters could curse, they would surely curse Lin Moyu until they coughed up blood. It was a bit too much. Especially when fighting the boss, the Skeleton King appeared, and with 2 slashes, directly killed it instantly. The attributes of the Kunlun Giant Eagle were at least a world-class boss. Lin Moyu really didn't give it any face at all. Lin Moyu said he was in a hurry. Truer than gold. This time, Lin Moyu's efficiency had improved. Initially, a fight took 30 minutes, now it only took 25 minutes. After only half a day, the storage space was full again. Lin Moyu left the Kunlun Mountains carrying large and small bags. In the bush there was a single person. Lin Moyu found it a bit strange, looking at the empty courtyard. Although the people were gone, the water was still steaming. There was a formation set up by men in one here, constantly boiling water, and at the same time, constantly absorbing water elements, so it would not be boiled dry. Lin Moyu threw all his harvest on the ground, clearing out the storage space. Nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment of all shapes and sizes were piled up into a mountain, as well as a nearly 100-year-old Kunlun set. Lin Moyu believed that he could always combine a Kunlun set with the same attributes. After clearing the storage space, Lin Moyu focused on the Kunlun Snow Herb King. For the Kunlun Snow Herb King to thrive, it needed a huge amount of elements. Its advantage was that it could absorb various elements, but they had to be pure. It could only absorb one type at a time, not a mixture. When the great god of Kunlun planted it, the element he gave it was life force. Life force can also be considered an element, but Lin Moyu didn't have that much life force to give it. He took out the Kunlun Snow Herb, found an empty space to plant it, and then took out the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower. Now, the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower had his soul imprint, and he could control a small part of it. Under Lin Moyu's control, the electrical elements in the world were drawn in, converted by the ancient Thunder Tower, and then released. The Kunlun Snow Herb suddenly perked up, absorbing the electrical elements into its body. Just as the great god of Kunlun had said, the Kunlun Snow Herb had a magical characteristic of absorbing elements to reproduce and grow. It could absorb any element, as if it could convert them into the energy it needed. The only requirement was purity. It could not absorb multiple types of elements at the same time. At any given time, it could only absorb one type of element. The purer the element, the faster it absorbed it, and the more amazing its growth and reproduction speed. After being uprooted, the Kunlun Snow Herb King had shrunk, but now, replanted on the ground and surrounded by the extremely pure electrical elements from Lin Moyu, it immediately radiated with vibrant life. The Snow Herb King was about half a meter tall and half a fist thick. In the Kunlun Mountains, its whole body was ice-colored. Now, having absorbed a large amount of electrical elements, its whole body turned into a blue electric light, with electrical elements even flowing within its form. Several small hair-like new leaves grew on it. The new leaves grew rapidly, from the size of a fingertip to half a finger in just 2 hours. The breath of life was vibrant. Lin Moyu observed carefully, looking very curious. He felt as if he had understood something, a bit hazy, but very useful. The whole process seemed to be explaining some kind of principle. About half a day later, the new leaf had grown to the size of a palm. Then, it detached from the snow herb king, automatically entered the ground, like a seed that had sprouted and grown, breaking away from the mother plant. It grew vigorously underground. After another half day, the new leaf fell off, and turned into a snow herb. Not much different from the one Lin Moyu obtained in the dungeon. After Lin Moyu used a scouting technique, he found that it was still the same. There was no difference between the two. Kunlun Snow Herb. Additional reward from the elementary level Kunlun Divine Palace Dungeon. Used below level 80, can increase 1 level. Used below level 70, can increase 2 levels. Used below level 60, can increase 3 levels. In just one day, a complete Kunlun Snow Herb had grown. With the effect of the Kunlun Snow Herb, leveling up seemed to become extremely simple. It was as if you could continuously level up to level 80 just by eating Kunlun Snow Herbs. However, Lin Moyu felt that it certainly wouldn't be that simple, otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. After a day, another new leaf grew on the Kunlun Snow Herb King, and the second snow herb immediately took shape. Lin Moyu controlled the outer core of the ancient Thunder Tower, continuously releasing electrical elements to provide nutrients for the Kunlun Snow Herb King. Days passed, and Lin Moyu continuously observed the process of the Kunlun Snow Herb King splitting to produce snow herbs. Gradually, Lin Moyu was a bit startled. He seemed to have grasped a bit of a principle. The birth and reproduction of life, the process of growth, were all very magical, all containing the principles of heaven and earth. As small as insects and ants, as large as humans and dragons, all must follow this principle. Lin Moyu felt as if he had understood something and unconsciously became immersed in it. A roar came from his soul, and his soul level suddenly increased a lot, taking a big step towards level 93. At the same time his soul was rising, a mysterious aura suddenly appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. Lin Moyu was startled awake, and the aura in his hand disappeared with it. This is a law. Lin Moyu was stunned. He had actually grasped a law. Although it was only for a moment, not even half a second, it was real. In that half second, right above his palm, a law had indeed been born, and it was a law related to life. Thinking back, Lin Moyu immediately felt it was a bit unbelievable. He was only level 76, and his soul level was only 92. How could he grasp a law? Moreover, his profession was related to the undead. Even if he grasped a law, it should be a destructive one. How could a life law appear? But the life law had really appeared. His feeling was not wrong. Could it be that you don't have to be level 96 to grasp a law? As long as I can comprehend it, then I can grasp it. Lin Moyu wished he could immediately go and ask in tears, but he suppressed his agitated heart, calmed himself down again, and once again began to examine the Kunlun Snow Herb King. He had to take advantage of the fact that this feeling had not yet disappeared and feel it again. However, after what had just happened, Lin Moyu found that his heart could not completely calm down. Although on the surface he seemed calm as before, his heart was in turmoil, making it difficult to truly settle down. The previous feeling gradually disappeared with time, and he could no longer grasp it. Lin Moyu sighed softly, and had no choice but to give up. Moyu. The voice of Meng In-wen sounded in his ear. Lin Moyu turned around. Teacher, you're back. Meng In-wen hummed in acknowledgement. He saw the pile of equipment and weapons like a mountain, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He went to the Kunlun Divine Palace to stock up again. Meng In-wen rarely joked, using the two words stock up. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, you're joking. Meng In-wen waved at Lin Moyu. Come have some tea. I have something to ask you. Lin Moyu brewed some good tea for Meng In-wen and also poured himself a cup. After drinking a cup of hot tea, he felt his heart calm down a bit, but it was only a surface calm. His mind was still constantly thinking about the matter of the life law. Meng In-wen asked, tell me about what happened in the ancient city of Divine Descent a few days ago. Tell me everything you know. Lin Moyu asked. Teacher, you went to the ancient city of Divine Descent. Meng In-wen took a sip of tea. Yes, I went with Old Man Feng, but we didn't find anything. You should know how important the ancient city of Divine Descent is to the human race. If there are any unusual changes, we must investigate clearly to be prepared. The importance of the ancient city of Divine Descent to the human race goes without saying. Since Meng In-wen asked, of course Lin Moyu couldn't refuse to answer. Lin Moyu thought in his mind, determining what he could say and what he couldn't. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. Teacher, there are some things I don't know if I can say. If I do, you must be mentally prepared. Meng Yanwen smiled faintly. You underestimate me too much. I've killed my way through blood. What could possibly defeat me? Lin Moyu said in a low voice, then I'll say it. You should know that the ancient city of divine descent is not our human race's possession. Meng Yanwen's eyes widened. He had thought of various possibilities. The simplest being that the Abyss or the Dragon race had used some special means to try to harm the ancient city. He never expected Lin Moyu's first sentence to be this. However, Meng Yanwen was composed. After taking a sip of tea, he gestured for Lin Moyu to continue. Lin Moyu said, the ancient city of divine descent came from the outside world 1,000 years ago, before the divine Xia Empire was even founded. It fell into the lower level space. After our ancestors of the divine Xia Empire founded the nation, they discovered it. Finally, it was recognized by the ancient city and has been used by us ever since. This time, an expert from the outside world forcibly tore through the space barrier to take the ancient city of divine descent away. The more Meng Yanwen listened, the more shocked he became, feeling like he was listening to an ancient myth. Although his level was the highest among the human race, he was not yet a semi-super divine. There were many things that had been lost in history that he was not qualified to know. Some information could only be obtained upon reaching the semi-super divine level. The ancestors of the human race, after that world-shaking great war, made an agreement with the surviving gods, setting up a gate. The semi-super divine level was the pass to open the gate between the two worlds. Meng Yanwen drank 3 consecutive cups of hot tea before speaking. What do you mean by the outside world? Lin Wu explained, outside, there is a vaster world than our human world. Meng Yanwen pressed, isn't the outside world the abyss, the dragon world, and the desolate wasteland? Lin Wu shook his head. Not exactly. They can only be considered secondary worlds, dependent on our human world for existence. Teacher, you can also see them as independent spaces, just relatively larger ones. The true outside world I am talking about is the Great World. If the Great World is the sea, then our human world is a deserted island in the sea. And in this vast sea, there are thousands upon thousands of endless deserted islands. The abyss is just a deserted island next to a reef. The only difference between them is their size. After listening to Lin Moyu's explanation, Meng Yanwen fell into deep thought. Lin Moyu also knew that it was indeed a bit difficult for others to accept this immediately. After all, some ideas were deeply ingrained, as solid as a foundation that could not be shaken. Because he was a transmigrator who had lived 2 lives, and had seen the universe and stars, his acceptance of this kind of thing was extremely high. People born and raised in this world couldn't understand and needed time. However, Lin Moyu was confident that Meng Yanwen could accept it, but he didn't know how long it would take. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He had already retrieved the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower. The Kunlun Snow Herb King and several mature snow herbs were swaying not far away. Normally, Meng Yanwen would have noticed them long ago. But now Meng Yanwen was lost in thought, and his ability to observe external matters was greatly weakened. Lin Moyu had revealed too much information, with no limits to how these vague pieces of information could be used. If it were truly as Lin Moyu said, that his own world was just a deserted island in a vast sea, then it was meaningless. Then what was he? This was a collapse of faith, an extremely strong impact. Lin Moyu knew that this kind of thing could only be thought through by Meng Yanwen himself. Once he thought it through and accepted it, it would be fine. After a while, Meng Yanwen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked in a low voice, then what are super divine beings? Lin Moyu said, as far as I know, super divine beings are the strongest in our world. If you look at it from outside the limits, it's hard to say. Meng Yanwen said in a low voice, I once saw another continent in the deep space. The 2 continents were separated by a canyon about 100 meters wide. At that time, I was level 91, together with Old Bai and Old Hyun. But we couldn't cross that canyon no matter what. Later Emperor D told us that the canyon was called the Super Divine Valley, and only super divine beings could cross it. It was also at that time that Old Bai and I made a vow that we must reach the super divine level. It seems that super divine beings are not considered strong. Our vow was too low, our goal not ambitious enough. Lin Moyu said, take it one step at a time. As long as each step is steady, you can go far. Meng Yanwen chuckled and looked at Lin Moyu with admiration. You're right. As long as each step is steady, you can actually go far. In that case, let's take it one step at a time and see where the end is. Whether it's the inner world or the outer world, as long as I am strong enough, what difference is there? The aura on Meng Yanwen's body changed. The aura of a level 96 surged out, and at the same time, it was wrapped in a faint power of law. The unrestrained and calm Meng Yanwen had returned at this moment. Meng Yanwen said, don't tell Old Bai about this, that guy's endurance is poor. Lin Moyu nodded. I understand. Actually, when teacher becomes a semi-super divine, you will also know. I'm just telling you a bit ahead of time. Meng Yanwen said, did that great being tell you all this? Since Meng Yanwen thought it was all told to him by Inter's, he was happy to admit it and blame everything on Inter's. Meng Yanwen advised again, don't tell anyone else about this, not a single word. Lin Moyu nodded. He understood. Meng Yanwen sighed softly. At this moment, he let out a soft oath and flicked his finger. Kunlun Snow Herb King. Lin Moyu nodded. This was given to me by the great god of Kunlun. The great god of Kunlun. Meng Yanwen was startled again. Why did Lin Moyu have a relationship with a great god, level deity? A great god level deity was a semi-super divine among the human race. What a high status. However, thinking of Inter's, it seemed to be nothing. Even Inter's could talk to him face to face. So what was a great god level deity? Meng Yanwen felt that he could no longer look at Lin Moyu with ordinary eyes. Lin Moyu had come into contact with things far beyond his imagination. Lin Moyu recounted the story of his transaction with the great god of Kunlun, but only said what should be said, and many pieces of information were not revealed. Regarding the ancient Great War, Lin Moyu did not mention a single word. Meng Yanwen's attention was once again drawn to the Kunlun Snow Herb King. He couldn't have imagined that there was such a magical thing in the world. As for its effects, it still needed to be tested to be known. Lin Moyu said, if we want to cultivate enough Kunlun snow herbs, we need a place that can both plant them and be a pourable space, similar to Teacher's Tower of Divine Descent. I wonder where else such a thing can be found. Meng Yanwen didn't even think about it, and said with a smile, I was originally going to tell you in a while. One of the 3 demon-laying towers of the Divine Xia Empire has this function. The 3 legendary grade towers of the Divine Xia Empire were the Trial Tower, the Tower of Divine Descent, and the Demon-laying Tower. Each tower reached the legendary grade, and each had its own space and function. The Trial Tower could open endless spaces and simulate derivations. The Tower of Divine Descent had the power of teleportation and could also set up formations. The Demon-laying Tower was mainly for offense, and was one of the 3 towers with the strongest attack power. You've been to the Ancient Thunder Tower, so you should be able to see that the 3 towers are all based on the Ancient Thunder Tower, but their functions are different. This is very strange. Lin Moyu didn't expect the 3 towers to have such an origin. He was very clear about how high the level of the Ancient Thunder Tower was, but it was inevitable that making them based on it would not be successful. Being similar in some details was already very good. Lin Moyu said, it seems the Demon-laying Tower is at Fortress Snow. Meng Yanwen laughed heartily. That's right, it's at Fortress Snow. Wait. Unfortunately, for nearly a few hundred years, no one has been able to gain its recognition. It's just based on the will of its previous owner at Fortress Snow. And originally, when you reach the god level, Old Bai and I planned to take you to Fortress Snow. Mine to try and have you acquire it. But now your soul level is sufficient, so it should be possible. Lin Moyu's heart stirred. If forget the Demon-laying Tower, what will happen to Fortress now? Meng Yanwen said with disdain. What do you mean, what will happen? Our human race is strong enough. With or without the Demon-laying Tower, the effect is not much different. For nearly 300 years, the Demon-laying Tower has not been used. Let's go, teacher will take you to get the tower. Meng Yanwen waved his hand, and the Tower of Divine Descent flew into the air, emitting light. Meng Yanwen casually struck out a law, and thousands of formation runes flashed together, instantly forming a teleportation formation. Forming a formation with a wave of his hand, Meng Yanwen could do it before, but not as naturally as now. After reaching level 96, and activating the power of law, he was much stronger than before. A second later, the teleportation formation carried Lin Moyu and Meng Yanwen towards the original battlefield. Thousands of lights swirled before his eyes. Lin Moyu recalled the first time he took a teleportation formation. Seeing these lights would make him feel uncomfortable, but now he could enjoy it like a beautiful scene. This great change was a bit moving. In just 2 minutes, the two appeared outside Fortress Snow. This place was heavily guarded, and ordinary people could not get close. Except for the troops stationed in the city, one must have at least the rank of a 6-star colonel to be qualified to enter. The weakest people here were all professionals who had completed 3 job transfers. This place was closest to the Abyss exit, with the largest number of demons and the highest levels. It was the first line of defense of the Divine Xia Empire. If someone not yet level 70 came here and encountered a demon, it would be a guarantee head delivery. Lin Moyu put on his military badge and flew straight ahead with Meng Yanwen. The protective formation of Fortress No. 9 was active all year round. When the two approached the formation, it immediately attracted the attention of the guards inside the city. The formation actively shot out 2 beams of light that fell on the 2 of them. The military badges on their bodies immediately responded, shining brightly. Both of them were divine generals. The purple light shone with nobility. In an instant, the light on the formation immediately turned purple, resonating with the military badges. Immediately after, a bell rang from within the fortress, and a beam of white light shot straight to the sky. The purple light represented a divine general, and the bell rang 5 times, symbolizing 5 stars. A 5-star divine general's arrival immediately alerted the high-level military in the fortress. A 5-star divine general was currently the highest military rank of the human race. At present, there was no 6-star divine general among the human race. 5-star was revered. Mang Enwen and Lin Moyu entered the formation smoothly. Mang Enwen explained, when the ancestors built the fortress, they established the military rank system. Different military ranks have different permissions and benefits. You are now a 5-star divine general. Although you have no real power, in terms of status, you are not inferior to anyone. Lin Moyu understood Mang Enwen's meaning. He was telling him not to be too polite and to be more assertive. He knew very well that status was one aspect, but to have enough, one needed strength. Just like him before, although he had the same status as a god-level expert, his strength was not equal. If a conflict really occurred, the effect of status would not be great. Inside the fortress, 3 people, Wang Lin, Wei Shang, and Jie Shai flew out together. Fortress No. 9 was their territory, and Ye Hao was also there. Wang Lin saw Mang Enwen, and a hint of ill will flashed in his eyes. The two had never gotten along, they were from different factions, and could not see eye to eye. Then he saw Lin Moyu and seemed to think of something, and the hostility in his eyes grew stronger. His eyes carried ill will, but since they were outside, he still had to put on a show. A forced smile appeared on his face. Lord Shen, General Lin, your esteemed presence has us failing to greet you from afar. Please don't blame Yves. Smiling on the outside but not on the inside, all of Wang Lin's expressions were seen by Lin Moyu. He couldn't even act well, he was really too weak. Perhaps it was because he had been a god level for too many years, and no one dared to say no to him, which led to this situation. Lin Moyu didn't take Wang Lin seriously. When their eyes met, Lin Moyu just nodded slightly. The two had equal status, and Lin Moyu's military rank was even much higher than his. If they were to talk about strength, Lin Moyu paid him even less mind. Mang Enwen didn't hit a smiling face and went straight to the point, stating his intention. My disciple, General Lin Moyu, you know him. We came today to try and see if he can make the demon Lang Tower recognize him as its master. The expressions of Wei Shang and Xia Shai's changed slightly, and the same hostility as Wang Lin's arose. Wang Lin had already guessed their intention and was not surprised. Although his eyes carried hostility, he remained polite on the surface. Although General Lin is a noble divine general, he is after all only level 76. Isn't this a bit rushed? Mang Enwen shook his head. Sometimes, level cannot represent strength. Although Moyu was only level 76, his strength is not inferior to yours. How is this possible? Wang Lin instinctively felt that Mang Enwen was joking, but when he saw the military badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder, he almost choked to death and finally said no more. The 5-star divine general badge was too dazzling. He had thought that when the 5-star bell rang, it was to welcome Mang Enwen. But it turned out that Lin Moyu was also among them. It turned out that Lin Moyu was a 5-star divine general. Wei Shang and Xia Shai exclaimed in unison, impossible. It was already unimaginable that Lin Moyu had become a divine general so early. Becoming a 5-star divine general was even more of a daydream. This proved that Lin Moyu had killed many god-level enemies. From 4-star to 5-star meant he had killed a full 8 god-level enemies. Was killing god-level enemies that easy? Yet, Lin Moyu had done it. No matter how he did it, it was enough to prove his strength. Wang Lin's lips moved a few times, but he couldn't speak. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't want Lin Moyu to proceed but couldn't find a reason to stop him. Mang Enwen spoke up, since I'm here, let's do as we agreed. His voice was very clear, but it carried pressure, pressing down on Wang Lin and the others, making it hard for them to breathe. They were already no match for Mang Enwen before, and now the gap was even wider, impossible to catch up. Only Ye Hao could match Mang Enwen. Wang Lin sighed in his heart, knowing he couldn't stop it. Then let's do as agreed. But you have to wait a moment. A cold light flashed in Mang Enwen's eyes. Wait for what? Lord Ye Hao is trying to subdue the demon, Lang Tower. You have to wait for him to finish. Wang Lin said through gritted teeth. Mang Enwen waved his hand. No problem, we'll go over and wait. After saying that, he flew forward. Mang Enwen was very familiar with Fortress No. 9, he knew the way clearly. The demon, Lang Tower had been in Fortress No. 9 for hundreds of years and had not moved. The structure of Fortress No. 9 had not changed either. Mang Enwen quickly arrived at the demon, Lang Tower. At the center of Fortress No. 9, an area was tightly guarded by soldiers. This place exuded an unusual aura. It was the aura of the demon, Lang Tower, as sharp as a sword, constantly cutting the air. Everyone had to stay more than 500 meters away from the demon, Laying Tower. This was the forbidden area of the demon, Laying Tower. At this time, the door of the demon, Laying Tower was open, and the tower's body was flickering with light, indicating that someone was inside. The demon, Laying Tower was not tall, only about 30 meters. There were many taller buildings in the fortress, but those other buildings were just made of brick and stone and could not be compared to the legendary Grey Demon, Laying Tower. Lin Moyu sensed Ye Hao's aura. From this aura, he could even analyze where Ye Hao came from, which directions he passed, and finally how he entered the demon, Laying Tower. The aura was very strong, lingering in the air for a long time without dissipating. From the aura, Lin Moyu judged Ye Hao to be at the peak of level 95, but not yet level 96 without the aura of law. Meng Yanwen had a stronger soul level than Lin Moyu and a more sensitive perception. It seems Senior Ye Hao's strength has increased again. It's truly gratifying. A hint of pride was in Wan Lin's voice. Yes, Senior Ye Hao has had clear insights recently, and his strength has increased a lot. Meng Yanwen said quietly, it seems Senior Ye Hao has a chance to advance to level 96. Of course, Wei Shine and Xia Shai's replied in unison. They were very loyal to Ye Hao. The stronger Ye Hao was, the happier they were. Meng Yanwen carefully sensed for a moment and said quietly, it seems Senior Ye Hao will become the 7th level 96 professional of our divine Xia Empire. The three of Wan Lin looked at Meng Yanwen at the same time, their eyes wide, not understanding what 7th meant. They clearly didn't know what was happening outside, not knowing that Meng Yanwen and the others had already reached level 96. Guarding here kept them with little contact with the outside world, and their information was blocked. Suddenly, Lin Moyu thought, aren't these people like they're in an isolated world? They know nothing about what's happening outside. A slight rustle of grass, and the wind startles them. Although this example was not entirely accurate, it was not far off. Meng Yanwen said, Old Bai and Old Yan have both reached level 96. Old Man Feng is almost there, and Tai Ran and Xing Hai are not far behind. If Senior Ye Hao doesn't work hard, the 7th position won't be stable. The three wanted to vomit blood. Just now they were proud, but now they received a heavy blow. They thought that if Ye Hao reached level 96, their faction could be compared to Bai Yuan's, but they didn't expect the gap to widen further. The three stared, their eyes filled with bitter smiles. Finally, Wan Lin had to accept this reality. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists politely at Meng Yanwen. Lord Anshen, may I trouble you with something? At this time, his attitude towards Meng Yanwen was completely different, extremely polite. Moreover, he called him Lord Anshen, showing extreme respect. Meng Yanwen didn't refuse. Go ahead. If it can help, he will. Wan Lin said, I hope Lord Anshen will not tell Lord Ye Hao what you just said. Meng Yanwen smiled lightly. You're afraid Senior Ye Hao will be discouraged, right? Wang Lin nodded. That's right. If we reveal that several people have reached level 96 to Ye Hao, there will be two results. One is that Ye Hao can't recover and is heavily discouraged. The other is that Ye Hao refuses to admit defeat and strives forward. Lin Wu didn't know Ye Hao well, but he knew he was over 100 years old, a generation older than Meng Yanwen. But Wan Lin and the others had been with Ye Hao for a long time and knew his character well. If they made such a request, Ye Hao was definitely the first type. Meng Yanwen smiled and said, I understand what you mean. I didn't plan to say it anyway. A look of surprised joy appeared in Wan Lin's eyes, and he said gratefully, thank you, Lord Anshen. Wei Shine and Xia Shai's also thanked him. Meng Yanwen waved his hand. No need for that. We are all of the same race. No need to be polite. Wan Lin smiled awkwardly and said no more. Lin Moyu didn't care about Ye Hao, he cared more about the demon, Laying Tower. Inside the demon, Laying Tower was a separate space. Ye Hao was inside, hoping to be recognized by the demon, Laying Tower. But obviously, for so many years, he had tried many times and failed in the end. He had originally given up, but this time his strength had improved, and he couldn't help but want to try again. However, it seemed the probability of success was still not high. The demon, Laying Tower exuded an incomparably sharp aura. Just a little bit of it was like a sharp sword cutting through heaven and earth. Among the three towers, the demon, Laying Tower was mainly for offense, but not really. When the demon, Laying Tower released its aura, Lin Moyu felt a familiar taste. It was the taste of the God of Thunder's punishment. The demon, Laying Tower was made based on the ancient Thunder Tower and only managed to simulate a small part, including a bit of the aura of the God of Thunder's punishment. Lin Moyu had once manipulated the ancient Thunder Tower, so he couldn't be more familiar with it. His eyes were full of interest in the demon, Laying Tower. Although this tower was only legendary brain, it was also very remarkable. The most important thing was that the demon, Laying Tower was a special type of equipment, unlike handheld weapons. It had no attributes itself, but could unleash extremely strong attacks. It could also be shrunk and stored in the body to be summoned at any time. In the eyes of others, the demon Laying Tower was very magical, but Lin Moyu knew more. The ancient city of divine descent was actually a god-laying fortress, a weapon of war. The demon Laying Tower was simulated from the ancient Thunder Tower, so it was naturally a weapon of war, with the characteristics of a weapon of war. Suddenly, the demon Laying Tower shook violently, emitting a sharp aura many times stronger than before with a faint flash of lightning. The air rumbled, and a bolt of lightning was drawn down. A large amount of electrical elements turned into lightning and fell on the demon Laying Tower. With a loud bang, a person flew out from the demon Laying Tower, looking a bit disheveled. Yihao's whole body was smoking, his clothes torn everywhere, looking like he had just gone through a fierce battle. Only Yihao's face was still intact, especially his long beard, which was not even messy. Lin Moyu found it funny. It seemed Yihao paid great attention to his image. Clothes could be changed, but a beard took a long time to grow. He really knew what to keep and what to discard. Meng Yanwen said quietly, when he was young, Senior Yihao was a handsome man. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. It was indeed so. Yihao changed his tattered clothes for a clean new set, and his aura changed completely. He no longer looked disheveled, but became imposing. Yihao saw Meng Yanwen and was slightly stunned, then smiled. Little Meng, why are you here too? When there was no conflict, the attitude of both sides was quite polite and friendly. Meng Yanwen smiled and said, I came to visit Senior and brought Moyu to do something. Following Meng Yanwen's words, Lin Moyu cupped his fists and bowed to Yihao. Lin Moyu greets Senior Ye. After all, he was an old senior, and he had made many contributions to the human race, so Lin Moyu treated him very politely. Yihao saw the 5-star Divine General badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The younger generation is truly formidable. Lin Moyu said modestly, Senior praises me too much. This junior is still far behind. Yihao laughed and pointed at the demon Laying Tower. Go on, maybe you'll succeed. Don't let this old man see this thing here every day without being able to claim it, just drooling over it. Meng Yanwen gestured to Lin Moyu. Go on, give it a try. Lin Moyu nodded and flew towards the demon Laying Tower. Yihao sighed, looking at Lin Moyu, and at the same time looking at the demon Laying Tower. If he still couldn't guess what Lin Moyu wanted to do now, his life would have been truly in vain. A 5-star Divine General represented not only status but also strength. He didn't believe that Lin Moyu was a 5-star Divine General without any skill. Moreover, he had seen Lin Moyu's performance in the Divine Stone dungeon last time. He really understood this person. Lin Moyu was truly a terrifying genius. In the 1,000-year history of the human race, there had never been such a genius. Lin Moyu's actual combat power could not be measured by his level alone. Yihao said to Meng Yanwen, You have a good disciple. Meng Yanwen comfortably admitted it. Old Bai has good luck. But Moyu is also very unyielding. He's really too outstanding. Yihao's voice was full of admiration. Who wouldn't be envious of having such a disciple? Meng Yanwen asked, Senior Ye, do you think Moyu can succeed? Yihao thought for a moment. Even if he doesn't succeed this time, he will eventually. If even he can't, I'm afraid the demon Laying Tower will have a hard time finding a master. Meng Yanwen nodded. I think so too. The demon Laying Tower hasn't had a master for hundreds of years. Even if it guards here, its effect is very limited. Yihao nodded. For the past few hundred years, the abyssal demons haven't invaded on a large scale, so we've been more peaceful here. Meng Yanwen smiled. That's because our human race is getting stronger, but now that the dragon race has returned, I'm afraid there will be variables. Creating a tripartite balance might be more peaceful. Yihao presented another possibility. The dragon race hasn't been back for long, everything is an unknown. Although the strength of the human race is growing, it's currently only enough for self-defense. The desire to counterattack is still impossible. We can only quietly observe the situation. It's about to start. Wang Lin whispered. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu. He had stepped into the sphere of influence of the demon Laying Tower. The sharp aura was like a sword or a knife. Lin Moyu felt it as soon as he entered. These auras contained electrical elements and were mixed with a bit of wind element. The two elements combined to form a sharp attack. The strength of the attack was at a very high level, close to God level. Even the level 95 Yihao had to resist. While everyone was guessing how Lin Moyu would deal with it, Lin Moyu acted as if he didn't see it and walked straight in. Countless attacks fell on him like a clay ox into the sea, without any reaction. Lin Moyu knew the bone armor was useless and wouldn't last long, so he was too lazy to use it. This kind of attack was not worth his attention. According to Yihao's aura just now, he had changed direction several times. This kind of attack, with his strength, didn't require changing direction. There must be stronger attacks. He didn't want to block them, so he dodged. He changed direction 4 times, which meant he would encounter 4 attacks. The attack range of the demon laying tower was 500 meters. So an attack every 100 meters, a total of 4 times. Lin Moyu looked relaxed, but did not let his guard down. He analyzed the aura left by Ye Hao and made a judgment. Lin Moyu didn't know if his judgment was right or wrong, but it was probably not wrong. He believed in his judgment. When he reached 100 meters, Lin Moyu was highly concentrated, his soul power flowing, and on alert. A flash of lightning accompanied by a loud explosion shot out from the tower. The lightning turned into a great saber and slashed down at Lin Moyu's head. The lightning great saber was an electrical element. Lin Moyu felt the dense electrical element in it, which was 3 to 4 parts similar to the God of Thunder's punishment. It was indeed an imitation of the Thunder Tower, reaching the God level. Around level 91, which was not bad. To be able to unleash this kind of attack without anyone manipulating it. It was indeed the tower with the strongest attack among the 3 towers. If someone controlled it, it might be able to unleash the power of a mid-god level, reaching the limit of legendary grade equipment. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, analyzing many things in an instant. If it were another attack, Lin Moyu might dodge it symbolically, but this attack was of the electrical element. Lin Moyu was too lazy to make things difficult for himself. It was not a concern. The group of one Lin couldn't believe it. He's not dodging. Ye Hao's eyes also whitened. This young man is a bit arrogant. Meng Yanwen smiled and said, "Don't worry, Moyu has his limits." He couldn't say that Lin Moyu was immune to the electrical element. Attacking Lin Moyu with the electrical element was like hitting a dog with a meat bun on and never to return, and it even filled the dog's stomach. He understood Lin Moyu's character too well. He would never fight a battle he wasn't sure of. If he didn't dodge, there must be a reason. The lightning great saber attacked, carrying a rumbling sound towards Lin Moyu. The great saber was like a clay ox into the sea, not causing a single ripple. Lin Moyu didn't stop, ignored the attack, and continued forward, and he ran faster and faster. The scene once again shocked the crowd. One Lin couldn't believe it. Even Ye Hao had to dodge the attack, yet Lin Moyu didn't even care. It wasn't that he blocked it, but that he really didn't care. He didn't have any defensive actions. Ye Hao was also extremely shocked. "What's going on?" Meng Yanwen said, "I'm not really sure about Moyu's actual combat strength. He always has his own methods." He didn't explain further. This was originally Lin Moyu's secret. Ye Hao also knew he shouldn't ask further, smiled awkwardly, and said no more. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if the subsequent attacks are all electrical elements, then it's fine. If it's modeled after the ancient Thunder Tower, will there be a core in the tower? Moreover, the challenges in the tower are probably also electrical elements. If that's really the case, then it's a 90% certainty. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth. The second wave of attacks quickly arrived. It was still lightning turning into a saber, and the attack was stronger than before, reaching the peak of level 91. Lin Moyu still didn't dodge, and his speed increased. The third and fourth waves of attacks followed. These 2 waves reached level 92, but they were still useless. Until Lin Moyu reached the gate of the demon laying tower, the tower gate automatically opened, as if welcoming its master. The tower was 30 meters tall. From the outside, it was divided into 5 floors. Inside the tower, there were no stairs, nor any floor divisions. Looking up, you could see the top of the tower. At the top of the tower, a thunderball nearly identical to the core was shining, with electric snakes coiling and flying around. Lin Moyu understood very well that as long as he reached the position of the core, completed the communication, and placed his soul imprint on it, he could become the master of the demon laying tower. The difficult part was how to get up there. An immense pressure descended from the sky, pressing down on him. For any god-level expert, this pressure was nothing. There must be more difficulties. Isn't it a lightning strike? If it's a lightning strike, I won't be polite. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and flew towards the core. Boom, the whole tower rioted, and countless lightning bolts aimed straight at his head and struck. Thunder rumbled like rain. From the outside, you could see the entire demon laying tower flashing with light, and countless bolts of lightning fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't dodge, didn't evade, and had no fear at all, just moving forward. Immunity to the electrical element allowed Lin Moyu not to fear the attack of the lightning. Just as he thought, if the demon laying tower had no other means, he would surely take this tower. From the bottom of the tower to the core, it looked like only about 30 meters, but only those inside knew. In fact, it was not just that. The floors in the tower formed their own spaces. It looked short, but was actually long. The space inside was layered, and each distance was expanded hundreds of times. Lin Moyu had anticipated this, so he didn't feel strange. If there wasn't a stronger thunderstorm, with Ye Hao's ability, he couldn't have flown more than 30 meters. Among the 3 towers, the one with the strongest space control ability was the trial tower, which could differentiate countless spaces like dungeons. Next was the Tower of Divine Descent, held by Meng and Wen. Although the Tower of Divine Descent couldn't differentiate countless spaces, it could still differentiate independent spaces without any problem. The Demon Lane Tower was weaker in this aspect but still had basic capabilities. It extended the space, making the distance that looked like only 30 meters actually several hundred meters long. The speed of the lightning in the storm was at its extreme. Distance was not a problem for them. Similarly, distance was not a problem for Lin Moyu. Even if it were 300,000 meters, it would just take a little more time to fly. To want to stop him with a thunderstorm was almost impossible. In the thunderstorm, Lin Moyu continuously approached the core. The closer he got, the denser the thunderstorm became, and the greater its power. When Lin Moyu flew halfway, the power of the thunderstorm had reached level 94. At this time, even Yahoo couldn't last long. The distance between level 94 and level 95 was not large, but not to the extent of a clear difference like between level 95 and level 96. That was a huge qualitative difference. At the same time, the power of the thunderstorm was still increasing, approaching level 95. Lin Moyu knew that without a master to manipulate it, the limit of the Demon Lane Tower was the peak of level 94. If there was a master, it could exert a peak level 95 attack power, reaching the limit of legendary grade equipment. The limit of legendary grade was level 95, but some legendary grade equipment could be upgraded. After upgrading, it could become mythical grade equipment, thus exerting stronger power. The Tower of Divine Descent was an example. Meng and Wen was working hard to upgrade the Tower of Divine Descent. The process was very complicated, and required a long time. The biggest difference between mythical and legendary grade was the law, airing the law, activating the law, and finally reaching a state where one could grasp the law. The Demon Lane Tower was one of the 3 towers with the strongest attack, but it was also limited to the peak of legendary grade, not reaching the mythical grade. The extended space also had an end. Lin Moyu approached the core of the Demon Lane Tower. Outside the core, the thunderstorm rumbled continuously, and the surroundings had turned into a sea of lightning. Lin Moyu stood in the middle of the sea of lightning, as immovable as a mountain. Lin Moyu reached out towards the core. When his hand was about to touch the core, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. A smile appeared in his eyes. He understood something. No wonder for hundreds of years, the Demon Lane Tower has had no master. So it's you who's been playing tricks. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the core suddenly vibrated and quickly retreated. It was said quickly, but Lin Moyu was even faster. He had already grabbed it with one hand. His hand exerted force and pulled the core back. The core struggled frantically in Lin Moyu's hand but couldn't escape his grasp. Lin Moyu said softly, "No need to struggle. You can't escape. Besides, I don't want to do anything to you, and I have no intention of eliminating you." As if understanding Lin Moyu's words, the core stopped struggling and became quiet. Lin Moyu's soul stirred slightly, and his consciousness communicated with the core. He saw a screen, the process of the Demon Lane Tower's formation. The core of the Demon Lane Tower was not as good as the ancient Thunder Towers. The recorded information had some omissions, but was enough to distinguish the whole process. The 3 towers of the Divine Xia Empire came from the same creator. At that time, the Divine Xia Empire had a god-level blacksmith. This god-level craftsman used 2/3 of the top-grade materials of the Divine Xia Empire, using the ancient Thunder Tower as a model, to create 3 towers. Although they were made by the same person, with the same techniques, and modeled after the ancient Thunder Tower, the 3 towers were completely different. However, all 3 towers reached the peak of legendary grade, and the large amount of materials was not wasted. Later, over the years, the 3 towers truly played an unparalleled role. Someone controlled the Demon Lane Tower, killed many demon kings, and unleashed a sea of lightning among the demons, killing them until they were in a miserable state. That was a moving period. The fierce battle between demons and humans lasted all year round. About 300 years ago, the last master of the Demon Lane Tower fell. Since then, the Demon Lane Tower has had no master. When he fell, that god-level expert left a wisp of a remnant soul in the Demon Lane Tower. The Demon Lane Tower used this wisp of remnant soul to establish a weak intelligence. The weak intelligence made the Demon Lane Tower stronger. Even without anyone manipulating it, it could exert a level 95 attack power. But similarly, it became more difficult for others to become the master of the Demon Lane Tower. This intelligence would refuse. In the past 300 years, there had only been one Emperor D of the human race. Emperor D was a semi-super divine and didn't need legendary grade equipment. Therefore, he did not take the Demon Lane Tower. After Emperor D, the human race had no high god-level experts, and the mid and low god-level experts were not capable enough to take the Demon Lane Tower. Thus, for 300 years, the Demon Lane Tower has had no master. No matter how hard Yahoo tried, Unless he broke through to level 96, he could not become the master of the demon, Lane Tower. Until now, Lin Moyu appeared. The characteristic of being immune to the electrical element made the demon, Lane Tower, have no way to deal with Lin Moyu. Moreover, Lin Moyu's soul was not of a low level and was already qualified to control the demon, Lane Tower. After Lin Moyu finished the whole process, he seemed to feel the demon, Lane Tower, trembling with fear from the core. This wisp of intelligence had been like a blank sheet of paper for 300 years, very simple, like an ignorant child, with only a few instincts. When his soul entered the core, Lin Moyu saw a small speck of light trembling. He knew this was the intelligence of the demon, Lane Tower, still very young and weak. Lin Moyu used his soul to communicate. No need to be afraid. I won't harm you. In the soul world, Lin Moyu was like a giant. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal was wrapped around him. The small speck of light saw the 9-colored divine dragon around Lin Moyu and was even more afraid, not daring to move. Afraid of being eaten. Lin Moyu expressed his goodwill, and then his soul imprint fell on the core, and at the same time, the small speck of light was filled with the aura belonging to Lin Moyu's soul. The small speck of light did not resist and naturally accepted Lin Moyu's soul imprint. From then on, the demon, Lane Tower, became Lin Moyu's possession. Subduing the demon, Lane Tower, was much easier than subduing the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower. He had already placed a soul imprint on the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower, but he had never completely subdued it. Currently, he could only temporarily use a little of the ancient Thunder Tower's electrical element, and some herbs, which was not of great use. If he wanted to merge with the inner core of the ancient Thunder Tower, it would be a long time. The process of subduing the demon, Lane Tower, was very smooth. In just about 10 minutes, the demon, Lane Tower, was in his hands. The demon, Lane Tower, was a special piece of equipment, not a weapon. It had no attributes, but could exert powerful attack power, completely different from ordinary equipment. Lin Moyu could use the demon, Lane Tower, to attack enemies, but what Lin Moyu valued more was the space inside the demon, Lane Tower. Lin Moyu sensed for a moment the demon, Lane Tower, looked only 30 meters tall, but in reality, it could expand to about 300 meters. The space inside could be freely divided, and at most, it could be divided into 100 independent spaces. Lin Moyu tried to put the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower into the demon, Lane Tower. The demon, Lane Tower, rumbled and shook. The outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower could not enter. The core trembled, and the small speck of light transmitted a piece of information. The general idea was that the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower was of too high a level, and the demon, Lane Tower, could not contain it. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and understood the problem. After all, the demon, Lane Tower, was only legendary grade. The outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower was of a level far beyond it, so it was normal that it couldn't be contained. However, Lin Moyu also had a solution. It was just a bit troublesome. He transmitted comforting information to the small speck of light and then began some of his own small operations. For hundreds of years, the central area of Fortress No. 9 had always been a forbidden zone, belonging to the territory of the demon, Lane Tower. No one was allowed to approach. With the demon, Lane Tower, as the center, within a radius of 500 meters, wind blades and lightning covered the area, incomparably sharp. Anyone who entered would be attacked. But now, following a tremor, everyone stared at the spot. The demon, Lane Tower, disappeared in an instant, and the area immediately became quiet. When Lin's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, he succeeded. Ye Hao seemed to have already guessed this result. Although there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes, he also felt it was inevitable. After the disappointment, he sighed softly, and instead felt more relieved. The younger generation is truly formidable. Meng Anwen laughed heartily. Senior Ye Hao, it's not good to speak ill of others behind their back. Ye Hao laughed loudly and said, then call that little brat by over here, and I'll say it right to his face. Meng Anwen also laughed. I remember over 7 years ago, it seems you called him that too. It's really nostalgic. Ye Hao also replied, yes, so many years have passed in a flash. You guys are old too. Leaving the demon, Lane Tower, is like casting off all shackles, letting go of a burden. Ye Hao became more relaxed, and his spirits were much better. He was over 100 years old, but in fact, at his level, he had only lived half his life. The lifespan of a god-level expert was long. Living another 500 years was not a problem. Ye Hao still had many opportunities to continue advancing. He seemed to be lost in memories of when Meng Anwen and the others first debuted. He was their senior, and their relationship was not bad. Later, due to circumstances, they gradually became opposed. Now, thinking back, they were all humans, all people of divine Shia, with the same goals and direction. They shouldn't have become opponents. Without the burden of the demon, Lane Tower, Ye Hao suddenly understood many things. We shouldn't be like this. Meng Anwen also replied to Ye Hao, yes, we shouldn't be like this. Wan Lin, Wei Shine, and Xia Shi's eyes widened. Hearing the words of Yahao and Manhwa, they wondered if their side wanted to let go of their grudges with Bai Yiyuan. But with so many grievances, could they really let go just by saying so? What they thought of, Manhwa and Yahao couldn't have not thought of. Everything would naturally have a solution. After all, they were all people of divine Xia, all humans. There was no internal conflict that couldn't be resolved. After Lin Wei retrieved the demon, Lang Tower, he stood still in midair, his eyes closed. From the outside, it looked as if Lin Wei was digesting what he had gained from the demon, Lang Tower. After all, controlling the demon, Lang Tower was not easy. Even if he found the demon, Lang Tower, it would take a considerable amount of time to learn and master its functions. They didn't know that as soon as Lin Wei got the demon, Lang Tower, he had completely mastered it. After all, he had once controlled the ancient Thunder Tower, let alone the demon, Lang Tower, which was created based on the ancient Thunder Tower. For him, it was a small matter. Lin Wei was doing something more important in his soul world. His soul sat cross-legged, his hands clasped together, each hand holding a small tower. The demon Lang Tower on the right, the ancient Thunder Tower on the left. When the demon, Lang Tower saw the ancient Thunder Tower, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, trembling and not daring to move. The pressure from the ancient Thunder Tower made the demon, Lang Tower, not dare to move. Lin Wei opened a space inside the demon, Lang Tower, then used himself as a bridge to create a passage between the two towers. He transmitted the electrical element from the ancient Thunder Tower to the demon, Lang Tower through this passage. Lin Wei was not sure if this method would be effective. He was just having a breakthrough idea. The passage was established very smoothly because Lin Wei was immune to the electrical element, not just his body but also his soul. Therefore, he used his soul as a bridge to establish the passage, and the electrical element could pass through without causing harm. The demon, Lang Tower, trembled as it received the electrical element from outside the ancient Thunder Tower, then, following Lin Wei's will, sent the electrical element into the specialized space. The experiment was very successful. The space inside the demon, Lang Tower, quickly filled with electrical elements. The ancient Thunder Tower once again demonstrated its characteristics. Other elements were excluded, leaving only the electrical element in this space. This place became a world belonging only to the electrical element. The demon, Lang Tower, also had the ability to release electrical elements, but the electrical element from the demon, Lang Tower, was not as pure as that from the ancient Thunder Tower. Just like 18 gold and 24 gold are both gold, but their purity is different. Naturally, the value is also very different. The Kunlun Snow Herb King needed the purest possible element. If there was no ancient Thunder Tower, the demon, Lang Tower, would also be a good choice. But now, of course, the ancient Thunder Tower was the priority. At this moment, the demon, Lang Tower, vibrated slightly, and a consciousness was transmitted. The consciousness came from the core of the demon, Lang Tower, the small and weak intelligence. It transmitted a very weak piece of information. Eat. Lin Wei distinguished such a word. Lin Wei asked, "You're saying you want to eat these electrical elements?" The demon, Lang Tower, vibrated twice, indicating yes. Then another consciousness was transmitted. Eat. That was. Of all. Lin Wei was a little surprised. "You're saying these electrical elements can help you evolve?" Yes. He once again felt the consciousness from the demon, Lang Tower. Lin Wei thought for a moment and understood. The peak legendary great demon, Lang Tower, does indeed have the potential to evolve, but this evolution is passive and requires external intervention. But now it has intelligence and can evolve on its own. But it still needs external forces. And the extremely pure electrical element from the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower is one of the necessary external forces for its evolution. Of course, evolution can't be that simple. It also requires many legendary grade materials. If there are mythical grade materials, that would be even better. Lin Wei would think of a way to get these things. Now that the demon, Lang Tower, wanted to absorb the electrical element from the ancient Thunder Tower, Lin Wei naturally wouldn't refuse. Then go ahead and eat. The demon, Lang Tower, vibrated slightly, transmitting a happy emotion, expressing its gratitude to Lin Wei. The demon, Lang Tower, only had a weak intelligence, and its ability to express information was very limited. Lin Wei could feel the demon, Lang Tower, absorb a little of the electrical element, about one, then stop. Lin Wei found it strange. "Why did you stop eating? Are you full?" Feeling the information from the demon, Lang Tower, Lin Wei couldn't help but laugh. He was full after just eating a little. A weak intelligence was indeed a bit interesting. The experiment was a success. When he returned to the Bai Shen courtyard, he just needed to graft the Kunlun Snow Herb King and then water it with the electrical element to continuously harvest snow herbs. This was truly a 4-for-1 deal. Lin Wei opened his eyes. On the way back, he saw Manhwa and Yahao talking and laughing with each other. The atmosphere between them was very harmonious, which felt a bit strange. Aren't these two at odds? Looking at it now, it doesn't seem like they're acting. Lin Moyu returned to Meng Anwen's side. Teacher, I'm back. Meng Anwen nodded. Not bad, not bad. How do you feel about the demon laying tower? Lin Moyu said honestly, it's not too bad. Hao laughed. General Lin has high standards. The demon laying tower is one of the 3 legendary towers of the divine Xia Empire, and it's just not too bad. Then tell me, what is good? He wasn't being sarcastic but was genuinely asking. Lin Moyu could feel it. Lin Moyu answered seriously, the ancient thunder tower. Hao was immediately silenced. Lin Moyu was telling the truth. Compared to the ancient thunder tower, the demon laying tower was really nothing. Meng Anwen explained, Moyu has controlled the ancient thunder tower before, using the god of thunder's punishment to kill a demon king and even confront the demon emperor. Hao looked at Lin Moyu, his eyes wide with surprise. Not just him, but Wan Lin and the other 2 also had their mouths agape in shock. Lin Moyu had once controlled the ancient thunder tower, killed a demon king, and even confronted the demon emperor. This was unimaginable in their eyes, but Lin Moyu had actually done it. Meng Anwen couldn't lie, and besides, this couldn't be fabricated. They just needed to ask the people in the ancient city of divine descent and know the truth. It couldn't be fate. Hao was stunned for a moment, then coughed lightly. The younger generation is truly formidable. Indeed, far superior to little brat Bei. Meng Anwen smiled. Yes, I also think Moyu is stronger than old Bei. Lin Moyu said modestly, I am still far behind the several teachers and senior Yai. Lin Moyu was very sincere. He now guessed that the previous grudges between Meng Anwen and Hao had probably dissipated. As Meng Anwen's disciple, he naturally had to give him face. Hao seemed a little pleased. I'm old, this era belongs to you young people. Meng Anwen smiled and said, old Yai is still young. Level 96 is not far away. Perhaps the next time we meet, old Yai will have grasped the law. Hao laughed heartily. Then I look forward to that day. Wang Lin and the other 2's mouths twitched. Meng Anwen is already level 96 and has grasped the law. He's just too good at acting. In the end, Wang Lin had to admit that he was really no match for Meng Anwen. He even acted very well. In a peaceful scene, Meng Anwen ended his friendly conversation with Hao and left Fortress No. 9 with Lin Moyu. Outside the fortress, they used teleportation to return to the Baishan courtyard. Bai Yeyuan and Yan Quanshan had not yet returned. Meng Anwen said, a few days ago, there was a conflict between the dragon race and the abyssal demons. The 2 of them went to investigate, but haven't returned yet. Lin Moyu was not worried about their safety. With their strength, as long as the dragon emperor and demon emperor didn't act, they would not be in danger. Even if the demon emperor acted from a distance, they could still escape safely. Level 96 was a whole new world, completely different from before. Back in the Baishan courtyard, Lin Moyu put the Kunlun Snow Herb King into the demon laying tower. In the forest, the mud flew everywhere, creating a large hole. A large amount of soil disappeared without a trace. Inside the independent space of the demon laying tower, the Kunlun Snow Herb King and several ordinary snow herbs were growing lush and green. Lin Moyu seemed to hear them cheering. There were no other elements here, only pure electrical elements. The Kunlun Snow Herb King grew comfortably and immediately grew a new leaf. Soon, that new leaf turned into a new snow herb and fell to the ground. Lin Moyu could predict that in the near future, this space would be full of snow herbs. After finishing, Lin Moyu gently stomped his foot, transmitting a huge force into the ground. After a slight earthquake, the large hole in front of him was quickly filled. Moyu, come have some tea. You're busy every day, I don't see you resting at all. Meng Anwen returned to his leisurely and playful life. His life seemed to have always been like this. Lin Moyu was too busy. Rest had become a luxury. He sat down as told, and took a sip of tea. The taste was not bad. But since drinking the nameless tea in the primordial secret realm, Lin Moyu felt that ordinary tea was nothing special. It was completely different from the nameless tea. Lin Moyu asked, is there any recent news about the righteous god? Since Emperor D left, the human race has no more semi super divines. There's been no clear progress on the righteous god's rebirth. There's been no news about him for a long time. Meng Anwen said, resurrection is not that simple. But for now, the human race doesn't need to worry too much. Lin Moyu nodded. I am worried that if the demon emperor and dragon emperor know that Emperor D has left, they might take the opportunity to attack the human race. Meng Anwen said, except for us, no one knows that Emperor D has left. The demon emperor and dragon emperor also don't know. With old Bai and the others, it's enough to maintain order. No matter what, our human race still has an ace up its sleeve. The human race can survive the most critical moments, of course. It has its trump cards. Lin Moyu nodded, feeling that he was a bit worried for nothing. Meng Anwen said, why don't you ask about your sister? Lin Moyu looked up at the sky. The sun was warm and bright, a bit dazzling. He drank his tea and said softly, "My sister once said that she has her own path. When we reach the end, we will meet. I guess my sister's path was arranged by Emperor Day. As for the end..." Lin Moyu did not continue. Perhaps the end for Lin Moxu was different from what he thought. Perhaps the end Lin Moxu spoke of was the end that Emperor Day knew. Perhaps she had seen and thought of where the end was. But Lin Moyu had a different understanding of the end. Having seen in Tears, the dragon god, and that old man Kinju, Lin Moyu no longer saw an end. His goal had become endless. Meng Yanwen said, "Your sister is very lucky to be highly regarded by Emperor Day. Her path is destined to be different from the ordinary. What about Kaye? You're back this time. Don't you want to know how she's doing?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Aren't I just waiting for teacher to tell me?" Meng Yanwen laughed. "This kid has learned to be better." Lin Moyu smiled without saying anything. In these 2 years, he had made friends, grown up, and changed a lot. He was no longer as quiet and introverted as before. Meng Yanwen said, "Ning Yai, Mo Yun, and Shu Han have formed a dungeon crawling team, and they later added Mu Kainkan. As far as I know, these 4 girls are very diligent in dungeon crawling and leveling up, working extremely hard. They should be in the dungeon hall of Shejing Academy recently." Lin Moyu understood Meng Yanwen's meaning. If he wanted to see them, he could find them at the dungeon hall. Lin Moyu hesitated for a moment but then decided, "Forget it. I won't go look for them for now." He still had many things to do, and couldn't leave. After knowing the whole story of that world-shaking war, Lin Moyu had always felt a sense of urgency. He was afraid that a similar war would repeat itself, especially when an expert from the outside world wanted to take the ancient city of divine descent. The sense of urgency was even stronger. He had to become strong. Only by being strong could he deal with all crises. After chatting with Meng Yanwen for a while in the Baishen courtyard, it was a rare relaxation for Lin Moyu. Half a day later, Lin Moyu left the Baishen courtyard in a beam of teleportation light. Meng Yanwen watched Lin Moyu leave until the light disappeared, and couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed this child was carrying many things on his back. Although Lin Moyu didn't say anything, the aura emanating from him made Meng Yanwen faintly aware. However, Meng Yanwen didn't ask, because he knew Lin Moyu's character. If he could say it, Lin Moyu would definitely say it. If he couldn't, he didn't need to ask much. Unwittingly, Lin Moyu knew more and more things, seemingly surpassing him as a teacher. At this moment, the communicator suddenly vibrated, and a message was sent. After Meng Yanwen checked it, his expression changed, and the Tower of Divine Descent immediately appeared. The teleportation formation was set up and carried Meng Yanwen away. Antares looked at Lin Moyu curiously. "Why are you here?" Lin Moyu activated Antares' dragon scale, and teleported to its location. Antares really didn't know what to do with an uninvited guest like Lin Moyu, who told him to give him the dragon scale. He had brought this upon himself. He had to endure it, even if he cried. Lin Moyu said, "I discovered a very strange problem." Hearing this, Antares suddenly became a bit interested. "What problem? Tell me, is it possible to activate a law before level 96? Lin Moyu asked. Antares stared at Lin Moyu. "Change the way you talk right now. Don't beat around the bush. I don't like it." This dragon had become more difficult. Lin Moyu changed his way of speaking. "Before, I was observing the growth and splitting process of the Kunlun Snow Herb King, and it seemed to enter a special state. My soul level increased a bit, and I even touched a bit of a law." Antares nodded its huge head. "That's better. Talk like this from now on, don't be so roundabout." It was really annoyed by Lin Moyu's polite way of speaking. It might accidentally say something it shouldn't. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know what's going on?" Antares laughed heartily. "Of course I know. There's nothing in this world I don't know clearly. Do you really want to know?" Antares started boasting again. But the truth was, there really weren't many things it didn't know. Lin Moyu said, "I want to know." Antares smiled gleefully. "Since you asked so sincerely, I will mercifully tell you." Lin Moyu discovered that Antares had really learned to be bad. He was beyond saving. Was it true that if you're near ink, you get black? The key was he that black? Antares struck a pose like a teacher giving a lecture. "The state you just mentioned is called enlightenment. In a state of enlightenment, the soul will be elevated, and at the same time, you can come into contact with many profound principles. The state of enlightenment cannot be forced. Many people may not encounter it once in their entire lives. Your luck is not bad. You came into contact with a law, which you may have comprehended during enlightenment. However, enlightenment is just a key. After that, you still have to rely on yourself." Lin Moyu listened to Antares' words and said, "So, a law doesn't necessarily have to be grasped at level 96. Of course. Who told you that a law must be grasped at level 96? It's just that a level 96 soul is powerful and naturally makes it easier to come into contact with a law. Moreover, a level 96 soul is also easier to comprehend a law with. And Tears' voice carried disdain, completely overturning Lin Moyu's previous understanding. Lin Moyu finally realized that it turned out a law didn't have to be grasped at level 96. It turned out that the knowledge he thought was correct was wrong. And Tears laughed heartily. You humans set limits for yourselves. What level can do what? What level can learn what? In my opinion, that's just crap. And Tears' sudden use of vulgar language made Lin Moyu amused. Why does this guy have such a big grudge? In its voice, Lin Moyu clearly heard its contempt for the rules of the human race. However, it seemed that many rules were related to another world of the human race. After it finished talking, Lin Moyu continued to speak. So I also have a chance to comprehend a law now, it's just that the difficulty is very high. High difficulty is just one aspect, and Tears denied Lin Moyu's words. Activating a law requires the soul to bear the burden. If the soul is not strong enough to endure, forcibly activating a law will lead to serious injury or, worse, the soul being destroyed. Level 96 is a threshold. Just reaching that level allows you to activate a law to a certain extent. Didn't you say that the rules of the human race are crap? Why are you now saying that level 96 is the standard? Lin Moyu caught the loophole in Tears' words, noticing the contradiction between its earlier and later statements. Of course, Tears didn't admit that level 96 was the threshold for the law. But if you just use it occasionally, you don't necessarily have to reach level 96. In our dragon race, there are many methods for people at level 90 to also use the law. As long as you don't use it continuously, the impact is not great. Lin Moyu snorted softly. You also said, that's your dragon race's method. I'm a human, we're different. And Tears replied, there are some methods that humans can also use. No way, tell me. Lin Moyu showed his disbelief. And Tears laughed. One of those methods is the soul splitting technique, which is to split the soul. At this point, and Tears suddenly realized something and roared angrily, you rotten kid, you tricked me again. You found out. Lin Moyu was thick-skinned, not caring at all. The performance just now was not in vain, and Tears was tricked again. And Tears was very depressed. He was clearly very careful. Why was he still tricked? He said slowly, you humans are really full of tricks. Lin Moyu smiled. Since you've already said it, then continue. What is the soul splitting technique? And Tears stared at Lin Moyu. On what basis should I tell you? Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. Don't be so petty, Lord Tears. There's nothing you don't know. It's just a soul splitting technique, it's surely nothing. Crap, this is a magical art, not an ordinary skill. At this point, Tears shut up again, realizing he had misspoken. Lin Moyu caught the weak point, his smile becoming brighter. And Tears knew many things, many of which did not even belong to this world. Lin Moyu felt that in the future, when he had nothing to do, he should come and chat with Tears. He could always get some information. And Tears suddenly had a bad premonition, as if he was being targeted. He looked suspiciously at the sparkling starry sky, then at Lin Moyu, feeling that this kid was too annoying. Under Lin Moyu's pestering and demands, Tears finally gave in. He mercifully told Lin Moyu, when you pull a skill from the skill space and integrate it into your soul, it becomes a soul skill. But soul skill is just a name in this world. Outside, it's called a magical art. Ordinary skills have limits. Magical arts can grow infinitely, with no end. Because magical arts can accommodate laws, that's why they are called magical arts. Magical arts have wonderful uses. There's nothing they can't do. Only things you can't think of. Even the primordial runes, after you permanently grasp them, also become a type of magical art. It's just that you are used to calling them soul skills. From Tears' words, Lin Moyu finally understood a little about the outside world. The most basic were skills, and soul skills were called magical arts. Skills were weak, magical arts were strong. Because magical arts could bear the power of law, they held infinite possibilities. A god-level expert would integrate 2 or 3 skill cores from their skill space into their soul, turning skills into magical arts. Lin Moyu absorbed this knowledge, and understood that after integrating the skill core and soul, not only did the skill become stronger, but it also gained some magical effects. Skills and magical arts had an insurmountable barrier. The higher the level, the more obvious this barrier was. No matter how strong a skill was, it couldn't compare to a magical art. So don't look at a god-level expert's attacks as monotonous, their power was immense. Level 90 god-level expert could easily defeat many peak-level 89 professionals, and one of the reasons was the magical arts. Now that you understand the difference between skills and magical arts, you should know what kind of existence the soul-splitting art I just mentioned is, and Tears said in a deep voice. The soul-splitting art was a special magical art, obviously a very powerful existence. Lin Moyu suddenly realized a problem. Skills are the precursor to magical arts, but our skills are all awakened when we reach a certain level. In other words, skills are already in the body and cannot be learned from the outside, just like I can't learn the skills of other professions. So the soul, splitting art you mentioned, can I not learn it? And Terrace suddenly laughed loudly. How can someone as smart as you suddenly be so stupid? What are primordial runes for? Lin Moyu was immediately speechless, patting his head. Right, I forgot about the primordial runes. Aren't they external things? Now they've become mine. If primordial runes could be brought back and mastered from the outside world, then within Terrace's ability, there must be a way to teach him the soul splitting art. How to teach it? Looking at Terrace's calm demeanor, there must be a method. Terrace said, I can teach you the soul splitting art. But how much you can grasp and whether you can make it your own depends on your skill. Lin Moyu was full of confidence. You just teach it, I'll take care of the rest. If I can't grasp it, that's my problem, not yours. Terrace stared. You still want to blame me? That's not impossible. Lin Moyu said seriously. Get lost, Terrace roared, and a strong wind blew, pushing Lin Moyu back a few steps. From Terrace's dragon eyes, a ray of light shot out and fell on Lin Moyu's brow. A speck of light appeared in his soul. The speck of light began to grow, as if wanting to become a skill core. Your soul is really lively. Terrace's voice also sounded at the same time. Lin Moyu's soul was extremely lively. The skill cores moved non-stop in his soul. In addition, there were 2 godhoods and 2 divine positions. The Scepter of Dominion and the Scepter of Rebirth were also in his soul. Outside Lin Moyu's soul body, the 9-colored dragon soul was wrapped around him, and in his hands he held the demon Flame Tower and the ancient Thunder Tower. Terrace didn't know how to describe it other than lively. Terrace said with contempt, what's the use of this kind of low-level godhood? The divine positions are the same, old chum. The Scepter of the God of Life is still decent, but it's just ordinary. This scepter is a bit interesting, seems better than the Scepter of Rebirth. But unfortunately, it's also damaged. This one looks like the demon Flame Tower of your divine Shiat Empire. Oh, why is there the aura of that Kunlun Kiat in the demon Flame Tower? Terrace took advantage of Lin Moyu's use of the soul splitting art to see his entire soul. Lin Moyu had nothing to hide. The great god of Kunlun gave me a Kunlun Snow Herb King. I used the demon Flame Tower to plant it, and the ancient Thunder Tower provides the elements. Terrace hummed in acknowledgement. The idea is not bad, but what's the use of this toy of yours? Lin Moyu knew that within Terrace's eyes, he would surely look down on these things, but these things were really good for the human race. Terrace suddenly became serious. I'll give you a piece of advice. Absolutely do not use these things. Don't ruin your own future. What do you mean? Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows and asked. Terrace was serious. Using external objects to level up will affect your foundation. If your goal is only a super divine being, then it's fine. But if you want to explore a higher level world, you can only rely on yourself. Can't I borrow any external objects at all? Lin Moyu asked in a low voice. Terrace shook his head. Not so. It depends on the function and level of the external object. For example, you have the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, which is also an external object, but it only has benefits and no harm. But things like the Kunlun Snow Herb King, which are used to forcibly increase one's level, belong to the category of burning the bridge and cannot be used. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's heart beat fast a few times. Luckily, he hadn't used it. At that time in the Kunlun Divine Palace, he had almost used it. It was still good, fortunately. The path of cultivation was dangerous. Just one mistake could lead to falling into a pit. A small pit could be climbed out of, but a big pit might mean never getting out. At this time, in his soul, the light from Terrace had completely taken shape. The ball of light looked like a skill core, with many runes flashing on it. It looked more illusory than a real skill core, not like the original body. Terrace said, this is the soul splitting art. You can comprehend and use it through this. When you have completely mastered it, it will turn into a skill core and become your own. Also, how did you feel the law that day? Can you reproduce that scene and see if you can still feel it? With the coordination of the soul splitting art, the law will have some effect. Reproducing the scene was indeed a wonderful method. In this field, Lin Moyu had no experience, so he followed Terrace's guidance. He was sure it wouldn't be wrong. Lin Moyu did 2 things at once. A part of his soul power merged into the demon Flame Tower and entered the space where the Kunlun Snow Herb King was planted. The soul was much more sensitive than the naked eye and could see more details. Under the observation of the soul, the Kunlun Snow Herb King appeared very clear in detail. Lin Moyu clearly saw how the Kunlun Snow Herb King absorbed the electrical element and performed a magical transformation. It turned the electrical element into a strong life force and integrated it into its body, growing new leaves. All the changes were like a magnificent feast, extremely spectacular. Lin Moyu was mesmerized, gradually immersing himself in the scene. At the same time, Another part of his soul's consciousness began to comprehend the soul splitting art. According to Antares' explanation, the primary function of the soul splitting art was to split off a thread of soul. Before reaching level 96, activating the law would be met with a backlash. The separated soul thread would replace the main body to receive the backlash. After this soul thread was destroyed, the main body would only be slightly injured. As long as not too many soul threads were split, the impact on the main body would not be great. It was not easy to master the soul splitting art. The most important point was to do two things at once. After splitting the soul, one must control both souls simultaneously, which required a very high level of soul control. That's why Antares asked Lin Moyu to do two things at once, reproduce the comprehension of the law and master the soul splitting art. This method was very helpful for mastering the soul splitting art. Seeing Lin Moyu succeed, Antares was satisfied and withdrew from his soul space. A strange light flashed in its dragon eyes. The soul world was the most important area. Lin Moyu had just trusted it completely to let it into his soul world. This made Antares feel happy. The relationship between the two had taken a step forward, from friends to confidence. Even those life and death comrades did not have a friendship greater than this. In the original battlefield, a few thousand kilometers from Fortress No. 9, a blue flame rose in the darkness, looking very gloomy and terrifying. The breath of the abyss rose, like a vortex in the darkness. Inside the vortex were countless flames constantly rotating, and occasionally, terrifying roars came from the darkness. A timid person would be scared to death just standing here. This was the entrance to the abyss, the connection point between the original battlefield and the abyss world. Through this entrance, one could reach the abyss world. At the entrance to the abyss, many abyssal demons were loitering. They occasionally attacked the original battlefield, and then disappeared into it. From the vortex at the entrance to the abyss, abyssal demons also occasionally rushed out. A light from afar flew over, illuminating the darkness. Mang and Wen and several god-level experts arrived at the entrance to the abyss. Their power swept through everything around them. The Tower of Divine Descent flashed with runes, shooting out countless rays of light. Each ray of light was like a blade that pierced through the bodies of the demons. The demons shattered and died amidst their own tragic screams. Many demons around fled. In an instant, the demons near the entrance to the abyss were all dead. Those who didn't die fled. There were no demons left. Mang and Wen descended fiercely. Feng Xiu also went with him. Feng Xiu said, 2 days ago, a palace appeared here. The palace was filled with a white, jade-like light element. As soon as it appeared, it killed many demons. But then the demon emperor acted and pulled the palace into the abyss world. According to the information at that time, the palace resisted but ultimately couldn't withstand the power of the demon emperor. Old Bai at Fortress No. They heard the news and came here with Old Yan. After all, this palace might be related to the God of Light. After that, Old Bai and Old Yan went missing. Mang and Wen listened to Feng Xiu's account and pondered. The Tower of Divine Descent bloomed with light, illuminating 100 miles. Mang and Wen used the Tower of Divine Descent to sense all the auras around, not missing any trace. He said, if it's really the palace of the God of Light, we absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of the abyss. According to the limited records, the God of Light was a comrade of the human race, and once helped the human race when the abyssal demons first descended. The God of Light has a debt of gratitude to our human race. Many high-level humans knew about some matters related to the God of Light. The God of Light had once helped the human race, and this favor must be repaid. After a while, the Tower of Divine Descent had finished investigating the situation around. Meng Inwen said, there's a little bit of Old Bai and Old Hyun's aura left. Based on the aura, they should have entered the abyss. Feng Xiu's expression changed. The abyss world was easy to enter, but very difficult to get out of. But in that situation, Bai Yuan and Yan Quangshen had to enter. Even if it were him, he might have entered too. Feng Xiu was a bit hesitant and undecided. Then what should we do? Meng Inwen thought for a moment. I suspect that the appearance of the God of Light's palace this time is a bit unusual. The God of Light's palace has been missing for nearly 1,000 years. Why did it suddenly appear here? Why did the demon emperor know so quickly and act? There must be something unusual. Feng Xiu trusted Meng Inwen's judgment. Now that he thought about it, it also seemed unreasonable. Everything was too coincidental. From the appearance of the God of Light's palace to Bai Yuan's arrival, it was only an hour apart. As soon as Bai Yuan arrived, he saw the demon emperor pulling the palace into the abyss from afar. Just in time for him to see this scene. And it also made him feel the aura of the God of Light's palace. The whole process was like it was meticulously designed by someone. Meng Yanwen continued, since things have come to this, I can only go into the abyss to see what's going on. Feng Xiu's expression changed. The abyss is too dangerous. Meng Yanwen shook his head. I have the Tower of Divine Descent. Only I can bring Old Bai and Old Yan back. You prepare the army. If this is a plan of the abyssal demons, you must be prepared for a fierce battle. Feng Shu's expression changed, and he nodded. Alright, Fortress No. 7 and No. 8 have been put on high alert. Men Anwen shook his head. Fortress No. 8 is not enough. Inform all the fortresses. If there's any problem, directly activate the Eternal Wall. Feng Shu exclaimed in surprise. Activate the Eternal Wall. Is it that serious? Man Yanwen said. I hope I'm just overthinking it. I received news earlier that there was a conflict between the abyssal demons and the dragon race. Now I don't see the dragon race. I'm afraid these dragon race kids will take action. Moreover, I found a little bit of the dragon race's aura here. It was not very strong, but finding the dragon race here was unusual. Anyway, you consider it carefully. I just want to remind you. Of course, Feng Shu also understood. Alright, I'll pay attention. After saying that, he retrieved the Tower of Divine Descent and plunged headlong into the abyss. Feng Shu didn't stay here either, but directly used a teleportation stone to return to the fortress. He remembered Meng Yanwen's words, and immediately informed all the fortresses. He was a divine general, and a divine general still on active duty in the military. All soldiers had to obey his orders unconditionally. Very quickly, all the fortresses sent back information that they had entered a state of readiness. The teleportation formation lit up, and Yahao appeared alone. Little Zichio, what happened? Feng Shu was surprised by Yahao's appearance here. However, on the surface, Feng Shu still replied, Anshin suspects that the dragon race might make a move, so we have to be prepared. Where's little An? He entered the abyss. What? Yahao's eyes widened in surprise. Meng Yanwen had entered the abyss. Feng Shu was about to say more when he suddenly heard a piercing alarm. The demon observing eye emitted a blood red light that lit up the sky. An enemy was invading. The 9 fortresses of the Divine Xia Empire simultaneously sounded the alarm. The demon, observing eye, had detected the enemy from afar. Feng Shu's expression suddenly changed. He quickly communicated with the demon, observing eye. 2 seconds later, he said in a deep voice, it's the dragon race. It's just as Anshin said. Yahao's expression also changed. So, the abyssal demons and the dragon race have really joined forces. Feng Shu hummed in acknowledgement. He had felt that Meng Yanwen was worrying for nothing before, but now it seemed Meng Yanwen's worries were not unfounded. The abyss and the dragon race had really joined forces. Although Feng Shu was not as good at analysis as Meng Yanwen, he was not a fool. At this time, he realized some things and said through gritted teeth, there are still demon spies among our human race. The Great Purge last time still couldn't wipe them all out. Yahao asked in a low voice, did Little An say anything before he left? Open the Eternal Wall. Yahao was shocked. He didn't expect Meng Yanwen to be so decisive. Did he really discover something? Should he delay Meng Yanwen's words? In the end, Yahao chose to trust him and said through gritted teeth, then let's open it. He and Feng Shu sent out the order at the same time. The 2 of them were high-ranking officials in the military, and had absolute authority. The order was directly issued, and the fortress began to glow. The Eternal Wall was the strongest defense of the Divine Xia Empire at the original battlefield. Once opened, the 9 fortresses would merge into one, like a great wall, guarding all the paths to the Divine Xia Empire from the original battlefield. Not only that, once the Eternal Wall was opened, the defense system within the Divine Xia Empire would also be opened at the same time. The Divine Xia Empire would become a closed country. All external teleportation formations would be closed, the space would be sealed, and no one could enter the Divine Xia Empire. The internal teleportation formations would also be managed and requisitioned by the military. The opening of the Eternal Wall represented that the Divine Xia Empire had officially entered a state of war. Since the establishment of the Eternal Wall nearly 1,000 years ago, it had only been opened a few times, and each time was a fierce battle. This time was no exception. Although the fierce battle had not officially begun, Meng Yanwen had taken precautions and made a decision. Under the orders of Feng Shu and Yahao, the Eternal Wall rumbled open. The 9 fortresses were connected into one, forming an extremely strong defense system. At the same time, all the formations within the Divine Xia Empire were also activated, issuing warnings. The Divine Xia Empire fell into a state of only defending, and not attacking. Every city on the border opened its defensive formations, and the army was dispatched. The Dragon Race army approached, and the aura of a Dragon King rose from the army. Not just one, but each fortress had a Dragon King descend. The God-level experts of the Divine Xia Empire also continuously dispatched to respond. The Divine Xia Empire's response was extremely fast, almost fully prepared before the battle began. The communicator in Feng Shu's hand rang non-stop, continuously receiving intelligence from all over. This time, the Dragon Race's attack was on a large scale, not only on the Divine Xia Empire but also on the fortresses of some other countries. In many places, fierce battles had broken out, and some small countries that were not prepared were scattered. Many dragon kings of the dragon race were dispatched. Even in the Eagle country, a demon king of the abyss also acted. From the news, it could be guessed that this would be a fierce battle. Looking at the dragon race army that had already arrived outside the fortress, Feng Shu's expression was extremely ugly. Old Bai might be in danger. He had hoped to create a tripartite balance, but according to the current situation, it was no different from 1,000 years ago when the human race and the abyssal demons joined forces to deal with the dragon race. So this time, it was the abyssal demons joining forces with the dragon race to deal with the human race. Since things had come to this, there was no other way but to fight. The warships of the dragon race lined up in the air, their energy surging, and waves of attacks rained down, hitting the fortress. The eternal wall was open, and the 1,000-year-old defense system of the divine Xia Empire was solid and could not be broken. Under the rain of attacks, it did not collapse. At the same time, weapons of war appeared in the fortress, things that had never appeared before, only used when the eternal wall was open. They merged with the formation of the eternal wall and began a fierce counterattack. Compared to other countries that collapsed at the first touch, the divine Xia Empire fully demonstrated its power. Facing the aggressive momentum of the dragon race army, it was not afraid at all. Feng Shi looked at the battle that had just opened up, with no joy on his face at all. He was worried about Meng Anwen and the others. They had clearly been tricked into the abyss. In the situation where no super divine acted, Meng Anwen and the other two were the strongest among the human race. If something happened to them, it would be a huge blow to the human race. He was still a little short of level 96, and needed more time. The same was true for Mo Xinghai and the others. Now, they could only hope that the three of them were safe. But Anter's eyes suddenly moved, looking in a certain direction. Its gaze pierced through the void, and saw everything that happened at the original battlefield. They're fighting. The demons have joined forces with the dragons again. Interesting. Antares muttered to himself, continuing to look in another direction. This time, it saw the dragon world, and the abyss world. Why did these three kids enter the abyss? This is interesting. I'm afraid they'll be in danger. It seemed Antares had seen something interesting. For so many years, it didn't know how many big and small battles it had watched, but rarely had one made it feel as interested as this one. Before, no matter how they fought, it had nothing to do with it. As long as they didn't touch its bottom line, it wouldn't interfere. But now it was a bit different. Antares paid attention to Lin Moyu. Should I tell this rotten kid? If I don't, I'm afraid this kid will blame me. Antares thought for a moment and decided to tell Lin Moyu. They connected to Lin Moyu's soul and met his soul. At this time, Lin Moyu's soul was doing two things at once. One side was focused on observing the changes of the Kunlun Snow Herb King, and the other side was learning the soul splitting art. Although the time was not long, it had some effect. The soul was more sensitive than the naked eye, and the efficiency was much higher. Under the observation of the soul, all the changes of the Kunlun Snow Herb King were taken in. The feeling of that day returned, and Lin Moyu once again felt the vibration of life. It was a very wonderful feeling. Lin Moyu tried to capture that feeling, constantly deepening his comprehension. All elements could establish life. Life could be inherited, extended, reborn, destroyed. But these comprehensions continuously came to him, growing in his heart. Gradually, a strange aura filled his soul. It was the law of life. Doing two things at once. Half of his consciousness was leading the soul, splitting art, which also had some effect. A thread of soul had separated from the main soul body. This soul thread was very weak, as if it were there and not there, but it could be confirmed that it was Lin Moyu's soul, carrying his unique mark. The soul splitting art was different from the soul imprint that Lin Moyu had planted before. This was just a guide, which could lead the soul back. The soul split off by the soul splitting art belonged to Lin Moyu's avatar's soul. It could withstand the backlash from the law. Because there was only one thread, the impact on Lin Moyu was very small. As long as Lin Moyu didn't abuse the law and continuously split his soul, there would be no problem. The second time Antares entered Lin Moyu's soul world, he couldn't help but be shocked by the image before him. This kid is truly a genius. Antares had extremely high standards. Those who were called geniuses, the children of heaven in the human world, were nothing in its eyes. This was the first time in thousands of years it had uttered the word genius. Even it couldn't help but admire Lin Moyu's comprehension ability. In a short period of time, about a day, he had not only comprehended the basic use of the soul splitting art but also had his own comprehension of the law. Antares wouldn't be wrong. Outside Lin Moyu's soul, an aura belonging to the law was radiating. The law of life. Antares could feel that although it was very weak, it was truly a law. In the end, Lin Moyu had comprehended a law at level 76, with a level 92 soul. No one in this world had ever done that. Wake up. Antares let out a dragon's roar, pulling Lin Moyu's soul consciousness back. At the same time, Antares also withdrew from Lin Moyu's soul world. Lin Moyu opened his eyes, and saw Antares staring at him with its huge dragon eyes. Lin Moyu was not angry that his comprehension process was interrupted. He knew Antares must have something to say. He asked, "Did something happen?" Antares said, "The abyssal demons have cooperated with the dragon race and are attacking your human race." Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "Is the scale large?" Antares nodded. "Not small, but your divine Xia Empire has the eternal wall. If you want to defend, it's not a problem. This is not the most troublesome problem. Have the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor also acted?" Lin Moyu's first reaction was that he thought these two semi-super divines had acted. Then the human race would have a hard time resisting. Antares shook his head in denial. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He asked, "Did something happen to my teachers?" Antares hummed in acknowledgement and said, "Your 3 teachers have all entered the Abyss World." Lin Moyu's expression changed, and he unconsciously took out the Abyss teleportation stone, preparing to activate it. What kind of place was the Abyss? It wasn't a place you could enter and exit as you pleased. Bang and Wen and the others didn't have the Abyss teleportation stone, and couldn't freely enter and exit the Abyss like him. Even if the Tower of Divine Descent had teleportation capabilities, it would be greatly restricted within the Abyss. Moreover, there were many demons in the Abyss. Although there were not many high-level demons, they were still enough to pose a threat to Meng and Wen and the others. Antares shouted, "Don't be rash. They are still safe for now. Besides, it's useless for you to go over now. Can you stop the Demon Emperor? Not to mention the Demon Emperor, just the high-level demons in the Abyss. Do you think you can fight them? Think carefully." Hearing Antares' words, Lin Moyu quickly calmed down. After calming down, he vaguely felt that something was wrong and asked, "Why did my teachers enter the Abyss?" Antares said, "It seems to be related to the God of Light's palace." The God of Light's palace appeared at the entrance to the Abyss on the original battlefield, and the Demon Emperor personally dragged the God of Light's palace into the Abyss. Lin Moyu was startled, his thoughts flashing like lightning. In the human world, the God of Light had once helped the human race through a great difficulty, but because of that, the God of Light had paid a heavy price. So the human race had always regarded the God of Light as a good friend. It was just that there had been no news of the God of Light's palace, and its whereabouts were unknown. The God of Light, like the Fire God and the Water God, had all been the best comrades of the human race, and had also fallen from the divine altar. Lin Moyu had once suspected when he crossed the Starlight Sea in the lower level space that the God of Light was sleeping at the bottom of the Starlight Sea, but he hadn't had time to confirm it. But now that the God of Light's palace had appeared, Meng and Wen and the others would definitely go to investigate, so they would enter the Abyss World. Lin Moyu sorted everything out in an instant, and at the same time analyzed more information. His eyes carried killing intent as he said, "I don't know if the God of Light's palace is real or fake, but I can confirm that this is a bait. The teachers are also bait. The Demon Emperor's real purpose is to lure me there. As long as I enter the Abyss World, the Demon Emperor can act against me, but I have to go. It's truly a blatant conspiracy, making me have to jump into the trap even though I know it's a trap." Lin Moyu knew his identity very well. Both the Demon Emperor of the Abyss and the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon race wanted to kill him. So the Demon Emperor deliberately released the news of the God of Light's palace, whether it was real or fake. Her real purpose was to lure him over and then kill him. Lin Moyu was instantly in a dilemma. To go or not to go. If he didn't go, as long as time dragged on, the 3 of Meng and Wen, Bai Yuan, and Yan Guangshan would definitely be in danger. If the Demon Emperor determined that he wouldn't go, she would definitely act personally and kill Meng and Wen and the others. Even if the 3 of Meng and Wen were all high god level at level 96 and could control the law, the Demon Emperor could still easily kill them. If he went, the Demon Emperor would definitely act personally and not be polite to him. Antares said, "It's very difficult, isn't it?" Lin Moyu said, "There's nothing difficult about it. No matter what, even if I know that going this time is to die, I must go." Antares said, "The 3 races once had a rule that super divines were not allowed to enter the opponent's sphere of influence. That's why the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor couldn't enter the human world themselves. But if the human race enters their territory, they can act as they please. So, as long as you go, you will surely die." Lin Moyu nodded. "I know very well that I must go. I'm just thinking about how to return alive." Lin Moyu thought for a long time but still couldn't think of a good solution. Even if he used all his trump cards, like the divine poison corpse explosion, he felt that he couldn't threaten the Demon Emperor. Although he had never personally experienced the power of a semi-super divine, he could still imagine it. A high god level could command the law, and a semi-super divine could also begin to control the law. Although both used the law, commanding versus controlling the law were completely 2 different levels. In this dilemma, Lin Moyu suddenly saw Antares' smiling but not smiling eyes. He immediately knew that Antares must have a solution, and besides, Antares' tone just now seemed wrong, too calm. He was really flustered and confused. There must be a solution he hadn't thought of. Do you have a way? Lin Moyu asked. Antares shook his head in denial. What way could I have? You're so smart and you can't think of one. How could I think of one? Just from this sentence, Lin Moyu knew that Antares must have thought of a way, and he could do it, he just hadn't thought of it yet. You don't have to say it. It's okay, I'll think of it myself. Lin Moyu was now very sure that Meng and the others would not be in danger for a short time. The Demon Emperor would definitely wait for him to appear. Lin Moyu kept thinking. The means to deal with the Demon Emperor must not be weak. He became calmer and calmer. After eliminating one possibility after another, he finally got the answer. A light flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes, and he said, I know. Take me to the lower level space. Antares snorted coldly. On what basis? Just because you want to go, I have to take you. Lin Moyu stared at Antares. Are you taking me or not? Antares also stared back at Lin Moyu. Big eyes staring at small eyes, neither giving in. Now that the eternal wall had been activated, even if Lin Moyu returned to the human world, it would be very troublesome to go down to the lower level space. The best way was for Antares to take him. After staring at each other for a while, Antares retreated in defeat and said, all right, I'll take you, okay. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Lin Moyu chuckled. I'll thank you later. Antares warned him, I'll tell you in advance. Fusing with the ancient Thunder Tower is not easy. You should think about it yourself. I know. Antares took Lin Moyu to the lower level space. This time, it directly and accurately took him to the outside of the ancient city of divine descent. Antares knew that with Lin Moyu's intelligence, as long as he calmed down, he would definitely be able to think of a solution without him reminding him. In terms of intelligence, even if Antares didn't want to admit it, in fact, Lin Moyu's thinking was better than its. A solution that even it could think of, Lin Moyu could definitely think of too. It was just that the difficulty was indeed not small. Antares watched Lin Moyu leave, a hint of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. He said, you rotten kid, just rest assured. With me here, no one can touch you. The eternal wall had been activated, and the fortresses of the original battlefield were linked into one. The divine Xia Empire could only be entered, and not exited. The entire empire was sealed off, and all cities activated their defensive formations. Inside the ancient city of divine descent, the defensive formation had also been activated. Lin Moyu flew into the ancient city of divine descent like a flash of lightning. He had received the preliminary recognition of the ancient Thunder Tower. With the mark of the ancient city of divine descent, the city's formation directly gave him the green light, not stopping him at all. The city guard saw Lin Moyu and also saw the military badge on his shoulder. This time, Lin Moyu was very high profile, deliberately activating his military badge. The 5-star divine general badge on his shoulder erupted with a dazzling purple light. The city guards were all frightened by the purple light, and no one dared to stop him. Lin Moyu's appearance alerted the Legion commander, Feng Himing. He hurried over. With Lin Moyu's appearance, the ancient Thunder Tower also rose from the ground. When Feng Himing arrived, Lin Moyu had already entered the ancient Thunder Tower. Feng Himing's face was full of worry. He knew something must have happened. He saw Lin Moyu's slightly serious expression at a glance. The alarm sounded. Less than a minute after Lin Moyu entered the ancient Thunder Tower, the warning formation was activated. All the city guards were on high alert. 2 dark clouds flew from the distance. One was a legion of the dragon race, and the other was a legion of demons. The legions of the dragon race and demons simultaneously advanced towards the ancient city of divine descent. Inside the legions, the aura of God-level beings emanated. Dragon kings and demon kings had also come. Feng Yiming's expression changed, and he immediately maximized the formation. One order after another was issued, and the entire ancient city of divine descent suddenly entered a state of war. Inside the ancient Thunder Tower, Lin Moyu had gone straight to the core area. A light flashed in his palm, and the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower appeared in his hand. As soon as the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower appeared, it immediately resonated with the core inside the tower. The lightning in the core inside the tower surged, immediately engulfing both Lin Moyu and the outer tower. The outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower could be considered the remote control of the inner core. Through the outer tower, the inner core could be controlled, and the inner tower of the ancient Thunder Tower could control the entire God-Blame Fortress. So, as long as the outer tower and the inner core could be connected, Lin Moyu could achieve the purpose of controlling the inner core by controlling the outer tower. With Lin Moyu's current strength, he still couldn't reach the level of being able to control the entire God-Laying Fortress. Antares had said that even though the God-Laying Fortress was now severely damaged, it could still drain Lin Moyu dry. Lin Moyu didn't have this illusion either, he just wanted to borrow a part of the power of the god Ling Fortress. When his ability was still weak, he had borrowed the power of the ancient Thunder Tower to strike out the God of Thunder's punishment, confronting the Demon Emperor's finger across time and space. Now he was countless times stronger than back then, and his soul had reached the god level. If he could borrow the power of the god Ling Fortress, he might have a chance to confront the Demon Emperor. He might not be the Demon Emperor's opponent, but at least he could hold out for a while to find an opportunity. This was also the only solution Lin Moyu could think of. The inner core of the ancient Thunder Tower continuously resonated with the outer tower, and the lightning rumbled. Lin Moyu relied on his immunity to the electrical element to connect the two. In the lightning, Lin Moyu found that his soul imprint on the outer tower was being eroded. His connection with the ancient Thunder Tower was rapidly weakening. Lin Moyu's soul power suddenly surged, crazily heading towards the outer tower of the ancient Thunder Tower. He wanted to maintain this relationship. He had only obtained the outer tower for a short time, and the soul imprint he had left was not too deep. If the soul imprint was erased, all his efforts would be in vain. He would have no choice but to enter the abyss to fight the Demon Emperor, and the result would naturally be a one-way trip. Lin Moyu's soul began to riot, using the most brutal method to strengthen the soul imprint. Before, he had always been like a gentle stream, slowly nurturing it. Now, he was like a huge wave crashing on the shore, like using a knife to carve the imprint. The lightning became stronger and stronger, and the degree of erosion also happened faster and faster. Lin Moyu knew this was a test from the inner core of the ancient Thunder Tower. If he couldn't withstand it, it meant he was not qualified to be recognized by it, and he shouldn't dream of borrowing its power. Even that preliminary recognized imprint would be wiped clean. Lin Moyu really went all out. This was not only for himself but also for Meng and Wen and the others. This was the only chance. His soul power was constantly being drained. Although his soul had reached level 92, and was even close to level 93, his soul energy was still stuck at level 76. He was like a large bucket that had been prepared, but there was not enough water inside. Even if he had 76 times the divine power recovery, it was not enough for such high consumption at this moment. His soul power was getting less and less, and the water in the bucket was constantly being consumed, and it was not recovering in time. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal continuously spewed dragon's breath. The dragon's breath was used as soul power to supplement the consumption, but it was still not enough. The dragon race's things were too gentle. Seeing the imprint getting fainter and fainter, and the soul power getting less and less, Lin Moyu was extremely anxious in his heart. Fight, I'll fight. Lin Moyu had an idea and at the same time roared in his heart. His soul also roared. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to sense Lin Moyu's anxiety and spewed out more soul power than usual, about twice as much, but even that was not enough. Lin Moyu roared, more. A flame appeared, a spark shot out from within the divine stone domain. It was the enchanting blue flame. The enchanting blue flame continuously stimulated Lin Moyu's soul, raising his soul level. As his soul level got higher and higher, its effect became weaker and weaker. Especially after obtaining the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, its sense of existence almost disappeared. Today, it appeared again. A complete enchanting blue flame flew out from the divine stone domain. Losing the enchanting blue flame made the divine stone domain suddenly dim, returning to its original appearance, with only black killing intent constantly surging inside. The enchanting blue flame flew into his soul, and his soul suddenly felt a burning and stinging pain. Lin Moyu couldn't help but groan. Then the enchanting blue flame exploded, turning into pure soul power. The soul power that was almost depleted was full again. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. Compared to the refilled soul power, this little pain was nothing. To thank you, Lin Moyu thanked the divine stone domain. After obtaining the divine stone domain, besides knowing that it could absorb killing intent, he had not discovered any other use for it. But in the divine stone dungeon, it had actively absorbed the enchanting blue flame, and at the same time, it also surprised the stone spirit. Later, he asked in tears and got a definite answer. The level of the divine stone domain was very high, even higher than mythical grade. It was just that Lin Moyu was not yet capable enough to mobilize it. He didn't expect it to help him this time. Lin Moyu was now like a general who had just been fully charged, continuing to command his soldiers and starting to charge into battle. Under Lin Moyu's full efforts, the soul imprint became clear again, even better than before. Suddenly, the lightning changed. A purple streak appeared in the blue lightning. Lin Moyu's whole body went numb, and at the same time, his soul also felt pain. The element immunity has lost its effect. Lin Moyu was suddenly startled. He had encountered this problem before. The blue lightning turned purple. Lin Moyu felt the aura of the law from it. The electrical element fused with the power of the law, leading to a change in the electrical element. Lin Moyu had come into contact with the law before, and he had even comprehended a little about the law, and at the same time, he knew some of the characteristics of the law. The law would have a strong personal symbol. For example, if two people both possessed the law of electricity, it would be different when they used it. Their souls would fuse into the law, carrying a strong personal characteristic. Although Lin Moyu had immunity to the electrical element, he could not be immune to the electrical element after it was fused with the law. The fusion of the law caused the electrical element to change. The lightning released by the ancient thunder tower carried its own law, causing Lin Moyu to lose his immunity. But also because of the characteristic of immunity to the electrical element, he could still reduce most of the damage. The remaining damage was once again weakened by his skills, and then transmitted to the necromancer army in the summoning space. This made Lin Moyu's endurance still far exceed others. This test was really difficult. Lin Moyu endured the numb feeling and continued to increase his soul power. Since the ancient thunder tower erupted with the power of law, its power had increased sharply, and the speed of dissolving the soul imprint had also increased. Lin Moyu had no choice but to go all out to deal with it. His soul power was once again consumed, and it was difficult to replenish. In an instant, the soul power brought by the enchanting blue flame was consumed, and his soul was once again in a state of shortage. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and persisted. He couldn't give up like this. The numb feeling became stronger and stronger, affecting his ability to think. The imprint began to weaken again, getting weaker and weaker. The 9-color dragon soul crystal seemed to sense Lin Moyu's situation and began to spew out a large amount of soul power, but it only helped him maintain the status quo. Moreover, as time passed, the lightning continued to increase, and the power of the law also increased, breaking the deadlock. An idea suddenly occurred to Lin Moyu. He realized that he had to find a way to break the deadlock. He suddenly understood how strong the power accumulated by the core of the ancient thunder tower for thousands of years was. He simply couldn't compare. If this continued, even if he had more soul power, he couldn't hold on. The task shouldn't be like this. And Tears said it was very difficult, but not impossible to overcome. This meant there was definitely a chance, and it was definitely not a fight to the death. The chance was the way to break the deadlock. Lin Wei's soul lit up, and he finally thought of something. Instead of fighting, adapt to it. The way to adapt was to comprehend its law. The amount of law released by the core was very small, just a tiny bit. This was clearly giving him time to adapt to it. Why didn't I think of this at first? I'm such an idiot. Lin Moyu cursed himself silently. He began to divert his energy. While maintaining the soul imprint, he also began to comprehend the law. He had experienced comprehending the law of life, so this time he was more familiar with it. Anyway, Lin Moyu didn't need to command the law, he just needed to adapt to it. The difficulty was greatly reduced. He let the lightning carrying the law pass through his body and soul. Lin Moyu sensed it carefully, captured every feeling, and from there analyzed, comprehended, and tried to integrate into it. The influence of the ancient thunder tower's law on his body gradually faded, and its effect on the soul imprint also became weaker and weaker. Lin Moyu began to have some understanding of the law, he was starting to adapt to it. Inside the dark abyss world, a blue flame rose ceaselessly. The abyssal flame was hundreds of meters high, occupying a range of thousands of meters around, forming a huge barrier. The barrier was extremely solid, carrying the power of law. Several powerful demon kings acted at the same time, controlling the barrier and constantly attacking the person inside. Inside the barrier, the Tower of Divine Descent rotated non-stop, emitting thousands of rays of light. Within the light, Daoist runes glowed, forming a formation that resisted the attacks from the barrier. The three of Meng and Wen, Bai Yuan, and Yan Quansheng stood inside the formation, their expressions extremely ugly. Bai Yuan and Yan Quansheng's faces were a bit pale, with a trace of blood at the corners of their mouths. They had clearly been injured. The two had just taken healing medicine, but their injuries had not yet recovered. There were many wounds on their bodies, and on the wounds, the law was surging, constantly eroding their bodies. They also used the power of law to fight back and control their injuries, but the effect was clearly not good. Meng and Wen entered the abyss world and quickly found them, using the Tower of Divine Descent to teleport over. When he arrived, Bai Yuan and Yan Quanshen were already injured. According to what they said, several high-level demon kings had joined forces to attack them. As for the God of Light's palace, it had long since disappeared. It was not until Meng and Wen rushed over that they knew they had fallen into a trap. The two of them had paid the price for their rashness. A huge barrier descended from the sky, blocking the space and swallowing the three of them inside. The barrier had sealed the entire isolated space. Even with the Tower of Divine Descent, they couldn't teleport away. Bai Yuan was extremely annoyed. I was too reckless. Yan Quansheng snorted. Who knew the abyssal demons would be so despicable, actually tricking us in here? Bai Yuan said, Old Meng, it's one thing for the two of us to fall into a trap, but why did you come in too? Meng and Wen looked at him like he was an idiot. You guys are both here. Can it not come? Bai Yuan said, it's good that you're here. We are the Iron Triangle. We'll definitely have a better chance. Meng Anwen shook his head. There's no chance. Yan Quanxing asked, why? When our injuries heal, we'll fight our way out together. I don't believe these guys can stop us. Meng Anwen said in a low voice. They really can't stop us, but can the Demon Emperor? Yan Quanxing and Bai Yuan took a deep breath, their faces showing disbelief. You mean this trap was designed by the Demon Emperor? Where is the God of Light's palace? Did the Demon Emperor act? You were attacked as soon as you entered. Besides, who else but the Demon Emperor could mobilize so many high-level demon kings? Meng Anwen's words almost extinguished their hope. Bai Yuan sighed and asked, we were really too reckless. So there's no hope? Meng Anwen shook his head. Our life or death is not important. What's important is that we are not the Demon Emperor's target. Bai Yuan and Yan Quanxing suddenly realized something and couldn't help but look horrified. Yan Quanxing said in shock, you mean the Demon Emperor's target is Moyu? It can't be right. What level is Moyu at? The Demon Emperor wouldn't personally deal with him, would she? Meng Anwen said, in the Demon Emperor's eyes, we are nothing. Moyu is the great threat in her heart. Yan Quanxing said, I hope Moyu doesn't know about this. Anyway, he shouldn't come. Bai Yuan also followed, I hope Moyu knows nothing about our situation, so he won't come. Meng Anwen still denied their view. Moyu will definitely come. And even if he doesn't know, the Demon Emperor will think of 100 ways to let him know. We are the bait, and Moyu is the big fish the Demon Emperor wants to catch. This is a blatant conspiracy that forces Moyu to enter. A fierce light flashed in Bai Yuan's eyes. He asked, you despicable fellow, if I commit suicide now, will they not have any bait? Meng Anwen sighed and said, it's useless. Even if we die, the Demon Emperor will not spread the news of our death. Moyu won't know. He will only know that we have entered. Bai Yuan and Yan Quanxing looked at each other and said in unison, since you knew so clearly, why did you still come in? Meng Anwen closed his eyes and said, you guys, you've lived half your lives and you're still like idiots. In the ancient city of divine descent, the army was pressing down on the territory. The combined army of demons and dragons numbered over 100,000 and was launching a fierce attack on the ancient city. Fang Yiming had sent out a distress signal, and the god-level experts of the human race would quickly come to reinforce. The ancient city of divine descent had an extremely strong defense system and could probably hold on for a while. Fang Yiming looked up at the extremely quiet ancient thunder tower, but as the legion commander he had a certain authority over the entire ancient city. He could sense that the interior of the ancient thunder tower was not peaceful at all. It seemed something extremely intense was happening. What on earth is General Lin doing? He couldn't be sure. Now the demon and dragon armies were approaching. Because of the presence of god-level experts, he had ordered all soldiers to stay inside the city and not to leave. If these professionals who were not yet god-level were to face the god-level demon kings and dragon kings, it would clearly be sending them to their deaths. At a distribution point of the formation within the ancient city, some soldiers were transporting a large number of energy crystals into the formation. Through the conversion of the formation, the energy crystals continuously supplied energy to the city's formation to resist. The city's formation was very strong and firmly resisted the attacks, but the energy would eventually run out, and besides the demon kings and dragon kings had not yet acted. Fang Yiming prayed for reinforcements to arrive quickly, and for Lin Moyu to quickly finish his business. As long as Lin Moyu could command the Thunder Tower and use the God of Thunder's punishment, it wouldn't be a problem even if reinforcements didn't come. In the face of the God of Thunder's punishment, the demon and dragon armies outside were just ordinary things. Time passed bit by bit, and Fang Yiming's expression became uglier and uglier. The reinforcements never came. He knew very well that once the eternal wall was opened, it meant that the human world would also be under great pressure. Perhaps the god-level experts couldn't split themselves. They would not have reinforcements to help. Now the only hope was on Lin Moyu. Legion Commander, the energy crystal reserve is only half left. A soldier ran over to report that the energy crystals were being consumed too quickly, and more than half had been consumed in just half an hour. Fang Yiming nodded, signaling that he understood. He was calculating in his heart. Even if the demon kings and dragon kings didn't act, they could only stay in the lower level space for an hour. Half an hour had already passed. As long as they held on until they left, they still had a chance. The thought was wonderful. But a huge blue flame fell from the sky. A demon king had acted. It summoned the abyssal flame, which attacked the city's protective shield like a meteor. The city's protective shield shook violently and was distorted intensely, and the energy was also greatly consumed. Fang Yiming's expression changed dramatically. The demon king is impatient. Continuous attacks were launched. Once the demon king acted, the time it could stay in the lower level space would be greatly shortened. It would unleash its strongest attack. The energy crystals inside the city were consumed at a dizzying speed. The reserve was depleting. In just a few short minutes, they had used up 3/10 of the amount. A spatio-temporal passage appeared, and the Demon King who had just acted was sent straight back to the deep space by the law. Fang Yiming hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when an even stronger attack descended. This time, it was a Dragon King's turn to act. Fang Yiming's expression became extremely ugly again. He had already guessed that there were definitely more than one or two Demon Kings or Dragon Kings in the allied army. They took turns acting, smashing the defense of the ancient city. Next would be a massacre. No professional could block their attacks. Prepare for battle, Fang Yiming roared. The professionals in the city drew their weapons in unison. They had already formed teams and legions. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, and no one backed down. The people of Divine Xia could only fight to the death, and would never retreat. Finally, the energy crystals were exhausted, and the defense of the ancient city rumbled and shattered. The demon and dragon armies rushed in with a bloodthirsty aura. Feng Yiming raised his sword high and said, "Fight, fight, fight, fight." The human professionals shouted in unison, their killing intent soaring. Boom. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and exploded in mid-air. Immediately after, dense lightning like a spider's web covered the air. A purple light shone throughout the sky, illuminating the earth. The purple lightning was extremely beautiful and enchanting. The sound of tearing grew louder, and the entire world was shaking violently. The space shattered like the end of the world, extremely terrifying. The lightning raged for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the world returned to normal. The dragon and demon armies had disappeared, not even leaving a trace. Whether it was high-level demons or dragon war generals, whether it was the dragon kings or demon kings hiding among them, all were destroyed under the lightning. The scene of the army pressing down just now disappeared completely like a bursting bubble. Everyone present was stunned. Many people's weapons fell to the ground, clanging continuously. Feng Yiming's whole body was also trembling, looking at the ancient thunder tower with an incredulous expression. He knew very well that this god of thunder's punishment was even more powerful than the previous one. Needless to say, this was definitely Lin Moyu's masterpiece. Only Lin Moyu could command the ancient thunder tower and release the god of thunder's punishment. Inside the ancient thunder tower, Lin Moyu's expression looked a little languid. The power of the attack just now was extremely strong, because the god of thunder's punishment was mixed with the law. Commanding the law naturally had a backlash. Lin Moyu used the soul-splitting art to separate a thread of soul to withstand this backlash. That soul thread dissipated under the backlash, and at the same time, it also caused him to be slightly injured. Fortunately, it was only a thread of soul, so he was not seriously injured. The power spewed out by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal was rapidly healing Lin Moyu. Soon, these minor injuries would be completely healed. The power of the god of thunder's punishment this time made Lin Moyu very satisfied. Tearing space almost reached the level of the demon emperor. There might still be some shortcomings, but at least it was enough to fight a battle. It's time to go to the abyss. Lin Moyu took out the abyss teleportation zone, activated it, and instantly disappeared inside the ancient thunder tower. Feng Yiming waited outside for a long time but didn't wait for Lin Moyu to come out. At this time, the entire ancient city of divine descent was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. Everyone was discussing where the purple thunderbolt had come from before. Only Feng Yiming knew clearly that it was Lin Moyu's masterpiece, but he wouldn't say it. He knew that what happened today would eventually go down in history, and be regarded as a miracle. Only he knew who had created this miracle. A bolt of lightning wiped out an army of 100,000. If that wasn't a miracle, what was? The darker the color of the flame, the more dangerous it was. That place represented the residence of an extremely powerful demon. The second time Lin Moyu entered the abyss, the last time he entered with a very helpless and anxious mood. This time he was full of killing intent. He took the teleportation stone to sense. This was a teleportation stone to return to the Baishen courtyard, personally crafted by Meng Wen. There was Meng Wen's unique mark on the teleportation stone. Lin Moyu could use it to sense the general direction. After careful sensing, he determined the direction and spread his lightning undead wings to fly towards it. His speed was like lightning. Even when he encountered a city, he didn't dodge, instantly attracting the attention of the demons. It's a human. A human dares to fly in the abyss. He's courting death. Eat him. The demons clamored and roared, rushing towards him with a bloody aura. The sky suddenly turned black, and the projection of the undead world descended. The door of the undead opened, and the eye of the undead appeared in the air. A silver, white undead flame burned brightly. The eyes of the demons who had just flown up lost their focus, and they silently fell. The eye of the undead and Lin Moyu moved forward, looking down at the ground. A large number of demons in the city died on the spot. Wherever he passed, not a single demon survived. This was just a small city, with no powerful demons here at all. No one could resist the soul attack brought by the eye of the undead. Soon, the second city appeared in his sight. This time it was a big city. Before Lin Moyu even got close, the warning bell rang, the barrier opened, and a large number of demons flew into the air. Next to the Eye of the Undead hovering above Lin Moyu's head, a dense undead legion suddenly appeared, directly charging towards them. The undead legion carried a strong death aura and charged towards the city. The skeleton throne appeared in mid-air. The skeleton king stood up from the throne and slashed out with a sword. The god-laying skill, a flash of sword light, and the barrier shattered. The skeleton king with a combat power of up to level 92 broke the barrier with a single slash. The elemental chaos skill once again covered the entire city. In the rumbling explosion, the elements exploded, the entire city collapsed, and countless demons were blown up on the spot. The undead legion carried out a massacre in the smoke and fire of the explosion. The Eye of the Undead seemed to be competing with the undead legion. Most of the demons it swept over did not survive. By the time Lin Moyu flew out of this city, there was no sound in the city anymore. Lin Moyu had no mercy for the demons at all. In history, demons had invaded the human world countless times, and who knows how many people were massacred. These demons were not enough to pay the interest. Killing demons gave Lin Moyu a lot of experience. Lin Moyu naturally regarded them as monsters, and the effect of using them to level up was also very good. This time when he entered the abyss, besides saving people, he also had some other ideas. If killing monsters could level up, then killing demons was not impossible. Before, he didn't dare to come to the abyss, because of the existence of the Demon Emperor, and the high-level demons. In the future, he might not be unable to come. He would treat the abyss world, and even the dragon world, as the largest dungeon to use. Once he changed his mindset, he immediately felt that the road ahead became clearer. Since you want to lure me to the abyss world, you have to pay the price. A viciousness arose in Lin Moyu's heart. Once he became vicious, even he himself was afraid of himself. He flew past one city after another. Every time he passed a city, that city lost its life. Experience soared. In the cities, there were both strong and weak demons, with high and low levels. But Lin Moyu had no mercy. His punishment was decisive. In his eyes, the demons had turned into monsters. No different from the monsters in the dungeons. A demon king is nothing more than a boss. Treating them as world-level bosses was already giving them enough respect. There were countless demon kings in the abyss. And although most had advanced into the human world, some remained behind. Lin Moyu's slaughterous path had finally alerted a demon king. A demon king targeted him mid-journey, but before it could even make a move, the skeleton king appeared in the air. A single divine sword strike heavily wounded it, and a second chaotic elemental skill instantly killed it. Lin Moyu paid no mind to such a low-level demon king. News in the abyss spread incredibly fast, and word of someone forcefully invading the abyssal world quickly circulated. The succubus queen had not gone to the human world. Though she was in her palace, she still received news from the outside. The succubus beside her, Mana, cast with a look of disbelief. Is he insane? How dare he venture into the abyssal world? The succubus queen lounged lazily on her throne. He had no choice. This time, the demon emperor has allied with the dragon race to set a trap to kill Lin Moyu. The succubus queen, with her high status, knew more than Mina. She had some knowledge of the demon emperor's plan but not the full details. After all, it involved the demon emperor, the dragon emperor, and several high-level demons whose ranks were far beyond hers. She only knew this much because of her good relationship with a high-level demon. Mina stuck out her tongue. If the demon emperor himself set the trap, then that Lin Moyu is surely dead. The succubus queen smiled sweetly and gently shook her head. I don't think it will be that simple. A character like Lin Moyu isn't someone you can kill just because you want to. Mina felt that with the demon emperor personally involved, Lin Moyu had no chance of survival. However, she didn't dare refute the succubus queen and instead asked, Your Majesty, why didn't our succubus race participate in the attack on the human race? The succubus queen jiggled. We succubi are not skilled in direct combat. Our presence in a massive army battle would make little difference. Besides, our numbers are few, so it's better not to seek death. Mana exclaimed, Are you saying their expedition to the human world will fail? The succubus queen glanced at Mana. There are some things you shouldn't ask. It's not yet time for you to know. Mana's delicate body trembled, and she quickly bowed her head, not daring to ask further. Her ears twitched as the succubus queen's voice reached her. With that one's existence, how could the human race possibly be destroyed? Lin Moyu advanced thousands of miles with near brutal efficiency, slaughtering his way through the cities he passed. 2 demon kings had perished at his hands, unable to withstand even a single exchange. The level 92 skeleton king could unleash an attack power of a level 93 when using its skills, making it difficult for low-level demon kings to resist. Even if they blocked the initial blow, they would be severely injured, and the skeleton king would follow up relentlessly. Furthermore, with the Eye of the Undead and Thunder elemental debuffs, they couldn't last more than 2 seconds. Lin Moyu realized he didn't need to use too many skills. A few powerful core abilities were all that truly mattered. Since the Skeleton King's summon was integrated into his soul, it became a soul-based technique, or as Intares called it, a law. Its power had soared, becoming one of Lin Moyu's strongest skills. Guided by the Abyssal Teleportation Stone, Lin Moyu rapidly approached Mang Anwen's group. After crossing thousands of miles, he finally sensed the auras of the three. They were safe. Relief washed over him, as he confirmed their auras were intact. He had been genuinely worried that something had happened to them. While sensing their auras, Lin Moyu also detected several other powerful presences. There were 6 in total, all up to Demon King level, equivalent to high-level human professionals. Based on their auras, they were on par with Mang Anwen's group, all at level 96. The surging energy and abyssal auras indicated they were in the middle of a battle. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Moyu, and he rushed forward. The divine nether tower spun rapidly as Mang Anwen directed his formation Dao into it. A powerful and domineering formation took shape in the air, radiating a brilliant light. Countless blades shot out from it, piercing the barrier. The barrier shuddered and distorted, but did not break. Bai Yiwen unleashed his iron fists in coordination with Mang Anwen's attack. Yan Quansheng's greatsword emanated a pure killing intent, infused with the law of slaughter he had comprehended. Among the three, Yan Quansheng's attacks were the sharpest, yet even their combined efforts couldn't shatter the barrier. After all, they had only recently reached the high god level and their control over laws was still weak. The barrier was maintained by 6 high-level demon kings, each no weaker than Mang Anwen's group. Under their combined power, breaking the barrier was incredibly difficult. The 6 demon kings only trapped them without killing them, their purpose obvious. Mang Anwen's expression suddenly changed. Moyu is here. Bai Yiwen and Yan Quansheng both showed looks of anxiety. Bai Yiwen roared in anger, launching another flurry of punches at the barrier. But it was futile. Instead, the barrier retaliated with powerful attacks, inflicting more wounds on him. The demon kings weren't supposed to kill them, but they were allowed to injure them. The 6 high-level demon kings continuously attacked, wearing the 3 down. Mang Anwen pointed, and the divine nether tower glowed, blocking the attacks for Bai Yiwen. He said softly, "Calm down. Kanking is useless at this point. What do we do now?" Bai Yiwen asked anxiously. "Conserve your energy. See if we can coordinate with Moyu from the inside to break this barrier," Mang Anwen said in a low voice. Yan Quansheng quickly added, "Moyu is powerful, but he's facing the Demon Emperor." Mang Anwen's face was grim. "I know. Trust Moyu." The words were familiar. Mang Anwen had said them before, and they both remembered how Lin Moyu had created miracle after miracle. They nodded in unison. "All right." The 3 began to gather their energy, ready to strike at any moment. Their gazes pierced through the barrier, seeing a dark figure rapidly approaching. Lin Moyu had arrived. Behind him was a massive undead legion, and above them, the gate of the undead burned with silver-white flames. The eye of the undead within the gate looked terrifying. Lin Moyu's arrival also caught the attention of the 6 high-level demon kings. Their orders were to surround Mang Anwen's group, injure them, but not kill them, all to wait for Lin Moyu. Now, the main target had appeared. The 6 demon kings grinned. So far, the plan had gone smoothly. The 3 humans were lured and trapped. Now that the real big fish had taken the bait, it was time to reel in the net. According to the plan, not only were Mang Anwen's group to die, but Lin Moyu was even more deserving of death. The only difference was that they were tasked with killing Mang Anwen's group, while someone else would handle Lin Moyu. They couldn't understand why a mere level 76 human would require such an elaborate scheme from both the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor. But they didn't need to understand. They just had to follow orders. As for the undead legion behind Lin Moyu, they didn't give it a second thought. "Let's move." The 6 demon kings signaled to each other, preparing to kill the 3 men. "What is that?" One of the demon kings suddenly exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Lin Moyu. In Lin Moyu's palm, a crystal containing the breath of a law was shining brightly. High-level demon kings were very familiar with the breath of laws, as they dealt with them daily. But for a law to appear in the hands of a mere level 76 human professional was strange indeed. Lin Moyu had obtained the Law God crystal from the Thunder God's temple. His soul locked onto the 6 high-level demon kings. Skill, Corpse Explosion. The Law God crystal disintegrated in his palm. Corpse Explosion, 20 fusion. Detonates a corpse or remains, dealing 20 of the target's living health as damage within a 100-meter radius. Although the damage was only 20 of the health value, with his auxiliary talent, the skill's effect was amplified 80 times. Its effect was at least equivalent to a full power attack from the god when it was alive, possibly even surpassing it. The Thunder God was once a super god-level being who had fallen from his divine pedestal after being attacked during a great war, greatly diminishing his power. But the laws remained in his body. Later, the Thunder God returned to the peak of level 95 and condensed his life's power into the Law God crystal before his death. Lin Moyu had once used an elemental summoning witch to detonate a law god crystal, with good results. This time, he infused his soul into the casting, turning corpse explosion from a skill into a spell, directly detonating the law god crystal. The power would naturally be stronger, but he didn't know exactly how much. As Lin Moyu cast the skill, the 16 men king's expressions changed simultaneously. A sense of foreboding filled their hearts, but it was too late. A purple lightning light exploded before them, the power of the thunder law striking them down. The 6 demon kings screamed in agony. Their bodies were blasted apart, as if a great thunder god had appeared in the sky, unleashing its wrathful lightning upon them. After their screams, the 6 demon kings were sent flying, their bodies nearly half destroyed, leaving them barely clinging to life. This single blow was astonishingly powerful, surprising even Lin Moyu himself. While it was far from the power of the Thunder God's temple in its golden age, it had at least reached the peak of a high god level, not far from a demigod. A single attack had severely injured 6 demon kings. Meng Inwen and the others watched, stunned. They could never have imagined that Lin Moyu had become so powerful. Moyu's skill is so strong. Bai Yuan's sight. Spectacular, Yan Quanshan whispered. At that moment, they were both joyful and strangely disappointed. They were truly getting old. What are you spacing out for? Attack. Meng Inwen roared angrily. Right, the 3 attacked in unison, taking advantage of the Demon King's severe injuries. They launched attacks infused with laws, striking the barrier. The barrier shook violently, on the verge of shattering. Again, Meng Inwen roared, continuing the assault. Without the support of the 6 Demon Kings, the barrier exploded under their combined attack. At that moment, the breath of law in Lin Moyu's hand flashed again. The second law god crystal detonated. Purple light filled the sky, unleashing another earth-shattering sea of thunder. The 6 heavily injured demon kings' faces changed. They simultaneously cast their strongest offensive skills, but the lightning exploded before them, causing them to scream in agony again. Their injuries worsened, leaving them on the verge of death. Lin Moyu took out the third law god crystal. Enough, an angry voice roared and a giant hand appeared in the sky, grabbing all 6 demon kings. The giant hand contained terrifying laws, tearing through the air and severing the demon king's auras. Lin Moyu's soul could no longer lock onto them. His heart sank. The one capable of this could only be the demon emperor. Lin Moyu flew quickly towards Meng Inwen's group. Teachers, are you alright? We're fine, Meng Inwen replied. All 3 now were grave expressions. Compared to the demon emperor, the 6 demon kings were nothing. Even if Lin Moyu could heavily injure high-level demon kings, it didn't mean he could fight the demon emperor. After retrieving the 6 demon kings, the demon emperor's giant hand did not attack. Her voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Dragon Emperor, I have done what I was supposed to do. The rest is up to you. A dragon's roar echoed from the void. Agreed. The demon emperor's giant hand seized the 6 demon kings, tore open space, and left without a moment's delay. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that the one who wanted to kill him wasn't the demon emperor, but the dragon emperor. The dragon emperor had actually come to the abyss. How strange. Lin Moyu said softly, Teachers, enter my demon flame tower first. He summoned the tower, which had its own independent space capable of holding living beings. Moyu, what about you? Meng Inwen asked. It's fine, I can handle it. Meng Inwen knew that if they were facing the dragon emperor and demon emperor, his presence would be of no use. The higher their level, the more they understood the immense power of a demigod. Their level 96 was a world apart from the dragon emperor's level 99. They chose to trust Lin Moyu. Meng Inwen retracted the divine nether tower, and the 3 of them entered the demon laying tower. Lin Moyu immediately withdrew the tower into his spiritual world. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He now held the initiative. He could fight if he wanted, or leave immediately if he chose. In his eyes, the dragon emperor and demon emperor's plan had utterly failed. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The space was sealed and locked. The abyssal teleportation stone vanished, but Inter's dragon scale could still be used. If Lin Moyu wanted to leave, he could do so now. But inviting a god is easy, sending one away is hard. Now, he didn't want to leave. Since they had gone to such lengths to invite him here, he had to get his money's worth before leaving. Another dragon's roar echoed in the sky. Lin Moyu saw a divine dragon soaring above. This was a phantom image that appeared when the dragon race's ancestral bloodline was activated. The dragon emperor's powerful aura descended upon Lin Moyu, attempting to crush him. The dragon emperor was strong. Once his ancestral bloodline was ignited, he was nearly invincible among demigods. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, they were just mixed blood dragons, not true dragons. They weren't even worthy of being servants to the true dragon race. And Tears had disdained to even speak of their origins, its attitude one of utter contempt. Within the phantom of the divine dragon, the dragon emperor appeared. He stood over 5 meters tall, a colossal figure with murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Moyu, you deserve to die. Ever since Lin Moyu had blown up his palace, the Dragon Emperor had wanted nothing more than to grind his bones to dust. Subsequent events had only deepened this hatred. We'll see if you have what it takes to take my life, you mixed blood dragon. Lin Moyu said scornfully. The ancient thunder tower appeared in his hand, its interior and exterior connected through the void. A powerful energy was transmitted from the divine retribution fortress within the tower to its exterior. The term mix, blood dragon enraged the Dragon Emperor. He, the mighty Dragon Emperor, was called a mix, blood by Lin Moyu. Here courting death, the Dragon Emperor's killing intent surged, the power of laws swirling around him. As a demigod, he was beginning to try and control laws. Commanding laws and controlling laws were entirely different. Commanding laws meant using them to enhance one's own combat power, leaving one's own mark. But strictly speaking, the laws at this stage still belonged to heaven and earth. You were merely a user, not the owner. But controlling laws meant possessing them, making them your own property. You become the master of the law, using it at will. This not only greatly increased its power, but also deepened your personal mark. Even if Lin Moyu was immune to a certain element, he would still take damage, though the amount would be greatly reduced. A demigod was one who surpassed the stage of commanding laws, and entered the stage of controlling them. Their combat power far exceeded that of a high god level. To reach this step, one had to be at least at the peak of level 98. Xiang Yi was in this state before his death, and the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor were even stronger, both at the peak of level 99. One more step, and they would become super gods at level 100. The Dragon Emperor's power grew stronger, continuously pressing down on Lin Moyu. He seemed to be toying with him, wanting to see fear on his face. He was confident of his victory, not at all worried that Lin Moyu would escape. No matter how clever his tricks, he was only level 76. And he, a mighty demigod, had nothing to fear. So even though Lin Moyu had called him a mixed blood dragon, and he was furious, he didn't attack immediately. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Moyu showed no fear at all. Not only was he not afraid, but he looked at him as if he were a clown. The Dragon Emperor was slightly surprised. You're not afraid. Lin Moyu sneered. Afraid of what? Of a mixed blood dragon like you. The Dragon Emperor roared again. Shut your mouth. This sovereign is the Dragon Emperor. You the Dragon Emperor. Ridiculous. Can you gain the true recognition of the dragon race? Once you leave that tiny dragon world, what are you? Lin Moyu taunted. Antares called you a mixed blood dragon. Do you dare to confront Antares? Lin Moyu's words were like a blade stabbing into the Dragon Emperor's heart. The Dragon Emperor's pressure intensified, pressing down on Lin Moyu like a massive, invisible mountain. A white light flashed on Lin Moyu's body, transferring all the invisible pressure to his undead lesion. The pressure came not only from the outside, but also from the soul. But Lin Moyu's original soul strength was not weak, and with the existence of the 9-colored divine dragon soul crystal, the Dragon Emperor's pressure had no real effect. In the depths of the abyss, the Demon Emperor watched this scene with a cold expression. As a guest, Lin Moyu's relationship with it is not simple. With it there, who can touch Lin Moyu? That foolish Dragon Emperor knows nothing, blinded by anger. Lin Moyu is right. A mixed blood dragon is a mixed blood dragon. Although the Demon Emperor had agreed to let the Dragon Emperor ambush Lin Moyu in the abyss, she refused to act personally. The Demon Emperor had only sent 6 high-level demon kings to trap Meng Inwen's group, but not to kill them. The task of killing Lin Moyu was left to the Dragon Emperor. It wasn't that the Demon Emperor didn't want to kill him, but that she didn't dare. She was afraid of the great power behind Lin Moyu, Antares, and her fears were justified. The Dragon Emperor was driven to madness by Lin Moyu's repeated mixed blood dragon taunts. His patience reached its limit. Day, he roared. The power of laws rained down, so immense it seemed to make the heavens and earth collapse, the space filled with cracks. Lin Moyu showed no sign of yielding. You are not worthy to kill me. The ancient thunder tower erupted in a dazzling light. A bolt of purple lightning shot straight into the sky. Boom, the lightning exploded, and a large patch of void collapsed. Divine purple thunder. And it was divine purple thunder infused with law. Although Lin Moyu had not yet reached the level of controlling laws, and even commanding them was difficult for him, he had the ancient thunder tower. The divine retribution fortress inside the tower had accumulated thousands of years of power, which was now continuously transmitted through the connection between the tower's inner and outer space. Lin Moyu used the ancient thunder tower to control the law, and its power was no weaker than the Dragon Emperor's attack. The two forces collided in the confined space, and the space sealed by the Dragon Emperor instantly collapsed. A terrifying force rushed towards his body. Lin Moyu retreated in the aftermath, his face slightly pale. The previous strike was him borrowing the ancient thunder tower's power to control the law, but he still had to bear the backlash himself. A wisp of his soul, split off by his soul-splitting technique, dissipated on the spot. Lin Moyu was slightly injured, but he feigned that nothing had happened. He would absolutely not let the Dragon Emperor notice his anomaly. The Dragon Emperor was both shocked and enraged. He found it hard to believe that Lin Moyu could unleash such an attack. "I told you, you can't kill me." Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with mockery. The ancient thunder tower in his hand glowed again, and purple lightning coursed through his body, crackling. The small, seemingly unremarkable tower continuously emitted the power of the thunder law. Even if the Dragon Emperor didn't want to admit it, the power of the previous attack was not small. He narrowed his eyes. What is this? He had never been to the ancient Divine Nether City and had never seen the ancient thunder tower, so he didn't recognize it. The Demon Emperor, in the depths of the abyss, narrowed her eyes in surprise. The ancient thunder tower. How did he bring the ancient thunder tower here? And that divine purple thunder was so powerful it was on par with that Dragon Emperor fellow. Unlike the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Emperor had seen the ancient thunder tower before. And not long ago, she had clashed with its divine purple thunder herself. At that time, its power was not so great, at most comparable to a high-level Demon King strike. But now, the divine purple thunder was fused with law, its power terrifying. It had surpassed the high god level and could contend with a demigod. The Demon Emperor vaguely felt that something was wrong. The problem isn't Lin Moyu, but the ancient thunder tower in the ancient Divine Nether City. The ancient city is extremely strange. Something is not right, very not right. Her expression was complex. She thought, Lin Moyu is only level 76. Even if his soul is strong, he shouldn't be able to reach this level. If he reaches the god level and can control the ancient thunder tower, he could pose a threat to me. At that moment, the Demon Emperor wanted to strike and eliminate Lin Moyu with lightning speed. But she suddenly remembered in tears the invincible power behind Lin Moyu. A shiver ran down her spine, and she dared not move. She did not want to die. After living for so many years, she was not foolish enough to seek her own death. The Demon Emperor was an observer, so her mind was clear. But the Dragon Emperor, in the thick of it, could not remain calm. He roared in fury, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This sovereign does not believe you can possess such strength." Amidst his roars, his ancestral bloodline activated, and the phantom of the divine dragon appeared again in the sky. The Dragon Emperor attacked again, even more powerfully than before. The phantom of the divine dragon swooped down, as if to devour Lin Moyu whole. Lin Moyu showed no fear. Holding the tower, he pointed. Another bolt of purple divine thunder shot out from the ancient thunder tower, its power even greater than before. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The void within the abyssal world was shattered by the divine purple thunder. The two sides were evenly matched. In the flash of lightning, Lin Moyu was sent flying back again. His face was slightly pale, but it returned to normal in an instant. Another wisp of his split soul was destroyed. Lin Moyu was injured again. With his current soul strength, he could only afford to lose 5 wisps of his split soul. Any more would damage his foundation. The sky full of lightning obstrued the Dragon Emperor's vision, so he couldn't detect Lin Moyu's anomaly. Impossible. It can't be. This sovereign absolutely does not believe it. "I must kill you." The Dragon Emperor was still roaring. The phantom of the divine dragon roared along with him, spewing dense dragon's breath. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. He unleashed another divine purple thunder. He had to keep up appearances, absolutely not showing any weakness. The divine purple thunder, also containing the powerful law of thunder, boomed and met the Dragon Emperor's attack. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were cold. Just as the two attacks were about to collide, he swung his massive hand fiercely. His attack instantly changed direction and appeared before Lin Moyu. It avoided the divine purple thunder and directly attacked Lin Moyu's body. Murderous intent flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. The divine purple thunder also instantly changed direction and shot towards the Dragon Emperor. As for himself, he faced the Dragon Emperor's attack head, and without dodging. His soul was locked by the power of the law, he couldn't escape. This was true not only for Lin Moyu, but for the Dragon Emperor as well. It seemed both sides were determined to trade blows, neither willing to back down. The phantom of the divine dragon bit down on Lin Moyu, as if about to swallow him whole. A terrifying law exploded. Amidst the deafening boom, Lin Moyu's body was blasted, shaking the heavens and earth. The divine purple thunder simultaneously descended upon the Dragon Emperor, engulfing him in a sea of purple lightning. The Dragon Emperor flew out from the purple lightning sea, his body entangled in the power of the law. A suit of armor formed by the law had appeared on his body, protecting him. However, the law armor had clearly been blasted apart by the divine purple thunder. The Dragon Emperor's expression was not good, and his clothes were torn in several places. He was injured, unable to completely block the divine purple thunder. The power of the divine purple thunder was immense, comparable to the Dragon Emperor's full power attack. Though he was injured and looked a bit pathetic, his expression was one of extreme excitement, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Although Lin Moyu's attack was not weak, it couldn't kill him. At most, it could only injure him. On the other hand, Lin Moyu was only level 76. Although he didn't know what trick he had used to increase his attack power, his defense. He had already predicted that Lin Moyu would be killed by his law attack. But the next second, his eyes contracted violently. The bloodlust in his eyes was replaced by shocked fear. Lin Moyu flew out of the explosion unharmed. There were no defensive skills on his body, and his clothes were not even damaged. Impossible. The Dragon Emperor roared in fury. Nothing is impossible. Lin Moyu shouted coldly, pointing his finger. Another bolt of divine purple thunder shot towards the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his hand to block. In the sound of the explosion, the Dragon Emperor was sent flying, his law armor shattering. Parts of his massive body were blasted into a bloody mess. He was injured again. Lin Moyu did not pursue him. He wasn't unharmed by the Dragon Emperor's attack. How could he be? The Dragon Emperor's attack was incredibly powerful. His undead legion had already been wiped out twice, resurrected twice within the summoning space. If not for the passive skill Undead Immortality, he would have been in great danger. Soul skill, damage transfer. Passive skill, Undead Immortality. Active skill, Immortal Witch's Hallow. Unique talent, Full Rebirth. The combination of these four life-saving skills maximized his survivability. Especially the talent awakened to the third job advancement at level 70, which was even more terrifying. Even Antares had been shocked at the time, unable to believe such a ridiculously powerful talent existed. Damage transfer had become a soul skill. Combined with the overall amplification talent, it could significantly weaken damage, ensuring that Lin Moyu would not be harmed before his undead legion was completely destroyed. Undead Immortality allowed his undead legion to die 3 times in 5 minutes. The Immortal Witch's Hallow allowed Lin Moyu and his undead legion to die 1 more time. Finally, there was full rebirth. Within 1 minute, any true damage taken, meaning when Lin Moyu and his undead legion faced their 5th death, this talent would activate, allowing them to escape death again, restore them to their peak state, and reset all their skills. This meant that Undead Immortality and the Immortal Witch's Hallow would be reset. Lin Moyu could withstand another 4 attacks. The strongest point of this talent was its 1-minute cooldown. As long as he could survive for 1 minute, Lin Moyu could start the next round. The cycle could repeat endlessly. Even Antares had once lamented that killing Lin Moyu was not easy. The Dragon Emperor's previous attack had triggered the passive skill of Undead Immortality. The Undead Legion had died twice in a row. He had 1 chance left. In his mind, he calculated that he could use Divine Purple Thunder 1 more time. If the Dragon Emperor still didn't retreat, he would have to evade. The blasted Dragon Emperor rushed forward with a furious expression. His speed astonishingly fast, like instant teleportation. Fangs had grown in his mouth. The dragon horns on his head were larger than normal, and his body had become gigantic. He was completely different from before. This was his desperate state, also known as dragon transformation. In this state, the Dragon Emperor's combat power would soar, but he would be weakened afterward. This was not the dragon world, but the demon world. The Dragon Emperor still had to be wary of the Demon Emperor. He shouldn't have used dragon transformation, but now he couldn't care less. He had to kill Lin Moyu. The phantom of the divine dragon appeared again in the sky. This time, it wasn't a single-headed dragon, but hundreds of phantom dragons. Each phantom dragon had a different shape, some large, some small, some strong, some weak, but without exception, every phantom dragon was infused with a law. World-ending divine dragons. The Dragon Emperor roared in fury. Hundreds of phantom dragons charged towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's expression changed. The Dragon Emperor was going all out. He unleashed another divine purple thunder. The purple light exploded into a sea of lightning, destroying dozens of the weaker and smaller phantom dragons, but even more phantom dragons pounced on him. The laws exploded, shaking continuously. The space collapsed again, revealing the dark void. Titai. The Dragon Emperor glared, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had burned his ancestral bloodline without hesitation. This blow was no small burn for him. The Demon Emperor saw the 100 dragons roaring, and couldn't help but sneer. No wonder the dragon race members with ancestral bloodlines have all died tragic deaths over the past few thousand years. So it was your masterpiece. She could tell at a glance that these phantom dragons were all activated by ancestral bloodlines. How could the Dragon Emperor alone have so many? It was obvious that over the past few thousand years, the dragon race had produced quite a few members with ancestral bloodlines, and they had all died. In fact, they were all killed by the Dragon Emperor, who feared they would threaten his position. The Demon Emperor narrowed her eyes. This time, Lin Moyu is in danger. Antares, are you still not going to act? In another space, Antares was also watching the great battle intently. It had not yet acted because it knew Lin Moyu's limits. The eruption of divine dragons carried a terrifying power of laws, like a tsunami crashing down on Lin Moyu. He couldn't resist and was sent flying. Undead immortality activated again. The undead legion was reborn for the third time. Then the immortal witch's halo took effect for the fourth rebirth. But the power of the law had not dissipated and continued to attack him. The fifth time the talent skill, full rebirth, activated. This is what the talent looked like in actual combat. His entire body was enveloped in a dazzling light, and then a purple flame soared into the sky. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, he was reborn in the flames. All the phantoms of the divine dragons were erased by the purple flame. Not only was he reborn, but his entire undead legion was also reborn. The cooldowns of undead immortality and the immortal witch's halo were simultaneously reset, returning him to his peak state. His face was filled with excitement. The purple light outside the ancient thunder tower in his hand exploded, and a divine purple thunder struck the Dragon Emperor. In his dragon transformed state, the Dragon Emperor was blasted, flesh and blood flying. However, because he was in the dragon transformed state, his defense was greatly increased, and with the protection of his law armor, his injuries were not severe. Impossible. This sovereign does not believe it. Lin Moyu was still completely unharmed. This sight drove the Dragon Emperor mad. He charged towards Lin Moyu like a madman, a massive war hammer appearing in his hand. The law of the great hammer bound the space, causing it to shatter. Its power was incredibly strong. The moment he took out the great hammer, the Dragon Emperor's aura soared, as if reaching another realm. Lin Moyu was shocked. The Dragon Emperor was different from before. A strong sense of danger rose in his heart. His soul continuously issued warnings. He could not defeat the Dragon Emperor in this state. His soul moved slightly. He continuously fired 3 bolts of divine purple thunder, which exploded in the sky. The sky was filled with purple light, and a sea of lightning appeared, obscuring his vision. As he fired the divine purple thunder, his soul moved slightly again, activating Antares' dragon's hail. The Dragon Emperor charged out of the sea of lightning, covered in blood, his aura burning. But Lin Moyu was gone. He couldn't find him. The soul lock from a moment ago had also suddenly disappeared. 2 seconds after the Dragon Emperor realized Lin Moyu had fled, he turned purple with rage. Get out here. Don't run if you have any guts. Get out here. This sovereign will tear you to pieces. The Dragon Emperor went mad, swinging the great hammer wildly in the air, creating terrifying cracks in space. The Demon Emperor had witnessed Lin Moyu's departure firsthand. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's insane rage, she said scornfully, "Truly foolish. If Lin Moyu didn't leave, you would be the one to die. You think you're so powerful with that Dragon War Hammer in your hand. But in front of him, even 1,000 Dragon War Hammers would be useless." The Demon Emperor withdrew her gaze, no longer wanting to watch the Dragon Emperor. She held this brainless, slow-witted monster in utter contempt. She leaned back lazily on her throne, her eyes complex, muttering to herself, "How should I deal with Lin Moyu now? I can't kill him, and we can't surrender. If we don't surrender, when he becomes a demigod, I'm afraid he'll charge straight into the abyss. How can I stop him? What a headache. How did the human race produce someone like this? So annoying, so annoying." The Demon Emperor had lost her usual composure, now like an ordinary person troubled by something. And Hares watched as Lin Moyu appeared not far away. Had enough fun. Lin Moyu was excited. Yeah, had enough. What's so fun? And Hares found it a bit strange. He had clearly run back, because he couldn't win. Why was he so happy? Lin Moyu didn't hide it from Antares. "Do you remember the talent I awakened during my 3rd job advancement?" "I remember. The full rebirth talent is quite overpowered. A chance to be reborn every minute. How annoying." Antares couldn't help but sigh, thinking how nice it would be if it had that talent. Lin Moyu said, "I discovered another use for it. When it resurrects me, my soul is also resurrected." Thud. Antares' head slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. The flowing light in the sky immediately became chaotic, exploding like fireworks. Lin Moyu found it strange. Is it that big of a deal? Antares' eyes were filled with disbelief. It struggled to swallow. "You're saying this talent can even resurrect the soul? Is that true?" "You didn't miscalculate." Lin Moyu stated with certainty, "There's no mistake." He had used the soul-splitting technique to split off a wisp of his soul to drive the law and endure its backlash. Without affecting his foundation, he could split off a maximum of 5 wisps. At that time, Lin Moyu had wanted to leave, but the Dragon Emperor's attack was too fierce, so he immediately activated the full rebirth talent. To his surprise, not only was he exempted from death, his skill cooldowns reset, and his undead legion revived, but even his soul was resurrected. This meant he could split off another 5 wisps of his soul and continue using divine purple thunder. How could he not be excited by this discovery? He had a whole new understanding of his own talent. It was simply too powerful. Antares stared at Lin Moyu, muttering, "Perverted, too perverted. How can such a talent exist? Lin Moyu found it strange. There are countless powerful beings in the outside world. Is there no such talent? Antares shook its head. You've never heard of it. Talents related to the soul are very rare, and their effects aren't usually that strong. I've never heard of a talent that can restore the soul like yours. Hearing that even Antares had never heard of it, Lin Moyu realized his talent might be truly formidable. Suddenly, Antares' tone became serious. In the future, you must never tell anyone you have such a talent. It will bring you danger. Its words made the air suddenly thicken, and the atmosphere immediately changed. Lin Moyu was also affected. What danger? He asked in a low voice. There are some evil techniques that can steal other people's talents, Antares said. A chill ran down Lin Moyu's spine. Such techniques existed. The outside world was truly full of wonders. Anything could happen. His world was just a small island in the ocean. The outside world was very dangerous. Anything was possible. Lin Moyu sobered up from his joy, reminding himself not to be complacent. This world was not as simple as he thought. I understand. I won't tell anyone. Antares grunted. Also, the ancient thunder tower is just an external object. You can't rely on it too much. Besides, with your current strength, you can't even unleash the full power of the ancient thunder tower, let alone control the divine retribution fortress. Lin Moyu humbly accepted the advice. He knew he was still far from that. Thank you. He sincerely thanked Antares. No need. Just talk less to me in the future, and we'll be fine. Antares huffed. Lin Moyu smiled, and agreed first, but whether he could do it was another matter. He sincerely thanked Antares. If not for Antares' dragon scale this time, he might have been in real danger. The great hammer the Dragon Emperor took out at the end looked terrifying. Antares, the Dragon Emperor took out a great hammer at the end. I know. It's a super god level weapon. With it in hand, the Dragon Emperor can get infinitely close to the super god level. You're no match for him, Antares said. Lin Moyu found it strange. Shouldn't a super god level weapon only be controllable by a super god? His hammer is a bit special, and it has more than one use. Anyway, be careful in the future. Unless your own combat power reaches the super god level, stay as far away as you can from that hammer. Lin Moyu was secretly alarmed. If even Antares said so, it must be true. The classification of equipment followed a certain progression. Above legendary was mythical, and above mythical was super god. Super god level weapons only existed in legends, at least, they didn't exist in human history. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with thought. Does the Demon Emperor also have a super god level weapon in her hands? That's right, Antares did not deny. According to God Jian Ye, even if I reach the super god level, I can't destroy the abyssal dragon race. Is it related to this weapon? Lin Moyu continued to ask. Antares looked at Lin Moyu and chuckled. He guessed it. Hearing this, Lin Moyu already had the answer. He spoke frankly, half a guess, a bold assumption, careful verification. You know. Antares smiled. It is indeed related to that weapon. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. It seems this weapon can not only let them approach the super god level, but also unleash power beyond the super god level. And they are not native creatures of this world. Could this weapon also summon other powerful beings? You can get lost now. Antares stared at Lin Moyu and shouted loudly. It chased Lin Moyu away in anger and frustration. It had clearly only revealed a little information, yet Lin Moyu had analyzed a whole bunch, and half of it was speculation, yet he kept guessing correctly. Antares felt that every minute it spent with Lin Moyu, its own intelligence dropped significantly. The war in the human world was raging fiercely. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Many humans had died in battle, and many small factions had been completely destroyed. The human race had not experienced such a major war in hundreds of years. Yet in just 2 days, they had suffered immense casualties. The battlefield was not only on the origin battlefield, but also in the human world itself. The Divine Nether Empire had opened the Eternal Great Wall, so its casualties were the smallest. On the origin battlefield, the 9 fortresses of the Divine Nether Empire formed a line, like a wall of bronze and iron, firmly defending the front line. God-level experts fought one after another, slaughtering dragon kings and demon kings. The flames of war were intense. As long as the origin battlefield was protected, the allied forces of demons and dragons could not directly enter the Divine Nether Empire in the human world. But the fortresses of the smaller factions were in a much more tragic state. Their defenses quickly collapsed, and their fortresses were destroyed. Then, the dragon, demon allied forces passed through the fortresses, and entered the human world. When they appeared right before the gates of these factions' cities, a fierce battle immediately erupted in the human world. Lives were plunged into misery and suffering. Countless people died. One by one, the small nations were destroyed in the flames of war. The defeated professionals fled everywhere. Their calls for help went unanswered, as all nations were struggling to protect themselves. The Divine Nether Empire sealed its gates, and its cities activated their defensive formations, nearly covering the entire territory. Once the Eternal Great Wall was opened, the Divine Nether Empire would not allow anyone to enter. Even if you were a citizen of Divine Nether, you were not allowed in. Who knew if the person entering was a demon spy or had connections to demons? A single slip could cause even greater casualties. At this moment, there was no room for human sentiment or sympathy, only the choice between taking and leaving. However, no matter how strong the Eternal Great Wall was, it couldn't stop Antares. Antares determined the teleportation point, and directly sent Lin Moyu back to the White God Courtyard. No matter how fierce the flames of war outside, the White God Courtyard remained peaceful, like a paradise. Lin Moyu released Mang Anwen's group from the demon laying tower. After half a day in the tower, their injuries had improved a lot. Are we back? Bai Yuan still seemed to disbelieve it, wondering if he was seeing things. Hin Quanshan said angrily, nonsense. Both were fortunate to have survived the disaster. Though they were not afraid of death, no one wanted to die. Meng Anwen was much calmer than Bai Yuan. Moyu, are you alright? Lin Moyu shook his head. I'm fine. Although he couldn't defeat the Dragon Emperor, protecting himself was not a problem. Meng Anwen grunted. He knew Lin Moyu's abilities better than Bai Yuan and Yan Quanxing. Besides, with Antares behind him, protecting himself was indeed not difficult. That was why he had entered the demon laying tower without hesitation, not wanting to be a burden to Lin Moyu. Bai Yuan looked at the sky. Because of the formation, the sunlight was distorted. Meng Anwen glanced at it and calculated in his mind. The Eternal Great Wall has been activated. It seems my prediction was correct. The dragon race and the demons have really attacked. This time, they used a three-pronged approach, a single arrow hitting 3 targets. Yan Quanxing said coldly, they don't move unless it's a fatal blow. The Dragon Emperor and the Demon Emperor are truly ruthless. Teachers, what's the current situation? Lin Moyu asked. Let me see. Meng Anwen took out the Divine Nether Tower. It spun continuously in the air, releasing numerous runes that merged with the formation. This vast Eternal Great Wall formation not only connected the 9 fortresses of the Origin battlefield, but also the Divine Nether Empire. Its scale was much larger than the Soul Fusion formation. The Eternal Great Wall was the fruit of generations of effort by the people of Divine Nether, an accumulation of hundreds of years, finally gradually completed. After Meng Anwen became a god-level formation master, he began to take charge of protecting this Eternal Great Wall formation. So, Meng Anwen knew the formation like the back of his hand. Through the formation's senses, Meng Anwen found that the Eternal Great Wall was intact, with only a few minor damages that were insignificant. He breathed a sigh of relief. The Eternal Great Wall was still standing. The others also breathed sighs of relief. As long as the Eternal Great Wall stood, the Divine Nether Empire had nothing to worry about. Bai Yuan gritted his teeth. Old men, send us to the battlefield. I want to kill someone. He had been feeling wronged, frustrated for days. First, he was trapped, and then he almost got Lin Moyu killed. He wanted to vent fiercely. Yan Quanxing's state was quite similar to Bai Yuan's, boiling with anger. Fortress 9 and Fortress 8 are under the most intense attack. The pressure is greatest. He too go there respectively, Meng Anwen said. Old Bai, go to Fortress 9. Old Yan, go to Fortress 8. Wait a minute. Bai Yuan exclaimed, Fortress 9. Can I switch places with one Lin and Yahao? Meng Anwen's face turned serious. No. What time is it now? You're still concerned about these things. Besides, it seems Senior Yahao has thought things through, and the demon laying tower is in Moyu's hands. Why are you still so petty? Bai Yuan glared at Meng Anwen. You're doing this on purpose. Think whatever you want. Meng Anwen The Divine Nether Tower had already connected to the Eternal Great Wall. A ray of light descended, and Meng Anwen shot out a law, instantly forming a formation. Regardless of whether Bai Yuan agreed or not, he directly sent him to Fortress 9, followed by sending Yan Quanxing to Fortress 8. These were the 2 fortresses under the most pressure on the Origin battlefield. The battle situation was also the most intense, but now with Bai Yuan and Yan Quanxing joining, Meng Anwen knew there was probably nothing to worry about. Teacher, what about us? Lin Moyu asked. Meng Anwen looked up in a certain direction. We're not going to the Origin battlefield. We'll guard the city gate. The Divine Nether Tower emitted light, soaring into the sky, forming a formation, and teleporting the 2 of them away. The sound of waves crashing hit their faces. The 2 had arrived at the far northeast of the empire. Meng Anwen led Lin Moyu across the national border, leaving the range of the Eternal Great Wall's formation, and continued to fly another 100 miles to the northeast. Now, the national border of the Divine Nether Empire was behind them. The best way to keep the flames of war from spreading to the country was to block the enemy at the door. Through the Eternal Great Wall formation, Meng Anwen had obtained a lot of information. Lin Moyu didn't need to ask much, just follow. Meng Anwen pointed to the northeast. Do you know which countries are in that direction? Lin Moyu nodded. And Han Nation and Kimchi Nation, and a few insignificant island nations. Meng Anwen nodded. There's about to be a good show. Not even 5 minutes after Meng Anwen spoke, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged. The energy was extremely intense, carrying the breath of a law, but this law was a bit strange, very mechanical. Lin Moyu looked up and saw a giant appear between heaven and earth hundreds of kilometers away. To be visible from hundreds of kilometers away showed how massive this giant was, estimated to be several thousand meters tall, truly touching the sky and treading the earth. Lin Moyu thought of something. Is this the thought god of a Ho nation? Meng Anwen smiled and nodded. That's right, it's him. It seemed Lin Moyu knew a few things. An Ho nation had resorted to using their thought god, which meant they were in dire straits. And the truth was just that. The thought god was an Ho nation's last resort. If they even used it, it proved that an Ho nation was at its wit's end. Then, another violent tremor shook the heavens and earth. Hundreds of kilometers away, a tall mountain suddenly rose, transforming into a mighty warrior in the air. The thought god of Kimchi Nation had also awakened. The fortresses of a Ho nation and Kimchi Nation on the origin battlefield could no longer hold. The dragon demon allied forces pushed straight through, striking directly at the borders of the two countries, carrying out a national extermination. In the moment of life and death, the two countries used their final trump cards, awakening their thought gods. This was their final trump card, usable only once, only when their survival was threatened. The thought god of an Ho nation had reached level 98, extremely powerful, and could be maintained for 24 hours. But if the battle was fierce enough, the duration would be even shorter. The thought god of Kimchi Nation was relatively weaker, only at level 96, but it could also control laws. We're guarding here to block the dragon team and allied forces. Right. Lin Moyu looked at the thought god. Meng Anwen first nodded, then shook his head. Not entirely. Besides the dragon demon allied forces, we also have to guard against their thought gods. Lin Moyu was startled and immediately understood. They want to drag us down with them. 100 certain. Meng Anwen grunted. If they can't block the dragon demon allied forces, they might very well have their thought gods attack us, breaking our defenses. You can understand it as dragging us down with them, or as diverting disaster, using our divine nether empire to attract the attention of the dragon demon allied forces. Of course, Lin Moyu understood this principle. And Ho Nation, Kimchi Nation, these two countries had never had a good relationship with the divine nether empire. There had been many conflicts between the two sides over the years. If not for mutual deterrence, they would have probably fought a long time ago. Now they were on the verge of being annihilated, and the divine nether empire had not made any move, let alone providing support. In their final moments, to protect more of their people and give them a chance to escape, they might really divert the disaster. Meng Anwen and Lin Moyu stood here not only to block the dragon demon allied forces, but also to guard against their thought gods. The thought god of an Ho nation roared continuously, shaking the heavens and earth. Law flew, it was very strong, up to level 90, just a little short of a demigod. Under its attack the dragon demon and allied forces suffered heavy losses. Perhaps a Ho nation can hold on. The thought god can be maintained for 24 hours. A lot can be done, Lin Moyu said. They can't hold on. Meng Anwen thought otherwise. The power of a thought god comes from the faith of its people. When the people are all dead, the faith collapses, and the thought god will also collapse. We were wary of their thought gods before because we are all humans and couldn't do something like national extermination. But now they are facing the dragon, demon allied forces. What do you think? Lin Moyu was shocked. Thinking carefully about what Meng Anwen said, it was true. Moreover, Lin Moyu also understood why Meng Anwen had no intention of supporting an Ho nation, and why there was no movement within the divine nether empire. The reason was that the divine nether empire had been sneak attacked by demons many times in the past, with entire cities massacred. Those were the coastal cities behind them, very close to Ho nation and Kimchi Nation. At that time, they had remained silent, not only not coming to support, but even mocking them afterward. So now, the divine nether empire just watched as they were on the verge of being annihilated. This was also a choice. They couldn't sacrifice the people of the divine nether empire for them. Meng Anwen and Lin Moyu watched the thought gods fight madly. Laws flew like rain, and many of the dragon demon allied forces were killed. But the thought gods were also weakening at an alarming rate. They understood that the dragon demon allied forces had begun to massacre cities. The large number of civilian deaths would rapidly weaken the thought gods. At this rate, the thought gods can't last long. Half a day at most, Lin Moyu said thoughtfully. Meng Anwen shook his head. Not even half a day, just a few hours. We should prepare, they could come at any time. Lin Moyu grunted, raising his hand. The ancient thunder tower was in his grasp. If the thought gods really came, Lin Moyu would let them experience what despair felt like. It was not wrong to want to protect one's own people, but to want to divert disaster here. Using the lives of the people of Divine Nether to protect themselves, they were thinking too much. The thought gods grew weaker, both from Manhwa Nation and Kimchi Nation. A large number of their citizens were massacred. Without faith to sustain them, the thought gods would cease to exist. The thought god of Manhwa Nation had dropped from level 98 to level 97, and even level 97 was unstable. The thought god of Kimchi Nation was in an even more pathetic state, unable to hold level 96, dropping to level 95, losing the power of its law. Suddenly, as if they had discussed it beforehand, they simultaneously changed direction and began to charge straight towards the Divine Nether Empire. Here they come, Meng Inwen said softly. And Manhwa Nation is mine, Lin Moyu said. Meng Inwen did not hesitate. The thought gods charged towards the Divine Nether Empire. Behind them was a dark mass of the dragon demon allied forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, flying like a black cloud. The two thought gods seemed to be leading the way for the dragon demon allied forces, their target the Divine Nether Empire. Killing intent boiled in Lin Moyu's eyes. The ancient thunder tower connected to the divine retribution fortress, and a huge source of power was continuously transmitted. The ancient thunder tower flashed with lightning, the breath of law spreading. The thought god discovered Meng Inwen and Lin Moyu, but it did not stop. It now had to lead the dragon team and allied forces behind it to the Divine Nether Empire, let them attack the Divine Nether Empire, and at the same time, buy time for its own people to escape. When the thought god was less than 1,000 meters away from Lin Moyu pointed. Divine Purple Thunder. The Divine Purple Thunder combined with Law was the strongest attack Lin Moyu could currently use, even stronger than detonating a Law God crystal. At full power, the Divine Purple Thunder had the power of a demigod, enough to face the Dragon Emperor Heman. The Divine Purple Thunder descended on the thought god of Manhwa Nation, turning into a sea of purple lightning, directly engulfing it. A demigod-level attack was not something it could withstand. The thought god screamed tragically in the sea of lightning, its aura rapidly weakening. A portion of the dragon, demon allied forces behind it was also swallowed by the sea of lightning, dying without a complete corpse. Lin Moyu's figure swayed slightly. A wisp of his split soul was destroyed, his face pale. The next second, Lin Moyu split off another wisp of his soul and shot out another bolt of divine purple thunder. A heaven-shaking explosion, the sea of lightning had not yet dissipated, and it quickly expanded, completely engulfing the thought god of Manhwa Nation. Lin Moyu's face grew paler, but his eyes were bright. He received a notification that he had killed a thought god, killed the guardian god of Manhwa Nation. Experience General Star 1. Manhwa Nation and the Divine Nether Empire were not friendly, even having some conflicts. Killing their thought god, besides experience, also awarded a general star. Before, Lin Moyu was short 13 general stars to become a 6-star divine general. Now with one more, he only needed to kill another 12 god-level entities to advance. The human race had not produced a 6-star divine general in a very long time. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold. He did not use divine purple thunder again. The undead legion appeared. The sky turned dark. The immortal world descended. The gate of the undead appeared, and the eye of the undead opened in the immortal flames, ripping the lives of many creatures. The Headless Horseman activated its charge skill, rushing into the dragon, human allied forces. Skeleton warriors and berserkers followed closely behind. The elemental chaos of the skeleton mages, the soul shots of the divine archers, continuously harvested the lives of the dragon demon allied forces. The skeleton throne appeared in the air. The skeleton king emerged, swinging out a divine sword strike. Lin Moyu let out a soft cry, casting the skill power accumulation, and at the same time, drew 2 giant swords and also rushed into the battle. At this moment, apart from not using empowered soldier, Lin Moyu had unleashed his full firepower. His entire body glowed. In the battle just now, when he used divine purple thunder to kill the thought god of Manhwa Nation, he had leveled up. Level 77. His combat ability was enhanced again. Lin Moyu was covered by the power accumulation skill and had the scepter of the ruler's blessing. His attributes exceeded 14 million, comparable to a level 94 god-level expert. Lin Moyu inherited all the skills of the undead legion perfectly, including the skeleton king's skills. Moreover, he also had his own skills, making him even stronger than the undead legion. At this moment, he was the strongest in the entire legion. Divine sword strike, elemental chaos, soul skill, corpse explosion. One by one, skills were unleashed. The dragon team and allied forces died in droves. Lin Moyu moved as if through an unguarded land. No enemy could resist him. He became more and more frenzied, his face filled with joy. Surrounded by enemies, there was no need to aim skills, just madly slaughter. On the other side, Meng Anwen deployed a formation, swallowing and killing the thought god of Kimchi Nation. When he turned to look at Lin Moyu, he was stunned. He never expected Lin Moyu to have such a frenzied side. Isn't Moyu a mage? Why does he like close combat so much? Lin Moyu now had none of the appearance of a mage, completely a berserker warrior. No, even more berserk than a berserker warrior. He loved the feeling of each sword strike cutting into the opponent's body. It was extremely stimulating. Ever since his dungeon crawling days, he often acted as a meat shield, drawing fire for the undead legion. Moreover, he did not abandon his own professional skills. Thunder element control, corpse explosion, he used everything. Elemental witches blazed and flew around his body. Under the feet of every undead was a Hao, shimmering but not strong enough. In terms of power, it seemed to have been left behind. Lin Moyu knew it was because the materials for summoning the elemental witches were not good enough. In the future, if he used legendary, even mythical materials to summon them, they would surely become powerful. Just like the flame witch he saw in the skill introduction video, which could burn a giant dragon to death. With the power accumulation skill, as Lin Moyu continuously killed, the skill's duration grew longer and longer, with no end in sight. The soul damage he had suffered from using the soul-splitting technique had also recovered to its original state during the slaughter. Even his soul realm had improved a little. Lin Moyu loved this feeling. It was intoxicating. Improving the soul level was the most difficult. Every bit of progress was good. After reaching the god level, the advancement of the soul level was even more important. If there could be more large battles like this, Lin Moyu believed it wouldn't be long before he stepped into level 93, reaching the mid-odd level. At that time, both he and the Skeleton King would become stronger, and their combat power would increase significantly. If he used the empowered soldier skill at the same time while killing enemies, will the soul realm improve faster? Lin Moyu suddenly had this idea. A powerful aura rose ahead. A stronger Dragon King and Demon King were rushing over. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Just in time to use you as an experiment for the empowered soldier soul skill. The empowered soldier skill was activated, and his soul power immediately plummeted. Lin Moyu had underestimated the consumption of using two skills simultaneously. It was many times greater than using one skill alone. With his soul power at level 77, he could only maintain both skills at the same time for 3 seconds. He continuously used the corpse explosion skill, killing a large number of demons, to extend the duration of the skill. After using the empowered soldier skill, his attributes, limited by his soul level, did not increase, but his attack power directly increased by 500. The empowered soldier skill came with its own law, a law that even Lin Moyu couldn't understand, directly enhancing damage. The effect was very obvious. This skill had once brought Lin Moyu countless amazing achievements, and it was still powerful now. The Dragon Demon allied forces that were carrying out a massacre in Anhon Nation and Kim Ji-Nation discovered the situation here, and immediately rushed over. Leading them were 4 Demon Kings and Dragon Kings above level 94, one of whom was an old enemy of Lin Moyu, the Black Heaven Demon King. Lin Moyu. The Black Heaven Demon King saw Lin Moyu at a glance, his killing intent boiling. Lin Moyu also saw it. "You've come." The Divine Sword Strike skill had just recovered. His soul locked onto the 4 of them. He swung his sword. Thousands of meters away, the Black Heaven Demon King suddenly felt danger. Under Lin Moyu's sword light, it sensed death. Not good. The Black Heaven Demon King saw something terrifying and quickly retreated. But it was too late. The sword light exploded. It screamed tragically, sent flying, its wings broken, its legs severed. Before the empowered soldier skill, it could still withstand this blow, at most suffering minor injuries. But under the 500 damage increase of the empowered soldier skill, this blow nearly took its life. The Black Heaven Demon King's reaction was quite fast. The moment the sword light flashed, it had burned its entire body with demonic fire. A black demon stone was activated, carrying it away in an instant. The other Demon King, and the 2 Dragon Kings reacted slower and were immediately severely injured. They also wanted to flee, but because they were delayed by less than half a second, they no longer had the chance. The eye of the undead, carrying Lin Moyu's will, glanced over. Their souls were shaken, they screamed tragically, their minds went blank. Elemental chaos descended, and at the same time, corpse explosion. The material for the corpse explosion was the 2 legs that had just been severed from the Black Heaven Demon King. A heaven-shaking explosion. Lin Moyu reaped a large amount of experience and 3 general stars. "That guy runs fast," Lin Moyu whispered lightly. In his eyes, the Black Heaven Demon King had great luck. After so many times, he still couldn't kill it. The effect of the empowered soldier skill was too good. Slaying a mid-level Demon King was like slaying a dog. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the effect of the skill. He turned and charged into the Dragon Demon allied forces, continuing the slaughter. As he had expected, the effect of improving the soul level under the combination of these 2 major skills was even more obvious. He could feel that after an enemy died, a wisp of soul power would be drawn out, turning into power to upgrade his own soul level. The transformation process was very miraculous, seemingly related to some mysterious law. With his current ability, he still couldn't fully understand it. But that didn't matter. As long as he could use it, he didn't need to understand. The dragon demon army looked powerful, but in front of Lin Moyu's undead legion, they were like chickens and dogs. Especially after being blessed by the empowered soldier skill, the combat power of the undead legion had reached its limit, an unstoppable force. The battle only lasted for a few dozen minutes. The dragon demon allied forces were completely routed. The undead legion pursued them. Lin Moyu did not act again. This battle had been very fruitful. Not only did he level up to 77, but he also received 4 general stars. After reaching level 77, his experience had increased by half, only about 30 more needed to level up to 78. This leveling speed was unprecedented. However, for Lin Moyu, the greatest achievement was the increase in his soul level. His soul had now reached the peak of level 92, just one step away from level 93. Just one more step, and he would reach the mid-god level. If only there could be 2 more large battles like this. Unfortunately, the dragon, human allied forces in this direction had been wiped out. They wouldn't be coming anymore. Lin Moyu asked Meng Yanwen, "Teacher, is there any other place that needs me to guard?" Meng Yanwen chuckled. "Haven't you killed enough? Killing demons is the responsibility of a professional. Now I have to kill dragons too," Lin Moyu said. "Let me see," Meng Yanwen said. He contacted the Eternal Great Wall again. A moment later, his expression became a little strange. "What is it?" Lin Moyu asked. "Strange, the abyssal demons are retreating." Meng Yanwen's words carried a hint of confusion. Lin Moyu was also surprised to hear this news. The dragon demon allied forces had just launched an aggressive attack. Why would they suddenly retreat? What happened to them? Lin Moyu asked. "It's not the dragon demon allied forces retreating, but the demons retreating," Meng Yanwen said. That was even stranger. Could it be that they had an internal conflict? The more Lin Moyu thought about it, the more confused he became. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. It's a good thing they're retreating, Meng Yanwen said. Indeed. Once the demons retreated, only the dragon race remained. The pressure on the human side would be greatly reduced, and casualties would also decrease. Anyway, it's a good thing. Lin Moyu asked. The demons have retreated, what about the dragon race? What's their reaction? They've temporarily stopped their attack, but I think they'll retreat too. The dragon race knows very well that if they face us humans alone, the final result will most likely be mutual destruction, Meng Yanwen said. A result of mutual destruction would only benefit the abyssal demons, Lin Moyu said. The fisherman reaps the benefits. Exactly. So it's highly likely that the dragon race will also retreat. Meng Yanwen's judgment was very reasonable. Lin Moyu thought so too. Though it was unexpected, it was highly likely to develop in this direction. This was also the best result at present. Although the human race suffered heavy losses, the dragon, demon allied forces also suffered considerable losses. There was no winner in this sudden war. Meng Yanwen continued. I think the sudden retreat of the demons is related to you. Their assassination of you and me failed. So this great war has lost its meaning. Lin Moyu knew that he was the person the Dragon Emperor wanted to kill most. This assassination was mainly aimed at him, then at Meng Yanwen and the others. If both he and Meng Yanwen were killed, the dragon demon allied forces would advance and pose a great threat to the human race. Not only could they annihilate the human race, but they could also severely weaken it. But the result was a failure. No one was killed. This great war had lost its meaning. Meng Yanwen connected to the Eternal Great Wall formation and could see the images on the origin battlefield. At this time, the demon army was retreating like a tide. The dragon army had also stopped attacking. The human army quickly retreated back to the fortress and did not pursue. Just as the great war seemed to be ending, Meng Yanwen suddenly saw a sword light heading in this direction. Us. Why is he here? Meng Yanwen let out a soft cry. Lin Moyu blinked. Is God Jianyi here? Meng Yanwen nodded. It seems he has recovered. Meng Yanwen was not surprised that Lin Moyu could guess it was Jianyi. With his position, there were very few things that could surprise him. And very few people who could surprise him. Tungden was one of them. Jianyi was a figure from over 600 years ago. His strength was very powerful. Before his fall, he had reached level 98, and had touched the realm of a demigod. However, too much time had passed, so Meng Yanwen's reverence for him was not as strong as before. As for Lin Moyu, he had respect, but not awe. In their hearts, even among demigods, the existence of the Emperor D was much stronger than Jianyi. This subtle psychological change was only understood by those involved. Lin Moyu was a little confused. Why is he here now? Meng Yanwen also looked puzzled. Why did Jianyi not appear earlier or later, but at this exact moment? Did he just get the news, or did he just recover? The opening of the Eternal Great Wall was such a huge event. Jian Yi couldn't possibly not know. The last time a demon king attacked from afar he could sense it. Let alone this time. Mang Anwen guessed that he probably had just recovered. In Mang Anwen's vision, Jian Yi rode his sword from afar. One man, one sword, he charged into the dragon army. Jian Yi himself was at level 90, and had stepped into the threshold of a demigod. Laws flew, and countless dragon race battle generals fell. The two dragon kings in the army were the same, not even lasting 3 to 5 seconds. Jian Yi moved as if through an unguarded land, swordlight flying, slaughtering in all directions. The dragon army was routed by Jian Yi alone, fleeing into Sarai. The demons had already retreated a step ahead, so they didn't encounter Jian Yi. After routing the dragon army, Jian Yi, with his sword light, charged deep into the origin battlefield and disappeared into the darkness. It could be predicted that the dragons and demons deep in the origin battlefield, whoever encountered Jian Yi, would have a very tragic end. Meng Anwen sighed. It seems he's venting. Jian Yi killed fiercely, quickly, and ruthlessly. Laws rained down indiscriminately, carrying deep hatred and thick killing intent. Meng Anwen could feel this emotion from his sword light. Just think about it, he was almost killed, and had been lonely for hundreds of years before being revived. How could he not hate? Meng Anwen could understand, but after hearing this, Lin Moyu frowned. Teacher, you said he's venting. Meng Anwen nodded. His sword light and laws carry hatred, very deep hatred. All enemies who died under his sword were chopped into pieces. Meng Anwen's words made Lin Moyu even more confused. Meng Anwen thought for a moment, and added, now that I think about it, it is a bit strange. Some were clearly already killed, but he still added 2 more slashes to the corpse, chopping it into pieces. I don't think it's right, Lin Moyu said. I've had contact with God Jian Yi in the secret realm. He gave me a very gentle feeling, like an old man who had seen through everything, enlightened, without any killing intent or hatred, only magnanimity. Meng Anwen pondered for a few seconds and said slowly, do you think that after his revival, his hatred for the demons has completely erupted? Or is it his hatred for the human race? Lin Moyu shook his head. It's not like that. Even if he has resentment towards the demons, it shouldn't be to that extent. Besides, the ones he just killed were not demons but dragons. What Lin Moyu said made a lot of sense. The higher the soul level, the more stable the emotions. Even with ordinary hatred, it wouldn't be to that extent. Even though the Dragon Emperor hated Lin Moyu to the bone, he still maintained his composure. Furthermore, in the era Jian Yi lived in, communication between the dragon race and the human race was limited to the eternal battlefield. At that time, the greatest enemy of the human race was still the demons. Jian Yi was almost completely defeated by the demons. If he had hatred, it should be directed at the demons. The demons had just retreated. If Jian Yi wanted to pursue them, he could have caught up. But the result was not like that. The feeling Jian Yi gave was that he saw an enemy, and directly killed them, regardless of who the enemy was. It seemed his rationality had weakened. Neither Meng Anwen nor Lin Moyu could understand. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and took out Antares' dragon scale. This concerned a demigod of the human race. After Emperor D left, Jian Yi became the strongest person in the human race. He couldn't take this matter lightly. Lin Moyu shamelessly went to bother Antares again. Fortunately, Antares was not sleeping this time, but he couldn't avoid being mocked a few times. Lin Moyu's fake skin had reached a certain level, especially when facing Antares, who was on par with a super god. Soon, he got some answers from Antares. Meng Anwen looked at Lin Moyu. What did the Great One say? Lin Moyu put away the dragon scale. It said Jian Yi had some problems during his revival. The specific problem should stem from the demon laying sword in his hand. Meng Anwen searched his memories, and said in a deep voice, the demon laying sword was very famous back then. According to records, the human race paid a not though small price to forge it. Moreover, the demon laying sword was also the cause of the Great War back then. Jian Yi's fall was also related to the demon laying sword. Perhaps the royal family has detailed records. Let's go check. The abyssal demons suddenly retreated, and the dragon race was immediately put on the defensive. Although the human race did not pursue them, the dragon race no longer had the strength to attack and could only reluctantly retreat. Jian Yi's participation made the situation even worse, dealing a heavy blow to the dragon race. Outside the demon emperor's palace, the dragon emperor roared angrily at the palace. Demon emperor, what do you mean? Why did you retreat? The dragon emperor's voice carried fury, making the flames of the abyss tremble continuously. The demon emperor did not show herself. Her voice came from the palace. Our plan has failed. What else can we do but retreat? Are you out of your mind? Even if we couldn't ambush and kill Lin Moyu, as long as our two sides join forces, we can at least drive the human race out of the origin battlefield, the dragon emperor said angrily. Is there something wrong with your brain? Jian Yi has returned, don't you know? The demon emperor sneered with contempt. The dragon emperor was stunned, finally remembering who Jianye was. The strong man who rose over 700 years ago, once the leader of the human race, was besieged by dozens of demon kings over 600 years ago and finally fell. At that time, the dragon race was separated from the origin battlefield. The dragon emperor had only heard of Jianye's name, but didn't know the details. The dragon emperor said. Dead, but not completely dead, the demon emperor replied. Died for 600 years and came back to life. Impossible, the dragon emperor shouted in shock. Even he had never heard of someone who died for 600 years, and could be revived. Although I don't know how Jianye was revived, it must be related to it. If you want to know, you can go and ask. It's there anyway, not hard to find, the demon emperor said. The dragon emperor shuddered. Are you kidding me? Go ask Antares. How many lives do I have? If he stayed obediently in the dragon world, Antares wouldn't bother to kill him. After all, there was an agreement between the parties. But if he wanted to die, go to the upper space, and appear before Antares, he would definitely be killed with a single puff of dragon's breath. The demon emperor continued. Regardless of the reason, Jianye has been revived. He is a peak level 98 demigod. Although he is a little weaker than us, the difference is not much. With him there, attacking the human race is meaningless. Just as the demon emperor said, with a demigod guarding the human race, and the existence of the great god Antares, let alone destroying the human race, they couldn't even drive the human race out of the origin battlefield. And now there was Lin Moyo, who was too strange. The dragon emperor also understood that they had lost their greatest advantage. It was indeed unnecessary to continue the attack. Retreat was the only choice. He gritted his teeth. He had thought that without Emperor D, the human race could be driven in out of the origin battlefield, and suppressed again, crippling them. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. After saying that, the dragon emperor left in anger, directly leaving the abyss. The flames of the abyss burned more fiercely. The demon emperor lay on her throne, her eyes extremely complex. Fool. You don't even understand your own identity, yet you want to cripple the human race. We are chess pieces, understand? As chess pieces, we must do our duty as chess pieces. Act when you need to act. Lie down when you need to lie down. Surrender when you need to surrender. Survival is the most important thing. I can't wait any longer. I have to think of a way to survive. But the hatred with the human race is fundamentally irresolvable. What a headache. The flames of the abyss grew more and more intense until they enveloped the entire demon emperor's palace, and her voice completely disappeared. In the imperial palace, Meng Inwen directly stated his purpose for coming. Donfeng Yai did not hesitate and directly took out all the materials related to Jianye and the demon, laying sword. The royal family could be considered the oldest family in the Divine Ether Empire. All materials from the founding of the country to the present were preserved. Meng Inwen and Lin Moyu carefully examined the materials. Jianye's life and deeds were recorded in detail. There was a lot of information that was not available outside, especially about the origin of the demon, flaying sword. It was forged from a piece of extraterrestrial metal that Jianye had accidentally picked up. According to the feedback from the scouting technique, it was a peak mythical level material called demon gold. In Jianye's era, there were no god-level blacksmiths, but mythical level materials could not be wasted. So, several peak blacksmiths collaborated and came up with a method, concentrating the essence blood of demon kings to refine the demon gold. At that time, the abyssal demons and the human race were constantly at war. It was not difficult to obtain the essence blood of demon kings. In several major battles, Xianye acted and collected the essence blood of 5 demon kings. Using this essence blood, the blacksmiths finally refined the demon gold and forged the demon, laying sword. Unfortunately, it was not forged by a god-level blacksmith. Although mythical level materials were used, the final demon, laying sword was only a peak legendary weapon. Of course the demon's laying sword became Jianye's weapon. With the demon, laying sword in hand, Jianye's combat ability soared, and he dominated the battlefield. Until he was targeted by the demons and finally died of exhaustion in a major battle. It was just that no one knew that Jianye had not completely died. Over 600 years later, thanks to Lin Moyu and the power of Antares, he was revived. But after his revival, it seemed there were some problems. The main problem stemmed from the demon, laying sword. Lin Moyu knew that what Antares said was definitely not wrong. There was no specific information about the demon gold in the materials. The materials only record that this mythical level material is called demon gold and comes from outer space, but its specific properties are unknown. Lin Moyu said softly. And the Great One know? Meng Inwen asked. Lin Moyu shook his head. It doesn't know. It's just a mythical level material, nothing in Antares' eyes. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. According to the records, 5 peak blacksmiths participated in the forging of the demon, laying sword back then. One of them, named Dongfang Jin, was from the royal family, right? Following Lin Moyu's words, Dongfang Yi also looked at the materials and immediately found the corresponding information. Yes, he was indeed from our royal family. Can we find all of his information, including any diaries or something? The royal family always had the habit of preserving materials, both large and small, useful or useless. This habit was very good. When needed, they could be found. For such a small request, of course, Dongfang Yi would not refuse. Moreover, these materials were not precious, just that they were very old and would take some time to find. The royal family never lacked manpower. Half an hour later, there were results. All materials related to Dongfang Jin were brought over. Dongfang Jin had inherited the fine tradition of the royal family, recording almost all of his works throughout his life. He was a level 88 peak blacksmith, and his greatest regret in life was not being able to become a god-level blacksmith. His greatest achievement was forging the demon-laying sword. In his diary, Lin Moyu found materials about demon gold. Teacher, look at this passage. Lin Moyu handed the material to Meng Yanwen. After reading it, Meng Yanwen's expression changed slightly. There was such a thing. Dongfang Yi saw that something was wrong. God Ming, General Lin, is there a problem? Meng Yanwen glanced over. Dongfang Yi understood, and he immediately dismissed the unrelated people. Meng Yanwen pointed, setting up a simple soundproof formation. According to the records, the main material of the demon-laying sword, the mythical level material demon gold, has the ability to bewitch the mind, making people become frenzied, even bloodthirsty. There have been low-level professionals who were affected by demon gold and killed people. Even peak professionals needed to be careful. The three of them, Lin Moyu, Meng Yanwen, and Dongfang Yi, meticulously analyzed the materials, carefully exploring, and finally found the answer. The extraterrestrial object, the mythical level material demon gold, was not a good thing. It bewitched the mind, making people become violent and bloodthirsty. The demon-laying sword, forged from demon gold, brought great power, but also came with serious side effects. Based on the previous situation, it can be confirmed that God Jian Yi has indeed been affected by demon gold, Meng Yanwen said. According to the notes, Senior Dongfang Jin could resist demon gold. So, God Jian Yi should also have this ability. But he was affected. It must be that there was a problem during his revival. If he was only affected, then it's easier to say. Lin Moyu replied. I believe that with God Jian Yi's soul level, he can definitely recover. What's worrying is, Meng Yanwen said in a deep voice, that God Jian Yi is no longer God Jian Yi. Lin Moyu's expression was serious. He nodded silently. He was afraid that God Jian Yi had been affected on a deeper level, perhaps no longer himself. Lin Moyu didn't say it explicitly, but anyone who heard it would understand. Anyway, we have to be careful. I'll inform Old Bai and the others, tell them to pay attention. Meng Yanwen said. Lin Moyu nodded. I don't know if God Jian Yi's return is a blessing or a curse. I hope we're just overthinking it. God Jian Yi had returned. It was impossible to stop him. After all, he was the only person in the human race to reach the demigod realm. With him here, the human race would have more confidence. Lin Moyu and Meng Yanwen left the imperial palace and went to the origin battlefield. Lin Moyu stood in the air, looking at the eternal Great Wall. This was the fruit of more than 10 generations of human predecessors, the effort of hundreds of years. From Jian Yi's time, the construction of the eternal Great Wall had begun. It was not officially completed until 100 years after Jian Yi's fall. The eternal Great Wall continued to operate, the 9 fortresses linked as one, forming a barrier to block the demons. Thanks to the existence of the eternal Great Wall, the human race had been safe for several hundred years. The demons could only attack through some special means, carrying out massacres of citizens and cities. But they couldn't launch a large-scale attack. Large battles like this one had not occurred in hundreds of years. About half a day later, news came from the front lines. The demons and dragons had both retreated. The origin battlefield was peaceful again. The eternal Great Wall slowly ceased operation with a rumbling sound, and the formations in the empire also began to stop. The Great War was over. It was time to count the casualties. This would be a sorrowful process. The battle had only lasted a few short days, but so many people had fallen. They were heroes, martyrs. Every one of them would be recorded. For the soldiers and professionals who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, the Divine Nether Empire had never let anyone suffer. Their families would be well taken care of, lacking nothing. Lin Moyu stood in the space outside Fortress 9, sighing as he watched the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield outside the fortress. War was too cruel for most people. He clenched his fists. This is the world of the human race. Whether it's the Abyss or the Dragon race, he shouldn't have come here. When he was still in school, Lin Moyu had the thought that as long as he was strong enough, he would definitely enter the Abyss and destroy all the demons. Now there was also the Dragon race. A sword light shot from afar. In an instant, the sword light stopped on the fortress. Jian Ye stood on the demon, laying sword, flying in from outside the fortress. The whole process, he did not look down at the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield outside. He flew past Lin Moyu, who was standing not far away, without even a glance. Lin Moyu's heart sank. He realized Jian Ye's abnormality was even more serious than he had predicted. It wasn't just being affected. Otherwise, how could he not recognize him? One must know that the person he had exchanged with in the secret realm for several hundred years was only him. If he didn't even recognize him, there was a big problem. Just as Jian Yi was about to enter the fortress, the formation in the fortress suddenly flashed, blocking him. Although he was human, he was not recognized by the fortress. Lin Moyu saw Jian Yi being blocked and said nothing. Jian Yi did not try to force his way in, but opened his mouth and said, "I am Jian Yi. Open the formation." His voice transmitted into the formation. This voice made Lin Moyu feel strange. Jian Yi's voice was a bit deep and hoarse. His voice had changed. In Jian Yi's secret realm, Lin Moyu had directly talked with his soul. He remembered the sound he had heard very clearly. That was Jian Yi's real voice. Even though Jian Yi was only in a soul state at that time, when he materialized into a human form, he would naturally retain his original voice. But now his voice had changed. There was another thing that caught Lin Moyu's attention. There was no smell of blood on Jian Yi. He had been pursuing the demon and dragon armies for half a day before returning. He must have gone through many battles. Based on his strength, the number of demons and dragons who died at his hands was certainly not small. How could there be no smell of blood? Not only was there no smell of blood, but even his killing intent was completely retracted. Under normal circumstances, this would be normal, but right after a great war, it was abnormal. Even the soldiers outside the fortress who were cleaning up the battlefield still carried the smell of blood and killing intent. And what was Jian Yi here for? Why did he come to Fortress 9? Someone flew up from the fortress. It was Wan Lin. Usually, problems in Fortress 9 were solved by Wan Lin. Only when he couldn't handle it would Ye Hao need to come forward. Wan Lin's tone was a bit strange. He looked Jian Yi up and down. Jian Yi also looked back at him. Level 92. Below God level. From his voice, one could hear contempt. Wan Lin couldn't see Jian Yi's level, but he could feel the opponent's strength. Standing before him, Wan Lin felt a strong pressure. He knew this was due to the huge power gap between the two sides. The opponent was so strong, and he was Jian Yi. Suddenly, Wan Lin thought of something. "You are God Jian Yi." "It is a..." "Open the formation. I want to go in," Jian Yi said. Wan Lin said in shock, "You really are God Jian Yi? Didn't you disappear over 600 years ago?" Jian Yi huffed lightly. "I did not die, I just slept deeply. Now I have revived. Open the formation, I want to go in." Lin Moy listened from the side, silently noting. This is the third time, and his tone is more urgent than the last. What is he trying to do? Lin Moy could now confirm that Jian Yi had come here with a purpose, but he didn't know what it was. Fortress 9 was the final formation of the Eternal Great Wall, and also the strongest point. It was near the entrance to the abyss. Whenever there was a battle, this was also the most intense place. Other than that, Fortress 9 was no different from the other fortresses. Lin Moyu thought of the demon, Lane Tower. If there was anything different, the demon, Lane Tower was the only difference. But he immediately denied it. The demon, Lane Tower, and Jian Yi were not products of the same era. In Jian Yi's era, there was no demon, Lane Tower. So why was he here? Lin Moyu stood by it and said nothing. He also wanted to see what Jian Yi's purpose was. Wan Lin was quite cautious and did not open the formation immediately. Instead, he sent a message. Soon, someone else flew up from inside the fortress. It was Ye Hao and the others. Bai Yuan was also among them. This time, Bai Yuan had come to Fortress 9 to help guard it. The battle had just ended, so he hadn't left yet. Actually, when Bai Yuan arrived, the Great War was already in its final stage. He hadn't even had a chance to act. Looking at his expression, it seemed his relationship with Ye Hao had eased. Just now, Lin Wei had gotten news of Jian Yi and only told Bai Yuan. Ye Hao still didn't know. The moment Ye Hao saw Jian Yi, his body suddenly trembled. "You are God Jian Yi." Jian Yi frowned and looked at Ye Hao. "Who are you?" Ye Hao bowed to Jian Yi. Junior Ye Hao pays his respects to God Jian Yi. He looked at Ye Hao. "Your surname is Yi." Ye Hao nodded. "My ancestor was Ye Boren." "I didn't expect you to be a descendant of Boren," Jian Yi said. "Back then, it was thanks to God Jian Yi for saving my ancestor. Then my ancestor returned to the mountain city and founded the Ye family, which has been passed down to this day," Ye Hao said. Jian Yi did not say more about the Ye family, but opened his mouth for the fourth time. "Open the formation." This time, He seemed to be trying to stay calm, but Lin Wei felt that Jian Yai was even more anxious than before. He stood by and watched Jian Yai, noticing that in Jian Yai's eyes, there was no interest in Yaboran. He was just being perfunctory. It wasn't that he had no interest, but a hint of disgust. At this time, Ye Hao was a little excited, and didn't notice Jian Yai's abnormality. Lin Moyu secretly sent a message to Bai Yiwen, telling him to be careful and keep his distance. Ye Hao ordered the formation to be open to let Jian Yai in. Of course, Wen Lin would not disobey Ye Hao's order. A passage opened in the formation, allowing Jian Yi to pass through. Jian Yi entered the formation, and did not stop, flying straight to the center of the fortress. It looked very much like he had a purpose. Ye Hao followed beside Jian Yi. Senior God Jian Yi, Ancestor Boran left behind ancestral teachings, saying that you had not fallen and might return in the future. Really? Jian Yi smiled, but not really a smile. A strange look appeared in his eyes. The ancestor said so. What else did he say? The ancestor said you are unparalleled in talent and wisdom. If you return, you will be the strongest of the human race. If anyone can become a super god, it can only be you. Ye Hao's voice was a little excited. Clearly, Jian Yi's return had fulfilled his ancestor's words, which had a great impact on him. Kyone smiled. Boran really understood me. A pity, a pity. A pity what? Ye Hao still didn't realize. At this time, Wan Lin felt that something was not right. He frowned, staring at Jian Yi, his fists unconsciously clenched. Jian Yi's gaze unintentionally swept over Wan Lin, then he shook his head, showing a trace of contempt. At this time, they had reached the center of the fortress, a large, empty square. This was originally where the demon-laying tower was placed. After Lin Moyu took the tower, this place had been left empty. Lin Moyu followed from a distance. He also didn't understand why Jian Yi wanted to come here. Jian Yi stopped, his eyes sweeping over the square, cleaned up quite nicely. Originally, there was a tower here. Now the tower has been, be careful, before he could finish. Wan Lin suddenly shouted. Instantly, a sword light flashed. Ye Hao was pushed away. A tragic scream, and fresh blood splattered. Wan Lin had pushed Ye Hao away, and both of his hands were severed by the sword light. Before Ye Hao could react, the sword light flashed again. At the same time, a huge aura from behind him rushed over, colliding with the sword light. The fierce impact sent Ye Hao flying. Bai Yiwen had blocked a fatal blow for Ye Hao, but he was also sent flying. With a thud, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Wan Lin was chopped into pieces by another sword light. Bai Yiwen had saved Ye Hao, but he couldn't save Wan Lin. Wan Lin had pushed Ye Hao away first, his hands severed, and then he was directly killed by the second sword light. No one expected Jian Yi to suddenly go berserk and attack his own people. If not for Lin Moyu reminding Bai Yiwen to be careful, he wouldn't have reacted in time. Wan Lin, Ye Hao finally reacted, letting out a horrified cry. Bai Yiwen glared at Jian Yi and shouted angrily, "Gang Yi, what are you doing?" Bai Yiwen had no friendship with Wan Lin, but Wan Lin was a god-level expert of the human race. To watch him be killed, and the attacker was also human, Bai Yiwen felt very uncomfortable. The relationship between Ye Hao and Wan Lin was very deep. Wan Lin had always regarded Ye Hao as his elder. Ye Hao had no children in his life and had regarded Wan Lin as his own son. Seeing Wan Lin die on the spot, his eyes were filled with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. He turned to Jian Yi and shouted, "Why?" Jian Yi's face was grim. He sneered, "I didn't expect this kid to be so loyal, even willing to die for you. But, no way. Just wanted the blood of a god level. You were quite suitable originally, now it's acceptable too." Jian Yi's face was expressionless. He waved his hand, and a large amount of fresh blood spewed out, falling like rain. The fresh blood was black and red. Black was the blood of demons, and red was the blood of dragons. The smell of blood grew stronger and stronger. Without exception, it was all the blood of demon kings and dragon kings. No one knew what Jian Yi wanted to do with so much god-level fresh blood. He had acted too quickly. Even Lin Moyu had not reacted in time. Who would have thought he would attack his own people? If not for Wan Lin's quick reaction, the one who died would have been Ye Hao. Jian Yi had reached level 98, and stepped into the threshold of a demigod. With his blood-colored law, killing Ye Hao would have been effortless. "You are not God Jian Yi. Who are you?" Ye Hao said coldly. Jian Yi sprinkled all the fresh blood on the ground and laughed. "I am Jian Yi, the god Jian Yi your ancestor spoke of." Ye Hao roared, "Impossible. The god Jian Yi my ancestor mentioned was someone who would sacrifice his life for the human race. He would absolutely not attack his own people." Jian Yi laughed sinisterly. The aura on his body changed completely, exuding a cold breath. "That's because you don't understand the suffering. Not only do you not understand this sovereign, but your ancestor also didn't understand this sovereign. Of course, this sovereign also doesn't understand you. In the Great War back then, if not for that coward Yaboran running away, this sovereign wouldn't have had to die in battle. Do you really think this sovereign would fight to the death for the human race? At that time, it was because this sovereign had no other choice. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. Jiang Ye's expression became more and more ferocious, laughing madly. Suddenly, Lin Moi realized he had missed a detail. The material said that Jiang Ye had accidentally obtained the extraterrestrial demon gold, but it didn't say when he got it. Demon gold had the characteristic of bewitching the mind. At least a high-level professional was needed to resist it. If Jiang Ye had obtained the demon gold before his third job advancement, it meant that from that moment on, Jiang Ye was no longer normal. Jiang Ye had left the impression of being a demigod, making people unconsciously ignore the time he obtained the demon gold. Wrong. All wrong. This guy is acting. From the moment I entered the secret realm and came into contact with him through my soul, he had already started acting. At that time, I was too weak, and didn't notice the abnormality. That dragon in tears definitely knew, but it didn't say. Combining what Jiang Yi just said, Lin Moi suddenly understood everything. Jiang Yi was never the god Jiang Ye who sacrificed himself for the great righteousness of the nation. He had his own purpose. And what was his purpose? It was about to be revealed. The fresh blood fell to the ground and was quickly absorbed. Immediately after, a blood-colored formation rose up. The space beside Lin Moi distorted. Meng Inwen appeared beside him with the divine nether tower. At the same time, there was also Yan Quansheng. Just now, Lin Moi had informed them, and they had immediately rushed over. Meng Inwen saw the formation, and his expression changed. This is a blood array. What is a blood array? Lin Moi asked. It's a very evil formation. It absorbs the fresh blood of the strong and converts the energy within, which can help people level up quickly, Meng Inwen said. Lin Moi knew that with gain, there must be loss. When one leveled up quickly, one had to pay a heavy price. Meng Inwen continued, as long as there is enough fresh blood from the strong, one can level up very quickly, even advancing 3 job classes in one night. But the consequences are also very serious. The user of the blood array will either go mad or explode and die. Even if they succeed, they will not be able to advance further in their lifetime. They will lose their foundation. The blood array appeared a long time ago, there are records of it. Then it disappeared. Why is there a blood array here? Suddenly, Zhang Yi turned his head and looked at Meng Inwen. You are a pretty good god-level formation master, and you've reached level 96. It wasn't a waste of my strength to save you last time. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation rumbled and activated. A blood-colored light shot into the sky. The blood-colored light curtain shot straight up, breaking the original formation of Fortress 9, and then pierced straight into the sky, dyeing the gloomy sky of the origin battlefield red. Instantly, a thick smell of blood spread everywhere, making people nauseous. Meng Inwen's expression suddenly changed. This formation is not just one. In his senses, when the blood array of Fortress 9 was activated, it meant that Fortress 8, Fortress 7, every fortress would have a blood array activated. Fortress 9 was not the only blood array, but the source of the blood array. There was a blood array in every fortress. A god-level formation master like him had not noticed it for so many years. It could only be said that the person who set up the formation was much more skilled than him. Zhang Yi stood in the blood array, licking his lips, looking very much like he was enjoying it. What? Surprise. The reason you didn't discover the existence of the blood array is only because your level is too low. But it's too early to be surprised now, there are even more surprising things to come. Suddenly, Jiang Yi stomped his foot heavily. A deafening roar, the heavens and earth shook violently. Outside the fortress, one by one, blood-colored rays shot into the sky. One by one, formations emerged from the ground of the origin battlefield. Blood arrays everywhere. As far as the eye could see, the entire origin battlefield was dyed a blood color. Meng Inwen's expression was extremely ugly. He was communicating with the formation in the fortress, and could see everything clearly. Inside and outside the fortress were all blood arrays. A large number of blood arrays covered a vast area, countless blood arrays linked together, containing an unimaginably powerful energy. This energy was all accumulated from the origin battlefield. Countless strong men and monsters had died here. A portion of their fresh blood had been secretly absorbed and accumulated by the blood array, only to erupt at this moment. Jiang Yi laughed more and more madly, without any restraint. See. A total of 999 blood arrays. All these years, you didn't even notice. Too weak, really too weak. The humans are truly useless. Meng Inwen said coldly, Jiang Yi, what on earth do you want to do? Jiang Yi did not answer Meng Inwen, but muttered to himself. This sovereign should have become a super bad 600 years ago. It's all because of those idiots from the abyss, and that cowardly human. Back then, this sovereign was besieged. If they hadn't run away on their own, this sovereign would have collected enough fresh blood long ago. It's all your fault, all your fault. Fortunately, this sovereign is immortal and indestructible, and had a backup plan, so today I can return as a king. After today, this sovereign will be a super god, the leader of the human race. Minion Wen said in a deep voice, "You're borrowing the power of the blood array to level up. You might not succeed. What does a frog in a well like you know? You don't understand the blood array at all. From the very beginning, the blood array was not for you to serve. This sovereign created it. Only this sovereign can control the blood array." Minion Wen was stunned again. Jian Ye's words revealed another piece of information. Minion Wen continued, "The first time the blood array appeared was 800 years ago. At that time, Jian Ye was not even born. Who are you?" You laughed, Lily. "Who am I? When you and I become one, and you become my avatar, then I'll tell you. A level 96 formation master, though not much, is enough. When you become my avatar, I'll have a way to help you reach the super by level." Lin Wuyu saw that something was not right. Jian Ye was talking a lot. He said in a low voice, "Teacher, he's stalling for time." Minion Wen also reacted and shouted, "Attack!" Yan Quansheng and Bai Yuan acted almost at the same time. Yan Quansheng swung his long saber, and a dark killing intent carrying the law of slaughter rolled down. Bai Yuan's iron fists also descended from the sky at the same time. Minion Wen pointed, and the divine nether tower shone brightly. He waved his hand, forming a formation, and 10,000 weapons flew towards Jian Ye. Jian Ye didn't care about the attacks of the three of them, lazily not even moving. He stood in the center of the blood array, covered by a blood-colored light pillar like a suit of defensive armor. The three of them attacked the blood-colored light pillar, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. What? No effect at all. Useless, Jian Ye said coldly. With just this bit of attack power from you, you can't even break the blood array, let alone deal with me. Just obediently wait for me to reach the super good level, then I'll deal with you one by one. At this time Jian Ye looked at Lin Moyu, who was beside Minion Wen. "Kid, I remember now. It seems you were the one who helped me bring the dragon orb to that dragon in tears. Thanks. If not for you, I think my revival would have taken a lot of time. That dragon in tears is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, it only makes deals and won't meddle in the affairs here. You can only pray for yourselves." Minion Wen and the others attacked continuously, but it had no effect at all. The blood array was like a tortoise shell, truly unbreakable. Lin Moyu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He was analyzing every word Jian Ye said, looking for the key point. The first time the blood array appeared was 800 years ago, at which time there was no Jian Ye. This meant the blood array had nothing to do with Jian Ye. But the Jian Ye in front of him said that he was the creator of the blood array. Lin Moyu thought of the demon gold. He had always referred to himself as this sovereign. This sovereign here did not refer to Jian Ye, but to the demon gold. Jian Ye was not bewitched by the demon gold, but his body was taken over by it. Lin Moyu suddenly had this idea and felt that his speculation was not wrong. When he obtained the demon gold, Jian Ye was no longer Jian Ye, but had become the demon gold. It might even be that the demon gold had sought out Jian Ye. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Extraterrestrial demon gold, this was also true. The scouting technique would not lie, and this matter could not be hidden. It could be that the soul of a strong person had hidden in the demon gold and come here, or it could be that the demon gold itself was a special race. That dragon in tears had said that in the outside world, nothing was impossible, and nothing was worth being surprised about. Lin Moyu's thinking was suddenly opened up. He judged all possibilities, and finally found the answer. The blood array was evil, and its after effects were very serious. Moreover, these after effects would affect the soul. But for the Jian Ye in front of him, this blood array did not harm him. In that era, wars were constant, and it was easier to collect the fresh blood of the strong than now. It was precisely because he wanted to collect the blood of demon kings that Jian Ye charged to the front line in every major battle. He was not afraid of sacrificing for the human race at all. He was simply for himself. Moreover, he had secretly set up the blood array in the fortress on the origin battlefield, just to reach the sky in one step, directly leveling up to super god. In the end, because of one failure, he wasted hundreds of years. He said he was immortal and indestructible. Lin Moyu did not believe that there was really such a person in this world. Just like the formation in front of him, there would be no formation that could not be broken. It was just that the right way had not been found. If the way could not be found, then just use brute force to break it. It wasn't that easy to become a super god. At this time, the 999 blood arrays had merged into one, like the opening of the eternal Great Wall, with terrifying defensive capabilities. then cut off their connection. The teacher, open the eternal Great Wall, Lin Wei said. Meng Yanwen's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he directly controlled the formation to open the eternal Great Wall. For the past few decades, Meng Yanwen had been responsible for maintaining the eternal Great Wall formation, so he had the strongest control over it. The eternal Great Wall, which had just been closed, opened again, creating a strong defensive barrier. But the formation was blocked by the blood pillar of the blood array and could not be fully opened. Meng Yanwen used all his strength to control the formation, but there was still no result. Useless. With your level of formation skills, you can't fight me at all. The blood array continued to operate. The fresh blood accumulated for hundreds of years was converted into boundless energy, continuously pouring into Jiang Yai's body. Jiang Yai's aura was rising, getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a purple light struck the blood-colored light pillar, exploding into a sea of purple lightning. The purple divine purple thunder carried the law of thunder, turning into a sea of lightning like a sharp blade, cutting off the blood-colored light pillar. The blood array immediately showed a moment of stagnation. Meng Yanwen seized this fleeting opportunity and burst out with all his strength. The eternal Great Wall opened and closed. The blood array in Fortress 9 was cut off by the eternal Great Wall. The blood array on the origin battlefield outside the fortress was still operating, but its power could not be transmitted smoothly anymore. The blood array where Jiang Yai was became an isolated island. Jiang Yai was shocked, his eyes fixed on Lin Mo. How is this possible? Impossible. Then, when he saw the ancient thunder tower in Lin Mo's hand, he let out a cry of surprise. The ancient thunder tower. How can you have the ancient thunder tower? Even if you have the ancient thunder tower, you can't control it. You're only level 77. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this time, Jiang Yai was a bit like the Dragon Emperor, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could recognize the ancient thunder tower, so he must also know about the divine retribution fortress. Now Lin Wei could be 100 sure that Jiang Yai was not just mentally poisoned, but his entire body had been taken over. Now, the soul in Jiang Yai's body was no longer Jiang Yai, but a creature from the outside world. As for which race it was, Lin Wei didn't know, but that didn't matter. He was now an enemy. Lin Wei only needed to think of a way to kill him. Against an enemy, Lin Wei didn't need to waste words. Any extra word was a waste. He pointed his finger, and another divine purple thunder shot out, exploding on the blood array, causing it to shake continuously. At this time, the blood array where Jiang Yi stood had been isolated. The eternal Great Wall had cut off the connection between the blood arrays, so it had become an isolated island. Jiang Yi did not give up the blood array because of this. He roared, continuously strengthening the power of the blood array, wanting to break the restrictions of the eternal Great Wall. His entire body was soaked in blood, and in an instant, he had turned into a person made entirely of blood. The power of the blood array also increased accordingly. Meng Yanwen also fully strengthened the eternal Great Wall formation. The formations of the two sides continuously fought and collided. The collision of the formations caused violent energy fluctuations. The entire fortress was filled with howling winds, and chaotic energy flows were everywhere. Many professionals were hit by the chaotic energy flows, and were immediately injured. Lin Mo glanced over. General's order, everyone leave the fortress. Teacher, take everyone away. Leave this to me. Bai Yuan wanted to say something, but Yan Quangshen pulled him. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Meng Yanwen was even more decisive than Yan Quangshen. One by one, laws were thrown out, turning into runes, merging into the Eternal Great Wall. The Eternal Great Wall was not only a defensive formation, but also had various large and small functions. The teleportation function was one of them. In coordination with the Divine Nether Tower, Meng Yanwen immediately maximized the teleportation function of the Eternal Great Wall. The Divine Nether Tower transformed with a rumble, and in an instant, it was as tall as the sky. Many teleportation formations appeared everywhere in the fortress, connecting to the Divine Nether Tower, bringing everyone in the fortress into the Divine Nether Tower. Moyo, be careful, Meng Yanwen shouted softly, then teleported away from the fortress with Bai Yuan and the others. Almost in an instant, Fortress 9 was empty, leaving only Lin Moyu and Jiang Yai. Meng Yanwen appeared outside the fortress, still doing his best to maintain the Eternal Great Wall. The light screen of the Eternal Great Wall firmly blocked the sky, blood pillar of the blood array. Not only Fortress 9, but the other 8 fortresses were the same. Meng Yanwen gradually understood that the blood array had a total of 9 main formations, corresponding to the 990 formations on the origin battlefield. Once the 9 main formations were isolated, the 990 formations outside were like soldiers who had lost their commander, completely not knowing what to do. And the leader of the 9 main formations was the formation in Fortress 9. In other words, as long as the formation in Fortress 9 was controlled, the other 8 formations were not concerned. But just in case, Meng Yanwen still ordered the destruction of the blood array. Pai Yuan, Yan Guangshen, Ya Hao, and many other god-level experts of the human race all received Meng Anwen's order. Many god-level experts did not know what was happening, and were even suspicious of the blood array in the fortresses. After receiving Meng Anwen's order, no one hesitated and directly attacked. Bai Yuan was the first to rush towards the blood array outside Fortress 9. He couldn't deal with Jianye, nor could he deal with the blood array that Jianye had controlled before. But now that no one was controlling the blood array outside the fortress, destroying it would be much easier. The power of laws bombarded it. Under the iron fists, the blood array quickly collapsed. Meng Anwen sent Yan Quansheng to Fortress 8. First, Yan Quansheng destroyed the blood array in the fortress, and then dealt with the blood array outside the fortress. Many god-level experts acted, and one by one, the blood arrays were uprooted. Jiang Yai's face became extremely ugly. He could feel the blood array being destroyed. I must kill Ulu Mad. Once the blood array was destroyed, his hope of leveling up to Super God would be cut off. He should have reached the Super God level 600 years ago. For various reasons, he had to wait another 600 years, and he almost died because of it. But now, leveling up was clearly within reach, yet it was being destroyed by someone. A killing intent appeared in Jianye's eyes. I will refine you into a blood corpse, and imprison your soul, so you will never be reincarnated. Lin Moi said nothing, only responding with the purple divine thunder. In the booming explosion, the blood array on the isolated island was on the verge of collapse. Jianye, with a strong killing intent, holding the demon-laying sword, rushed out of the sea of lightning, and in an instant, was in front of Lin Moyu. His clothes were tattered, and his skin was covered in black burn marks. It was clear that the sea of lightning had injured him, but not severely. Lin Moyu was still not afraid. The undead legion appeared, followed by the Skeleton King. Soul skill, power accumulation. Lin Moyu activated the power accumulation skill, and his attributes instantly rose to the extreme. At the same time, he inherited all the skills of the summoned creature. Skill, Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense was activated. All damage was reduced by 99. The remaining one still had to go through the weakening of the soul skill. Damage transfer. Lin Moyu completed a series of operations in an instant, in less than half a second. Take me overlord fiercely. The demon-laying sword tore through space, and the black light of the sword almost swallowed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not dodge. It was a soul lock, he couldn't dodge. The moment the sword light touched him, a purple divine thunder shot out from the ancient thunder tower, striking Jianye precisely. Similarly, with Lin Moyu's soul lock, Jianye could not escape either. Trading injury for injury, Lin Moyu also knew this kind of fighting method. The sword light swallowed Lin Moyu, and the lightning light swallowed Jianye. After the initial soft sound, the sword light made no more noise. But the divine thunder shook the heavens and earth, echoing throughout Fortress 9. The power of this divine thunder strike was much greater than the previous one. Many houses in Fortress 9 collapsed, and many of them were completely destroyed in the lightning flash. Jianye was sent flying by the lightning flash, covered in injuries. But he became even more frantic. Trading injury for injury with me. What are you? A level 77 piece of trash. Before he could finish, a sword light flashed on him. The Skeleton King acted. At the same time, the dense undead legion continuously attacked him. The sky suddenly darkened. The red light of the blood array and the brilliant golden light of the eternal great wall were both obscured by the darkness. The immortal world descended, the gate of the undead opened, and the eye of the undead opened with blazing flames, staring at Jianye. Jianye suddenly screamed. A soul attack. A red light flashed, and a curse descended. Then, his entire body burst into flames, and lightning rained down like a storm. At the same time, Jianye's face turned green. A poison attack. Jianye shouted in surprise again, in disbelief. Elemental witches appeared one after another. Halos overlapped halos. All kinds of halos, and all attacks fell on Jianye. In an instant, Jianye had become a fireman, while also suffering the attack of lightning. And at the same time, was severely poisoned. The lightning fell densely, with thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts striking down every second. Although the power of the lightning was not great, it also gave Jianye a huge headache. The freezing thunder element also descended at the same time. Jianye was not just surprised, he was going mad. All kinds of elemental attacks. Poison attacks, soul attacks, physical attacks. He really wanted to ask, was there anything he didn't know? He had never encountered such an opponent. Lin Moyu flew out of the sword light. With absolute defense and damage transfer, he was not injured at all. Jianye's pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Even if Lin Moyu could block his attack, he shouldn't be completely unharmed. You are too weak, Lin Moyu said in a deep voice. This was half an exaggeration, and half the truth. Dondo was not weak. He had stepped into the threshold of a superbon, so how could he be weak? But compared to the Dragon Emperor, he was indeed weaker. Weaker head. Before Jian Ye could finish, he was interrupted by a series of attacks. Jian Ye roared, resisting the series of attacks, and the demon, laying sword in his hand, swung again. A sword light flashed, and around Lin Moyu's body were thousands upon thousands of sword lights. Myriad swords, slaying demons, Xianun Ye said coldly. He had finally used this skill. A pair of star rings on his hand exploded at the same time. As a sword god, Jian Ye possessed 9 pairs, 18 star rings. Each pair of star rings represented an extremely powerful skill. Normally, he didn't need to use skills. Normal attacks were enough to kill enemies. But now he had to use it. Otherwise he couldn't deal with Lin Moyu. 10,000 sharp swords shot towards Lin Moyu at the same time, as if to pierce him into a hedgehog. Lin Moyu still did not dodge. The absolute defense skill was still active, so he was not afraid of this attack. Under absolute defense, even the Dragon Emperor would find it difficult to injure him, let alone Jian Ye. The 10,000 sharp swords headed towards Lin Moyu. You can't dodge, Jian Ye sneered. I really want to tear you to pieces. As the 10,000 swords rushed over, Lin Moyu was not afraid. He pointed his finger at Jian Ye, and the ancient thunder tower shot out another divine thunder. The divine thunder arrived first, and a deafening explosion sounded on Jian Ye's body, sending him flying. On Lin Moyu's body, there was an invisible shield that swallowed all 10,000 sharp swords without a trace. With absolute defense combined with damage transfer, under the dual damage reduction effect, Lin Moyu was still unharmed. From Lin Moyu's perspective, the level 98 Jian Ye was still much weaker than the Dragon Emperor. Moreover, the physique of the human race was not as strong as the dragon race. The effect of the divine thunder was very good, and the damage caused was also very considerable. This time, Jian Ye was more seriously injured. His hair was messy, and he looked very pathetic. Seeing that Lin Moyu was fine, he once again roared madly. How can you do it? But why is it like this? He had seen such a scene before. Not long ago, the Dragon Emperor was like this, not believing anything. Then he simply didn't believe it. Lin Moyu would not explain. The duration of the power accumulation skill had ended. Without soul supplement, it could only be maintained for 14 seconds. This was also because he had leveled up to 77, 2 seconds more than at level 76. After becoming a soul skill, power accumulation could only be maintained for 10 seconds at level 75, 12 seconds at level 76, and now 14 seconds at level 77. As his soul grew stronger, the duration also grew longer. Of course, if there were many enemies, and he continuously killed them, continuously harvesting souls, he could make the power accumulation skill last forever. Jian Ye suddenly felt that Lin Moyu's aura had changed and seemed to understand something. I see, so you used a special skill. Now your skill's duration is up. This time you're dead for sure. Saying that, he raised his sword and charged again. He believed that this time he could definitely kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu quickly retreated, the undead legion blocking in front of him. Useless. With just this bunch of trash, you can't stop me at all. Jian Ye laughed madly. The demon, laying sword, swung out countless sword shadows, and sword kai wreaked havoc in the fortress. The headless horsemen and the skeletons were crushed like straw by the sword kai, and then quickly revived in the summoning space. Lin Moyu relied on the undead legion to block Jian Ye. He pointed his finger again, and the 5th divine thunder bombarded down. After the 5th divine thunder was fired, Lin Moyu's face immediately became extremely pale. 5 soul splits had reached his limit, and he couldn't split anymore. If he continued to split, his soul would be damaged. But Lin Moyu still didn't care, and continued to use the soul-splitting technique to split his soul. One by one, divine thunder shot out from the ancient thunder tower. As the number of uses increased, Lin Moyu gradually became more proficient. The power of the divine thunder was also gradually increasing. But Lin Moyu's face was also getting worse and worse, with no trace of blood, extremely ugly. The continuous soul splits caused no small damage to his soul, but Lin Moyu knew it would be fine. Jian Ye was blocked by the undead legion and was continuously bombarded by divine thunder. The divine thunder could injure the Dragon Emperor, so it could also injure him. The undead legion was too numerous. One batch was killed, and another large batch followed. Jian Ye was extremely angry. On his wrist, 2 pairs of star rings exploded at the same time. A wall of sword ki, a swamp of sword kai. 1 pair of star rings represented 1 skill. The wall of sword kai was a defensive skill, blocking the divine thunder. The swamp of sword kai was a large area attack skill, best for dealing with the undead legion. Sword ki filled the sky, turning into a swamp that covered the entire fortress. The undead legion found it difficult to move in the swamp of sword kai. Just 2 seconds later, the undead legion in the swamp of sword kai was wiped out. Even the group defense of the Headless Horsemen could not resist. Only the Skeleton King, relying on absolute defense, persisted. The Skeleton King rushed in front of Jianye, its white bone giant sword swinging. It lost. Jianye rewarded it with a sharp sword cry. The sword key carried a trace of bright red, which was Jianye's law. The Skeleton King was immediately sent flying, its bones breaking. There was no other way. The difference in strength was too great. Your summoned creature is dead. Next is you. As Jianye's voice came, another pair of star rings exploded. 9 pairs of star rings. This was already the 4th pair. One sword to slay the heavens. A terrifying giant sword appeared in the air. One sword slashed down, and the heavens and earth changed. The heavens and earth were like a cloth curtain, cut with a huge wound. The terrifying sword key slashed at Lin Moyu. This time, Lin Moyu did not summon the undead legion but arranged them all in the summoning space. He took the sword key head on, retreating several meters, and then fired another divine thunder. But Jianye's wall of sword kai was still there, so that the divine thunder could not injure him. Under the sword kai, the undead legion in the summoning space was wiped out for the 2nd time. Then the 3rd time. Lin Moyu didn't care. A flame danced in his hand. In coordination with the Eye of the Undead, he launched a soul attack on Jianye. The immortal witch had always been behind Lin Moyu, not under attack. The immortal halo shimmered, waiting for the 4th death to descend. Dudung brimmed. A soul attack, he also had to be affected. The pain in his soul made him even more frantic, but this was nothing. When he saw that Lin Moyu was still not dead, and didn't even look injured, he completely lost his reason. Why aren't you dead? Why, Ted had never encountered such a thing. The 5th and 6th pairs of star rings exploded in succession. 2 pairs of star rings exploded in succession, and sword light erupted. It was 2 more extremely powerful attack skills, completely swallowing Lin Moyu. This time, there was no divine thunder, so all the attacks seemed to have disappeared. In the sword light, even Lin Moyu's shadow could not be seen, as if he had turned into smoke. Jianyen and Yi laughed madly. Dead now, right? Dead this time, right? No one can stop me. I will reopen the blood array. With the blood of you humans, help me achieve super god. I will become the master of the world, truly immortal and indestructible. He laughed more and more madly, his laughter shaking the fortress. Outside the fortress, Man Yanwen's face became ugly. In his vision, he also couldn't see Lin Moyu's figure. It seemed that Lin Moyu had really been killed, turned into dust, with no bones left. He wasn't sure, because all of Lin Moyu's expressions were too calm, including facing such a powerful attack just now. Lin Moyu was still extremely calm. With his understanding of Lin Moyu, he would never fight a battle he wasn't sure of winning. Just now, he didn't dodge, it must be because he didn't need to. Moreover, he knew very well that Lin Moyu's undead legion was not so easily killed. Later, Lin Moyu stopped reviving them. There must be his own calculations. Jianye laughed for about 10 seconds, then looked at Manhwa outside the fortress, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty light. Next is you. You just said you want to become the master of the world. Truly immortal and indestructible. So it seems, you are not truly immortal and indestructible yet, you can still be killed, right? A voice suddenly sounded. Jianye's whole body tense, and he was stunned on the spot. He suddenly turned his head. He didn't know when, but Lin Moyu had appeared in front of him. Moreover, his figure, appearance, and even the clothes on his body were no different from before. The only difference was that his face had returned to a rosy color. Unique talent, full rebirth. This talent, which even in tears exclaimed was perverted, brought Lin Moyu back from the dead. All skill cooldowns were reset again, and his soul was also perfectly restored without any damage. The soul that Lin Moyu had consumed just now was also fully reborn. Lin Moyu knew he had bet correctly. In this way, he could completely use his talent, almost infinitely use divine thunder. In fact, he had completed his rebirth more than 10 seconds ago. He had completed the full rebirth almost in an instant. He just hid and didn't come out in a hurry. The cooldown of full rebirth was 1 minute. He was calculating the time, so he dragged it out a little longer. In less than 20 short seconds, 1/3 of the cooldown of full rebirth had passed. Knowing the characteristics of full rebirth, Lin Moyu clenched his fists. He could have a good fight. Jianye looked at Lin Moyu as if he had seen a ghost and roared at the same time, "How are you still alive?" Jianye's appearance was extremely funny and weird, as if he had been greatly stimulated. Lin Moyu sneered, "You're not the only one who can be immortal and indestructible." "Impossible, impossible, only my soul race can be immortal and indestructible," Jianye shouted angrily. Another pair of star rings exploded, and a terrifying sword kai appeared in the air, raining down. Swords slaying the heavens. The undead legion appeared again. The Skeleton King stood up from his throne, as if everything had started again. Lin Moyu used the power accumulation skill again, followed by absolute defense. The undead legion was completely destroyed in the sword K, returning to the summoning space to be reborn. But it didn't matter. Lin Moyu just wanted to borrow the Skeleton King's absolute defense skill. This skill was enough to keep himself safe for 14 seconds. In this way, 2/3 of the cooldown of full rebirth had passed, and the remaining 1/3 would not be a problem. He let the sword K hit him, and at the same time, he fired one divine thunder after another at Jian Yai. It was still the injury fighting style without any skill, just hitting. After knowing the ability of the full rebirth talent, Lin Moyu had no more worries and could freely use divine thunder. When his soul couldn't take it anymore, as long as the time since the last talent activation exceeded 1 minute, he just needed to die once. In fact, he hadn't summoned the undead legion before because he was seeking death. It was just that he didn't say it, and no one knew. Lin Moyu unhurriedly fired one divine thunder after another. Jian Yai's wall of sword Kai was getting weaker and weaker, about to disappear. At the same time, Lin Moyu also caught something in Jian Yai's words. He said he was of the soul race. Lin Moyu didn't know what kind of race the soul race was, but it seemed this race possessed the ability of immortality and indestructibility. Lin Moyu didn't know if he could kill him, but he had to try anyway. The great battle had been fought to this point and Lin Moyu had completely grasped the rhythm. He knew that victory was firmly in his hands. Lin Moyu gave Meng Anwen a look. Meng Anwen understood immediately and fully controlled the eternal Great Wall. As long as Jian Yai couldn't escape, Lin Moyu was 100% sure he could kill him. Unless he also took out a super, odd-level weapon like the Dragon Emperor. Jian Yai's wall of sword ki finally shattered. He was hit by divine thunder again and screamed tragically, his injuries getting heavier. In his madness, he burst out with all his strength, and exploded the remaining 2 pairs of star rings in one go. The last 2 pairs of star rings contained his strongest skills. These skills were usually not used. When used, it was definitely a desperate move. Jian Yai with a final madness, his whole body bursting with fresh blood, turned into a blood-collared longsword and shot towards Lin Moyu like lightning. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. The power of this sword was very great, and it was going to all out. Even if he didn't act, after using this sword, Jian Yai would only have half a life left. He looked crazy, but his eyes revealed a calm. After this sword, there was a killing move. Lin Moyu caught this information from Jian Yai's eyes. Now the cooldown of the full rebirth talent had 20 seconds left. Lin Moyu didn't know how many times he would die from this sword. If the power was too great, and the attacks were continuous, he might die several times in a row. Once it exceeded 5 times, he would really die. He was a little agitated in his heart. The undead legion appeared one after another in front of him. He was not sure, so he didn't want to take this sword. A level 98 demigod was really not easy to mess with. The demon, Lang's sword carried a terrifying power, sweeping across. The huge sword Kai exploded along with it. The undead legion died on contact, unable to hold on. Lin Moyu flew up quickly, and one divine thunder after another struck the demon, Lang's sword. The undead legion couldn't block it, but he still had divine thunder. If it really didn't work, he still had the ancient thunder tower. He didn't believe that the demon, Lang's sword could pierce through the ancient thunder tower. Doubting the shut it angrily. His whole body exploded, his body collapsed, and the sky full of fresh blood all merged into the sword. The speed of the demon, Lang's sword suddenly increased, becoming even sharper. Jian Yai had abandoned his body, truly becoming one with the sword. Lin Moyu thought of what happened over 600 years ago. At that time, the records said Jian Yai had used this sword to break the siege. Although he still fell, his soul had depended on the demon, Lang's sword to escape. At that time, Lin Moyu had been suspicious. If the body was gone, why could the soul still exist? He had never heard of it on other professionals. At that time, he was weak and didn't understand many things, thinking it was because Jian Yai was a demigod. Now it seemed that it was not like that at all. Jian Yai could protect his soul from being destroyed, and used the palace formation to create a secret realm to survive. It was originally because he himself was of the soul race. He wants to run. Lin Moyu thought he wanted to use the same old trick to escape again, but suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes. A small light sword, the size of a finger, suddenly flew out from the demon, flaying sword and stabbed into his brow with lightning speed. The speed was too fast, he couldn't avoid it at all. After the light sword entered his brow, Lin Moyu immediately stopped moving, his eyes tightly closed. The demon, Lang's sword also suddenly lost all its power and fell from the sky. In the spiritual world, Lin Moyu saw a very strange guy. Its appearance was slender, its whole body constantly wriggling. It had more than a dozen pairs of, I don't know if they were hands or feet, growing on its body. It looked like a multi-legged insect, a bit disgusting. Surprised. I have entered your spiritual world. Your power is even stronger than that waste Jian Yi. I've decided, I will eat your soul. Your power, your skills, everything about you will be. Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. He swore he had never seen such a lively spiritual world. 2 godheads, 2 divine thrones, a mythical level scepter, a legendary level scepter. Lin Moyu's soul was normal, but what the hell was the 9-collared divine dragon outside his soul? And why were there 2 towers in the hands of the soul? One was legendary, the other was the ancient thunder tower. In addition, there were 5 skill core crystals shining like stars in the sky. 5 skill core crystals. Jian Ye looked a little panicked, especially since 2 of the skill core crystals were very different. They spun so fast, it was like they wanted to suck his soul in. Jian Ye suddenly shuddered, feeling like he had made a wrong decision. It seemed this was not a place he should have come. Lin Mui's soul opened its eyes, his voice echoing throughout the spiritual world. This is your true form. In his own spiritual world, he was a god. Once you entered his spiritual world, don't even think about escaping. The gate of the spiritual world had slammed shut. Jian Yi wanted to run, but it was too late. Jian Yi's whole body trembled, his body as soft as noodles. Your soul, why is it so strong? Lin Mui sneered. He thought that since I am only level 77, my soul is only at that level. Isn't it? Jian Yi. This is common sense. As long as it's a god level existence or above, they will definitely know. But Lin Mui went against this common sense. A level 77 professional had a soul that was almost infinitely at level 93. This was impossible. No, it could happen. Jian Ye thought of a possibility and blurted out, you are not from this world. You also came from the outside world. Lin Mui was slightly startled, his eyes flashed. He was silent for 2 seconds and then asked in a deep voice, how did you know? Jian Ye sneered. I was right. Just say it, which race do you belong to? Lin Mui sneered back. What's it to you? You're just a failure of the soul race. What right do you have to manage me? Jian Yi suddenly burst out laughing. I am indeed a failure, but I am of the soul race. You should know what the consequences of killing me are. Lin Mui's eyes darkened, staring at Jian Yi. Jian Yi looked confident, as if he was really not afraid of Lin Mui. A few seconds later, Lin Mui sighed lightly. Killing you is indeed not easy, but I can imprison you, so you can never escape. I will lock you in the Divine Retribution Fortress, and let you be attacked by Divine Thunder every day, slowly torturing you. Don't worry, I will adjust the force to ensure that you don't die. Saying that, Lin Mui raised the ancient thunder tower. On the tower, purple lightning crackled, looking very scary. Lin Mui's eyes were also filled with bloodlust, no less scary. Sure enough, Jian Yi was scared and suddenly shouted, you can't imprison me. I'd rather commit suicide than you commit suicide, Lin Mui said. Jian Yi was suddenly speechless. Even an ant wants to live, let alone this soul race expert. If he could survive, Jian Yi would definitely not think of dying. Lin Mui thought for a moment, and said, actually, it's not that I can't let you go, but you have to agree to a few conditions. A glimmer of hope flashed in Jian Yi's eyes. What conditions? First, you are not allowed to continue to be an enemy of the human race, Lin Mui said. Jian Yi immediately nodded. After I go out, I will go to the abyss, or the dragon world. I guarantee I will not appear in the human world again. Second, I know you want to become the ruler of the world, and thus be immortal and indestructible. Actually, I want that too. But when I invaded, some accidents happened, causing me to sleep for many years. After I woke up, my memory is not very clear. Lin Mui said while staring at Jian Yi, catching his every reaction. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and make Jian Yi wary. But in Jian Yi's eyes, Lin Mui's appearance made him think that he was on guard against him. He continued, every race has its own way. My race's way won't work for you. Lin Mui nodded. That makes sense. Then tell me, if you reach the super god level, what will you do next? Tell me so I can consider it. After becoming a super god, the next thing is naturally to find a way to obtain the world, Jian Yi said. At this point, he suddenly stopped. Then he shouted loudly, you're lying to me. You're not from the outside world at all. You're a person of this world. You're lying to me. You dare to lie to me. Lin Mui didn't know where he had revealed a flaw, but his face was still calm. You're mistaken. If I were a person of this world, how could I have such a strong soul? I remember when I was in the outside world, my realm was already a true god. Jian Yi suddenly laughed loudly. You've revealed another flaw. A true god cannot descend into this world. That's unreasonable. Lin Mui realized he had said something wrong again. He knew too little about the outside world. Many things were just guesses. It was normal to guess wrong. The act ends here, Lin Mui said in a deep voice. How did you know I was lying to you? Tian Hing left Leblet. Not acting anymore. It's right not to act. You don't understand anything about the outside world, but I won't tell you where you revealed a flaw unless you agree to let me go. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing. Since fighting with Lin Moyu, he had finally gained the upper hand once, so he was very excited. Lin Moyu looked at him going crazy again and said flatly, "It must be it that exposed me." The soul body reached out and gently stroked the 9-colored dragon soul crystal beside it. The 9-colored dragon soul was a treasure of the dragon race. Since Jianye came from the outside, he would definitely recognize it, and would also know that the dragon race would never give the 9-colored dragon soul to others. Lin Moyu possessing the 9-colored dragon soul crystal was enough to prove his relationship with Antares. To be able to maintain a good relationship with Antares, he definitely couldn't be a person from the outside world. Lin Moyu remembered that when Antares mentioned Jianye before, its tone was a bit strange. It was clear that Antares knew, but just didn't say it. And there was a most important point. Just now, Jianye had stared at the 9-colored dragon soul crystal for a second. Although he had only looked for a second and hidden it well, he was still caught by Lin Moyu. Moreover, even when he was laughing like crazy now, not telling Lin Moyu, his eyes were still unconsciously directed towards the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. All these changes and details were telling Lin Moyu the answer. Jianye's laughter suddenly stopped. He showed a little surprise. He clearly hadn't said anything. Jianye's expression at this time further confirmed Lin Moyu's speculation. Lin Moyu knew he couldn't ask any more. In that case, you can go to hell. The ancient thunder tower emitted a purple light, and a purple divine thunder descended on Jianye's soul. Jianye's soul let out a earth-shattering scream. A soul attack, the pain was many times more than a normal injury. The divine thunder turned into a purple sea of lightning, unleashing terrifying damage. The soul was both strong and weak. A strong soul could be strong enough to destroy the heavens and earth. A weak soul could also be as fragile as a bubble. Jianye's body was occupied by an unknown soul race member. Since it was called the soul race, its soul was not weak. It was just that it had now entered Lin Moyu's world, and the divine thunder in the soul could still be effective, which made it weak. 3 consecutive divine thunders. The sea of lightning roared, completely engulfing Jianye's soul. Jianye roared in pain in the sea of lightning. "You will regret it. My soul race will not let you go. At that time, I will refine you into a puppet, seal your soul, and you will never be reincarnated." Lin Moyu shook his head. "We'll talk about the future later." His eyes were filled with killing intent. Once he was determined to kill, he would absolutely not spare Jianye. Divine thunder could not only destroy the body, but also the soul. Jianye's soul was severely injured, and getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, his soul erupted in a dazzling red light. The red light broke through Lin Moyu's spiritual world and disappeared without a trace. The remaining souls suddenly exploded, and blood-colored soul energy rushed over, dyeing the entire soul space red. Self-detonated. Quite decisive. Lin Moyu also did not expect Jianye to self-detonate his soul. Facing the incoming soul attack, Lin Moyu was not panicked at all. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal spewed out a puff of dragon's breath, protecting Lin Moyu. Then it took a deep breath, sucking in almost all of the soul attacks. The remaining attacks hit Lin Moyu's soul body, but with the protection of the dragon's breath, they had no effect. After a few breaths, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal spewed out another puff of dragon's breath. It was the soul attack it had just sucked in. This soul energy was purified by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and turned into pure soul energy. This soul energy quickly merged into Lin Moyu's soul, and his soul immediately emitted a dazzling light. Leveled up. Lin Moyu's soul was glowing, and his body was also glowing. He jumped from level 77 to level 79, a direct increase of 2 levels, completely beyond his expectations. This leveling speed was too fast, too satisfying. Jianye's soul level both extremely high. Perhaps because he was of the soul race, the quality of his soul was also quite good. This was far from his expectations. Lin Moyu imagined being able to freely control the distance, from 100 meters to 100,000 meters, flying as far as he wished. If he only had speed but no precision, the skill's usefulness would be greatly diminished. How could he not fully utilize such a good skill? It would be a true waste. However, achieving this was very difficult. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Moyu practiced the skill relentlessly, performing tens of thousands of repetitions. He gradually grasped the rhythm, becoming more and more proficient. After 10 days, he could control his movement within a range of 100 to 1,000 meters at will, with an accuracy of no less than 10 meters, and the execution time did not exceed 0.1 seconds, making it as fast as teleportation. To master the skill to this degree in just 10 days, Antares once again marveled at what a genius Lin Moyu was. The process of mastering the skill was also a process of refining his control over his own soul power. The practice of the wings of the undead also had a significant positive effect on his cultivation of the soul-splitting technique. The essence of the soul-splitting technique was to separate a wisp of soul from the main soul to form a clone, like existence, used to bear the backlash of powerful spells. Because the separated wisp of soul was very small, the damage to the soul was not significant. Without damaging the soul's foundation, he could at most split off 5 wisps of soul, allowing him to cast the Purple Thunder God's punishment 5 times. Further splitting would affect the soul's foundation. Of course, thanks to his full resurrection talent, even his soul could be regenerated, but activating the talent had prerequisites. Someone had to kill him, and there had to be an interval of at least 1 minute between activations. It was not without its weaknesses. But now, after days of practicing the wings of the undead, Lin Moyu's control over his soul had become increasingly refined. By drawing parallels, he had gained a completely new understanding of the soul-splitting technique. He could now split off smaller and more delicate wisps of soul, forming a spirit clone with less soul power. Without damaging his soul's foundation, where he could previously only split off 5 wisps, he could now split off 10. Although this only added 5 more attack opportunities in a battle of inches, the result was often life and death. After 10 days, Lin Moyu stopped his training. He knew he had reached a certain level, and further effort would not yield much better results. In fact, starting from the 8th day, the training effect had become minimal. Antares glanced at him. Finished practicing. Lin Moyu nodded. Just about. The effect isn't very obvious anymore. Antares appeared indifferent. It's indeed about enough. With your current soul tier, reaching this level of mastery is considered quite good. I don't know about your other skills, but for the soul-splitting technique, you've reached your limit for now. Lin Moyu was a bit skeptical. I can feel that the soul-splitting technique still has room for improvement. Of course. You are currently only in the initial stage of the soul-splitting technique, but you are still very far from the next stage. What is the next stage like? What's the use of telling you? Your soul can't handle it. Do what is appropriate for your current level. Lin Moyu knew Antares was being mysterious again. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. He would study it himself when he reached that level. The ancient god's Falls City was a name given by the people of the Shangxia Empire. Its real name was actually the God Flaying Fortress, an incredibly powerful war weapon. The God Flaying in its name referred to true gods. In its head with all its firepower unleashed, it could annihilate a true god. The power Lin Moyu could currently wield was not even a 10,000th of its peak, but it was already on par with existences like the Demon Queen and the Dragon Emperor. Even exterminating a level 98 semi-transcendent god like Jian Yai was not a difficult task. This showed the power of the God Laying Fortress. The people of Shangxia, unaware of this, treated it as a resting fortress. It was thanks to this fortress that the human race had secured a foothold on the 4 continents of the eternal battlefield's lower tier. Inside the ancient city, people came and went in a bustling stream. Lin Moyu appeared outside the city again, and then strode in. The people in the city seemed to have changed once more, with many unfamiliar faces. Some had left the city, left the eternal battlefield, and returned to the human world to enjoy a rare peace. Others were newcomers, starting their adventures. Lin Moyu could feel a sense of joy coming from the ancient Thunder Tower. He had been recognized by it, and could become its new master. Although he couldn't completely control this ancient god fortress yet, the authority he possessed already surpassed that of Legion Commander Fang Qingming. As long as his soul was strong enough, Lin Moyu could even control the fortress to take off and fight. He had learned from Antares that after cultivating to the god level, the most important thing was the soul. The soul represented not only combat power but also one's tier, realm, and future. The soul was the root of everything. This was Antares' summary of the soul, and Lin Moyu had committed it to memory. This time, upon arriving at the ancient god's Fall City, Lin Moyu did not activate the ancient Thunder Tower. He stood in the square, communicating with its core, gathering recent information. The tower's core had many functions, and recording daily events was one of them. Based on his connection to the tower, Lin Moyu felt it should have some degree of consciousness, much like the spirit stone in the Godstone dungeon. It was just that this consciousness was currently dormant, leaving only some instincts to handle tasks according to rules. Lin Moyu believed his judgment was not wrong. Every time he communicated with the tower's core, he had that wondrous feeling. When the day came that the ancient Thunder Tower awakened, perhaps it could communicate with him. Some powerful artifacts had the ability to generate their own independent intelligence. It seemed the demon Flaying Tower had also generated a wisp of intelligence, but its main body was still too weak. Currently, by devouring the electrical elements of the ancient Thunder Tower, it seemed to be slowly strengthening, but it was still a long way from generating true intelligence. Lin Moyu saw a figure in the tower's records, a woman in a tight-fitting mage robe. She was extremely beautiful. Lin Moyu was not a leecher, but he had to admit that her beauty was comparable only to the water god. Her looks alone were not enough to surprise him. What surprised him was that he felt he knew this woman. Yet he was very sure he had never met her. For some reason, seeing her for the first time gave him a sense of familiarity. There's something wrong with this person's identity. Lin Moyu was very certain. This person's identity was definitely unusual, otherwise, she wouldn't give him such a feeling. In the tower's information, this woman only stayed for a short time before leaving. When she left, each step could cover more than 10 meters. This once again caught Lin Moyu's attention. She wasn't just fast, it was more like teleportation. She would take a step, disappear from one spot, and reappear in another. It's a bit like teleportation. Is this also a law? After thinking for a while, Lin Moyu couldn't find a corresponding person in his memory, and had to give up. Recently, the war had ended, so the number of players coming to the ancient Thunder Tower had increased again. All was peaceful. Lin Moyu left the ancient God's Fall city. A team of people also left with him. After exiting the city, this team quickly headed in one direction, clearly with a purpose. Before leaving, one person glanced at Lin Moyu. Seeing that he wasn't following, the vigilance in their eyes disappeared. It seemed they had found a boss and wanted to go hunt it. Lin Moyu smiled, quickly guessing their thoughts. It was a good thing to always maintain vigilance. In a place like the eternal battlefield, losing your guard could mean facing death. When Lin Moyu left the ancient God's Fall city, a wolf quietly descended. The demon queen, who had been waiting outside the city for several days, suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Moyu had finally arrived. Her souls will silently locked onto him. Her realm was so much higher than his that Lin Moyu didn't detect this non-malicious lock at all. Just as she was thinking about how to greet him, Lin Moyu suddenly spread his wings and then vanished in a flash. The soul lock was broken. The demon queen couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Was I discovered? Impossible. With her vision, she couldn't even see where Lin Moyu had gone. Whether with her naked eye or her soul, she had lost track of him in an instant. She guessed that Lin Moyu hadn't discovered her. But his instantaneous disappearance was unbelievable. Her soul had completely lost its lock on him, but it didn't matter, the aura she had left on him was still there. Just a few seconds later, she sensed his aura again. To her surprise, Lin Moyu was already several thousand kilometers away. This speed was too fast. Even some high-level gods didn't possess such speed. Lin Moyu's speed was enough to rival hers. How is he so fast? This doesn't make sense. The next second, Lin Moyu's aura disappeared again. With a look of surprise, the demon queen took a light step and flew swiftly towards him. Her method of movement was different from his. Lin Moyu's was pure speed, while the demon queen stepped on the laws, like teleportation, covering hundreds of kilometers with each step. After a few steps, she arrived where Lin Moyu had previously appeared. The sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed, and the rumble of thunder could be heard in the distance. The wind and thunder sea, the demon queen whispered, a memory in her eyes. She had been here before she became the demon queen, not only here, but she had also come to see the great spring. In a flash, 1,000 years had passed. Returning here again, looking at the wind and thunder sea, she still felt a bit of nostalgia. Lin Moyu's aura appeared again. In just a few seconds, he had crossed the wind and thunder sea, and entered the land of wind and thunder. What is he doing in the land of wind and thunder? A faint smile appeared on the demon queen's face, and she followed. Lin Moyu's actions had piqued her interest. She took a few more steps, crossing the wind and thunder sea as lightly as a cloud, without a trace of mortal aura. Every movement was extremely graceful, completely different from her majestic appearance in the royal palace. She saw that Lin Moyu was no longer moving but had stopped. She concealed her figure and approached him, seeing him in the midst of a battle. Rows of thunder trees were falling and dying. Lin Moyu stood in mid-air, watching his undead army annihilate the thunder tree grove. In the sky, a giant skeletal gate was covered in silver-white flames. Inside the gate, a giant eye was looking down on the world. He's leveling up. The demon queen realized what Lin Moyu was doing. The thunder tree grove at his feet was not small, with over 30,000 trees and a world boss-level thunder tree cluster. At this stage, such a cluster was just a snack for Lin Moyu. The gaze of the undead slowly rotated, looking down at the heavens and the earth. The demon queen suddenly frowned, her soul trembling slightly. Then she heard Lin Moyu's voice. Come out. The demon queen saw a pair of bright eyes staring at her. She knew Lin Moyu couldn't see her, but he had sensed her existence. It was the eye in the sky that had discovered her. The demon queen felt the soul attack from the gaze of the undead above. In her previous few fights with Lin Moyu, they had always been from a distance. This was the first time she had experienced his skill up close. It was extremely strange. The demon queen calmly removed her concealment, revealing her graceful figure. It's you. Lin Moyu's gaze immediately sharpened. The moment she appeared, the aura of the abyss was revealed. Abyss, deep abyss, demon. Lin Moyu instantly guessed her identity. In the entire abyss, only one person could approach him without being detected. The demon queen sensed Lin Moyu's hostility, and was slightly surprised. You recognize me. Lin Moyu was on high alert, entering a combat stance. Demon Queen, how could I not guess? The Demon Queen was even more surprised. How could Lin Moyu be so sure? She knew they had never met, and her aura had completely changed. He couldn't have identified her from that. She was very curious as to how he had confirmed her identity. Was it just a guess? Impossible. His attitude was too certain. Lin Moyu didn't answer her. You snuck into the ancient god's false city, and followed me here. What do you want? While speaking, the ancient thunder tower was already in his hand, ready for battle at any moment. The Demon Queen retreated a distance. This empress has no ill intentions. Do you believe those words yourself? Lin Moyu sneered. The human race, and the demons of the abyss have a feud that has lasted for over 1,000 years. When we meet, it's a battle to the death. The Demon Queen has tried to kill me several times, and not long ago, she even joined forces with the Dragon Emperor to try and kill me, and now she says she has no ill intentions. How laughable. The Demon Queen smiled faintly. I am serious. I truly have no ill intentions this time. With this empress's status, there is no need to deceive you. Of course, Lin Moyu wouldn't believe her, but he wasn't in a hurry to act. After all, facing the Demon Queen, he could only protect himself. He asked in a deep voice, then what are you here for? Facing the highly vigilant Lin Moyu, the Demon Queen did her best to show goodwill. I came to find you for cooperation. Cooperation. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and immediately remembered that 1,000 years ago, the human race and the demons of the abyss had indeed cooperated. The two races had joined forces to drive the dragon tribe out of the origin battlefield, cutting off all spatial passages, which resulted in the dragon tribe being unable to return for 1,000 years. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed as he guessed the Demon Queen's intention. Does she want to cooperate like 1,000 years ago? Right now, the human race has no semi-transcendent gods. The strongest person should be me. It's not wrong for her to seek me out for cooperation. The Demon Queen nodded. That's right. This empress came to find you to cooperate. Lin Moyu remained vigilant, not relaxing because of her words. Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want? The Demon Queen said. Before we cooperate, let's set a condition first. This empress hopes you will agree to one thing. What is it? In the future, no matter what realm you reach, you are not to act against this empress. Similarly, this empress will not take the initiative to act against you and the human race. The Demon Queen proposed a condition that left Lin Moyu a bit confused. It sounded a bit strange, even he couldn't understand her true intentions. Be clearer. The Demon Queen smiled. It's exactly as it sounds. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and somewhat understood her meaning. You're afraid I'll kill you in the future. The Demon Queen didn't hide it and admitted freely, you could say that. You have entares behind you, so this empress can't touch you. You have excellent talent, and in the future, you will very likely become a transcendent guy, capable of killing this empress. This empress does not want to die, so I want to resolve the enmity with you beforehand. Lin Moyu laughed at the Demon Queen's fanciful idea. The human race and the demons of the abyss, resolving our enmity. 1,000-year feud, do you think that's possible? The Demon Queen said. This empress is only speaking for myself, not for the other demons in the abyss. Lin Moyu was startled. Hearing the meaning in her words, she intended to sell out the entire abyss. She was the Demon Queen, the Emperor of the Abyss, and now she wanted to sell out her own world. It sounded ridiculous. Lin Moyu felt like he was listening to a fantasy tale, more absurd than any myth. The Demon Queen saw the surprise in his eyes and chuckled. Don't think it's impossible. In this cruel world, nothing is impossible. To show my sincerity, this empress can give you some proof first. Lin Moyu frowned. What sincerity? The Demon Queen took out a memory crystal. This is a list. Inside is a list of members of the Manhwa Society. Lin Moyu took the crystal and glanced at it, his expression surprised again. Inside were nearly 10,000 people, involved in all fields of the human race. Although none of them could access the core areas, there were quite a few in the middle echelons, some of whom were very frightening. Bai Yuan's previous Great Purge had not cleaned out the Manhwa Society completely. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, how do I know if this is real or fake? He couldn't just take the Demon Queen's word for it if the list was fake. The Demon Queen had anticipated his reaction. You don't need to do anything. You can contact the human high command and see if these people are all dead, and if they all committed suicide. After speaking, she pointed to the sky. A law tore through the sky, passed through the spatial wall, and went to an unknown place. Seeing the Demon Queen suddenly use a law, Lin Moyu's heart tensed. Wait for me outside the ancient god's false city. He no longer had the mood to level up. He flapped his wings of the undead, and his entire soul force erupted, flying towards the ancient god's false city. In just a few seconds, he was back, and then he used the city's teleportation array to return to the human world. As a 5-star divine general, he had the highest authority in the human race, and using the teleportation array was his freedom. His speed was so fast that even the soldiers guarding the array couldn't stop him. They only saw a flash, and the array was activated. The soldiers had intended to stop him, but seeing the purple divine general insignia on his shoulder, they immediately shut their mouths. Upon returning to the human world, Lin Moyu immediately contacted Mang Anwen and told him about the Mano Society member list. Mang Anwen quickly came to get the list. After about 6 hours, Mang Anwen sent a message. The content of the message shocked Lin Moyu. Nearly 10,000 people on the list had all committed suicide. Some were from the Shangxia Empire, others were personnel from other national forces. They had committed mass suicide within the last half hour, and the method was very consistent. They all used weapons to cut off their own heads. In his shock, Lin Moyu realized something. Are these the only members of the Mano Society? Is the Demon Queen hiding something? Meng Yanwen appeared before Lin Moyu. Little Yu, what happened? Where did this list come from? Lin Moyu hadn't explained everything just now, and Meng Yanwen was even more surprised than him. News coming from all over made him realize this was no small matter. Lin Moyu had something on his mind. I'll tell you the specifics later, teacher. I have to go back first. Outside the ancient God's Fall City, the Demon Queen wore a light yellow dress that revealed her slender waist. When Lin Moyu returned, she smiled brightly. Well, are you satisfied with this empress's sincerity? Lin Moyu said, are there others? Take a guess, the Demon Queen smiled. Lin Moyu stared into her eyes, but couldn't guess her thoughts. The Demon Queen's mind was very deep, it couldn't be seen from the surface. Lin Moyu nodded. All right, I'll tentatively accept your sincerity. Tell me about your specific method of cooperation. The Demon Queen smiled, and said, there are some things you might not believe if I tell you. I want to invite you to be a guest at my royal palace, where we can talk in detail. Lin Moyu immediately became vigilant again. The Demon Queen's royal palace was her territory, in the heart of the abyss. If he went there, it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den, seeking his own death. Of course the Demon Queen knew his worries. Some things must be seen with your own eyes to be believed. As for your safety, you can ask the Great Lord. With him here, I wouldn't dare to touch you. Lin Moyu considered all possibilities, and activated the dragon scale. Antares, will I be in danger in the Demon Queen's royal palace? He quickly received Antares' affirmative answer. Lin Moyu wanted to clarify why the Demon Queen had suddenly come to him and given such a big gift. Most importantly, he wanted to know if there were still hidden members of the Mano Society in the human race, especially in the high-level command center. If there was even one or two, the threat to the human race and the Shangxia Empire would be greater than the 10,000 suicides just now. Now that he knew, he couldn't just sit back and ignore it. With Antares' affirmative answer, Lin Moyu made his decision. Alright, I'll go with you. The Demon Queen took out an exquisite demon stone. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. This was the highest grade demon stone he had ever seen, even containing the aura of a law. The stone was activated, and a spatio-temporal passage appeared in front of her. Divine General Lin, please. For the first time, the Demon Queen used a respectful human title to address him, which could be seen as a sign of her respect. At this moment, she had placed Lin Moyu on an equal footing with herself, which also showed her sincerity from another angle. Lin Moyu calmly stepped into the passage. After a long period of teleportation, before his vision even recovered, he felt the familiar aura of the abyss. The aura was extremely dense, rushing at him from all directions. His body felt a little uncomfortable. The aura of the abyss and the aura on his body were incompatible, seemingly representing the irreconcilable hatred between the human race and the abyss. When his vision returned, he saw the dark green, almost black flames of the abyss. He was in the Demon Queen's palace, but strangely, it was not as he had imagined. There were no ferocious decorations, nor any demonic features. The place was very exquisite. Whether it was the seats, the pillars, or the decorations, they were 7 or 8 parts similar to those of the human race. If not for the gloom brought by the abyss fire, this place would look like a human palace. Do you find it very strange? The Demon Queen's voice echoed in the palace, melodious and a bit ethereal. Lin Moyu looked at the Demon Queen, still wearing human attire that revealed her slender waist. You can revert to your original form now. The Demon Queen walked past him, and then sat on her throne, looking a bit lazy. This is this Empress's original form. Clearly, Lin Moyu didn't believe her. The Demon Queen smiled and said, this Empress is half human blood. Lin Moyu was speechless. What a ridiculous lie. A Demon Queen claiming to have half human blood. Wasn't that like trying to fool a ghost? He felt the Demon Queen was treating him like an idiot and frowned. This joke isn't funny. The Demon Queen shook her head. This Empress truly has half human blood, but not the human blood of your world. Moreover, I can tell you that I have never personally killed a single human. Unbelievable. You can ask the Great Lord. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't believe it, and immediately communicated with Antares. Is she telling the truth? And Tears quickly gave him an answer that made him a bit incredulous. The demon queen who led the abyss against the human race for 1,000 years had never killed a human, and she herself had half human blood. This was a huge joke. This secret was too shocking. Lin Moyu also knew why she was telling him these things. She wasn't afraid of him spreading it. Who would believe it if he did? Besides, with the demon queen's strength, no one in the entire abyss would dare to doubt her unless they didn't want to live. With his super strong ability to adapt, Lin Moyu quickly digested all the information and said, "Your story must be very fascinating." The demon queen sighed. "Regarding the origins of the abyss and the dragon tribe, the great lord must have told you. We demons of the abyss belong to the demon tribe, but we are only low-level demons, belonging to the lowest class, and the abyss world is just a world fragment." As she spoke, she pointed her finger towards the top of the palace. A barrier projected images, forming pictures. In the picture was a universe full of stars, suns and moons, carrying a vast aura, recording the passage of time. 2 points of light, one after the other, flew from the dark, starry universe, fell outside a world, and then attached to it. Each point of light was only 1/5 the size of the world, looking as if the world had grown a pair of horns. The area where these horns connected to the world formed a special region. Lin Moyu looked at the picture and listened to the demon queen's explanation, learning that these 2 points of light were the abyss world and the dragon tribe world. And the special region formed at the connection point was the origin battlefield. The abyss world and the dragon tribe world were just world fragments, not complete worlds, and together they were not even half the size of a real world. The demon queen's melodious voice rang out, "We came here with the world fragment, carrying a mission. The mission is to destroy the living beings in this world, no matter what they are, they must be destroyed." At that time, I was also in the world fragment. I was just a small, insignificant demon. When I saw that the living beings in this world were humans, I couldn't stop the other powerful demons, I could only choose not to act. Later, I grew stronger and stronger, became the demon queen, and took control of this world fragment, but I still couldn't stop it. This abyss world fragment is a part separated from the main abyss world, and can be recalled at any time. And my strength is nothing in the main abyss world. If I do anything against the abyss, the only outcome waiting for me is death. Moreover, destroying living beings is and will deeply ingrained in the bloodline of the abyss demons. It has become an instinct that cannot be erased. Listening to the demon queen's story, Lin Moyu seemed to understand some things. He had completely calmed down and was analyzing. In the outside world, are the human race and the demons of the main abyss world also at war? The demon queen shook her head. "I don't know. I was born in this world fragment, so I'm not clear about the outside world. But I have memories in my bloodline. I know I have half human blood, so I have always hidden myself very carefully. Fortunately, I was born in a world fragment. Cannon fodder demons like us are not even considered soldiers, so we are not valued. If I were in the main world, I would have been executed long ago. If one day the world fragment returns to the main world, I will surely die." The demon queen's voice, along with the dancing abyss fire, sounded a bit sorrowful. Her eyes held a bitter smile, as if she were mocking her own life, her own birth. A half-human, half-demon was not welcome among humans, and it was the same among the demons of the abyss. No race would accept an existence like her. Even though she had a human appearance and could deceive ordinary people, she couldn't deceive the powerful. It was like the mixed blood dragons in the dragon tribe world. In Tears' mouth, they were nothing. The demon queen continued, "I know that once my identity is exposed, even if I don't return to the main abyss world, the demons here will not spare me. I thought I had escaped. I cultivated desperately. I became the demon queen, so no one could kill me." The repeated use of "I" made her tone a bit rushed. Lin Moyu could hear the hardship in it. The demon queen said, "I built this royal palace and lived in it, never revealing my true face. I became the master of this world fragment. Do you know how fake this master is?" Lin Moyu said, "You don't want to die." "Of course," the demon queen snapped. "This empress of course does not want to die. I want to become a transcendent god, a true god, a more powerful existence. Until no one can kill me, survival is the instinct of all living beings, and even a demon queen is no exception." Her will to survive was extremely strong. It was this will that had allowed her to achieve what she had today. Lin Moyu completely understood now. You don't want to die. You don't want the human race to be annihilated. And you certainly don't want the dragon tribe to invade this world. No matter which of those happens, you will be returned to the main world. And what awaits you is death. The demon queen continued, "That's right. That's why I came to you for cooperation." Lin Moyu said, "If you don't want to die, then there's only one way, stay here forever. Never go back. So you maintain the balance of the 3 races. 1,000 years ago, the dragon tribe was strong, so you helped the human race drive them away." The demon queen said, "That's right. At that time, I had just become the demon queen. That was the first thing I did. I actually had the chance to wipe out the human race back then. But I didn't. I even secretly killed several great demon kings. Later, a Jian Yai appeared among you humans. He was not a creature of this world. I couldn't let him grow, so I eliminated him. And some other things. I have always been maintaining the balance. But that balance has now been broken by you. Lin Moyu knew he had become the sword hanging over the demon queen's head. With Antares backing him, she didn't dare to act against him. Borrowing a knife to kill someone was the last move she could make, but the Dragon Emperor was not strong enough and failed. Meng Anwen and the others were just supporting actors. They posed no threat to the demon queen. Even if Lin Moyu were killed, in the end, the demon queen would not truly invade the human world. She had to maintain the balance. The balance was her life. The demon queen continued, actually, my way of doing things is just avoidance. 1,000 years ago, I was already the demon queen, having reached the peak of the semi-transcendent god level. In this world fragment, I cannot advance any further. I cannot become a transcendent god. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, you can go outside. The demon queen shook her head with a bitter smile. You sound just like the Dragon Emperor. Risking death to go outside. For him, it's risking death. For me, it's certain death. I was born in this world fragment. My soul's imprint is here. The powerful demons of the main world can find me through this imprint at any time. No matter how far I run, it's useless. Her words revealed a sense of helplessness and resignation. At this moment, she didn't seem like a demon queen, but more like a helpless young girl. Her words involved some knowledge that Lin Moyu didn't know. Lin Moyu asked, so what do you plan to do? He knew she must have a way, otherwise, she wouldn't have actively sought him out. The demon queen said, I have thought of a way, but I'm not sure if it will work. This is also the only way I can think of. Tell me, you become the master of the world. Devour the world fragment. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. So that was her method, to have him become the master of the world. At this moment, Antares' voice sounded in his head. This is indeed the only way. Lin Moyu asked, but how can I become the master of the world? Antares chuckled. Simple. Become a transcendent god. At that time, I will teach you. It's not difficult. Besides, there is a world core waiting for you to collect. If you want to become stronger, and break the limits in the future, this is also something you must do. Lin Moyu knew the answer, but why should I help you? The demon queen heard a hint of something unusual in his words. She knew Lin Moyu had the answer. Her method was feasible. She knew the answer came from Antares. I will offer enough sincerity. When you can become the master of the world, I will have the demon army attack the dragon tribe. The demons and the dragon tribe will suffer heavy casualties. I will bring you the dragon emperor's head. Lin Moyu interrupted her. No, I'll take the dragon emperor's head myself. The demon queen smiled and suddenly appeared in front of him, extending a delicate hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Moyu symbolically shook her hand. Her hand was very soft and also very cold. The two had established the basis for cooperation. Once Lin Moyu became a transcendent god, the cooperation would officially begin. The demon queen did not doubt his words. She had investigated all of Lin Moyu's deeds and knew he valued his promises. As long as he promised, he would not go back on his word. After sending Lin Moyu away from the abyss world, and watching the spatio-temporal passage close, the demon queen sighed softly. I hope this can succeed. After waiting for so many years, I finally see a glimmer of hope. Her cool and moving voice echoed in the grand hall of the royal palace. In her eyes, besides sorrow, there was also a thick killing intent. It was as if she were personally creating a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Lin Moyu returned to the eternal battlefield. He looked at the ancient god's fall city, at the people coming and going. This world, which seemed simple at first glance, was much more complex than imagined. And what seemed complex was gradually being sorted out. Antares, do you think I can succeed? I feel she's a bit crazy. For her own sake, she is willing to sacrifice an entire world. Hundreds of billions of demons will pave the way for her. If she succeeds, she will be stepping on a sea of blood to advance. A few seconds later, Antares' voice sounded in his head, carrying a tone of disdainful laughter. You truly have limited knowledge. What is such a thing in the eyes of a true powerhouse? That's just a world fragment. How many living beings can be in it? Even adding your world, there aren't that many. A true powerhouse, for the sake of advancing even a little for a 1 in a billion chance, will annihilate an entire star field. Countless worlds, in a flash, countless living beings die. Some powerhouses even gather billions of living beings from dozens of worlds to conduct a blood sacrifice. The sea of blood and resentment soars to the sky, extinguishing a great star. What is a small scene like this? It's just child's play. Antares spoke very lightly, not caring at all. Lin Moyu listened, his hair standing on end. It seems the outside world is much crueler than I imagined. Haha, it's good that you know. But in recent years, Lillian has indeed done quite a lot. What she said is basically not a problem. She really hasn't been ruthless towards you humans. Of course she's doing it for herself, and at the same time she knows I am here. It's impossible for her to wipe out you humans. In short, that's how it is. You think about it yourself. Lillian was the Demon Queen's name. Besides Antares, few people dared to call her by her name directly. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. I understand. Looking at it now, we are not at a loss in this deal. Lin Moyu sat alone outside the ancient city for a long time. He pondered everything that had happened, what he had seen and heard. He synthesized it, analyzed it, and then drew conclusions. If what the Demon Queen Lillian said was all true, then for many years, she had been balancing the three forces. After cooperating with the human race to expel the dragon tribe, she actually had the ability to wipe out the human race. Even if the existence of Antares meant she couldn't completely eradicate them, she could at least occupy most of the human world, raising humans in captivity at least to the point where they couldn't develop further. Antares would not interfere in this. Antares had said it was only responsible for ensuring the human race was not wiped out, other matters were not its concern. But the Demon Queen Lillian did not do so. Instead, she killed some high-level demon kings, and even created the illusion that the human race still had hidden powerhouses. This made the originally arrogant demon kings wary, eventually leading to a relative balance between the abyss demons and the human race. The human race also developed for 1,000 years. Now, although still weaker than the abyss demons, they were not that much weaker. Even more than 600 years ago, she had discovered Jian Ye from the outside and designed an ambush to kill him because she was afraid he would reach the transcendent god level and eventually break the balance. For many years, she had been pursuing balance. In that sense, the one who truly let the human race go, allowing this era's human race to exist and develop, was actually her. It was really a bit ridiculous and unbelievable to say it out loud. But that was the truth. Lin Moyu had verified these matters through Antares. The enemy that the human race hated the most was actually the one behind the scenes creating a living space for them. What a mockery. Lin Moyu knew he couldn't speak of this matter, Q would believe it if he did. He found that his standing position was different, the things he saw had changed, and his way of thinking about problems was also different from before. He used to think the Mano society was a tumor in the human race, and if it wasn't removed, the human race would face a great disaster. Now it seemed, what was the Mano society? It didn't affect the balance between the two sides at all, let alone touch the foundation of the human race. The Mano society was like a bug, seemingly smelly and dirty, but that was all. In the eyes of the Demon Queen Lillian, it was even more so a toy that could be discarded at any time. So at the beginning of their cooperation, to show her sincerity, she had discarded the Mano society. When he stood at a different height to look at the problem, Lin Moyu found that his heart had hardened. He had to choose, should he fight the demons to the death for the past hatred of the human race, or cooperate with them for the peaceful life of the human race in the future. This matter had to be decided. And it was a decision for a few people. There was no need to tell too many people. It was useless. Lin Moyu thought for a long time, then left the eternal battlefield, returned to the human world, and returned to Baijian's small courtyard. These days, the human world had been pacified, returning to its former state. The peaceful atmosphere accumulated over several hundred years was restored after a period of tension. Manhwa and Bai Yuan were busy for a few days and then had free time. At this moment, the three of them, along with Yan Quansheng, were sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. As for the suicide incident half a day ago, it actually didn't involve the Shangxia Empire much. The nearly 10,000 suicides were mainly concentrated in other forces and countries. After all, the Great Purge last time had already cleaned out a large number of Mano Society members. Just as Lin Moyu returned, Meng Yanwen spoke, "Little Yu, we've investigated. The people who committed suicide half a day ago were indeed all members of the Mano Society. They were hidden very deep, so we missed them in the last Great Purge." Bai Yuan also said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Mano Society to be hidden so deep. These people are all sleeper agents. They usually don't act, so we didn't discover them." Yan Quansheng laughed, teasing Bai Yuan, "Just admit you're blind. What sleeper agents?" Bai Yuan snorted twice, glaring at Yan Quansheng, but this time, unexpectedly, he held back from arguing. Meng Yanwen said, "Little Yu, he left in such a hurry. Did something happen again?" Lin Moyu sat down, poured tea for the three of them, and then poured a cup for himself. "I discussed some matters with Lillian." The three of them were stunned at the same time. Lillian? Who is Lillian? They had never heard of this name. It seemed to have never appeared in the historical records of the human race. Lin Moyu realized this and casually said, "Lillian is the Demon Queen." The three of them were suddenly shocked. Bai Yuan even spat out the tea in his mouth, spraying it all over Yan Quansheng's face. "You. Plus. You met the Demon Queen. Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, and I even made a trip to the Demon's Royal Palace. Lin Moyu's light words made the three of them feel a bit dazed. Going to the abyss was scary enough, but he also went to the Demon's Royal Palace. And he even returned safely. The three of them looked at each other, finally realizing that their disciple seemed to have stood at a height they could not reach. Among the human race, only Lin Moyu was qualified to have an equal dialogue with entares and to be able to go to the Demon's Royal Palace and return unharmed. In the history of the human race, only Lin Moyu had done it. Mang Yanwen took a deep breath to calm himself. What did you and the Demon Queen discuss? Lin Moyu slowly said, the Demon Queen wants to cooperate with me. He recounted the matter of the Demon Queen wanting to cooperate with him, but he did not express his own thoughts on the matter. He was afraid his thoughts would affect the judgment of Mang Yanwen and the others. As he recounted, the expressions on the faces of Mang Yanwen and the other two were extremely colorful. They were like listening to a strange myth, unable to imagine that the history of the human race had such a major flaw. Lin Moyu knew that even without external interference, history would definitely have flaws. What's more, behind the entire human race, there was such a behind-the-scenes existence. A long time later, Mang Yanwen sighed. Back then, when I studied the history of the human race, I did feel that something was not right. 1,000 years ago, the human race was not strong. It was one of the weakest of the three races. Especially after expelling the dragon tribe, the human race had to face the abyss demons alone. It could be said that there was no chance of victory. At that time, the abyss demons had the opportunity to destroy us, but they did not do so. The historical records also wrote that some demon kings died strangely, suspecting that there were hidden powerhouses in the human race. I never expected it to be the Demon Queen. Lin Moyu's words had completely overturned the three's understanding of human history. Because of the existence of entares, they all understood that what Lin Moyu said was definitely true. They didn't know how long entares had been here, but it could be said that it had witnessed the rise and fall of this era's human race. History could be wrong, but entares would not be. Bai Yayuan said, in that case, the Demon Queen actually has a favor to our human race. Lin Moyu nodded. Although she has her own purposes, in fact, she really does have a favor to our human race. Mang Yanwen said, according to her, the will of the abyss demons is to bring destruction, and she cannot openly stop the other abyss demons. To maintain the balance, she can only choose such a method. The truth has also given the human race time to breathe and develop. Moreover, her hands are not stained with the blood of the human race. I think this cooperation is feasible, whether to take it or leave it. Lin Moyu had actually already made a decision. He could even represent the entire human race in making the decision. After all, they were now the ones with the highest status and power in the human race. He believed they would make the right choice. Sure enough, Mang Yanwen quickly made a choice. He decided to cooperate with the Demon Queen. Bai Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Mang Yanwen. You mean to let go of all the past hatred? Among the three, the one who fought the abyss demons most ruthlessly was Bai Yuan. The deepest hatred was also Bai Yuan's. His mind was not as sharp, and his analysis of matters was not as racial and calm as Mang Yanwen's, so he could not accept it for a while. Mang Yanwen looked at Bai Yuan. What are we striving for? Bai Yuan snorted. Of course, it's to create a piece of sky for the human race, to defeat the demons, so that they don't dare to come to the human race and show off their might. Mang Yanwen said, if Little Yu's cooperation with the Demon Queen succeeds, in the future, there will be no more abyss demons, no more dragon tribe, no more fierce wars, no more sacrifices. Isn't that a good thing? Bai Yuan's body trembled, a little excited. What about the Demon Queen? Before Mang Yanwen could speak, Yan Quanxing opened his mouth. You blockhead. Why can't you figure it out? The abyss demons are gone, so where would there be a Demon Queen? Mang Yanwen said softly. According to history, the Demon Queen has actually helped the human race many times. Although she has her own thoughts, we must acknowledge what she has done. Lin Moyu nodded. That's right. If not for the Demon Queen, the human race would have faced a different situation. Bai Yuan still couldn't fully accept it, but he didn't say anything more. Mang Yanwen glanced at him and said to Lin Moyu, don't mind him. He'll figure it out. His brain turns slowly, it needs time. Lin Moyu burst out laughing, feeling it was indeed so. The first time he saw Bai Yuan, he felt he was profound and unpredictable. Later, this thought of his wavered a bit. Mang Yanwen murmured, but I still don't understand. The Demon Queen has many ways to maintain balance. Why did she choose to stand on the side of the human race? Lin Moyu said in a low voice, because she has half human blood. As soon as these words were spoken, Mang Yanwen's expression froze. Bai Yuan jumped up even more, and the sturdy chair under his butt shattered into powder with a thud. Yan Quanxing also showed a look of disbelief. This is impossible. After a moment of astonishment, Meng Yanwen suddenly realized something and asked urgently, Liu Yu, the human blood, you're saying it's not from this world? Lin Moyu nodded. It's not. Bai Yi Yuan and Yan Quamshan looked at Lin Moyu, and then at Meng Yanwen, hearing something unbelievable. Yan Quamshan asked, Old man, do you know something? Meng Yanwen said in a low voice, Don't be anxious. I'll tell you later. Lin Moyu had only told Meng Yanwen about the information related to other worlds. Meng Yanwen had the ability to come into contact with strong energy, and had a flexible mind, so he was easier to understand. Bai Yi Yuan and Yan Quamshan needed time to absorb it. Meng Yanwen ignored their doubts. So that can explain it. If the plan succeeds, did she say what she plans to do? Lin Moyu said, Lillian didn't say. But I think she will wait for an opportunity to leave this world. Within this world fragment, her maximum limit is a semi-transcendent god, she cannot rise any further. Her soul's imprint is within this world fragment, so she cannot leave even if she wants to now, she will still be found. Meng Yanwen understood his words. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could guess. Meng Yanwen suddenly thought of an event. Soul imprint. I remember. This method only appeared in the human race 1,000 years ago. It was thanks to this method that our human race avoided a lot of damage. Could it be that this method was also from her? Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, she gave it to us. Meng Yanwen said in a deep voice, This matter doesn't need to be discussed further. Let's proceed according to her plan. From Meng Yanwen's words, the matter was settled decisively. Lin Moyu had expected this result. I understand. Apart from us, don't tell anyone else. Of course. They are not qualified to know. Meng Yanwen also understood that the fewer people who knew, the better. As the saying goes, it's hard to please everyone, every matter had to be weighed. They were the strongest powerhouses of the human race, and had to lead the human race towards the light. A little sacrifice was unavoidable. Letting go of hatred was also natural. Just like 1,000 years ago when they cooperated with the Abyss demons, hadn't the two sides already done it? After Lin Moyu left, Bai Yi Yuan and Yan Quamshan stared intently at Meng Yanwen. They still had many questions. Meng Yanwen sighed. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. If you want to know, be mentally prepared. Bai Yi Yuan said disdainfully. If you can accept it, what can't I accept? Yan Quamshan said, Go on. We've lived for half our lives. What can't we handle? Meng Yanwen grunted. You guys think, what level should the strongest powerhouse be at? Bai Yi Yuan said without hesitation, Of course, it's the transcendent god level. The human race lacks a transcendent god. Otherwise, we could definitely suppress the Abyss demons and the Dragon Tribe. Meng Yanwen smiled. Then what level do you think the Great Lord is at? Yan Quamshan knew Meng Yanwen was referring to Inter's. Perhaps a transcendent god, or a very powerful transcendent god. Meng Yanwen shook his head. A transcendent god is like an ant in his eyes. He could kill a bunch with one breath. No way. Meng Yanwen smiled gently. You guys sit tight. I'll explain slowly. Lin Moyu returned to the ancient god's fall city once again. He had confirmed his cooperation with the demon queen. Now, he just had to wait for his realm to advance. This was the prerequisite for their cooperation. If he couldn't reach the transcendent god level and become the master of the world, then cooperating with the demon queen would be a joke. Lin Moyu had also thought about it. If he reached the transcendent god level, he could completely do without cooperating with the demon queen. He would be capable of destroying the dragon tribe and the abyss demons, and even killing the dragon emperor, and Lillian would not be a problem. But after knowing Lillian was once human, he gave up this idea. He remembered the help she had given. Regardless of her purpose, Lillian had indeed helped the human race many times. This could not be denied. At the same time, Lillian had never killed a single human. On the contrary, thanks to her, many humans had new learning opportunities. Therefore, Lin Moyu could not kill Lillian. He could not do such a thing as repaying kindness with enmity. While thinking, he had left the ancient god's fall city, spread his wings of the undead, flew across the continent, through the wind and thunder sea, and arrived at the wind and thunder continent. Not long after, the undead army appeared again on the continent, beginning to slaughter the thunder trees and wind flowers. This was the fastest way Lin Moyu had found to level up at the moment. Under the blades of the undead army, Lin Moyu's experience points rose rapidly like a rocket. For hundreds of thousands of years, only Lin Moyu had used the thunder trees and wind flowers to level up. The wind and thunder continent was also the burial ground of the gods. The thunder represented the thunder god, who had now completely disappeared. She looked at Lin Moyu with a cold gaze. That feeling of a heart like dead embers made anyone feel helpless and shocked Lin Moyu. Especially after knowing the old stories of the gods, Lin Moyu felt a bit of anxiety. Although they were gods, not humans, they were once comrades of the human race at the beginning of this era. They faced danger, fought alongside the human race, and fell one by one, sinking into a deep sleep. There were people in the human race who transformed their bloodline into divine blood and died. In that era, most of the gods became the best comrades of the human race. They were like humans, born from this era, bearing the imprint of this era, and had feelings for this era. Lin Moyu was the same. For the previous era, even if they were the same human race, Lin Moyu did not have too many emotions. But for the human race of this era, Lin Moyu had a different feeling. This was the imprint of the era, a symbol of the era. It was not until his soul became a god that he could feel this. The thunder god was dead. The wind god should also be sleeping on the wind and thunder continent in some unknown corner. Lin Moyu didn't want to search for it. He couldn't resurrect it now, finding it would be useless and harmful. It was better to let it continue to sleep. When he had enough power to resurrect them, he would wake them up. This time on the wind and thunder continent, Lin Moyu continued to attack the thunder trees and wind flowers. But he did not provoke the lightning in the thunder tree mountain range. Although the number there was the largest, there was also a terrifying existence sleeping there. It was the thunder god's mount, sleeping due to severe injuries. Its resting place was also arranged by Antares. There must be some relationship between them. Whatever the reason, Lin Moyu did not want to mess with it. He only attacked the outer areas where there were thunder trees and wind flowers. Although the efficiency was a bit lower, it was enough for leveling up. The entire wind and thunder continent stretched for thousands of kilometers. It was unknown how many thunder trees and wind flowers there were. For hundreds of thousands of years, very few people came to fight them, allowing them to grow stronger and stronger. Now, all the benefits belonged to Lin Moyu, becoming his possessions. His experience points rose rapidly again. According to his calculations, in less than a day, he could level up from 79 to 80. At that time, it would be a qualitative breakthrough. Level 80 would bring a new skill, and it was also the level where most professionals grasped their strongest skills. Level 90 was the god-level domain, with no new skills. Level 80 was the last time a professional could awaken a new skill. Almost all professionals put all their effort into this time to grasp their new level 80 skill. After level 80, one began to step onto the path to godhood. Also at level 80, many professionals began to come into contact with the soul. They wanted to feel the soul, understand its essence, and enhance their soul level. They used a strong soul to touch the skill space and search for the origin of skills, eventually moving a skill core into the skill space. To transform an ordinary skill into a soul skill was the spellcraft that Antares had mentioned. When a skill was transformed into a spell, even with only a 1 fusion rate, a miraculous change would occur. It would greatly increase the skill's power, and its effect would be completely different. When reaching the peak of level 89, transforming one skill core would allow one to take half a step into the god level. 2 skill cores would allow one to enter the god level, and at that time, it would be a new world. However, only 2 skill cores also meant only 2 original skills, making one the weakest god. The more original skills one had at the same level, the stronger they would be. Bai Yuan and Yan Guangshen were both level 95 and had grasped 3 original skills, making them slightly stronger than Ye Hao. Meng Anwen, being a dual-class god, had grasped 4 original skills, making his combat power even stronger. As for Lin Moyu, he wanted to walk a path completely different from ordinary people. He wanted to turn all his skill cores into main skills, and even take out the 3 talents from the mysterious talent space. Only in this way could he reach the perfect god level, possess combat power that ordinary people could hardly reach, and open the true path of power in the future. All spellcraft had a common origin, and eventually led to the same point. A light flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes, and his eyes deepened. The undead army was slaughtering each other, and thunder trees were continuously being killed. His experience points rose rapidly. His leveling speed was hundreds of times faster than other professionals. What others needed a year for, he only needed a day. As long as there were enough monsters, leveling speed would not be a problem. Lin Moyu didn't care about the situation on the battlefield. He was pondering Antares' words. The human race has many methods of advancement, but any method aims to reach the final point. The laws of each world are different. In this world, the path I have chosen is the strongest and also the most difficult. As long as I overcome this path, when I enter the great world, the path I walk there will be smoother. But I have a premonition. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky. This path of mine will not be so simple. As he got closer to leveling up, the feeling of suppression appeared again. The higher the level, the clearer the feeling of suppression. This was a feeling that even Antares could not find the source of, only saying that the place it came from was of a very high level, surpassing Antares' level. Before, when Lin Moyu told Antares about this feeling, Antares thought he was mistaken. But now, he once again felt a clear sense of suppression. Moreover, he was sure this feeling came from deep within his soul. It was like a curse wrapped around him, deeply rooted in his soul. It was just that the level was too high, and until now, he had not been able to find any trace of it. A group of wind flowers and thunder trees were wiped out. A day later, the light of leveling up appeared on Lin Moyu's body. This leveling up was different from any before. The light this time was also golden, heavy and dazzling. The golden light emanated from his soul, spread throughout his body, and then radiated from the inside out. His entire body was covered in golden light, turning him into a metal man. Level 80 was a milestone, the first time the soul made a resounding sound. From this level onwards, one had to start connecting with the soul. The focus of cultivation also shifted from killing monsters to level up to comprehending the soul. Of course, killing monsters was still necessary. It was still the only way to gain experience, and experience was the power of the soul. This was the law of the world. No one could avoid it, at least not in this world. Lin Moyu felt that during this level up, his soul power increased greatly. The extent of the increase surpassed several previous levels combined. Level 80 was a qualitative transformation. Indeed it was. As his soul power increased, Lin Moyu sat in mid-air and began to comprehend. Others needed a long time to search for the skill space and might not even succeed. But Lin Moyu was like a robber, kicking down the door of the skill space with one step, descending with immense soul power. His soul power at level 80 was stronger than other professionals, but the soul level was different. The same amount of soul power had a completely different effect, like a pound of wood and a pound of iron. Although they had the same weight, the pound of iron could easily crush the pound of wood. Lin Moyu was currently in this state. His soul power was many times purer than other professionals at level 80. Even professionals who had just become gods were not as good as him. His soul level had reached 93, belonging to the mid-tier god category. The powerful soul power rushed forward familiarly. The great door of the skill space had long been open, not defending at all against Lin Moyu's aggressiveness. This time, he did not come to take a skill core but to search for unactivated skill cores. At level 80, the remaining skill cores should be activated. He wanted to see what his level 80 skills would be like. With a bit of anticipation, his soul power entered the deepest part of the skill space. Nothing. Lin Moyu was surprised. In the deepest part of the skill space, he did not find any unactivated skill cores. Could it be that he had no new skills at level 80? That shouldn't be. The skill space was not large, no matter how small the skill core was. It shouldn't be hard to find. His soul power spread out like a net, searching carefully, not missing an inch of space. His soul power flowed like water over each flickering, shining skill core, but there was no result. He found it increasingly strange, as if he had encountered something unimaginable. No skills at level 80. His skills stopped here. Impossible. Lin Moyu naturally didn't believe it. He was not one to give up easily. A second later, he thought of the feeling of suppression just now, as if some power was hiding his perception. Especially now that he had just leveled up and his soul power had increased, his soul sense was extremely sensitive, and he could feel the suppressing power even more clearly. The feeling of suppression was not pleasant, as if it were covering him up. Lin Moyu began to search again, more carefully than before. His soul power constantly scored the skill space, each wisp of soul conducting a probe, not missing any trace. He sat in mid-air, silent and motionless. The light of leveling up had long since disappeared, but he still hadn't moved. Day after day passed. Lin Moyu sat for 5 days. The Undead Legion were his most loyal guards. Under the command of the Lich General, they formed a protective circle, setting up layers of defense around him. Anyone who approached was treated as an enemy. In these 5 days, he had searched the skill space many times but still found nothing. However, the more this happened, the more Lin Moyu felt something was strange. He was too confident in himself, certain that he couldn't have failed to obtain a level 80 skill. Moreover, in the past 5 days, the feeling of suppression had not diminished, it had even intensified, as if challenging him. If you dare not give up, I will be even more stubborn. Lin Moyu confronted it. Since you won't back down, I am even more determined to find it. After 5 days, Lin Moyu took out Antares' dragon scale and activated it. The Undead Legion disappeared in unison, and he vanished immediately after. A second later, he appeared beside Antares. Antares sensed his aura, and its eyes widened. You're level 80. It wasn't strange that he had reached level 80. Leveling up was not a difficult task. If not for worldly matters tying him down, leveling up was as easy as flipping a hand for him. However, a second later, Antares noticed that his state was not normal. Are you okay? Lin Moyu didn't answer. He was frowning at this moment, seemingly in a special state. Antares' eyes widened, and a golden light shone from its large dragon eyes, illuminating him like a searchlight. In its vision, Lin Moyu was magnified infinitely. In an instant, Antares saw the changes in him clearly. At its level, if it wanted to see clearly it could, regardless of whether Lin Moyu agreed or not. It saw his soul, and his soul was also frowning. Come in. Lin Moyu seemed to sense Antares' gaze, and his soul emitted a sound. Antares did not hesitate, and instantly entered Lin Weiyu's soul world. Lin Weiyu's soul echoed in the soul world. Help me examine my soul. I am fighting against a suppressing power. In Tear's frown. In Lin Weiyu's soul it was just a thought, and its ability to exert its power was limited. Even as a thought, it could still see and hear. But that was all it could do. I need to let more power in, and Tear said. Lin Weiju said without hesitation, come in. A simple word contained 10 tenths of trust in Tears. And Tears let out a dragon's roar, and its soul power poured in like a great wave. It quickly condensed into the original form of a divine dragon in Lin Weiyu's soul world. A purple gold body appeared. This was a condensation of Tears' soul power, which could be regarded as a clone of its soul. With enough power, Tears could use some of its abilities. The divine dragon burst out with a dazzling light, instantly covering Lin Weiyu's soul space in a purple gold collar. A huge dragon's eye appeared in the soul world. In the dragon's eye was the reflection of Lin Weiyu's soul. Divine Dragon's Insight. Tears performed its spell. Divine Dragon's Insight. It said, you focus on your own business. Leave this place to me to watch over. Lin Weiju was completely at ease. His soul fell silent in an instant, and his entire mind entered the skill space. He began to search for the existence of the skill core. He didn't believe he had no level 80 skills. He used all his soul power to search, determined to find it. The more soul power he used, the more clearly he felt the suppression. That incomprehensible feeling seemed to be opposing him more, and more strongly. Tears stared intently at Lin Weiyu's soul. The divine dragon's insight was a spell of the dragon tribe. Nothing could be hidden from its eyes. At its level, it believed that no matter what it was, it could not be hidden from it. However, Lin Weiju had told it about some abnormality before. At that time, it found nothing, and said he was mistaken. But now that Lin Weiju said it again, it couldn't help but believe his feeling. Having reached level 80, with a soul level of 93, how could his feeling be wrong? Did I miss something? Tears thought to itself, looking very carefully. Lin Weiju had mobilized more than 90 of his soul energy, holding nothing back. There was nothing left in his soul. In this state, Tears finally discovered a slight abnormality. Hidden so deep, let me see what it is. It saw a point, and then activated the full power of the divine dragon's insight. This object was continuously magnified in its vision. Magnified thousands of times, it finally saw it clearly. Tears let out a cry of horror, and the divine dragon's insight collapsed with a loud bang. Its horrified scream echoed in Lin Weiyu's soul world, filled with a fear as if it had seen something terrifying. At this moment, Lin Weiyu's entire mind was immersed in the skill space and did not hear it. Tears' soul clone seemed to be trembling, or more accurately, shaking. It was as if it was afraid. Not just the soul clone but its main body was also afraid. A great world rune. Why is it a great world rune? Kid, what is your origin? Why were you cursed by the great world? Images flashed continuously in its mind. It was a rune, extremely simple, but also extremely complex. Not many creatures could recognize the existence of this rune, but Tears was one of them. It recognized it at a glance. It was a great world rune, representing the most profound and original power of the great world. The great world rune had another meaning. It was the most basic power, the most original law of the great world, the source, the ancestor of all things. The great world was not the small world Lin Weiju was in. The difference between the two was like a pond and an ocean. In the great world, there was a legend that whoever could control the great world rune would become the master of the great world, the supreme existence. Countless invincible powerhouses had tried to grasp the great world rune, but it all failed. However, over the years, there were still invincible powerhouses who succeeded one another in trying to contend for it. Controlling the great world rune was the destination of powerhouses. Let alone controlling it, even seeing the great world rune was very difficult. It could be said that among all the invincible powerhouses of the great world, more than 90 had never seen this rune. Tears, by a fortunate coincidence, had seen it once. It was at the Ancestor Dragon's sacrificial ceremony. The Ancestor Dragon manifested, and on its body was an imprint of a great world rune. It was not a true rune, just an imprint. At that time, Tears was still young and not as powerful as it was now, but this scene was forever engraved in its memory, hard to forget even after many years. Later, it learned that this was the rune of the great world, and that not everyone was qualified to see it. But now, in Lin Weiyu's soul, there was a great world rune. It was just that this rune did not bring any benefits to Lin Weiju, only a curse. The terrifying power of the curse had destroyed the divine dragon's insight in an instant. Tears finally knew that Lin Weiyu's feeling was not wrong, he had indeed been cursed. But why would the great world rune curse Lin Weiju? He was originally an insignificant existence. Even his world was just a drop of water to the great world, and he was just an insignificant drop of water within it. Why would the great world rune curse him, suppress him? What was his origin? Tears was extremely curious, but it knew that even if it racked its brains, it couldn't figure it out. Even Lin Moyu himself didn't know the answer. And Tears looked at Lin Moyu's soul, constantly thinking about how to deal with it. Facing the curse of the Great World Rune, what should it do? Give up on Lin Moyu now or do something else? Lin Moyu had been cursed by the Great World Rune. His future was destined to be bleak. No matter what his identity was, perhaps it was no longer important. There was no light in his future. If it helped him, it might also be implicated. This was the Great World Rune. In the past, even the ancestor dragon. And Tears knew a little inside story, and felt a deep sense of fear. What now? What should it do? And Tears was very conflicted. Lin Moyu was still in the skill space, constantly searching for his skill core. But Tears knew he would definitely return without success. It was impossible to succeed. Unless. And Tears knew Lin Moyu's character. He would absolutely not give up. If he failed once, there would be a second time. If it told him the truth, he might collapse, but he might also resolutely resist. But resisting the Great World Rune meant resisting the entire Great World. Was there any hope? And his memories flashed continuously, its eyes flickering. Memories flooded back. We are friends. I will kill my way back with you. Right or wrong, whoever you want to kill, I will help you kill them. Because we are friends. I trust you, I trust everything. Lin Moyu's words echoed continuously like the waves of the sea. And Tears' gaze gradually became firm. A few seconds later, it made a decision. It snorted softly, and a huge force descended from the sky, falling on Lin Moyu. In the summoning space, the undead legion collapsed collectively, and then revived. Then came the second attack, the third, the fourth. After 4 consecutive attacks, a purple light suddenly flashed on Lin Moyu's body. The full resurrection talent was activated. No need for the Lich's immortal blow, no need to kill 5 times. 4 times was enough. In the soul world, the originally empty soul became full again. Only after returning, Lin Moyu's consciousness was also forcibly pulled back. His soul opened its eyes. How is it? And Tears' eyes were thoughtful. I have found the reason. I am thinking about whether to tell you the answer. Its tone was heavy, making Lin Moyu realize the seriousness of the matter. You're afraid I can't handle it? Lin Moyu asked in a deep voice. Talking to a smart person is really simple. 1 sentence and you understood why. And Tears nodded, saying no more. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. No need to worry. My ability to withstand pressure is not as bad as you think. And Tears said, this answer is very desperate. There is nothing in the world that is completely hopeless. What I'm afraid of is not knowing. As long as I know, I can always find a way to find hope. Lin Moyu didn't care at all. He just wanted to know the answer. And Tears thought for a moment. All right, I'll tell you. There is indeed a curse in your soul. I have examined my soul countless times, and never found a curse. The level is very high. Very, very, very high. And Tears used the word very 3 times to show its attitude. How high? Don't drag it out. Tell me all at once. Let me see how desperate it can be. Lin Moyu seemed impatient. He didn't like this kind of slow-putting torture. And Tears let out a dragon's roar, took a deep breath, and finally opened its mouth. All right, I'll say it slowly. There is a curse in your body. The curse is just a symbol. Its core is the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune is the core power of the Great World, something that all invincible powerhouses pursue. It's just that no one has ever succeeded. I don't know why you have a Great World Rune in your body. And this rune is cursing you. But with this rune alone, you are already an enemy of the entire Great World. And Tears finally said it all in one breath. After speaking, it sighed and finally calmed down. After listening, Lin Moyu slowly said 2 words. That's it. And Tears let out another dragon's roar, this one full of surprise. Lin Moyu's answer made it feel strange. You're not afraid. Lin Moyu shook his head. What's the use of being afraid? Besides, I already guessed it. How could you have guessed? And Tears didn't believe it. What's so strange? When you couldn't see my condition either, I guessed that my problem was probably very serious. Now you tell me it's the Great World Rune. Although I don't know specifically how terrifying it is, it must be very terrifying. But so what? Since this thing is in my body, I can only do 2 things. One is to accept reality and give up struggling, which means accepting my fate. The other is not to give up and continue to struggle. Even if I'm an ant, I want to break through this sky. Besides, didn't you say? In the Great World, all the invincible powerhouses are pursuing it. Since it's in my soul, maybe it's a good thing. Lin Moyu didn't show any fear at all, as if he were talking about a very ordinary matter. And Tears was once again shocked by his words. He couldn't imagine why he could accept it so calmly. For anyone, this was a very desperate matter, but in his eyes, desperation did not exist. Only fighting spirit could be seen. At this moment, and Tears' heart was also stirred by some emotion. The decision it had just made became even firmer. And Tears said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's try and see if we can break the sky." Lin Moyu replied, "You actually don't have to care." And Tears shook its dragon head. He said, "We are friends." It emphasized the word friends very heavily, so heavily that Lin Moyu could not refuse. Since he couldn't refuse, then let's fight a battle, try with all our might. Even if we fail, it's not in vain. It's better than giving up from the beginning. How could one be reconciled to that? Then tell me, what should I do? And Tears said, "Our dragon tribe has a secret art that can temporarily put the soul into a state of deep sleep and at the same time cut off all contact with the outside world. Using this secret art combined with the soul-splitting technique, we might be able to temporarily escape the curse of the Great World Rune." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "You mean I use the soul-splitting technique to separate a wisp of soul, then put my consciousness into this wisp of soul, and then let my main soul enter a state of deep sleep, cutting off all contact, so that the Great World Rune thinks my soul has fallen asleep and will no longer interfere. The consciousness I split off will then enter the skill space and activate the skill core." And Tears nodded. "That's exactly it. Besides that, some other measures are needed." Lin Moyu completely understood its meaning. It not only required the cooperation of the soul-splitting technique and the dragon tribe's secret art, but also a corresponding soul container. The most important thing was still his own full resurrection ability. Without this ability, everything would be meaningless. And Tears began to prepare. A large dragon scale flew out from the thick fog and came before it. And Tears spat out dragon's breath, and the dragon scale immediately burned fiercely. The dragon scale exploded in the dragon's breath, splitting into pieces. 10 pieces of dragon scale continuously changed state in the dragon's breath, finally turning into transparent crystals. It wasn't over yet. And Tears continued to roast the crystals with dragon's breath, removing impurities. After roasting continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, and Tears' body, originally larger than Lin Moyu's, was now only the size of a fist. Its appearance also changed, becoming the shape of a divine dragon, looking exactly like the dragon soul crystal, only without color. And Tears brought the colorless dragon soul crystal into Lin Moyu's soul world. Pour your soul power into it through the 9-color dragon soul crystal. And Tears brought the colorless dragon soul crystal to him. Lin Moyu felt an unusual aura from this colorless crystal. They could contain soul power. The 9-color dragon soul crystal had the effect of purifying soul power. He now poured a large amount of soul power into the 9-color dragon soul crystal, which immediately spat out dragon's breath, purifying each mouthful of soul power and then pouring it into the colorless dragon soul crystal. And Tears said, "These colorless dragon soul crystals, our dragon tribe uses them to temporarily store soul power. Their use is not great, only for emergencies. For the dragon tribe, they were not very useful, only for temporary storage, with not many uses. But now, for Lin Moyu, they were very suitable. There are no useless items, only useless places." Lin Moyu poured all his soul power into the colorless dragon soul crystals. One crystal was just enough to hold all of his soul power. After being filled, the originally colorless crystal showed a hue. The golden soul power flowed within it, turning it into a beautiful jade. While he was pouring in the soul power, and Tears was not idle. It opened its divine dragons in sight, watching the entire process without blinking. It was afraid the power of the Great World Rune's curse would enter the dragon soul crystal along with his soul power. Fortunately, nothing happened. The soul power had been purified by the 9-color dragon soul crystal, becoming extremely pure. When it was done, it was still not at ease and continued to check carefully before confirming there was no problem. It said, "I'm going to kill you." Lin Moyu nodded. "Go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, and Tears' power struck down. Its attacks were continuous like waves. After 4 attacks, Lin Moyu's whole body was surrounded by purple light, gaining a new life in the flames of his talent. After the new life appeared, he poured his soul power into the second colorless dragon soul crystal. And Tears continued to watch the entire process with its divine dragons inside, ensuring there were no problems throughout. The Great World Rune's curse was not only powerful, but also strange. No one knew what would happen, and no one could guarantee there would be no accidents. And Tears was filled with fear and awe towards the curse, not daring to be careless for a moment. This was the first time it had confronted the curse. After the fear, and Tears also felt a faint excitement. It felt like it was creating a miracle, doing something others wouldn't even dare to think of. "Old man, if you knew what I was doing right now, you would probably be scared enough to drop your dragon horns. You all value the Great World Rune so much, pursuing it one by one. I'm going to go against it." And Tears thought to itself, its eyes flashing with excitement. The two cooperated closely, once again using the full resurrection talent to pour a large amount of soul power into the colorless dragon soul crystals. Using them as temporary containers could only be maintained for a few short days before the soul power inside would gradually dissipate. These few short days were enough for Lin Moyu. In just half a day, 10 stones filled with the golden light of soul power were crafted. Each one contained a portion of his soul power. With a flash of light, Lin Moyu gained a new life again, his soul full once more. And Tears was extremely serious, saying in a deep voice, "Next is the most crucial step. You must control the amount of soul power well. It can't be too much or too little. Too much will attract the attention of the Great World Rune, too little, and you won't be able to control the soul power, or even form a complete consciousness." Like in Tears, Lin Moyu was also a little nervous at this moment. If this step was not done well, all the previous preparations would be in vain. Lin Moyu used the soul-splitting technique, carefully separating a wisp of soul from his main body. Too much was not allowed, and too little was also not allowed. This requirement was extremely difficult. If it were before, when he had just grasped the soul-splitting technique, he would not have been able to do it. But now, thanks to the practice of the wings of the undead, his control over soul power had greatly increased. His understanding of the soul-splitting technique was also completely different from before. That was why this plan could be implemented. Wisps of soul separated from his main body, forming a soul clone. The soul clone gradually solidified, turning into a replica of Lin Moyu. This replica was one size smaller than the main body, and because it lacked soul power, it appeared somewhat ethereal. Before, he could separate 10 wisps of soul, but they did not carry consciousness. Now, the separated soul needed to carry consciousness, and the difficulty was completely different. He did it very carefully, little by little. It took half a day, but he finally created a complete soul clone. And Tears still watched the entire process with its divine dragon's insight. It was not until Lin Moyu's soul clone nodded at it that Tears breathed a sigh of relief. The Great World Rune was still in his main body, with no movement. Obviously, it didn't care about the soul clone, it was too weak, less than one of the main body. Not worth its attention. And Tears said in a low voice, "Next, I will use a secret art to make your main soul fall into a deep sleep. Your consciousness will be impacted by the secret art. If you can't withstand it, your consciousness will fall asleep with your main soul, and your soul clone will also collapse." Lin Moyu knew that tricking the Great World Rune was not easy. He could only take it one step at a time. However, he was full of confidence, and also a little excited like in Tears. "Let's begin." Lin Moyu took a deep breath. Although the soul state did not require breathing, this was his habit. The main body and the clone breathed in at the same time, creating an interesting scene. And Tears chanted softly, and a divine dragon appeared in the soul world. The divine dragon spat out mist, which turned into dark clouds, completely enveloping Lin Moyu's main soul. Secret art. Cloud of unconsciousness. According to Tears, the cloud of unconsciousness could seal all senses, causing the target to fall into a deep sleep, which was difficult to resist. Moreover, it cast this secret art at a level far beyond Lin Moyu's. His main soul had no resistance and almost immediately fell asleep. When the main body fell asleep, the clone's consciousness was also affected. Lin Moyu's consciousness became chaotic, and he felt like he was about to fall. A strong sense of sleepiness washed over him. At this moment, he really wanted to sleep until the end of time, never to wake up. The cloud of unconsciousness. Once one fell asleep, the six senses would be sealed, completely unconscious. If no one woke them up, sleeping for 100,000 years would be normal. Lin Moyu remembered Tears' words and tried to maintain his clone's consciousness, resisting the sleepiness. Tears also watched closely. With the main body asleep, the Great World Rune seemed to have lost its movement. The result was as expected. Tears also breathed a sigh of relief, then focused on Lin Moyu's soul clone. The soul clone was fighting against the sleepiness transmitted from the main body. "Hold on, you must hold on," Tears said softly, not very confident, because this was too difficult. Lin Moyu's soul level was not high enough. His strength was weak. It was very difficult. But now he had to do it. Lin Moyu's soul clone trembled. It was clear he was trying his best. However, the sleepiness from the cloud of unconsciousness was too strong, and he gradually couldn't hold on. The sleepiness grew stronger and stronger. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone say, "Sleep, sleep, sleep, and you will have no more worries." Suddenly, a purple light flew from the depths of his soul, crossing time and space, and fell into his soul clone. Lin Moyu was startled and suddenly submerged up. Tears showed a look of shock. This purple light was extremely strange, and it contained a powerful aura, no less than the Great World Rune. And its origin. Tears recognized at a glance that this purple light was a purple spark. It wanted to find the source of the purple light, but couldn't. Its appearance was too sudden, and then it disappeared without a trace, extremely mysterious. It could be said that it left no trace, extremely mysterious. Even Tears didn't know where it came from. The purple light was just a spark, of no great significance. When it entered the soul clone, the sleepiness disappeared instantly. Lin Moyu was completely awake, and the influence of the cloud of unconsciousness completely vanished. "How is it?" Tears asked in a deep voice. Lin Moyu nodded. We can proceed to the next step. When he was dazed, he saw the purple light fly over and vaguely guessed its origin. The talent world, the most mysterious place in his soul. In the talent world, there were 3 purple flames, representing his 3 unique talents. Most importantly, the talent world also had its own system. The purple spark just now was definitely related to them. Whatever it was, he was now awake, so he had to proceed to the next step. Other matters had to be put aside for now. Lin Moyu knew this very well. According to the previous plan, Lin Moyu's soul clone entered the skill space, accompanied by the 10 colorless dragon soul crystals filled with soul power, following closely behind. His soul clone had very little soul power, only one of his main body, but now the clone only served as a medium. The clone opened one of the dragon soul crystals, and the soul power inside immediately burst out, covering the entire skill space with astonishing speed. Lin Moyu had to seize the time. He didn't know how long this effect could be maintained. After all, the opponent was the Great World Rune, the most original power of the Great World. He was afraid that even old monsters riding green bulls would not recognize the existence of the Great World Rune on him. If it woke up and interfered again, he wouldn't have a small chance. He had to fight for every second. Every second could decide his future life and death. The first dragon's soul crystal was activated, and the soul power inside covered the skill space in less than a second. A light flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. There were indeed skills. The skill cores that he couldn't find before were now found. There were not many, only 3, corresponding to his 3 level 80 skills. Before, the skills had been hidden by the Great World Rune in some way that he couldn't understand. Now, without the interference of the Great World Rune, finding them was as easy as flipping a hand. Lin Moyu didn't dare to delay for even 0.1 seconds. When he found them, the remaining dragon soul crystals were activated. The huge soul energy boiled and rushed into the skill cores, wanting to activate them. The skill cores began to glow, and the laws of heaven and earth operated. A magical power descended from the sky, entered his body, passed through the soul world, and entered the skill space. Activating the skill cores naturally caused a law resonance. The moment the law resonance occurred, Lin Moyu's main soul suddenly opened its eyes, and the Great World Rune began to flicker and glow. Danger! And Tears let out an angry roar, filled with fear. The Great World Rune suddenly woke up, which it had not expected. Despite its surprise and fear, Tears acted first. In Lin Moyu's body, countless specks of light lit up. Each speck of light turned into a divine dragon's head, distributed in every corner of his body, closely connected to form a large net. This was all arranged by Tears. During its cooperation with Lin Moyu, it had made thorough preparations, precisely for unexpected situations like this. The large net contained the power of laws, hoping to delay the curse of the Great World Rune. It was impossible to block it, and Tears still knew its own limits. It was very clear how terrifying the Great World Rune was. There were many legends about it in the dragon tribe, and each legend was extremely mysterious. Many invincible powerhouses in the dragon tribe had disappeared without a trace on the path of pursuing the Great World Rune, never to return. And Tears was unwilling to have any contact with the Great World Rune, but for Lin Moyu, it risked its life. It knew it couldn't block it, only try its best to delay it to buy more time for Lin Moyu. The huge power carrying the laws formed a thick defensive layer in front of the Great World Rune. An unimaginable curse power emerged from the rune and collided with Tears' defensive net. The defensive net instantly shattered like tofu. This was the first time Tears had seen the power of the Great World Rune. This was the most original power of the Great World, the power that everyone wanted to control. It finally came into contact with it now, but as an enemy. It didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Tears cried out continuously. The defensive net formed by its soul power carrying the laws collapsed, causing a shock to its soul. Although it was not injured, it was very uncomfortable. A crazy look appeared in Tears' eyes. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, can't I delay you? It roared continuously, and a lot of soul power poured in. It used nearly half of its soul power. With its power, even half was far beyond Lin Moyu's by an unknown amount. Because Lin Moyu had the new life talent, Tears didn't need to worry about his safety. Tears' soul power carrying the laws rushed up, like a needle against a haystack, really touching the Great World Rune. Tears was not good at defense, its best was offense. The dragon soul power carried the laws, forming countless blades and soldiers, fighting against the cursed power of the Great World Rune. The two sides collided, and the huge power was hard to suppress, spreading in all directions. A dull sound came from Lin Moyu's body. The terrifying power had caused damage. In an instant, the undead legion died. Tears' power was shattered in the instant of collision. The Great World Rune's curse was like a solid long spear, not retreating, piercing through its offensive. But now Tears was not afraid, it was even crazier than before. Aha! I still slowed you down a bit. You are not invincible. It laughed crazily. Just now, it had collided with the power of the Great World Rune. Although it was defeated, it also made the opponent pause a little. The pause might have been at only 0.1 seconds, not even a second, but Antares felt it clearly. As long as it could be paused for 0.1 seconds, it meant it could be paused for 0.3 seconds, or even longer. Amidst its loud laughter, Antares once again mobilized its power to rush out. The invisible power used Lin Moyu's body as a battlefield, launching a fierce slaughter. Lin Moyu at this time was unconscious and unaware of what had happened outside the skill space. He was fully activating the 3 skill cores. Activating 3 skill cores at the same time caused no small pressure. However, he had no time to waste, he had to do it this way. Fortunately, he was well prepared and had extremely abundant soul energy. The 3 skill cores grew brighter and brighter, beginning to emit a dazzling light. If this continued, it would not be long before they were fully activated. The power of laws from the outside entered the skill space and merged into the skill cores. The skill cores began to become active, and the power of laws poured in more and more intensely, stronger than any time before. Lin Moyu knew that these 3 skills were definitely very powerful. Otherwise, the Great World Rune carrying the curse power would not have stopped him. He didn't know what his level 80 skills would be like. He was full of expectation. The laws of heaven and earth continued to pour in, and so did the soul energy. The dragon soul crystals were continuously consumed and almost exhausted. Suddenly, Lin Moyu found that his clone had a connection with his main body again. He realized that his main body had awakened for some reason. The main body awakened, and the Great World Rune would also awaken. The time for him to act was not much. Lin Moyu shouted softly, continuously increasing the soul energy, rushing into the skill cores. He accelerated, his heart burning with anxiety. Outside, Antares continuously clashed with the Great World Rune, colliding non-stop. It had gone mad. The terrifying energy swept across the entire eternal battlefield, spreading to the lower tier space, and even partially entering the abyssal space. Roars came from the abyssal space, filled with anger and bloodlust. At this moment, whether in the upper or lower tier, the boss monsters in it were trembling with fear. The monsters that were fighting fiercely with the human race suddenly shrank back, not daring to move. The professionals of the human race, dragon tribe, and demons all felt a huge force descending from the sky, pressing heavily on them. The air became thick, and every breath became difficult. On Antares, the fog rolled endlessly, revealing a huge dragon's body. The dragon's body, over 10,000 meters long, occupied a large area of land. Its scales stood up, and a vortex appeared on the top of its head, connecting to the abyssal space from which angry roars came. Thunder rumbled, as if a terrifying existence was about to come out. "Shut up," Antares roared angrily. "The matters here are not for a flea like you to interfere in." Its dragon eyes shot out 2 golden lights, shattering the vortex. When the vortex disintegrated, a tragic scream seemed to sound. Antares said disdainfully, "My business is not for you to interfere in. Trash should know its place. Come on, let's fight another 300 fierce rounds." It roared, its fighting spirit soaring, and once again entered Lin Moyu's soul world. The curse of the Great World Rune continued to advance. Antares could only delay it, not stop it. It knew it had reached its limit. It responded with all its strength, but could only delay it for less than a second. Just as the power of the curse was about to enter the skill space, a purple light flew from the depths of the soul. Its speed was extremely fast, flying into Lin Moyu's soul, and accurately hitting the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune shook violently and was set on fire with a loud bang. The curse power that was entering the skill space immediately stopped. The Great World Rune flickered and glowed, extinguishing the flame. This scene lasted for a full second. A small spark was more useful than all of Antares' efforts. A strange aura arose from Lin Moyu's body, and his soul also emitted an unusual light. Antares was the first to feel it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "It's done. It's successful. I won. It seems the Great World Rune is not unbeatable." Antares' laughter shook the entire eternal battlefield. The earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and the ocean rose in great waves, soaring thousands of meters as if to pierce the sky. It laughed so crazily that it was almost about to go mad. Only Antares understood its mood at this moment. Only laughter could express its emotions. In the legends of the dragon tribe, the Great World Rune represented the greatest power, extreme danger, and ultimate strength. Contact with the Great World Rune meant a 9 in 10 chance of death. Before, it had prepared to risk its life, but the result was not as bad as it had imagined. Not only did it not die, but it was also living very well. It even comprehended a few things during its exchange with the Great World Rune. It knew that the Great World Rune was not completely unstoppable, and with its strength, although it couldn't compare to the Great World Rune, it could still delay it for a short time. Even if it was only a second, it was considered a success. Lin Moyu's entire body was covered in laws. The laws of heaven and earth continuously flowed down, and the skill cores inside the skill space completely lit up. The skills were activated. The great world rune carrying the cursed power retreated, and returned to lie dormant in his main soul. When not activated, it could not be detected. Even if Antares used its divine dragon's insight to search every inch, it could not find it. Traces could only be detected when it took action. The clone disappeared, and the consciousness returned from the skill space to the main body. Looking at the increasingly bright light of the skill cores, his consciousness let out a soft laugh. I won this round. Although I don't know why, no one can stop me. Even you, Great World Rune. I will tear you apart. His consciousness left the skill space, and returned to reality. Antares also stopped roaring. The space seemed to still echo with its angry roars from just now. Lin Moi looked at Antares, and Antares also looked at him. Just as he was about to speak, Antares spoke first. Don't say thank you. Those words are useless. Lin Moi looked at Antares' self-infatuation. I didn't intend to say thank you. Antares snorted. Then what were you going to say? Lin Moi said, your appearance is a bit miserable. Do you want treatment? When the fog dissipated, Antares' body was revealed in his sight. At this time, its whole body was wrinkled, and its scales drooped like dry leaves. The soul power consumption was too great, so it looked a bit sluggish. However, Antares seemed excited and shook its head. It's fine. It'll be fine in a few days. As it spoke, the fog appeared again and covered its dragon body, revealing only a large head. Lin Moi said, how does it feel to confront the Great World Rune? Although he didn't see the whole process, he could imagine how dangerous it was at that time. A light flashed in Antares' eyes. Very exciting. Very satisfying. Lin Moi said, don't be too happy. There will be more opportunities to be satisfied in the future. Antares' eyes widened. You mean it will still stop you? Lin Moi nodded. Since I reached level 60, I have vaguely felt this suppression. The higher the level, the clearer this feeling is, but it has never really acted. It was not until I reached level 80 this time that it really acted. Once it has acted, it can't be just once. It will definitely appear again in the future. Antares said in a deep voice. We were lucky this time, especially that last bit of purple spark. I don't know where it came from, but it could fight on par with the Great World Rune. Lin Moi said it came from the talent world. Antares looked at him, instinctively realizing that there was a big secret on him. Lin Moi saw it from its eyes. I know I have a big secret, but I don't know what it is either. I only caught a glimpse of the talent world. When I know, I'll be the first to tell you. Antares nodded. Look at your new skills. Even the Great World Rune wanted to stop you from getting them. How strong are they? Not only was Antares curious, but Lin Moi was also curious. At this time, the skill cores had completely lit up. When the laws of heaven and earth no longer poured in, the skill awakening was complete. The image before his eyes changed, and Lin Moi saw a starry sky. In the sky, countless powerhouses from various races were rushing over overwhelmingly. A distance of 1 trillion miles was nothing to these powerhouses. They arrived in the blink of an eye. They were like meteors. Some were glowing all over, rushing over like comets. Along the way, many skeletons were knocked away, hard to stop. It was still that necromancer in a long robe. It raised its staff high, and the silver gem on the staff lit up. The light illuminated the sky, and with a terrifying roar, tens of thousands of bone dragons covered in flames flew out from the light. They fought with the powerhouses. The bone dragons were very powerful. The powerhouses were all torn to shreds by them. They spat out Death Dragon's breath, and many powerhouses turned into dry bones and died on the spot. The image disappeared, and Lin Moi's whole body trembled. He looked at Antares, his eyes filled with shock. Skill acquired. Summon Bone Dragon level E, summons 1 Bone Dragon. So the new summoning skill was to summon a Bone Dragon. Just looking at the demonstration, this skill was very powerful. Just now, among the various races, there seemed to be the Dragon tribe, and they were also killed by the Bone Dragon. Antares asked, how is it? You seem very surprised. Is the skill very strong? Lin Moi nodded. I'll look at the other skills and tell you in a bit. He began to examine the second skill. The image before his eyes changed again. Lin Moi was surprised. Every time a skill demonstration appeared, it represented that the skill was extremely powerful. It was the same with the previous skills, but when each skill awakened, only one skill had a demonstration image. But this time at level 80, 2 skills in a row had demonstration images. It was still the same starry sky. The fierce battle continued. The sky was full of the corpses of the powerhouses of various races and the 3 great gods. At this time, the necromancer raised its staff again, and many incomprehensible white fireballs appeared in the sky. The white flame was the flame of the immortal world, without warmth, carrying a very terrifying aura of death. These flames fell on the corpses, and one by one, the corpses were resurrected. Flesh and blood were regenerated, and in a flash, they were restored to their original appearance. In just a blink of an eye, the corpses in the starry sky also disappeared and turned into powerful races. However, the bodies of these powerhouses exuded a black aura, completely different from before. Lin Moyu saw clearly from a god's perspective that these people were no longer like living people. After being resurrected, the powerhouses still participated in the battle, but they turned their spears and attacked their own side. Resurrected by the necromancer, they became its subordinates and obeyed its orders. At the same time, they were stronger than when they were alive. Again, countless powerhouses died at the hands of their former comrades or subordinates. The image continued to shatter and disappear. Lin Moyu found it hard to shake off the feeling of shock in his heart. This image made him realize more clearly the terror of the necromancer. Sustaining war with war, only these words could describe it. Skill acquired. Animate dead, using a corpse or soul as a medium. Resurrect the opponent as your subordinate for a short period of time, while enhancing their combat power. Duration, 24 hours. Lin Moyu looked at the skill description. It was very simple and easy to understand. He saw the power of the skill from the demonstration. The opponent's people became fewer and fewer, while his own side became more and more numerous, endless. One person against an army would definitely be no problem. Moreover, after the enemy was resurrected, their appearance was exactly the same as when they were alive, and their combat power was even enhanced. One can imagine how much pressure the enemy would feel. Another extremely powerful skill. No wonder the Great World Rune wanted to stop him. Lin Moyu was very curious. What exactly had he done to provoke the Great World Rune? After all, he was just a tiny ant, extremely small and weak, with no attraction at all. The level of the Great World Rune and him was unknown how far apart. It was not worth doing this. The third skill appeared, and the image before his eyes changed again. The third demonstration. Lin Moyu let out a soft cry, his whole body excited, his hands clenched tightly. All three skills had transformations, proving that all three were very powerful. In fact, when the second skill showed a transformation, he had guessed that the third skill might also have one. When it really appeared, he couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. It was still that starry sky. Still that battle. The battle was coming to an end. The powerhouses of the various races were almost all killed. In the starry sky, a ball of fierce flame suddenly flew from a distance. It was not flying rapidly, but flying straight. The whole body of the flame radiated a hot light. It was an extremely large star. Every time the star jumped, it could cross a distance of 1 trillion miles. No different from teleportation. After a few jumps, this large star entered the battlefield. The star continuously spat out fierce flames, and in a flash, countless undead legions died in battle. The bone dragons burned by the flames could not withstand it and turned to dust. Next, many powerhouses flew out from the star. These powerhouses could live on a star, representing their power. Lin Moyu had felt a similar aura before and realized that each of them was an invincible powerhouse, exactly the same as the invincible powerhouses in the primordial secret realm. As soon as they entered the battle, the undead legion was continuously defeated and could not resist. The bone dragons could not even withstand a single blow from them. These existences were powerful to a heaven-defying degree. In a flash, trillions of undead were destroyed, and the undead legion almost collapsed. The necromancer raised its staff again, summoning countless undead, forming an army once more. Next, the whole staff lit up, bursting out with another light. The light fell, and the undead legion began to be rebuilt. Berserk skeleton warriors, divine skeleton archers, and skeleton mages began to fuse. After fusing, they turned into an extremely powerful skeleton that Lin Moyu had never seen before. It wore armor, held a great flame axe in its right hand, a frost shield in its left, stepped on a whirlwind, and wore lightning. Its aura was extremely powerful. At the same time, a skeleton king appeared in the starry sky. Not his skeleton king, it was much stronger than the one he summoned. The bone dragon and the headless horseman combined. The war horse under the horseman disappeared, and the bone dragon became its mount. The headless horseman became a dragon rider. The elemental liches fused with each other, forming a giant elemental. All the Halos were there, not a single one missing. These existences all exuded an invincible aura. The fierce battle was launched again. The necromancer took a step forward. With a loud bang, a red light fell on the starry sky. First skill, senility. Lin Moyu instinctively thought so, but a second later, he denied this idea. It was not simply a curse. In the red light, the star that was burning fiercely was violently shaken. The flames began to jump violently. After a few short seconds, they gradually died down, finally completely losing their flames and vitality. 10 seconds later, the star exploded, and the explosion swept across the starry sky. It was just that in a battle of invincible powerhouses, an explosion at the star level had no killing power. The image once again shattered and disappeared. The skill demonstration stopped here. Until now, Lin Moyu still did not fully understand this skill. Skill acquired, Infinite Fusion. Infinite Fusion fuses with other undead or skills to create new undead and skills. The effect of the fusion will vary between different undead and skills. It can be weaker or stronger. That's right, consistent with the skill demonstration. The Necromancer also used this skill to create an undead army of invincible powerhouse level, and at the same time created a skill sufficient to destroy a star. This skill was called Infinite Fusion, and of course, it also had unlimited possibilities. Lin Moyu felt that the skill in the demonstration was not the limit. There were definitely more possibilities waiting for him to explore and discover. 2 powerful attack skills, 1 skill with infinite possibilities. The last 3 skills of the level 80 class were too powerful. No wonder the Great World Rune wanted to stop him. Especially the last skill, which had infinite and endless possibilities. As he grew stronger, the skill would also become stronger and stronger. Moreover, it was only a skill now, not yet able to enter the soul, turn into a soul skill, or turn into a spell, where it could be strengthened even further. As long as he was strong enough, even the Great World Rune could be trampled underfoot. The Necromancer and that skill demonstration could do it to that extent. He could do it too. They were both Necromancers, he was not necessarily inferior. Lin Moyu's heart was full of pride, not at all afraid of the challenges on the road ahead. How is it? Antares' voice sounded. At this time, the aura on Lin Moyu had calmed down. It knew he had grasped the skill. Lin Moyu said, "Let me show you. First is the first skill." The skill, Summon Bone Dragon. Lin Moyu pointed towards the distance, and the sky instantly darkened, obscuring even the multicolored streams of light that streaked across it. Antares narrowed its eyes slightly, murmuring, "Laws." Lin Moyu also sensed the faint aura of laws. It was subtle, but undeniably present. Even a minuscule trace of laws was enough to prove the extraordinariness of this skill. A silver flame appeared in the air, a vortex twirling within it. Dragon's roar erupted from the vortex, powerful and resonant. Antares' eyes twitched. It saw more than just the roar, it sensed a dragon's breath as well. Immediately after, the flames exploded, and a bone dragon, wreathed in fire, materialized before them. The bone dragon threw its head back and roared, its powerful cry echoing through the air. It was about 5 meters long, covered in silver flames. It resembled a great dragon but was much smaller. Compared to the bone dragon Lin Moyu had seen in the skill demonstration, this was a significant downgrade, more like a miniature version. Antares frowned. "This is a great dragon." Lin Moyu nodded. "A bone dragon. It's only level 1 right now. Just wait until I've trained it a bit." Antares stared at the skeletal creature, its gaze analytical. "The aura is very pure, as if it were a member of our dragon race. But I've never heard of such a branch within our people." Lin Moyu shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. He began to practice the skill. To avoid future trouble, he always made it a habit to level up new skills to their maximum as soon as possible. With his talent of comprehensive link, he had no concerns about his mental energy reserves. Bone dragons were summoned one after another, and the skills level steadily climbed. The workload to get from level 1 to level 80 was immense, but because he could summon them continuously, the skill leveled up with astonishing speed. As the skill level increased, the bone dragon's aura grew more formidable, and its body became larger and larger. Lin Moyu felt this might be the last skill he needed to actively train, as his other 2 new skills had no levels. 2 days later, he had finally maxed the skill out at level 80. Only then did Lin Moyu inspect the bone dragon's attributes. Bone dragon's strength, 18 million agility, 1,800,000 spirit, 18 million physique, 18 million skill. Death dragon's breath level 1, breathes a cone of deathly energy, inflicting decay damage on targets. After the enhancement from his talents, its attributes were incredibly powerful, even surpassing a world-class boss of the same level. While its health might not match a world boss, given its massive size, it couldn't be far off. Antares spoke in a deep voice. "Try attacking me." Of course a new skill had to be tested. Lin Moyu loved experiments, and having been influenced by him, Antares was also filled with curiosity. It didn't mind lowering itself to be a test subject. If it hadn't volunteered, Lin Moyu wouldn't have dared to ask. The current situation was ideal. The experiment was divided into 2 steps. First, the bone dragon would use its dragon's breath on Antares. Dragon's breath was the most common and practical attack skill of the dragon race, covering a large area with indiscriminate AO damage. The bone dragon unleashed its death dragon's breath, blanketing an area of about 20 meters in a gray mist that refused to dissipate. Antares felt the attack, but of course an attack of this level couldn't harm it. The breath carries 2 types of power, flame and decay. The power isn't small. I can sense a taste of the laws, a tiny, insignificant trace fused within it, enhancing the skill's power. In terms of pure attack power, it's close to level 88, nearing the divine level, but not quite there. However, because of its connection to the laws, Once you're injured by this breath, the damage will likely persist over time. And Tears' analysis was certainly correct. Lin Moyu summoned a witch demon general to apply buffs to the bone dragon. With the Legion enhancement, the bone dragon's attributes increased significantly, but due to Lin Moyu's own limitations, its total stats were capped at 99 million, unable to break the 10 million threshold. Its 4 attributes were balanced at 249 million each. The bone dragon unleashed its breath again. And Tears felt it and said, the power has increased, but not significantly. It's very close to the divine level, but still a bit short of a true god level attack. Lin Moyu nodded. He couldn't change the limitations of the world's laws, not unless he could transform the summon bone dragon skill into a soul skill. But he wasn't in a hurry, it was only a matter of time. The skill, Revive Undead, with the first skill test complete, Lin Moyu had a good grasp of the bone dragon's combat power. Next, he began testing the second skill. Bring me some corpses, Lin Moyu said. This was an effortless task for Tears. A dense fog swirled, and a few seconds later, several fresh corpses fell from the sky in front of Lin Moyu, just killed and transported by Tears. A few were from the upper level space, and not very strong. 2 were from the lower level space and, based on their aura, had surpassed level 70. 1 more, also from the lower level space, was a massive, ordinary boss over level 80. Tears had been very thoughtful. Lin Moyu used Soul Lock on the bodies and cast the second skill, Revive Undead. A ball of silver, white immortal flame appeared before him, and then exploded. The flames rained down on the corpses, burning fiercely. Tears looked on with a strange expression. Is this skill for burning corpses? 2 seconds later, with a soft sound, while all the corpses stood up simultaneously. Tears couldn't help but recoil slightly. The atmosphere had turned eerie. Resurrection from the dead, even Tears had never witnessed such a thing firsthand. Dead meant dead. How could the dead be brought back to life? The bodies, initially shrouded in flames, slowly rose and began to move. Their eyes snapped open, scanning their surroundings as if they were truly alive again. After a few seconds, Tears realized something was wrong. The state of these resurrected bodies is off. Their aura has increased dramatically, far stronger than when they were alive. Especially that ordinary little boss, it's now emitting an aura comparable to a lower level boss. What on earth is this skill? It's called Revive Undead, Lin Moyu explained, detailing its effects. Tears murmured, there's such a skill. Is there a time limit on the corpse's death? Like your corpse explosion before it became a soul skill, which required fresh corpses to be effective. Lin Moyu shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's see. Tears raised its dragon head as if searching for something. After about half a minute, it dropped a complete white skeleton from the fog. The skeleton was perfectly preserved, even its posture suggesting it hadn't been moved since death. Faint golden light spots flickered on the bones, indicating its owner had been incredibly powerful in life. Is this a beast? Lin Moyu asked, looking at the skeleton. Yes, Tears replied. The skeleton of a beast king. Its soul was obliterated, but its body was unharmed. It's been well preserved for over 1,000 years without decay, which shows how powerful it once was. A beast king was in existence comparable to a high-level professional, at least level 96. Lin Moyu cast Revive Undead again. A ball of flame landed on the beast king's skeleton and burned fiercely. Tears stared intently, eager to see what would become of a 1,000-year-old skeleton under Lin Moyu's skill. What it witnessed next was truly mind-shattering. As the silver, white immortal flames descended, flesh and blood began to grow back on the bones. It was an unbelievable sight. A skeleton that had been dead for a millennium was radiating life once more. Even Tears couldn't comprehend it. Lin Moyu's skills were completely rewriting its understanding of the world. In an instant, the Beast King had its flesh and blood fully restored and leaped up from the ground. It exuded an astonishing aura of the laws. Not only was it revived, but it was far stronger than when it was alive. It had become Lin Moyu's summon, benefiting from his talents, and its combat power upon revival was not limited by Lin Moyu's own level. Tears estimated the revived Beast King's combat power was around level 98, very close to a demigod. After the test, Lin Moyu cancelled the skill, and all the revived corpses vanished into dust with a gust of wind. Truly turning to dust. This is insane. No wonder the great world's ruins want to stop you. Your skills are too heaven-defying, Tears exclaimed. If Lin Moyu were given the corpse of a super-god-level expert, he could wreak havoc in any world. Even if it only lasted 24 hours, that was more than enough. For a super-god-level powerhouse, 24 hours was an eternity. It seemed that killing the Dragon Emperor or eliminating the Demon Emperor wouldn't be too difficult a task. Finding such corpses isn't easy though. Tears looked certain. Not necessarily. There are always corpses in the deep reaches of space, it mumbled. With a skill, your journey into deep space will be much safer. Lin Moi smiled. It's still too early. I'm only level 80. I believe I'll be even stronger by then. When my normal skills become soul skills, this one will be enhanced even further. Regarding his own strength, Lin Moi always had unwavering confidence. The skill, Infinite Fusion, and Tears shook its head, casting aside its shock. Go on, show me your third skill. I think the third one is the most miraculous, Lin Moi said. It's not strictly an attack skill, but it's far more important than the previous two. If I could only choose one of the three, I would keep the third one. The Great World's move might have been to prevent the skill. And Tears' curiosity was piqued. And what skill is that? Infinite Fusion, Lin Moi said gravely, and explained its effects. After listening, Tears was slightly taken aback. Try it. Lin Moi nodded. Following the method in the skill demonstration, he summoned 100 each of Berserker Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Mages, and Skeleton Divine Archers. He then cast Infinite Fusion. The three types of skeletons merged, forming a new summon. A skeleton holding a sword in its right hand, and a shield in its left appeared before him. It was clad in armor, and stood about 5 meters tall, far more imposing than any previous skeleton. However, it still looked much weaker than the one in the skill demonstration. Lin Moi knew this was because his level was too low, and he had used 2 fused skeletons for the fusion. Even so, this fused skeleton was powerful, emitting an aura far beyond level 80. It had reached level 85. 300 level 80 skeletons had formed one level 85 skeleton. Lin Moi wasn't sure if that was a gain or a loss. Skeleton Divine General level 85 strength, 2,200,000 agility, 2,200,000 spirit, 2,200,000 physique, 2,200,000 skill, annihilating strike, unleashes an attack with 10 times the normal damage. Cooldown. 1 minute. Soul skill, Soul Burst, causes the target's soul to violently explode. Cooldown. 1 minute. The Skeleton Divine General had 2 skills. As a product of fusion, it possessed some unimaginable variations, different from the Skeleton King, which was a standalone skill with its own unique characteristics. Infinite Fusion, on the other hand, allowed for various combinations. For example, he could exclude the Skeleton Divine Archer, and fuse only the Warrior and Mage skeletons. Changing the quantity of each type might keep the attributes the same, but would surely alter the resulting skills. The Skeleton Divine General received buffs from the Witch Demon General, but still couldn't break through to level 90 due to the 99 million attribute cap. Only soul skills could break the level 90 limit, or he would have to wait until he himself reached level 90. Next, Lin Moi began experimenting with all sorts of combinations: skeletons with headless horsemen, horsemen with bone dragons with skeleton mages. The results were a mix of strong and weak, with some being hilariously disappointing. The fusion of a bone dragon and a skeleton mage resulted in a dragon-headed skeleton mage with pathetically low attributes, even weaker than a level 70 skeleton mage. Infinite Fusion had its ups and downs. The skill demonstration had shown him a few optimal combinations, the rest he had to discover himself. The Skeleton Divine General and the Dragon Knight were both very effective, but what Lin Moi desired most was the skill that could destroy a star. The brilliant red light was breathtaking. That red light must be the Curse of Weakness, but what other skills were fused into it? With no answer, he could only experiment. He decided to use Curse of Weakness as the base, and first fused it with Corpse Explosion. Dude. A red light with a streak of green shot out, but it was weak and clearly lacked damage. And Tears shook its head. What is this trash? Lin Moi didn't give up. He fused it with Bone Spear next. This time, the skill failed to even launch. A small spark appeared at his fingertip, traveled half a meter, and then fizzled out. And Tears couldn't help but burst out laughing, collapsing on the ground, breathless. Hey, can you stop fooling around? Lin Moi was also surprised by the result. Using Curse of Weakness as the base shouldn't be wrong. He fused Soul Flame into it. Amidst Tears' laughter, Lin Moi pointed a finger at it. Boom! A red light flooded the area, and Tears' laughter stopped abruptly. Its soul had been slightly attacked. While it wasn't painful, it was enough to shock it. This one is a bit interesting, Tears said grudgingly. It can almost instantly kill any professional below level E3. But instantly killing professionals below level ED wasn't what Lin Moi wanted. His ambitions were far greater. The experiment began again. Lin Moi systematically fused every one of his skills with Curse of Weakness. The results were not ideal. It seemed it wasn't just a combination of 2 skills, but multiple skills, which meant countless more experiments. But there was no other way. Lin Moi dove into a frenzy of testing. He knew very well how ruthless he could be with himself. And Tears watched Lin Moi's repeated experiments and failures with a bored expression. What a madman, it finally concluded, before chuckling. Then again, I'm a madman too. Only 2 madmen would dare to oppose the Great World's runes. That is the most primordial power in the great world. In front of it, he and I are just 2 ants. But these 2 ants not only resist it but also manage to win. And Tears felt it could brag about this for 10,000 years. If one day he could trample the great world's runes underfoot. And Tears began to daydream. These were wild fantasies. Bumble. A blinding red light flashed. And Tears, who had been dozing, was startled away. It suddenly cried out, "How can there be the law of time here?" The light in the sky hadn't completely faded. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of laws but, unlike in Tears, couldn't identify which one. And Tears, jolted awake, stared at the sky, its eyes filled with shock. The law of time. Those 4 words implied immense significance. It sensed the law of time radiating from that brilliant red light. Lin Moyu looked towards Tears. "What's wrong?" Tears didn't answer him. "Do it again." It wasn't certain. How could the law of time appear here? Lin Moyu raised his hand, and the red light flashed again. "This time I'm sure." Tears confirmed. "It really is the law of time. Get me with this. Come on, full power." Lin Moyu didn't hesitate. He knew he couldn't hurt Tears, so he wasn't worried. The red light struck Tears. The great dragon shook its massive head, its eyes suddenly constricting, revealing a dangerous glint. It then let out a heaven-taking roar. Plink! A single dragon scale on its body peeled off and fell to the ground. Tears looked at the fallen scale, and whispered, "Not bad." Lin Moyu noticed the scale was slightly strange, as if it had developed small cracks. His level wasn't high enough to understand. "What exactly happened?" he asked. "Your skill contains a trace of the law of time," Tears explained. "Although it's incredibly faint, it focused your entire attack onto that one scale, causing it to be affected and decay." Lin Moyu didn't know much about the law of time, but if it could affect Tears, the skill's power was undoubtedly immense. "How strong is it?" "Very strong," Tears said. "It can basically kill any professional below the god level in an instant. Even god-level professionals could be severely injured. Your trace of the law of time carries a decay characteristic, as if dozens of years passed in a flash." "I'm curious, how did you do it?" "I just combined a few skills," Lin Moyu replied. "Curse of Weakness as the base, fused with Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion." Lin Moyu's experiments had lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. He had tried all sorts of combinations, and had learned more than he expected. Not only the combination of different skills, but also the strength of each skill affected the final outcome. 2 or 3 identical skills, each with a different ratio, produced completely different effects. Lin Moyu felt like an alchemist with skills as his ingredients. Too much was no good, and too little wouldn't work either. The ratios had to be precise. At the same time, Lin Moyu discovered some issues. He could only fuse a maximum of 3 skills at once. Any more and the fusion would collapse. He guessed this limit was related to his own level, and the fact that infinite fusion was still a normal skill, not a soul skill. Another limitation was that normal skills couldn't compare to soul skills. Once fused, the skill would naturally collapse. He had tried, but soul skills couldn't be fused with each other. The reason was that infinite fusion itself was currently just a normal skill, too weak to manipulate powerful soul skills. After 7 days and nights of countless trials, Lin Moyu had finally created the skill he desired. It was formed by the fusion of Curse of Weakness, Soul Flame, and Corpse Explosion. The effect was decent, but it was a far cry from the star-destroying skill. Originally he wanted to add Corpse Explosion, but the skill wouldn't allow it. Yet, while he felt it was just okay, in Tears' eyes, it was shocking. It carried a trace of the law of time. Such a tiny trace of the law of time could produce such a terrifying effect. The skill's power was amplified manifold, enough to instantly kill low-level god professionals and even severely injure god-level professionals. At Tears' request, Lin Moyu used the skill on it several more times, each time causing a scale to fall off. But Tears seemed to be enjoying the process. After 10 consecutive tests, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" No one actively seeks out a beating and even looks like they're enjoying it. Tears' behavior was truly bizarre. "I'm fine. I'm trying to comprehend the law of time," Tears replied, shaking its head. Lin Moyu found it strange. "You like this level of power? That doesn't seem like you." Tears shook its massive head. "The attack power is low, but its range is extremely high. This is the law of time. Do you have any idea how many beings yearn for this? I'm telling you, if you went to the great world and told people you possess this, countless top experts would capture you and force you to cast this skill for them every day. And don't worry, even if you refuse, they have ways to make you submit." Tears' words made Lin Moyu's hair stand on end, as if he was about to be turned into a slave. He frowned. "Didn't you say those top experts all pursue the great world's runes?" Tears laughed. "Pursuing the great world's runes is something only a few top experts do, like that old man you met. Most top experts choose an easier path. pursuing slightly lesser powers. Lin Moi was suddenly alarmed. You mean the law of time? And Tears nodded. It's fine to tell you, since you've already come into contact with the laws. There are thousands upon thousands of laws, but they are also divided into strong and weak. The law of time belongs to the top tier. The law of lightning you are most proficient with now belongs to the elemental laws and is only in the third tier. Is it that weak? Lin Moi was surprised. And the law of time is in the first tier. How strong do you think it is? And Tears replied. Lin Moi thought of another law he had encountered, but hadn't grasped it. What about the law of life? How can you call that the law of life? And Tears said. You haven't even touched the surface of it. At most, it's just a sliver of the aura of the law of life. It's just a facade. Lin Moi understood. So what laws are in each tier? There are countless laws. I can't list them all, but I can give you a rough idea, and Tears said, shaking its head. The number of laws in the first tier is the smallest. The most famous are time and space, followed by destruction and creation. The more well-known laws in the second tier are slaughter and life. The third tier includes some elemental laws, wind, fire, thunder, and light all belong to this category. Just a one-tier difference in laws results in a huge gap in strength. The top experts are indeed pursuing the great world to runes, but how could that be so easy to pursue? The next best are pursuing the first-tier laws. Now you understand, right? Lin Moi wasn't stupid. How could he not understand? It seemed the more powerful the law, the more elusive it was. Lin Moi slowly spoke, getting straight to the heart of the matter. The weaker the law, the more apparent it was, like wind, water, and fire, which are clearly present in reality and easiest to comprehend. Light and darkness, on the other hand, are like fleeting clouds and wind, not as easy to perceive. They are all third-tier laws, but light and darkness are slightly stronger. In the third tier, besides a few visible laws, there are still those that cannot be seen with the naked eye, such as the law of sleep. By the second tier, the laws are completely invisible and intangible, only perceivable through faint hints. And the first tier is even more difficult. My teacher seems to be comprehending the law of slaughter, Lin Moi said. That kid with a knife. And Tears replied. He has comprehended the law of killing intent. If he takes another step, he might reach the law of slaughter. Laws can be upgraded too. Lin Moi found it strange, never having thought that laws could be upgraded. He thought about the law of lightning he was most familiar with, wondering what it would upgrade into. Just like your teacher, and Tears replied. With his law of killing intent, he will have the opportunity to upgrade to the law of slaughter. There are also those who use their fists. Their comprehension will be the law of great strength, which can be upgraded to the law of power. Others use formations. They have two upgrade paths, respectively body formation and rune formation. Lin Moi asked again, what about the three elemental laws? Elemental laws can also be upgraded. For example, the law of fire can become the fire of a constant star, the fire of eternity, or the fire of immortality. The law of lightning you are proficient in will also have the chance to upgrade to starburst lightning, 9 revolutions purple lightning, or heaven, shattering lightning. But I advise you, if you have the chance, focus on comprehending the law of time. In front of it, all other miscellaneous laws are trash. The law of time isn't easy to comprehend. Just looking at it Tears, even it couldn't comprehend it, so it would take him a lot of time even if he wanted to. So he should have a defensive law for myself. How many types of law can one comprehend? Lin Moi asked, and Tears laughed. You can comprehend as many as you want. But the more laws, the higher the difficulty. Normally, you need to be proficient in 1 or 2. Otherwise, if you comprehend a little here today and a little there tomorrow, you'll only end up with a superficial understanding. Wasting time, losing lifespan. Everything becomes nothing. And Tears was like an elder, sincerely teaching Lin Moi. Lin Moi took its words to heart. Do ye still want to comprehend the law of time? I can continue, and Tears shook its head. No need. Your law of time is too weak now. It's hard to comprehend anything. Wait until your law of time is strong enough, then I can slowly comprehend it. Besides, this isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or 2. It might even take several years or decades. You can't afford to waste this time. Lin Moi really couldn't afford to waste time. Wasting a month was one thing, but 10 years was something even he couldn't bear. Lin Moi wasn't polite. Later, when I'm free and my law is a bit stronger, I'll let you comprehend it properly. And Tears snorted. Alright, you can go now. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. Lin Moi thought for a moment, his eyes filled with killing intent. Can you take me to the dragon race's world? Didn't you make a deal with Lilith? And Tears asked. Just leave the dragon race's affairs to her. Why don't you want to cooperate with her? Lin Moi shook his head. The cooperation will continue, but I have my own ideas. There are some things you can't rely on others to do. I'll do my part, Lilith will do hers, and the rest will be left to the human race to handle themselves. The spirit of the human race cannot be lost. The hatred cannot end just because of my cooperation. To end the hatred, I must let the human race do it themselves. Even if it means paying with blood, or even sacrifice, I can assist. But I cannot do it for them. The human race has accumulated so much hatred over the years, they must bring things to a close themselves. In the heart of every one of us humans, there is a dream to invade the abyss and destroy it with our own hands. Everything Lin Moyu said came from his heart. And Tears thought for a long time, looking confused. Its thinking was simple, not as complex. But since Lin Moyu had said it, and Tears asked, have you considered that with this choice, the human race may have to pay a considerable price in casualties? Lin Moyu nodded. I know, but there are some things they must do themselves. His words were decisive and frank. And Tears said no more. Even though it still didn't understand, it supported Lin Moyu's actions unconditionally. Who said they were friends? Lin Moyu had his own thoughts. The hatred between the human race and the abyss had accumulated too deeply. If one day he suddenly told the human race that the abyss demons and the dragon race were fighting fiercely and had suffered heavy losses on both sides, the human race would lose its target, which was not a good thing for a race. It would be like a sword losing its sharpness and becoming a blunt knife. The human race might lose its glory completely. Lin Moyu didn't want that. He wanted the human race to remain as sharp as before, to march forward to broader skies. After learning so much, he felt that the abyss demons and the dragon race were not that important. They were just fragments of a world, insignificant specks of dust. No matter what powerful enemies the human race would face in the future, they couldn't lose their initial sharpness. This decision was not made by Lin Moyu alone, but was a consensus reached after discussions with Meng Anwen and others. Meng Anwen's views were the same as Lin Moyu's. The human race was not afraid of death. They had shed so much blood for thousands of years, there was nothing left to fear. But the human race could not lose its own strength. The world of the dragon race was different from the human world. The sky here was a hazy red, filled with a strong fire element, and a hint of sulfur. Lin Moyu only knew about the dragon race from descriptions and documents. The dragon world was divided by element, with each element occupying a separate area. And at the center of the dragon world was the dragon emperor. His current location was the area belonging to the fire element. The dragons born here were mostly proficient in the fire element. After entering the dragon race's world, he didn't act immediately but began to supplement his undead legion with bone dragons. Since mastering the summon bone dragon skill, he had an additional attribute, the dragon's lair. The function of this attribute was similar to the summoning space and the witch demon space, where the bone dragons were housed. The current number of dragons' lairs was 1,000, meaning he could summon 1,000 bone dragons. Like the skeletons, the bone dragons could benefit from his skills, possessing near god-level combat power. It could be said that, apart from the Skeleton King, this was his strongest summon. Upon reaching level 80, not only did his own attributes improve greatly, but all his skills were comprehensively upgraded. His growth talent reached level 9, and most of his skills were enhanced by a maximum of 90 times. The Undead Legion also became stronger, and Tears quietly brought Lin Moyu into the dragon world. This world was divided by the convergence of different elements, split into separate regions. The area Lin Moyu was in was filled with the fire element. Dragons born here had a special affinity for the fire element from birth. Lin Moyu stood beside a volcano, where lava flowed, making the temperature very high. His appearance did not attract the attention of any dragons. Although it was just a fragment of a world, this place was still incredibly vast. Lin Moyu didn't act immediately. He began summoning his undead. Skeletons appeared one by one. A cold wind blew, and silver-white flames ignited, covering the red-hot lava world. Following the dragon's roar, bone dragons flew out from the silver-white flames. At level 80, the summoning space had increased significantly, able to hold 4,400 undead. Lin Moyu could summon 50 witch demon generals, and each could command 4,400 undead. The total number of soldiers in the undead legion reached 264,000. Lin Moyu evenly distributed the three types of skeletons along with the headless horsemen, with 66,000 of each. In addition to the increase in quantity, the attributes of the skeletons and headless horsemen were also greatly enhanced. This included an increase in their base attributes and enhancements from his talents. Each skeleton became stronger, and with the large number, the undead legion was at least 30 stronger. If the bone dragons were included, the increase in combat power could exceed 100. As Lin Moyu summoned, he thought about the Great World's runes. The Great World's runes suppressed his strength, profession, and skills. That's why the skeleton's attributes were so low. If the comprehensive growth rate didn't increase, he could only rely on numbers to defeat other professionals. Completing a level-skipping challenge was impossible. His growth process would also be different. If one day he could break free from the curse of the Great World's runes, he didn't know how strong he would become. The curse's suppression must be comprehensive, Perhaps he was also limited in other aspects. He remembered that skill demonstration, the undead legion covering the entire galaxy, the Dragon Knight, the skeleton divine general strong enough to fight against invincible experts. Lin Wei felt that was what his profession should have been like. But then he remembered the old man riding the green ox. With a wave of his hand, those invincible experts vanished, painting a picture of tranquility. That scene carried no hint of worldly strife, as if it were a different realm. Lin Wei put aside his excitement. The road ahead was still long. In the scorching red world of flames, silver or white occasionally appeared. The heat of the lava couldn't cover the coldness in the wind. Much of the lava began to solidify, turning into magma. The sky began to darken, covered by dark clouds that continued to expand. In just half a day, it had covered an area of several dozen kilometers. This strange change finally attracted the attention of the dragon race. Some dragons came to investigate. As they approached the dark clouds, they heard dragon roars from within. The roars were very familiar to the dragon race, and the sound coming from the dark clouds seemed even nobler than their own. Their bloodlines trembled, as if a lower-ranking race was encountering a higher one. The dragons began to get excited. Could it be an ancestor? Did an ancestor bring a treasure? Or was a sleeping ancestor awaking? This news quickly spread among the dragon race. Some dragons couldn't contain their curiosity and entered the dark clouds. As the news spread, more and more dragons gathered. They crowded the sky, their flapping wings creating a deafening sound. The dragons that had entered the dark clouds earlier never returned. The dark clouds were full of mystery. Inside the dark clouds, the dragon roars grew stronger, as if countless great dragons were flying within. Finally, a dragon king appeared. The dragon king entered the dark clouds, observing carefully. The aura of death was intense. The dragon king's eyes were extremely sharp, far beyond what an ordinary dragon could compare to. With a single glance, it realized that the dark clouds were formed from a terrifying deathly aura. It had never seen such a terrifying deathly aura. Normally, living beings could not survive in such conditions. A deathly aura of a certain density would have a frightening corrosive ability. It quickly learned that of the dragons that had entered the dark clouds earlier, none had returned. It hesitated, not knowing whether to enter. The deathly aura was truly too dense and dangerous. At the center of the dark clouds, Lin Moyu's gaze pierced through the deathly aura, seeing the situation outside. After more than half a day, the undead legion was finally complete. The dragons that had entered earlier had been turned to dry bones by the bone dragon's breath. Enough, it's time to act. Lin Moyu's thoughts stirred, and a silver-white flame appeared in his hand. The flame exploded, falling onto the corpses of the recently killed dragons. Skill: revive undead. These dragons had been burned to white bones by the bone dragon's breath, and now they were resurrected in the undead flames, their flesh and blood regrowing and returning to the world. Dead is dead. Resurrection only preserves the appearance, while the strength increases significantly. Lin Moyu's thoughts stirred. First, let's have you test your strength against your own kind. His words carried a hint of cruelty. Following Lin Moyu's will, the resurrected dragons charged out like mad. The dark clouds swirled, creating great waves, immediately attracting the attention of the dragons outside. Then, they saw the dragons that had entered earlier charging out of the dark clouds. They were unharmed. The Dragon King narrowed its eyes slightly, instinctively feeling something was wrong. The returning dragons were all filled with a deathly aura, their skin and scales covered in a deathly energy, turning a grayish-white. A sense of danger naturally arose. Retreat quickly, it roared, but it was too late. After being resurrected, the dead became much stronger, especially with the comprehensive growth rate making them significantly more powerful. Their combat power had increased by at least several dozen times. They fought with astonishing speed, charging into the midst of the dragon race group, and began a slaughter. A true massacre. Dragons of the same level were no match for them at all. In an instant, hundreds of dragons fell. Stop, the Dragon King angrily ordered. At this moment, the dark clouds billowed again and a skeleton king appeared in the sky. The skeleton king exuded a terrifying aura. Its combat power was determined by Lin Moyu's soul, reaching level 93. The Dragon King felt itself being locked on. It saw the skeleton king raise its longsword, and a sense of extreme danger erupted. Flee! I am going to die. The Dragon King didn't have time to think, turning to flee, but it was too late. The skeleton king swung its sword. The Dragon King screamed and fell from the sky, its body almost cut in half. Immediately after, the elements on its body exploded, covering its entire body. In the light of the explosion, it saw countless great dragons surrounded by silver-white flames flying out from the dark clouds. Behind the great dragons was a massive undead legion. Lin Moyu was Lin Moyu, he came here to kill. It finally realized who the enemy was, but it was too late. Kill Dragon King. Experienced, General Star 1. By the time Lin Moyu received this message, the Dragon King had closed its eyes forever. In front were the bone dragons, behind were the headless horsemen charging out from the dark clouds. The bone dragons breathed their dragon's breath. Dragons hit by the breath were instantly burned to dry bones. The bone dragon's breath had the power of decay. The flames from the immortal world burned the body and corroded the soul. Incredibly terrifying. Just a slight touch made it difficult to escape. No matter how lucky you were, you would be severely injured. This was the time for the great dragons from the immortal world to show their powerful strength. 1,000 bone dragons began the slaughter. From the very beginning, the battle was completely one-sided. Dragons fell from the sky like rain, burned to dry bones amidst their miserable screams. In an instant, the dragons gathered outside the dark clouds. Those who could escape escaped. Those who died were dead, leaving behind more than 1,000 corpses that vanished without a trace. The lucky dragons that survived carried their fear, and reported the news to the entire dragon race. An immortal tape monster had invaded. It was obvious who had come. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and Lin Moyu flew out. He cast his skill, throwing out a series of fireballs. The revive undead skill was cast repeatedly, and flames erupted everywhere. The dragons that had died earlier were resurrected in mass, becoming part of the undead legion. They did not take orders from the witch demon generals, but directly followed Lin Moyu's commands. These resurrected beings only existed for 24 hours. They were true cannon fodder. This time, Lin Moyu brought destruction to the dragon race. The scene was exactly like when the dragon race first arrived in this world. At that time, the human race and the gods had just finished a fierce war, and suffered heavy losses. The dragon race and the demons brought destruction and disaster at that very moment. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon race and the demons had arrived at the same time, and had conflicts with each other, the human race would have been wiped out long ago. Although thanks to Intares, the human race was able to preserve its spark, they also knew they couldn't recover. Now, Lin Moyu, although alone, was doing the same thing. He brought destruction and disaster to this fragment of the world. Invaders would sooner or later have to pay a heavy price. Parasites like you, depending on the world, sucking its flesh and blood. After so many years, it's time for you to pay back both principal and interest. Lin Moyu whispered. Wherever he went, a group of dragons was resurrected, becoming his most loyal servants. They would become powerful and emotionless. They would turn their blades on their own kind, striking without a shred of mercy. Lin Moyu wanted the dragon race to taste the feeling of their own kind killing each other. Lin Moyu was always very cold and ruthless when facing his enemies. For the past 2 years, he had been dealing with immortal creatures, so he understood life and death very well. Living was normal, and dying was also very normal. Even death was not truly the complete end. Wasn't the revive undead skill for resurrecting the dead? As for whether they were still themselves after resurrection, was that necessary? At least to Lin Moyu, it didn't matter. They became his tools for slaughtering the dragon race, tools for leveling up. At this moment, Lin Moyu transformed into the god of death, walking the earth. Where he went, the land became barren and the dead rose again. Lin Moyu didn't know the map of the dragon race, but the direction the fleeing dragons ran became his best guide. He flew in the direction they fled and soon saw a gigantic city. The dragon race's bodies were usually much taller than humans. A height of 3 meters was common among them, and 4 or 5 meters was not rare. Correspondingly, their cities were much larger than human cities. They built walls tens of meters high around their cities, with large magic crystals placed on the walls. The city entered a defensive state, and the long wail of the alarm sounded. The formation was deployed, protecting the entire city. This formation only allowed exit, not entry. This was a common trick of the dragon race. Lin Moyu had seen it on the dragon race's warships before. Obviously, the city's defense would be much stronger than that on the warships. Not only was the defense stronger than the warships, but the attack system was also more powerful. After all, the volume of a warship was relatively small and couldn't compare to the giant magic crystals on the city walls. Lin Moyu and his team stopped 10,000 meters away from the city. He communicated with Intares. I'm about to start the slaughter. Intares replied sleepily, to it. No need to report to me. Lin Moyu said. Although they are mixed blood dragons, they are still the dragon race, with dragon blood. You don't mind. Intares laughed. That brat's underlings. I hope you deal with all these mixed blood dragons. Kill them quickly. No need to show me any face, okay? Lin Moyu's last worry disappeared. At his command, the Undead Legion launched a powerful attack towards the dragon race city. The city simultaneously launched a powerful counterattack. Charging at the front were the resurrected dead dragons. They carried the aura of death, fiercely attacking their own kind. The clouds in the sky seemed to be overturned, the fog swirled, and the bone dragons descended, breathing their dragon breath at the city. The dragon breath landed on the shield of the formation, and the immortal flames burned fiercely. In almost an instant, the city turned into a silver, white fireball. Under the corrosive power of the immortal flames, the city's protective formation teetered on the brink of collapse. The fierce battle entered a critical stage in an instant. The counterattack of the dragon race city was very sharp, and the more than 1,000 newly resurrected dragons suffered heavy losses. But Lin Moyu didn't feel any pain at all. These guys were cannon fodder to begin with. He knew that as the battle progressed, the resurrected team would grow larger and larger. The dragon race would soon experience what terror was. Among the resurrected cannon fodder team, there was an extremely powerful one. It fought back against the attacks from the city, and crazily attacked the city's formation. It was a Dragon King before, and after being killed, it was resurrected. It seems that without the Dragon Crystal, the Dragon King's strength would be greatly affected. After its death, its Dragon Crystal was taken, and it was resurrected from the undead. After being enhanced and having its talents increased, its strength did not increase much. The Dragon Crystal weakened its combat power. But on the other hand, other things would increase its combat power. After several trade-offs, it could only fight to a draw. Its strength was not much different from when it was alive. Lin Moyu's right hand held the scepter of rebirth, and he placed the dragon crystal in his left hand on the scepter. The life core absorbed the energy from the dragon crystal and began to heal itself. This time, the life core should be able to be completed. Lin Moyu thought that after completing the life core, there might be a chance to resurrect the god of life. Even if it failed, he could use the complete scepter of rebirth to establish a new god of life. The god of life had the ability to heal the injuries of the gods, so the comrades of the human race, the gods who had been sleeping, would awaken. This was a very complicated matter. Lin Moyu also thought about the human predecessors in the world of the rotten corpses, those who had saved his life with their supreme will. If he had the chance, Lin Moyu also wanted to resurrect them. Lin Moyu knew that as his strength increased, it was not impossible, but the chance of success would not be high. Unless the person had truly vanished, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Boom! With a violent explosion, the city's protective formation finally exploded. The dragon breath carried death, creating a city engulfed in a sea of fire. The undead army entered the city, launching a deadly slaughter. The experience began to increase again, the speed even faster than when killing the Thunder Tree. The news of Lin Moyu's invasion of the dragon world had spread everywhere. The entire race was in an uproar, everyone filled with killing intent. Since descending upon this world, no human had ever dared to invade the territory of the dragon race. The defense systems in the dragon race's cities were still intact from 1,000 years ago when they were attacked by the abyss demons. What was the human race? With their strength, they wouldn't be able to attack the dragon world in another 1,000 years. The human race's defense system even imitated the dragon race and the abyss demons. In the eyes of the dragon race, the human race was a noun for weakness and lowliness, their food. Now, a human dared to invade the dragon world. This was like a slap in the face to the dragon race. The old wound from 1,000 years ago still hurt, and now they were slapped again. How could they tolerate it? At that moment, all the dragons were clamoring to kill Lin Moyu, to grind his bones into dust. The dragon race army mobilized collectively, quickly assembled, and then advanced towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu wished for it to be this way. The more, the better. The first city was destroyed, and the dragons in the city were almost all wiped out. Lin Moyu saw a few dragon eggs. Originally, there would be the breath of life in the dragon eggs, but under the dragon breath, they could not escape either. I should keep a few eggs and bring them back to roast. Maybe roasted dragon eggs won't be bad. Lin Moyu used the revive undead skill to create countless flames. Instantly, every corner of the city was burned by the gray, white flames. Many people received new life from the flames. There were not many dragons in the city, totaling no more than 20,000. Compared to the undead legion, 20,000 resurrected troops were insignificant. But naturally having more than 20,000 cannon fodder, why not? The army continued to advance, leaving the city destroyed into ruins behind them. The team moved very fast, and soon they encountered the second city. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw a dense black mass on the city. The dragon race army had quickly assembled, with many warships parked next to each other, numbering several hundred. The warships were filled with dragon race troops. At a glance, the number of troops was more than 10,000, and the number of guards in the city was probably up to 200,000. They were ready to face the enemy, also waiting for him to arrive. Fast action. Lin Moyu smiled, his expression relaxed, not worried at all. 200,000 dragons. The final result would be that his resurrected army would be expanded by another 200,000. Fighting to sustain the fight, letting the dragons kill each other, he would become the nightmare of the dragon race. Kill, Lin Moyu softly chanted a sentence. The army launched an attack, charging forward. It was still the resurrected legion of the dragon race. The 20,000 resurrected dragon legion charged towards the city in front like a sharp sword. Why are they our people? What has Lin Moyu done? Why is it like this? This brat is too hateful to actually manipulate our people. Kill him. We must kill him. The dragons were crazily roaring in anger. In an instant, they understood Lin Moyu's intention. He wanted them to kill each other. Lin Moyu didn't use any conspiracies or tricks, just presented a sword and a spear for them to decide for themselves. Facing the charging force of their own people, the dragon race could only reluctantly open fire. The magic crystals buzzed and operated, emitting a dazzling light. Several hundred dragon race warships flashed at the same time, launching a fierce attack. Most of the resurrected were killed again, but they were not afraid, unaware of life and death. They ignored the fierce attack, killed straight to the city in front, and began to attack the city. The dragon's roar sounded in the sky, and the bone dragons quickly swooped down, breathing their dragon breath. The undead legion followed closely behind and began to attack. The scene of attacking the city like in the second city was reenacted. This time, the difficulty of attacking the city was much greater, but for Lin Moyu, it was just a matter of spending a little more time. The space beside him suddenly distorted, and 6 dragon kings appeared in front of Lin Moyu at the same time, surrounding him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Moyu smiled lightly, and the sky suddenly darkened. The throne of bones descended. The skeleton king stood up with its great sword, and locked onto the 6 dragon kings. This time, it was not one skeleton king that appeared, but 2. One of them used 100,000 skeletons, while the other used 90,000 skeletons. No matter which skeleton king, they both reached level 93. After level 80, the skeleton's attributes increased across the board, and the skeleton king naturally also increased. They were still limited by Lin Moyu. His soul limited them, and there was also the Great World's runes. Otherwise, Lin Moyu believed the skeleton king could be even stronger. 2 skeleton kings appeared, swinging their swords at the same time to launch the god-laying slash. Lin Moyu also shouted at the same time, his whole body bursting with dazzling light. Soul skill, attribute concentration, attributes increased to the extreme, glorious sublimation. In an instant, his power was increased to level 93. He took out a pair of giant swords and transformed into a warrior. In the skill demonstration, the necromancer was far from the battlefield, holding a scepter in his hand. Like a commander, a marshal. But Lin Moyu was like a general who personally went to the battlefield, rampaging on the battlefield. The 6 dragon kings were stunned by the scene in front of them, not expecting that Lin Moyu seemed to have known in advance that they would come and had prepared in advance. Kill, but flaying slash. Lin Moyu used the god-laying slash almost at the same time as the skeleton king. The targets were all these 6 dragon kings. The dragon kings screamed in horror. Their bodies were instantly cut off. Without the need for elemental chaos to finish them off, the 6 dragon kings were slaughtered in an instant. Killed Dragon King. Experience, General Star 1. 6 consecutive notifications popped up, and the experience increased by a large margin. Nearby skeletons ran over, skillfully taking the dragon crystals from the dragon king's bodies. Then, a flame exploded, splitting into 6 parts and falling into the 6 dragon kings' bodies. The dragon king's flesh and blood began to regenerate, and their broken limbs also began to reattach. Lin Moyu didn't wait for the result. He brought the 2 skeleton kings and killed towards the city. The city on the other side was in a fierce battle. The arrival of Lin Moyu and the 2 skeleton kings completely broke the balance. God-level power was something that the city's formation could hardly resist. A huge element exploded on the formation, and the formation rumbled and shattered. Soul skill, strengthen army. Lin Moyu cast the strengthen army skill, and his soul power was consumed on a large scale. Even though he was now level 80, and his soul power had increased on a large scale, under the situation of using both the concentration and strengthening states, he could only maintain it for 6 seconds. However, now there were many enemies for him to slaughter, and the consumed soul could be continuously replenished. On the contrary, he didn't need to consider the problem of maintaining the skill's duration. Lin Moyu transformed into a warrior, and killed into the dragon race's city, officially starting the slaughter. Without the protection of the city's formation, the dragon race became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The warships in the sky were watched by the bone dragons and the skeleton king, falling one by one. Very quickly, the 6 dragon kings who had just been killed became resurrected and joined the battle. They had the strength they had when they were alive, god-level power. The battle was decided, and the fate of the dragon race in the city was predetermined. Nearly 200,000 dragon race, with varying levels, the lowest was only level 40, the highest could be over level 80. Under the blades of the undead legion, the outcome was the same. The experienced sword, and in an instant, it had increased by 70. Just one more city slaughter, and he could level up to 81. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was using the dragon race to level up. In the soul world, the divine stone domain continuously rotated, absorbing the rolling killing intent. The black killing intent became denser and denser. In the hinterland of the dragon race, the dragon emperor received the news. How audacious, to dare to come here to seek death. A roar of anger came from the dragon emperor's palace, followed by a divine dragon flying across the sky. Lin Moyu was killing with great satisfaction. Under the effect of the two great soul skills, concentration and strengthening, the power of the undead legion was pushed to the extreme. Even a level 89 dragon race war general could not withstand being besieged by several skeletons, unless a dragon king took action. Otherwise, there was definitely no way to stop the undead legion. The bone dragon had strength close to the god level. Even facing a dragon king, it could fight back. If it was an ordinary level 90 dragon king besieged by more than a dozen bone dragons, there would be a high risk of falling. Not to mention the two level 93 skeleton kings staring from the sky. The strength of the undead legion had become extremely powerful. Two huge auras rolled over. High-level dragon kings. Lin Moyu felt a little surprised. High-level dragon kings could manipulate the laws, completely different from low-level and mid-level dragon kings. Just in time to test my skills on you. Lin Moyu cast the three infinite fusion skills. Curse of Weakness, Soul Flame, and Corpse Explosion were combined in order. A cluster of red light appeared in his palm. The high-level dragon king was extremely fast. Before the person arrived, the attack with the law came first. One of the laws attacked the skeleton king, and the other rushed straight towards Lin Moyu. Under the situation of being soul-locked, the attack would surely hit its target. Unless Lin Moyu deployed the wings of the undead behind him, his soul power stirred slightly, and in an instant, he cut off the soul lock. Lin Moyu appeared 1,000 meters away as if teleporting. At this time, the law attack fell on the skeleton king, and the skeleton king collapsed on the spot. The power of the law was too strong, no matter what kind. Just a superficial touch was not something the skeleton king could block. The two high-level dragon kings revealed their figures in midair, one of them looking surprised. Before he could recover, a red light flashed above his head. The red light enveloped him in an instant, and the aura of the law of time flashed. The armor scales on his body suddenly became old at a speed visible to the naked eye, his body decayed, and his aura weakened. The dragon-raised dragon kings had a very long lifespan, especially high-level dragon kings, whose lifespan could be over 400 years, much longer than the human race. However, this was also the reason why Intares called them mixed blood dragons. A true dragon race, even a newborn, had a lifespan of 1,000 years. After reaching adulthood, living for tens of thousands of years was a common thing. At Intare's realm, only heaven knew how many years it had lived. This was something Lin Moyu couldn't understand. Mixed blood dragons, although not as good as true dragons, still had a longer lifespan than humans, but they still couldn't stop the law of time. In an instant, it was as if dozens or hundreds of years had passed, and it gradually became old. Lin Moyu didn't know how many years this high-level dragon king had lived, how much lifespan it had left. His skill would directly send it to the end of its life. The high-level dragon king became old, its vitality decayed, and its law scattered. It was clear that it was on the verge of death. The high-level dragon king beside it was terrified. Without any hesitation, it turned and fled. The speed of the high-level dragon king was extremely fast. In an instant, it had gone far. Lin Moyu wouldn't let it escape. He chased after it with a purple thunder punishment god lightning, and in an instant, it fell on it even though it was thousands of miles away. In the deafening thunder, a large area of lightning sea appeared in the sky, making it scream in agony. After the deafening thunder, another purple thunder punishment god lightning flew out, catching up with it in midair. In the deafening thunder and lightning, it certainly couldn't block the thunder punishment god lightning with its demigod level attack power. It was killed on the spot after being hit only twice. Kill high-level dragon king experienced General Star 1. Kill high-level dragon king experience General Star 1. Two consecutive pieces of information popped up. High-level dragon king, the experience was extremely rich. One high-level dragon king was equivalent to 4 level 90 dragon kings. Lin Moyu's experience jumped by a large margin, and in an instant, a leveling of light rose from his body. Level 81. He had completed the leveling up in less than a day after arriving in the dragon world. This kind of extremely fast leveling up speed had never appeared in the history of the human race. Even Lin Moyu couldn't compare. Not only Lin Moyu, even if placed in the primordial era, when the gods and the human race cooperated with all their might, gathering the power of the world to resist foreign enemies, they would not level up so fast. For Lin Moyu, this leveling up speed was nothing strange, but for others, the higher the level, the slower the leveling up. After all, the efficiency of killing monsters was decreasing, and the time to kill each monster was getting longer. They could only accumulate it over time. Lin Moyu and his undead legion rampaged everywhere, slaughtering everywhere. The only problem was that there were not enough monsters for them. Now in the dragon world, the dragons inside were treated as monsters by Lin Moyu. The god-level dragon king was treated as a boss and was also quickly eliminated. The experience was quickly added to his pocket. Killing the two high-level dragon kings, he let the skeletons go to collect the dragon crystals, and at the same time, he threw a ball of fire that fell on their bodies. In just a few seconds, two resurrected beings who could use the laws joined Lin Moyu's command. The combat power of the resurrected legion increased again across the board. At this time, the battle was almost over and Lin Moyu also withdrew his skills, preparing to retreat to the rear. Boo! A loud explosion sounded in the sky, followed by a deafening dragon's roar. The sound came from all directions, and it was impossible to grasp where it came from. It was also mixed with the soul sound of the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moyu's expression became more serious. The real opponent had arrived. Coming to the dragon world, the only enemy Lin Moyu had to be careful of was the Dragon Emperor alone. As for the others, Lin Moyu didn't even bother. The truth was also like this, even the high-level Dragon King who could use the laws was killed by him without any effort. Only the demigod-level Dragon Emperor could become his biggest obstacle. A phantom image of a divine dragon several hundred meters long appeared in the sky. The phantom divine dragon saw the city that had turned into ruins and the mountain of bones in the city. Lin Moyu, you deserve to die. The divine dragon roared in anger, and the Dragon Emperor's figure was revealed from within. Lin Moyu said casually, that also depends on whether you can kill me. The Dragon Emperor said coldly, today you have come to the dragon world, so don't even think about leaving. As he spoke, a large axe appeared in his hand. Lin Moyu's eyes twitched slightly when he saw it. Last time, it was because of this giant axe that he had no choice but to retreat. With the giant axe in hand, the Dragon Emperor's aura continued to rise, and in an instant, it had reached the peak of the demigod level, approaching the super god level. A high-level god commands the laws. A demigod has begun to learn to control the laws, but controlling the laws is just a word to describe it, without a specific meaning. Roughly, it is to be able to integrate one's personal will into the laws, to make the laws of heaven and earth become one's own private property. It's like there is a knife in heaven and earth. When you reach the high-level god level, you will have the ability to control this knife. It's like you have a remote control in your hand, you want this knife to cut someone, and it will immediately cut that person. As for how powerful it is, it can't be controlled precisely. But when you reach the demigod level, you have turned the knife in heaven and earth into your own, so you can use it any time you want, and cut whoever you want. When you truly reach the super god level, it means you have put the law into your soul. The law will truly belong to you, become your own. Not only can you control it flexibly, but its power is also much greater. When the law belongs to heaven and earth and you are the one controlling it, you can exert one of its power. But after a super god level controls the law, they can exert at least 10 of its power. The difference between the two is huge. Now the Dragon Emperor, with the help of the giant axe, was close to the demigod dragon level. Lin Moyu knew that in a fragment of the world, it was impossible to become a super god. A demigod, no matter how strong, was still a demigod. The Dragon Emperor slashed at Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu also pointed his finger at the same time. The two fought fiercely. The Dragon Emperor's axe caused the space to collapse. The city that had already turned into ruins was completely destroyed by the aftershock of this axe. In the city, the skeletons, the headless horsemen, the resurrected, and even the bone dragons, no one was lucky enough to survive. This axe contained a terrifyingly powerful law, and at the same time, the law contained the Dragon Emperor's will, unlike any law he had seen before. The personal will was too strong. The power of the law formed a phantom divine dragon in midair, striking towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu pointed his finger at the same time in response. The wings of the undead flapped at the same time, and soul power poured into them. In an instant, he flew thousands of feet away. The Dragon Emperor let out its soul lock lost its target, and the soul lock became ineffective. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation. A red light appeared above its head, and the Dragon Emperor sensed danger. As a demigod-level existence, it naturally had a good sense of danger. It let out a roar. In the roar, the ancestral bloodline burned fiercely, and a drop of dragon blood rushed out from its body. The dragon blood quickly transformed into a clone with its appearance, while the Dragon Emperor's main body appeared several thousand meters away. Lin Moyu's attack landed on the Dragon Emperor's clone, and the clone quickly aged and collapsed. The Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank. What kind of attack was this? With its knowledge, it had not come into contact with something as profound as the law of time, but it could feel that it was a law, a very terrifying law. After a short while of not seeing him, Lin Moyu had become stronger. Such an enemy was too terrifying, he could not be left alive. A bad feeling arose in the Dragon Emperor's heart. If he couldn't kill Lin Moyu today, the one who would die in the future would surely be himself. The Dragon Emperor roared in anger again, the big axe in his hand flashed, and his power increased again. The aura of the law filled the air, constantly tearing space apart. A huge black hole formed by the law appeared next to the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moyu saw that his attack had missed its target, and he felt a little regretful. If the Law of Time could hit the target, even if it couldn't kill the Dragon Emperor, it could at least take away a lot of its lifespan, to weaken its strength on a large scale. Now, it was obvious that the Dragon Emperor was on guard. What was this black hole? For things he had never seen before. Lin Moyu remained cautious. He felt a threat from the black hole. The black hole was filled with laws. This was a world completely formed by laws. At this moment, he finally saw clearly what law the Dragon Emperor used. Stone. The Law of Stone had two characteristics. One was to enhance defense, and the other was to enhance strength. Comparing the two, defense was the main ability of the Law of Stone. The Dragon Emperor had studied the Law of Stone to an extremely profound level, only half a step away from the super bad level. If it weren't for the limitations of the fragment of the world, the Dragon Emperor might have already entered the super god level. The Demon Emperor Lilith was also like this. If it weren't for being restricted by the fragment of the world, her achievements would not stop at the demigod level. Moreover, the Demon Emperor Lilith was smarter than the Dragon Emperor, so her future achievements should be higher. The Dragon Emperor, carrying the black hole, rushed towards Lin Moyu. Die. The big axe in his hand was swung again, and a dazzling light erupted from the black hole. The Law of Stone and the attack of the big axe merged together, and it attacked overwhelmingly. Several thousand meters around were within the attack range. The earth collapsed, the city shattered, space was torn apart, and the entire scene was like the end of the world. Lin Moyu's expression changed, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. The wings of the undead shook, and in an instant he broke free from the lock and flew thousands of meters away. Boom boom. A loud noise, the attack fell on the ground. The ground sank, forming a huge pit. The pit had a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and was several hundred meters deep. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. This kind of power was indeed a bit frightening. The ancient thunder appeared in his hand, and a purple thunder punishment god lightning flew out. The thunder punishment god lightning fell into the black hole, and it was silently absorbed by the black hole, without any ripples. The Law of Stone, comprehensive in both offense and defense. Lin Moyu remembered it in his heart. He didn't know if he was right. After all, he knew too little about the laws. However, what the Dragon Emperor was showing now was just that. The Law of Stone was very strong in terms of defense. Another overwhelming attack came. Lin Moyu once again dodged it. A red light appeared in his hand, and the infinite fusion skill was activated again. He pointed his finger again, and the power of the curse carrying the aura of the Law of Time descended. This time, the Dragon Emperor did not dodge, relying on the Law of Stone to endure it. At the same time, it continuously swung its axe at Lin Moyu, covering the space thousands of meters around him. Lin Moyu didn't want to confront it and then dodged again. The curse carrying the Law of Time fell into the black hole. The black hole instantly shrank by about 1/5, but then it returned to normal. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw that there seemed to be a power transmitted from the big axe to the Dragon Emperor's body. This was what helped the Dragon Emperor maintain the energy of the black hole. In other words, as long as the big axe was in its hand, as long as the energy on the big axe was not exhausted, he could not hurt the Dragon Emperor. The big axe was a super god level weapon. Lin Moyu couldn't estimate how powerful the power inside it was. Lin Moyu thought that even if he fought for several days and nights, he couldn't exhaust the power in the big axe. The purple thunder punishment god lightning was ineffective, and the Law of Time was also ineffective. Lin Moyu had used his stronger killing moves. The Dragon Emperor's attacks were relentless, and Lin Moyu could only continuously dodge. On the surface, the Dragon Emperor had the complete advantage. Lin Moyu looked very battered. It seemed that it was still too difficult. It seemed that he couldn't fight the Dragon Emperor head, and for the time being. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed. If he couldn't beat it, he wouldn't fight. The wings of the undead quickly vibrated violently, and soul power crazily poured in. Lin Moyu immediately pushed the speed of the wings of the undead to the extreme. He disappeared, disappearing without a trace in an instant. This scene in the Dragon Emperor's eyes was exactly the same as last time in the abyss. Lin Moyu had also disappeared like this, without a trace. It thought that Lin Moyu had run away again and roared in anger, "Bastard, why did you run away again?" Lin Moyu had completely disappeared from its soul lock. It also didn't leave an aura on Lin Moyu like the Demon Emperor. It was impossible to chase after him. In a short span of 10 seconds, Lin Moyu flew tens of thousands of kilometers to a land of ice and snow. When he stopped, a city appeared in front of him, a dragon race city with no defense. A killing intent flashed in his eyes, the wings of the undead vibrated, and Lin Moyu swooped down and entered the city. The defense systems in the dragon race's cities were built 1,000 years ago. At that time, the human race and the abyss demons reached a secret cooperation agreement. The human race was responsible for dealing with the dragon race on the main battlefield, while the abyss demons directly attacked the dragon world. At that time, the dragon race was caught off guard, so the cities all built many formations, forming a defense system. Although 1,000 years had passed, these defense systems were still as powerful as before, but now the defense was not activated at all. Lin Moyu's speed was too fast. The wings of the undead flapped slightly, soul power circulated, and Lin Moyu had already appeared in the city. In the next second, the sky turned dark, the bone dragons roared continuously, and the silver, white immortal flames spread throughout the city. The undead legion raised their butcher knives in the city. Lin Moyu stood in the center of the city, his eyes scanning the city, the scepter of rebirth in his hand, swallowing one dragon crystal after another. The life core was gradually becoming complete and began to glow. An aura of the law began to appear in the life core. The 2 dragon crystals from the high-level dragon race gains were very effective, far superior to ordinary dragon crystals. Lin Moyu could understand that the scepter of rebirth and the life core were originally items of high-level gods. They themselves had laws. To repair them, one either had to use quantity to make up for it or provide corresponding items. But Lin Moyu was still a little unclear about what kind of relationship the life core and the dragon race had, why it needed dragon crystals to repair it. When the god of life fell in the Great War back then, the dragon race had not yet arrived. Lin Moyu thought quickly, thinking of Entares. If it was not related to these mechs, blood dragons, then it must be related to Entares. He would have to ask clearly later. In just a few minutes, the entire dragon race city was completely slaughtered. It wasn't that Lin Moyu liked to kill, but that there was no other way. To complete the plan, Lin Moyu had to become the master of the world, and then let his world swallow the dragon world and the abyss world. In this process, it was necessary to destroy the living beings belonging to the world fragments. It was not necessary to kill them all, but at least 8 or 9 out of 10 had to be destroyed. Otherwise, these 2 world fragments would be like bloodsuckers, clinging tightly. Moreover, Lin Moyu regarded the dragon race as monsters, as tools for him to level up. Killing a few monsters to raise his level, Lin Moyu had absolutely no psychological burden. In the upper level space, the center of the core area, also the center of the eternal battlefield, Entares' large eyes opened a small slit. It saw what Lin Moyu was doing in the dragon race's world, and its eyes were full of satisfaction. Then when you step into the great world layer, you will understand how cruel the real world is. Destroying stars and exterminating races, massacres of billions of living beings in an instant. A world, a big star, for an invincible expert, is destroyed with a wave of the hand. Only when you become ruthless can you survive in that world. Entares' voice carried a sense of nostalgia. It had once come from such a great world, its hands stained with blood. After coming here, the years became peaceful, and the killing intent gradually subsided. It had only subsided, not disappeared. Who knew when it would surge again? Lin Moyu slaughtered the city too quickly. In just over 10 minutes, the city and the dragon's breath turned into ruins, and the dragon race living beings in the city were completely wiped out. During this time, besides feeding the dragon crystals to the scepter of rebirth, Lin Moyu also summoned his undead legion. Reaching level 81, the number of the undead legion increased again, the total number reaching 280,000. Each type of skeleton exceeded 70,000, the total number of skeletons reached 210,000, and he could summon 2 skeleton kings in their strongest state at the same time. The number of dragons' lairs increased, and the combat power increased. Although it was not as big as from level 79 to level 80, for Lin Moyu, this was a very important step. After level 80, every time he leveled up, the most important thing was that he could increase a large amount of soul power. The previously consumed soul power was completely restored, and the soul became abundant again. Withdrawing the undead legion, the wings of the undead vibrated, and Lin Moyu disappeared in an instant without a trace. Just a few minutes after Lin Moyu left, a dragon's roar sounded from the sky. A divine dragon flew from a distance, like a flash of lightning across thousands of miles, and arrived above the city. Looking at the destroyed city, the dragon emperor roared continuously. Lin Moyu, this coward, if you have guts, don't hide. Come out and fight me. Let's decide the winner. You die, I live. Come out, coward, come out. The dragon emperor was almost madly roaring, but he did not receive any response. Lin Moyu had long since left, completely out of sight. Lin Moyu appeared in front of Entares. Not asleep yet. Entares laughed strangely. Sleep. I was waiting for you to come back. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. You knew I would come back. Entares raised its head high. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Of course, who am I? Your actions were already within my expectations. If I'm not mistaken, you want to torture yourself again. Lin Moyu said. Don't speak so harshly, have some class. This isn't torture. This is called suffering to become a person above others. Get lost. You're just putting gold on your own face. Hurry up and start. After this, I still have to sleep and have a good dream. Entares snorted unhappily, breathing out a gust of wind that blew Lin Moyu's hair up. Lin Moyu didn't say any more unnecessary words. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the skill core. The familiar soul entered the skill space. In the skill space, 21 skill cores were constantly rotating, shining brightly. They looked exactly the same, and it was hard to tell them apart. Moreover, their positions were not fixed since they were formed but were constantly moving. It was just that the movement was irregular. The 21 skill cores seemed to have a mutual attraction, moving chaotically, presenting a state of chaos. Collisions were common. Fortunately, the collision of the skill cores did not cause any damage to their bodies. They were like elastic balls, bouncing off after a collision. They usually bounced very far, and the whole process of movement was without a trajectory, impossible to grasp. It was also because of this that Lin Moyu couldn't distinguish which was which. Soul power poured in, and Lin Moyu directly caught the skill core closest to him. An invisible hand grabbed it tightly. The moving skill core suddenly trembled and immediately stopped. Soul power wrapped around it, pulling it out. In the skill space, there was an invisible force binding it, preventing it from leaving. But the binding force was no match for Lin Moyu's soul power. The skill core left the skill space at a steady speed. It's easier now. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. This time, operating the skill core was much easier than the previous 2 times. After a little thought, he understood. It wasn't that the binding force of the skill space had weakened, but that his soul power had become stronger. Since reaching level 80, his soul power had increased significantly, and the increase surprised Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also understood that because his soul level was too high, every time he increased his soul power, it seemed to be more than others. There was also the divine power in his body. Every time he grew, it also far exceeded others. Moreover, this growth became more and more obvious in the later stages. Now at level 81, operating the skill core was easier than before, and it felt like it didn't take any effort at all. Lin Moyu felt that this time he could operate 2 skill cores. With joy, Lin Moyu worked like a happy porter. In just half a day, this skill core was transported out of the skill space and then brought into the soul world. In the soul world, the soul skill with a soul fusion of up to 100, the wings of the undead, had turned into a star, burning fiercely in the soul world, shining and radiating heat. The remaining skill cores were arranged in an orderly manner according to their soul fusion. The skill cores with higher soul fusion were closer to the wings of the undead. They were attribute concentration with 99 fusion, strength and army with 50 fusion, damage transfer with 50 fusion, corpse explosion fusion, and summon skeleton king with 30 fusion. They revolved around the wings of the undead in an orderly manner, looking like a star system in the night sky. Much better than the chaos in the skill space. The new skill core did not affect their operation, but only stopped at a place far away. Lin Moyu poured a large amount of soul power into it, and the skill core began to shine brightly. With his rich experience, Lin Moyu was among the top of the human race in converting soul skills. Soul energy poured in as if he didn't want to live. Crazily. In just a few minutes, all the soul energy was exhausted. Antares sensed Lin Moyu's aura. With a soft snort, an attack descended. The undead legion was completely wiped out, but only a few bone dragons died. Lin Moyu said, "Not enough. More power." Antares frowned. "You brat, you're too stubborn." "Yes, so give me a little more power. Don't be like a lame dragon." In a roar, a stronger attack descended. Antares felt insulted. This Lin Moyu guy called him a lame dragon. "Bastard. Do you know that lame dragon is a curse in our dragon race?" Antares roared, and a wave of attack descended, completing 1 kill. "I'll kill you." The angry dragon's voice continued, the second wave of attack, completing the 2nd kill. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all. Kill, 2 more times. Despicable, Antares also cursed back. Lin Moyu didn't mind at all. Although Antares looked very angry, this guy's attacks were very measured. From the attack level of a high-level god to a demigod, the control was extremely precise. In Antares' mouth, Lin Moyu had completely become a despicable person. Thoroughly despicable from head to toe. Who would seek death, and not just once? Before to deal with the Great World's runes, it had killed Lin Moyu nearly 50 times. This time, it might have to kill him dozens more times. The last attack, Antares was not polite at all, adding a little more force. A single blow, Lin Moyu was beaten to a pulp, no longer in human form. Immediately after, the talent was activated, a purple light flashed, and the body immediately recovered. The soul also recovered to its peak state at the same time. Complete rebirth, a true rebirth. Even if he was destroyed to the point of no bones, he could be resurrected. That's why Antares felt this talent was too heaven-defying. The abundant soul power once again flowed into the skill core like a great river. Antares sighed. Others are stingy in using soul power, only you are so wasteful. Lin Moyu was single-minded, focusing on pouring soul power while saying, "I'm not being wasteful, I'm risking my life." When a normal skill is converted into a soul skill, it's very difficult to increase the fusion degree. The first time is the best opportunity. As long as you seize this opportunity, you can save a lot of trouble later. Just like my professional characteristics, as long as the skill is trained to a level equivalent to my profession, it can be enhanced according to my level. The first time is the hardest, but if you do it well the first time, you will save a lot of trouble later. The conversion of skills is also like this. From a normal skill to a soul skill, the first, soul fusion, is the best opportunity to increase the fusion degree. If you miss this time, it will be very difficult in the future. Just like the previous skills, the fusion degree was always stuck at the level when it was first converted, and it was very difficult to enhance it further. Lin Moyu regretted very much why he didn't discover this method earlier, didn't discover the power of his talent. A few minutes later, the soul power was exhausted again, and the skill core was not yet full. It could still continue. Lin Moyu said, "Come on, as you wish." Despicable. Antares snorted and breathed a stream of dragon's breath on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu died in the dragon's breath. Antares controlled the rhythm of the dragon's breath as if counting 1, 2, 3, until Lin Moyu died for the 4th time, and the talent was activated again. The dragon's breath from Antares also happened to go out. Lin Moyu said unhappily, "You're using me to practice your skills." Antares laughed loudly. "Hint. Just making use of waste. You damn dragon." Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, angry. Antares put on an attitude. "If you're so good, come and eat me. I'm really asking for a beating." Lin Moyu continued to pour soul power into the skill core, and at the same time asked, "When the geniuses of the great world convert soul skills, what is their fusion degree?" Antares said, "Are you asking about the human race, or other races?" Lin Moyu said, "The human race. The human race, usually around 30 to 40. Geniuses can reach 60, and some chosen ones can reach 70. Lin Moyu felt a little strange. No one reaches 100. There are, but very rarely. Not all techniques can reach 100. To have one reach that is already very admirable. Lin Moyu nodded. It was really difficult for the fusion degree to reach 100. No wonder that time he pushed the fusion degree of the wings of the undead to 100, and Antares was so surprised that it called him a pervert. Next, it might be even more perverted. The fusion degree of each remaining skill might reach 100. This seemed to have surpassed the level of the chosen ones, worthy of being called a monster. Lin Moyu asked again, "What about races other than the human race?" Antares replied seriously, "Usually around 30 to 40. Geniuses can reach 60, and some chosen ones can reach 70. Lin Moyu glared at Antares. "So what's the difference with the human race?" "No difference." Lin Moyu knew this guy was teasing him, and immediately fell silent. Antares laughed. "Just kidding, you don't have to be so pay." Lin Moyu said, "I just want to know some things about the great world." Antares said seriously, "If you go to the great world later, you must hide your talent." This was very important. Antares had said before that some races had secret methods that could seize others' talents. There were also strange existences like the soul race that could possess others' bodies. Possession was a common thing for the soul race. Lin Moyu nodded. "I know. You don't need to ask much about other things. When you go to the great world, you will understand. But there is one thing, you can start thinking about it now." Antares was serious now, speaking very seriously to Lin Moyu. The aura fluctuated, the soul power was exhausted again, and the skill core was still not full. "If there's anything, let's talk later. Let me kill you a few more times." Antares excitedly breathed out dragon's breath. Lin Moyu's whole body was covered by the dragon's breath, dying and reviving continuously. Antares seemed to be addicted to killing, breathing dragon's breath while roaring loudly. Lin Moyu sighed helplessly. This guy really had a problem, probably because he had been suppressed for too long. Lin Moyu blurted out, "Do you need to find a female dragon? Get lost. I'll kill you." Antares roared and burned Lin Moyu to a crisp. A purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu was reborn again, continuing to pour in soul power, and at the same time sighing helplessly. "Alright. I need to think about what to do now." Antares seemed to have schizophrenia, suddenly returning to a serious look. "Your goal is to become the master of this small world, and at the same time, you have to let this small world swallow 2 other world fragments. To accomplish these things, you must become a super god level expert. However, this world is after all only a small world, and its maximum capacity is only up to the super god level. When you can't advance any further, you have to make 2 choices. The first choice is to take this whole world out, to expose the whole world to the great world. Accept the baptism of the great world's laws. The second choice is to go out by yourself, to let this world remain in its original state." Lin Moyu thought about Antares' words. "What's the difference between these 2 choices?" Antares said in a deep voice. "The difference is huge." Suddenly, Lin Moyu's body trembled. The skill core was finally full. It began to spin rapidly, glowing and radiating heat. Lin Moyu knew that another soul skill with 100 fusion was about to be formed. A strange, perverted aura also emanated from Lin Moyu's body. Antares couldn't help but curse a sentence. The skill core became brighter and brighter, hotter and hotter. It spun rapidly, generating flames. Lin Moyu no longer had the mind to talk to Antares, just staring intently at the skill core. The second star is about to be born. Antares also entered Lin Moyu's soul, enjoying this miraculous scene with him. Soul fusion reached 100, and a normal skill was transformed into a soul skill. What you call a soul skill is also called a technique in the great world, and at a 100 fusion level, the skill core transforms into a star, also known as a stellar level technique. Techniques that have not formed a star are called planetary level techniques. Techniques can contain laws, and the level of laws that techniques can contain is also different. A stellar level technique can contain laws many times more than a planetary level technique, even tens or hundreds of times more. It's amazing. A star is so beautiful. Legend has it that when a star is born, it will be accompanied by miracles. An expert rarely encounters it a few times in his life. You must cherish it. Antares mumbled as if talking to Lin Moyu, and also to himself. Lin Moyu memorized Antares' words. At this time, his attention was completely attracted by the upcoming star, and he did not answer Antares. The skill core reached its limit and suddenly exploded. It turned into a mass of fierce flames that rose in the soul world. The explosive light swept across the entire soul world. The soul world seemed to have some small changes. This was when the star exploded. Lin Moyu suddenly saw some miracles. They were things he had never seen before. At the center of the brightest explosion, there was a small black dot. That small black dot seemed to be connected to some place. Lin Moyu had been focused on the star, especially after hearing Antares' words. Whether intentional or not, he paid more attention. Now looking back, he really saw something different. That small black dot was like a deep cave with no bottom, full of mystery, attracting him very much. But the small black dot appeared and disappeared even faster, lasting less than half a second, almost just a blink of an eye. When Lin Moyu came to his senses, the skill core had turned into a star hanging high in the soul space, radiating hot light. Compared to the star formed by the wings of the undead, this new star seemed lonely, all by itself. But that did not diminish its nobility. There was a qualitative difference between it and the planetary level soul skills. Instantly, Lin Moyu felt that his soul space seemed to have expanded by a few points, and his soul level also increased accordingly. On the road from level 93 to level 94, he took another small step. Just a few more steps, and he could reach level 94. When the soul level increased, the combat power would be significantly improved. This enhancement was comprehensive, with no weaknesses. Did you see anything just now? Antares' voice sounded. Lin Moyu replied, I saw a very mysterious black dot, but it disappeared too quickly, I couldn't see it clearly. Antares smiled faintly. Remember that black dot. What is it? Is it important? Lin Moyu instinctively felt that the small black dot was very mysterious, as if it had a strong attraction for him. But it was not clear what was inside. Very important to everyone, but for now you just need to remember it. You are not qualified to approach it yet. Antares was very serious, obviously not wanting to say more. Lin Moyu naturally understood its meaning and did not ask further. Then it was time to harvest. He had finally converted a normal skill into a soul skill, and it was a perfect stellar level technique. With excitement, he checked this skill. Bone Fang Soul Fusion 100, releases fangs made of bone to attack. The quantity and power are determined by the amount of mental energy consumed. Is that it? Looking at the skill description, Lin Moyu was slightly stunned, his expression extremely strange. Antares also noticed Lin Moyu's expression. What's wrong? Lin Moyu said. My skill is a bit strange. How strange? Don't mumble, can you be clearer? Antares looked at Lin Moyu with a disgusted expression. Lin Moyu also didn't know how to explain. I'll show you. Technique. Bone Fang. He pointed his finger at the sky, and the skill was activated. A white light lit up at his fingertip, and then the white light exploded, turning into tens of thousands of white bone spikes that pierced the sky. The speed of the fangs was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, they had crossed a distance of tens of thousands of meters, like teleportation. If it weren't for Antares' good eyesight, it would be almost impossible to see clearly. It was only when the fangs had completely disappeared that the sound of a rumbling explosion was heard in the ear. Lin Moyu originally had more than 2.6 million points of mental energy. Coupled with the increase of the scepter of the monarch, his mental energy had exceeded 3 million. Just now when demonstrating the skill, Lin Moyu directly used 1/3 of his mental energy, which was 1 million mental energy. Using 1 million mental energy to cast a skill, even the strongest forbidden curse of the mage system, would not require so much mental energy. Mental energy can be seen as an external manifestation of soul power, and therefore, manipulating a large amount of mental energy also requires a very strong soul. Manipulating 1 million mental energy was not difficult for Lin Moyu at all. The consumed mental energy was immediately replenished, as if it had never been consumed. The comprehensive link talent quietly took effect. Antares looked at Lin Moyu's skill demonstration and felt something was not right. Before he could say anything, Lin Moyu cast the skill a second time. This time, Lin Moyu's fingertip carried a flash of lightning. Lin Moyu used the law of lightning, which was also the only law that Lin Moyu could currently use. It was also 1 million mental energy. A pure white halo lit up at his fingertip. The pure white halo flew into the air with the lightning, and then exploded in the air, illuminating the surrounding dozen miles like daytime. A pure white star seemed to appear in the air, and the white light lasted for a few seconds before dissipating. It failed. Antares was stunned. It failed. Lin Moyu nodded. It can't bear the law. Impossible. Antares felt it was incredible in its shock. A perfect stellar level technique couldn't bear the law. In its long life, it had never encountered such a thing. Lin Moyu had a bitter smile. I probably know what's going on. Before, when the star shone on his soul, Lin Moyu had felt something was not right. Now he was more certain that it was the Great World's runes playing tricks. Antares asked with doubt, "It's the Great World's runes?" Lin Moyu nodded with difficulty. "It should be. I felt something was wrong just now." Facing the actions of the Great World's runes, this time even Antares felt a little helpless. The last time it failed to prevent Lin Moyu from awakening his skills, this time the Great World's runes changed its method. It was clearly a perfect stellar level technique, but it was not allowed to bear skills, making it inferior to a planetary level technique with low fusion. Needless to say how frustrating it was. Antares wanted to comfort Lin Moyu, but didn't know where to start. Lin Moyu wiped away his bitter smile, his eyes revealing a firm determination. There's a silver lining in every cloud. Who can say for sure what the result will be? The Great World's runes are not omnipotent. There will always be a way to deal with it. And my skill, even without the law, its power is not weak. While speaking, Lin Moyu continuously shot bone fangs into the air, as if venting his anger. Antares looked at Lin Moyu, its eyes changing slightly. Continue. Don't stop. Lin Moyu followed Antares' words and continued to release bone fangs. Moreover, the consumption of mental energy was getting larger and larger. With the existence of the comprehensive link talent, he didn't have to worry about the consumption of mental energy. All the consumed mental energy would be evenly distributed to each summon. In the moment of consumption, the mental energy would be fully replenished. Lin Moyu could use his mental energy freely. When each consumption of mental energy reached 3 million, the number of bone fangs had exceeded 100,000. The power and speed increased sharply. Even using his soul eyes, Lin Moyu couldn't see clearly. He only saw the bone fangs flash from his fingertip and then disappear without a trace. This speed was not just 100,000 meters per second, it could have reached 1,000,000 meters, 10 million meters per second. The speed was too fast. As for the power, Lin Moyu also had a preliminary judgment. Although he couldn't see it, the space that the bone fangs passed through would leave a faint scratch. The space seemed to be torn, but not completely torn apart. From this, it could be seen that the power of the bone fangs was not weak, almost equal to the level of high-level god professionals. When Lin Moyu used the skill, Antares closed its eyes. Not to sleep, but to feel something. Lin Moyu felt that Antares' soul power was fluctuating violently. A huge eye appeared on Antares' forehead. The third eye, the Divine Dragon's Wisdom Eye. For the first time, Antares used the Divine Dragon's Wisdom Eye on its own body. Under the Divine Dragon's Wisdom Eye, nothing could escape, even the Great World's runes could be seen. Antares observed the bone fangs with the Divine Dragon's Wisdom Eye for a minute, and then it said, "Attack me with your greatest strength." Lin Moyu did not hesitate, and used the skill on Antares. After all, this was not the first time Lin Moyu did not have any psychological burden. The bone fangs landed on Antares' body. This level of attack was like scratching an itch for it. After feeling it for a while, Antares opened its mouth. "Alright, stop." Lin Moyu stopped and asked, "What did you find?" Antares replied, "A law, one that I have never seen or heard of. Under the curse of the Great World runes, the bone fangs could not contain the law, but Antares said that it felt the law, even a type of law it had never seen before." This was beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. Antares shook its head. "Let me think about how to describe it. It's full of the aura of death. But in death, there seems to be a trace of life, just like your immortal type summons." Lin Moyu thought of the scene when he used the skill like the Descent of the Immortal World instant, and blurted out, "I want to call it the Law of Immortality." "Very accurate. It is indeed possible." Antares continued to explain, "I feel the Law of Immortality in your technique. This Law of Immortality exists in the technique, and is not a foreign object. Therefore, even though the Great World's runes can suppress your stellar level technique, and prevent laws from being integrated into it, it cannot suppress the law that is inherent in the technique." Lin Moyu asked, "Are there such techniques that carry laws in the Great World?" At this time, he also followed Antares' words and changed the name of the soul skill to technique. Although he was used to calling it a soul skill, there was a more common name in the great world. Each race had its own name, and technique was just the most common name. Like the common language of the world, everyone could understand it. But fellow countrymen still used their own dialects. When he went to the great world later, Lin Moyu also had to follow the local customs. And Tears replied, techniques that carry laws are not unheard of, but they are extremely rare. Moreover, this type of technique is usually an extremely powerful technique. Lin Moyu asked how to enhance the law in the skill. No, in the technique. And Tears shook its head. You can only rely on your own comprehension. The law is a very mysterious thing. You should use this skill more, feel it more, maybe you can enhance it. Moreover, I think that instead of comprehending other laws, you should focus on the law of immortality. The law of immortality is the law of your main profession, much stronger than the law of lightning. Lin Moyu also understood that his main profession was to communicate with immortal-type creatures, and comprehending the law of immortality was naturally the best. However, Lin Moyu had another big goal, which was not to give up the law of time. If possible, he wanted to grasp both. Lin Moyu said, I will study it carefully. My soul power is still abundant, I can continue to convert another skill core. And Tears' eyes lit up with excitement. Hurry up, let me continue to kill you in a while. You lunatic. Lin Moyu was too lazy to care about this guy. He used a little soul power, and then entered his soul world. In the soul world, the stellar level technique representing the wings of the undead was like a fireball high up. 5 stellar level techniques were revolving around it. Not far away was the stellar level technique Bone Fang, which seemed to be a lonely one. In the soul space, soul power was abundant. To maintain the skills that had been converted into cores, a large amount of soul power needed to be continuously consumed. Only when the soul power was abundant could the skill cores continue to be transported. Now Lin Moyu's soul power was abundant, and he felt that he could transport another skill core. He was like a robber who broke into the skill space and quickly locked onto the nearest skill core. Soul power wrapped around it and pulled it out, harder than last time. Because the number of skill cores had decreased, the binding force of the space had also increased accordingly, but it still couldn't stop Lin Moyu, who was like a robber. Lin Moyu kept pulling it out of the skill space. The binding force of the skill space wanted to stop Lin Moyu, but it was helpless. Half a day later, the skill core was pulled out of its birthplace and entered another strange environment. Along a fixed route, Lin Moyu was very skilled in transporting the skill core into the soul world, finding a suitable place to fix it, and then soul power desperately rushed in. The skill core seemed to have recognized its fate, and cooperated very well with Lin Moyu to let him brazenly devour the soul power. It seemed to be really hungry, eating deliciously in big mouthfuls. Eat, no matter how much you eat, I can provide. Lin Moyu was not feeding soul power at all, but stuffing it in. He ignored the endurance of his soul without any scruples. He stuffed it very comfortably, and the skill core also ate very comfortably. The light began to become strong, brighter and brighter. Kill me. Alright, come on. A very shameless sentence sounded, and in response to him was an even more shameless voice. And Tears, with excitement, slapped Lin Moyu. This time he didn't need Dragon's breath, he changed to another method. It felt like he wanted to use all the methods of killing. Anyway, Lin Moyu couldn't die, so Tears didn't need any scruples. One slap after another, Lin Moyu died once and again, and then was reborn under the purple light of his talent. And Tears urged, are you okay? You softy. Hurry up and stuff it. Quickly stuff the soul power in, don't be afraid of it exploding, you can't explode it. And Tears excitedly shouted, despicable to an unimaginable degree. Lin Moyu thought of a sentence, there's no most despicable, only more despicable. The skill core began to replenish energy. This was a new word that Lin Moyu came up with, very suitable. During the energy replenishment period, one person and one dragon continued the interrupted conversation. And Tears asked, where was I just now? You were talking about the difference between the two methods. Lin Moyu glanced at this guy, clearly knowing that he was doing it on purpose. With Tears' level, how could he forget where he had spoken to? Tears laughed awkwardly, and continued. First, let's talk about the first method, to completely expose this small world to the great world. The advantage of this is that the small world can be baptized in the laws of the great world. The process of being baptized by the great world's laws will last for hundreds of years. You are the master of the world, and during this time, you can easily comprehend the laws. This is the great world's preferential treatment for newly promoted small worlds. Lin Moyu asked in a deep voice. What about the disadvantages? There is nothing that only has advantages, and no disadvantages. With so many advantages, there must also be disadvantages. And Tears continued. The disadvantages are also very obvious. After being exposed, this small world will lose the protection of the great world's laws. The master of the world can be contested and changed. At that time, how many powerful experts and races will come here? I don't need to say more. A newly promoted small world is like a fragrant steamed bun. Everyone wants to take a bite. Lin Moyu, as the master of this world, would be the target of the attack, having to face the competition of various experts. Lin Moyu was not sure if he could keep it, and he also had to think about the safety of the people in this world. The aftershocks of a great war would bring disaster to the whole world. Others only wanted the position of the master of the world, only the preferential treatment of the baptism of the great world's laws. Those foreign experts would not care about the life and death of the native living beings in this world. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu felt a chill run down his spine. He could imagine what the world would be like without the protection of the great world's laws. His small world was still too weak. Now, under the protection of the great world's laws, there was a strong and solid wall outside the small world. It was very difficult for other experts to invade. They could only use some special methods to invade this world. Only in this situation could the small world have a little self-protection. Seeing Lin Moyu's solemn expression, Antares continued, "If you choose this path, I can help you guard the world. With me here, ensuring your safety is not a big problem." Lin Moyu could understand what Antares meant. Ensuring his safety was not a problem, but for others, he was not sure. If a great war really happened, just the aftershocks would not be something that ordinary people could bear. Some experts, when they couldn't achieve their goal, destroying the world was not a joke. Lin Moyu asked, "What do other small worlds do when they are promoted?" The methods are diverse, but in general, a great war is unavoidable. There are also some small worlds in remote locations, and when they are promoted, no one discovers them. 100 years pass, and the baptism of the great world's laws also passes. At that time, no one will come to compete anymore. A remote location, his world was obviously not. Before it was promoted, it was already being watched, and not just by one race. The soul race, the demons, the forces in the dragon race, and the old man riding the green ox. Lin Moyu felt that his world had become a delicacy in the eyes of others. It was really a headache. The problem was that the world had not yet been promoted. How could others discover it? Facing Lin Moyu's doubts, Antares sneered. "That's a question for the people of the previous era. It's useless to talk about these things now. Let me tell you the second choice. If you choose the second choice, you leave the world and enter the great world alone. In that case, you will lack the baptism of the great world's laws, which is not conducive to your growth. But it's not bad either. The advantage is that this world is still protected by the great world's laws. The people in this world are also safe. Moreover, you become the master of the world, which can further enhance the safety of the world. You will naturally understand later. You can wait until you are strong enough, have the strength to protect the world, and then let the world be promoted." Antares had clearly stated the pros and cons of the two methods, with advantages and disadvantages, all left for Lin Moyu to choose. Lin Moyu didn't think for long, and already had an answer. This world had people he needed to protect, and he couldn't let them be in danger. He was not a saint. He even killed without blinking. He never showed mercy to his enemies. The people who died at his hands were demons, dragons, gods, and also humans. As long as they became his enemy, he would not hesitate to kill them. But at the same time, in this world, there were also his relatives and friends. He would not allow them to be harmed. "I know what to do." Lin Moyu had an answer. Antares seemed to have guessed Lin Moyu's choice. "All right." As he spoke, he slapped Lin Moyu again. 4 consecutive times activated the talent. This time, Antares did not roar, and Lin Moyu also remained silent. After 4 consecutive slaps, a purple light rose from Lin Moyu's body, and the talent was activated. After 3 such rounds, the skill core was finally full. It had turned into a fierce flame, leaping from a normal skill to a perfect stellar level technique. Antares appeared again in Lin Moyu's soul world. When the stellar level technique was truly formed, the small black dot and the big explosion was the scene it really wanted to see. Lin Moyu also wanted to see it one more time. Although it was only a glimpse and he couldn't see much, he had to remember that feeling. Antares told him to just remember it first, and it wouldn't be wrong. The fireball exploded, and the light shone in all directions. Lin Moyu saw the small black dot at the center of the explosion again. The small black dot only existed for half a second. Lin Moyu focused on extending this time as much as possible. Half a second was very short, and Lin Moyu still couldn't see anything, but this small black dot had an infinite attraction for him. Not only for him, but also for others. Antares narrowed its eyes with a fascinated expression. Lin Moyu knew that this guy must have found something. Antares had said before that it was something that all experts wanted to see, but the opportunity to see it was too rare. He had created this opportunity, and Antares had seized it. He hoped it could help Antares. If it could really help Antares, Lin Moyu would also feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Looking at the star that had risen in his soul, he suddenly trembled. That feeling of oppression appeared again. Great World's runes. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, feeling like he wanted to eat it alive. The Great World's runes had acted again. Needless to say, this new technique looked like a perfect stellar level technique, but it still couldn't bear the law. The Great World's runes used a method that he couldn't understand to limit his development. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the Great World's runes could not suppress the law inherent in the technique. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, he checked this newly promoted stellar level technique. Bone Prison Soul Fusion 100 binds the enemy, causing a paralysis effect. The bound enemy cannot act or resist. The number and duration of binding enemies depend on the consumption of mental energy. Lin Moyu often used this bone prison skill when he first obtained it. At that time, he was not yet strong and needed to control the enemy comprehensively. Whether it was chasing the enemy, controlling the rhythm of the battle, or interrupting the enemy skills, the effect of the bone prison was very obvious. But as the enemy became stronger and stronger, the skill's intensity began to fail to keep up. Moreover, with the growth of his strength, his fighting style also became more open. The frequency of using the bone prison also gradually decreased. In recent battles, Lin Moyu had not used this skill at all. Lin Moyu always believed that no skill was useless, only useless professionals and unsuitable instances. The bone prison was useless now, but it didn't mean it would be useless forever. Finally, the bone prison had transformed from a normal skill to a technique. And it was also a stellar level technique. Even though it couldn't contain the law, it was still very powerful. The skill level was no longer a limitation. Only mental energy was its limit. As long as there was enough mental energy, he could completely control the enemy. And Lin Moyu did not lack mental energy. When the skill became a technique, the damage reduction characteristic also disappeared, no longer affecting the damage to the enemy. Just imagine when controlling the enemy could not resist and could only stand there and take a beating. That feeling was so refreshing. Lin Moyu wanted to control the Dragon Emperor immediately to beat it up to his heart's content. But Lin Moyu also knew that the Dragon Emperor was not so easy to control. Even if he used all his mental energy, it would be difficult to control it effectively. After all, the level gap between the two sides was too large. He was only level 80, while the Dragon Emperor was level 99, a peak demigod. Just one step away from becoming a true super god level expert. There was also the unnamed big axe in his hand with infinite combat power approaching the super god level. Along with the skill that appeared like a black hole at the end, Lin Wei felt that just based on these two skills, it would be difficult for him to defeat the Dragon Emperor. It was not an attack skill, so even if it couldn't contain the law, the impact was not big. Lin Wei comforted himself. Facing the powerful and mysterious Great World's runes, he had been lucky to win once. This time, the Great World's runes no longer gave him a chance, directly sealing his technique, making it unable to contain the law. In this way, even if it was a perfect stellar level technique, its power was only a little stronger than a normal skill, much weaker than those techniques that contained laws. Antares seemed to still be comprehending and did not open its eyes. Lin Moyu also did not disturb it, quietly looking at the new residence in his soul world. The star representing the bone prison was also a lonely star, with no stellar level techniques surrounding it. But this was also normal. In Lin Moyu's mind, sooner or later he would convert all stellar level techniques into star level. The fusion degree of all techniques would be raised to 100, and even the Great World's runes could not stop him from doing this. Oh, what's going on? Lin Moyu found that the two stars representing the bone prison and the bone fane were approaching each other, as if there was some connection between them. Lin Moyu saw that there seemed to be sparks from the two stars extending out like tentacles, connecting with each other. They approached each other until they reached a certain distance, and began to revolve around each other. The speed of rotation became faster and faster, creating a brilliant image. Is it a binary star? Suddenly, Antares' sigh sounded. It was unknown when it had woken up, staring intently at the two stars that were rotating with each other. Lin Moyu asked, "What is a binary star?" Antares' eyes flashed with a bright light. Each star represents a technique. When two stars with similar properties approach each other, are attracted to each other, and connect, forming a layout of you and me and you, that is called a binary star. Once a binary star is formed, the effect of the technique will be greatly enhanced. Using one technique can achieve the effect of two techniques, but only consumes one technique. The most important thing is that the two techniques can contain two parts of the law together, and erupt. Speaking of this, Antares suddenly fell silent. It realized that Lin Moyu couldn't contain the law and had unintentionally touched his sore spot. Lin Moyu didn't mind. He grasped the key point in Antares' words. "I want to test it out." Lin Moyu was very curious about the binary star technique, and really wanted to know its actual effect. Antares obviously also wanted to know, and without saying anything, he agreed immediately. Antares caught a few monsters, with high and low levels. The lowest was level 70, the highest was level 80. Without exception, all these monsters came from the lower level space. The low-level monsters in the upper-level space were no longer qualified to be test subjects. Facing Antares, these monsters could only tremble, completely unable to resist. They looked like meat on a chopping board waiting to be killed, with no other possibility. The law of survival of the fittest, where the weak are the food of the strong, was vividly displayed at this moment. Lin Moi locked onto a monster, and used the technique. Bone prison. The monster, which was still struggling, suddenly became stiff. A layer of white bone appeared on its body, as if it had been petrified by the bone prison. As soon as the bone prison was formed, the bone fangs erupted. A loud explosion caused the monster to shatter. Tens of thousands of bone fangs erupted from inside the monster's body, piercing through its body, and tearing it into pieces. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth curled up slightly, and the frustration from before disappeared. He felt that the bone fangs erupted from the bone prison, and not just from one point, but from the whole body. The bone prison became the conduit of the bone fangs. While controlling the monster, it was like sharp thorns launching an attack on the monster. The binary star technique. This was the binary star technique that Antares had mentioned. Using one skill, but being able to form the effect of two skills, and only consuming one part of the mental energy. He only needed to use the bone prison to control the monster, and the bone fangs would simultaneously launch an attack. In this way, the practicality of the bone prison was greatly increased. Moreover, the headache-inducing problem of the hit rate of the bone fangs seemed to have been improved. Try multiple targets. Lin Moyu used the same amount of mental energy and soul-locked multiple targets. After casting the technique, bone prisons appeared on several monsters at the same time. The controlled monsters couldn't move, and a layer of white bone appeared on their bodies. Then, many poof sounds were heard, and snow-white bone fangs roared out, piercing through the monsters' bodies, once again tearing them into pieces. It was still an instant kill, killing without any hesitation. However, compared to the skill just now, there was a slight difference. Using the same amount of mental energy to control multiple monsters, the number of bone fangs was also correspondingly reduced. The total amount was unchanged, and the number of times each monster was attacked was reduced. The bone fangs were evenly divided by the average point of the skill. What if he used bone fang to attack? Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and cast the technique. Bone fang. A pure white light exploded, and the bone fangs flashed. The monsters hit by the bone fangs immediately appeared with white bones, and the bone prison completely controlled them. Using it in reverse had the same effect. As long as one was hit by one technique, the second technique would be triggered. It was really magical. Try it on me. Antares narrowed its eyes and once again volunteered to be a test subject. Ordinary monsters could no longer test the skill's power. Antares was very self-aware in being a test subject. Its existence, Lin Moyu couldn't shake. Using it for experiments couldn't be better. Lin Moyu used the bone prison on Antares. This time, Lin Moyu used all his mental energy without holding back. He knew that even if he used all his mental energy, he couldn't hurt Antares. The level difference between the two sides was like heaven and earth. Basically immeasurable. 3 million mental energy was consumed in an instant. Antares was not bound. The bone prison only flashed on Antares' body for less than 0.1 seconds and then collapsed. It could be said that it had no effect. But in that 0.1 second, the bone prison had erupted with bone fangs. The binary star technique, even if the binding failed, was not affected. The bone fangs exploded on Antares' body, making a fierce collision sound with Antares' hard dragon sails. Antares carefully felt it for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The technique is very good, control combined with attack. If the enemy's strength is weak, as long as they are bound, they will be killed instantly. The attack power is close to level 90, enough to kill a level 90 professional." Antares' perception was the same as Lin Woi's. The power of the bone fangs depended on his consumption of mental energy. Now his mental energy was only 3 million. If he used the strength and army skill, his mental energy could still be greatly increased, and the power could also increase accordingly. Moreover, with an additional 500 damage bonus, killing a level 92 god was not a problem. With this skill, even without using the summoning skill, when Lin Wei faced a god-level professional, he could also fight. Antares sighed and said, "It's a pity that such a good skill can't contain the law." Lin Wei smiled lightly and said nothing. Just because it couldn't now didn't mean it couldn't in the future. He didn't believe that the Great World's runes couldn't be solved. Otherwise, how could he explain the first time? There was always a way to solve the problem. Lin Moyu asked, "Since there is a binary star technique, I wonder if there are also trinary, quaternary, or even quinary star techniques?" Antares nodded. "Yes, I have seen trinary and quaternary star techniques. I have only heard of quinary star techniques, and have never seen them. Even in the Great World, the number of people who possess perfect quinary star techniques with similar properties is not large." Lin Moyu asked, "What's the maximum number of stars?" "Legend says there are 10 stars, but no one has ever seen them. It's just a legend, it can't be done in reality. If you have the opportunity to obtain a quinary star technique, you can already run amok among your peers. In Antares' explanation, the more stars that were connected, the greater the power of the technique. In particular, after connecting 3 stars to form a trinary star technique, the power would increase significantly. Each time a star was added, the power would double. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I can't use the law." Antares shook its head. "It's okay, even without the law. As long as you have many stars, you can also crush your opponent." Lin Moyu sighed a breath of relief. "I hope so. Please take me to the dragon world. I still need to continue to have a real battle." The dragon world, Lin Moyu appeared without a sound. In his eyes, besides killing intent, there was also determination. His work in the dragon world was not finished. He had to continue. How could slaughtering 2 cities be enough? When the dragon race invaded back then, they slaughtered many cities. At that time, millions of humans were killed and injured. How many dragons had he killed? It was just the beginning. Debts of kindness must be repaid, and debts of hatred must be settled. Lin Moyu was very clear about gratitude and resentment. The wings of the undead opened, and he randomly chose a direction. He flapped his wings and flew like a flash of lightning. This was the wind element area, and the wind was everywhere. Lin Moyu rode the wind, bringing with him the breath of destruction. A large city appeared in his sight, and in an instant, Lin Moyu was in the city. The city's defense system detected the intruder, Lin Moyu, and immediately sounded the alarm. The formation was activated at the same time, but it was too late. Lin Moyu had already rushed into the city. A powerful soul spread out, locking onto thousands of dragons. A white light flashed at his fingertip, and he used all 3 million mental energy in a full power attack in his normal state. A white light flashed in the city. The locked dragons were simultaneously paralyzed. White bones appeared on their bodies. And then bone fangs erupted from the white bones, tearing them into pieces. With just one blow, thousands of dragons died instantly. Among them were high-level dragons and dragon warlords. Regardless of their level, the result was the same. Antares' assessment was very objective. This skill of Lin Moyu was enough to kill a level 90 god professional. This meant that this blow's power reached level 90, which was the range of a dragon king. No matter how powerful a dragon warlord was, he couldn't resist the attack of a dragon king. One attack from Lin Moyu did not make the dragons retreat in fear. This was a large city of the dragon race. There were hundreds of thousands of dragons in the city, and a huge army was stationed there. Many dragon race soldiers flew into the air and rushed towards Lin Moyu. This time, Lin Moyu did not summon his undead legion. This time, he intended to kill the enemy with his own hands. A killing intent rose in his eyes. Lin Moyu shouted softly, and the 2 techniques, attribute concentration and strengthen army, were activated at the same time. The 2 states were opened at the same time, pushing Lin Moyu's power to the extreme. Soul power was rapidly consumed. The soul power of level E1 could last for a full 12 seconds, twice as long as before. However, Lin Moyu didn't need to worry about the time at all. As long as there were enough enemies to kill, the duration of the technique could be extended indefinitely. The attributes had been pushed to the maximum, and the level 93 soul caused Lin Moyu's attributes to also reach level 93. His mental energy broke through the 5 million mark, an increase of more than 70. The powerful mental strength caused the power of the technique to increase significantly. Lin Moyu continuously cast the technique with his left and right hands, throwing out bone fangs. He didn't need to lock on with his soul, nor did he need to aim. There were too many enemies in the city, he just needed to sweep continuously. The bone fangs, activated by 5 million mental energy, had a number of more than 200,000 after exploding, covering a large area. The speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it. Even Lin Moyu, observing with his level 93 soul power, could only see a faint blur. The space was like being cut by a sharp object. Although it hadn't cracked, it left countless traces. The attack of the bone fangs was close to level 96. Even if a level 95 dragon king came here, facing the bone fangs would be extremely difficult. The dragon race soldiers who had just flown up fell like rain. White bones appeared on their bodies one after another. The bone prison erupted along with the bone fangs, binding them tightly. Lin Moyu stood in mid-air, sweeping the entire city without leaving anyone behind. Notifications of receiving experience continuously popped up. Soul power continuously poured in, converting into the experience needed to level up. If this scene was seen by others, they would surely be dumbfounded. No one had ever been able to level up like this. Turning the dragon race city into his own leveling ground. Turning the dragon world into an instance. The dragon warlords were elite monsters, and the dragon kings were bosses. The dragon emperor was of course the biggest boss of this instance. In just a few short minutes, the dragons in the city suffered heavy casualties. The 2 great techniques, attribute concentration and strengthen army, Both had the effect of absorbing the enemy's soul and enhancing one's own soul level. Although the effect was not great, Lin Moyu killed too many. The soul level continued to advance, gradually reaching the limit of level 93. A dragon's roar sounded in the sky, and the Dragon Emperor crazily rushed over from a distance. Lin Moyu, you deserve to die. You're too late. Lin Moyu smiled lightly. From 10,000 meters away, Lin Moyu pointed his finger at the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's voice suddenly stopped, and his whole body went stiff. A bone prison appeared on the Dragon Emperor's body, and then a white light exploded, and the bone fangs exploded. The Dragon Emperor roared, and his whole body erupted with a terrifying law aura, blocking the attack of the bone fangs. However, Lin Moyu's attack this time was too sudden, catching the Dragon Emperor off guard, and causing him to be injured. The armor scales on his body were shattered, his hair was messy, and he looked extremely pathetic. Lin Moyu used 5 million mental power, combined with the 500 extra damage of strength and army, but could only cause external injuries to the Dragon Emperor. The lack of the law was a major weakness. It was fine against Dragon Kings, but not enough against the demigod Dragon Emperor. With this one blow, Lin Moyu also understood the limits of his skills. Looking at the Dragon King, Lin Moyu smirked and waved his hand. The wings of the undead vibrated, and Lin Moyu instantly disappeared without a trace. The Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank sharply. He had lost track of Lin Moyu again. Lin Moyu, you bastard, you coward, damn it. The Dragon Emperor shouted angrily, but Lin Moyu had long since left. Soul power was continuously supplied to the wings of the undead, and the speed of the wings of the undead was at its maximum. In a few short seconds, he flew tens of thousands of kilometers, almost crossing the dragon world. Lin Moyu appeared again in another city at an astonishing speed. He had no specific target, nor did he need one. He came here to slaughter, to avenge the blood of the human race that had been shed 1,000 years ago. The Divine Stone domain continuously rotated, absorbing the killing intent. Not disturbed by the killing intent, Lin Moyu always remained clear-headed. Facing the Dragon Emperor, he did not greedily continue to fight, hitting and running. Relying on the advantage of the wings of the undead, he cut off the soul lock, and immediately found a new city. The new city was not large, and there were not many dragons inside, but in Lin Moyu's sight, this city had many dragon race soldiers. This is a military city. Lin Moyu said lightly. His whole body appeared in the sky above the city, and immediately after, a terrifying white light covered the entire city. The city was filled with the aura of death. The bone fangs swept across the entire city with a sharp hiss. Large buildings collapsed one after another. The bone fangs pierced through them like piercing tofu. Even if they deliberately hid tens of meters deep underground, it was useless. The earth was torn apart, and the dragon race's defenses were almost broken in an instant. A large amount of soul power poured in, and the just consumed amount was quickly replenished. 2 minutes later, a huge aura came from a distance. He's fast this time. Lin Moyu had sensed the Dragon Emperor's aura from a distance. At the same time, a law shot over from tens of thousands of meters away. The law was very fast, but Lin Moyu was faster. The wings of the undead vibrated, and he instantly cut off the soul lock and disappeared without a trace. The law lost its target and missed. The law of stone, carrying a huge power like a meteorite, flattened a small mountain in the distance. The Dragon Emperor was so angry that he went crazy. Looking at the ruined city, he roared madly. Although the death of a few dragons was nothing to him, the dragon world was not big or small, and there were millions of dragons inside. The death of a few 100,000, or even a few million, would not threaten the dragon race. But no matter how many dragons there were, they could not withstand Lin Moyu's continuous slaughter. The news of Lin Moyu's slaughter of the city had spread throughout the dragon race. If this continued, it would inevitably cause the dragon race to lose confidence. He let out an unwilling roar, one after another. But it was still useless. The Dragon Emperor's eyes changed. He seemed to have made a major decision. He held the super bad level giant axe with both hands, then raised it high. Constantly chanting in his mouth, the dragon race is in danger. I ask the ancestors to descend. The dragon race is in danger. I ask the ancestors to descend. The Dragon Emperor kept repeating this sentence. His bloodline burned fiercely. And the phantom divine dragon behind him also became real. The giant axe glowed, and complex lines appeared on it. These lines formed a formation. The Dragon Emperor used his bloodline to activate the formation, and his face also turned pale accordingly. Activating the formation required a large amount of bloodline, which caused great harm to the Dragon Emperor this time. The formation was finally completed, emitting a dazzling light. In the light, a dragon's head appeared, a dragon's head that was entirely blue, exactly the same as the elemental dragon that Lin Moyu had seen before. An aura of the law emanated from its body, and the law also contained a strong personal will. This was an expert who had integrated the law into himself. The great dragon seemed to be sleeping soundly. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's call, it lazily opened its eyes and glanced at the Dragon Emperor. Mix, blood dragon. The words were full of contempt. This mix, blood dragon deeply stimulated the Dragon Emperor. But the Dragon Emperor did not dare to act up. On the contrary, he bowed respectfully and greeted the Lord. Speak, what is it? The elemental dragon was still lazy, his face full of contempt for the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor endured it. A monster has appeared in our place, posing a great threat to the dragon race. A monster? What kind of monster? The elemental dragon seemed to be interested, but only a little. The Dragon Emperor said, he is a level 81 human. What? A level 81 human? The elemental dragon cried out, his words even more contemptuous. What can a level 81 human do? He would die with just a breath. The elemental dragon said contemptuously, although you are only a mixed blood dragon, you are also a demigod. Moreover, you hold the great dragon axe and can exert almost infinite power of the super god level. You actually can't defeat a level 81 human. What qualifications does such a waste have to ask for help? The three words mix, blood dragon once again stimulated the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. It's not that I can't defeat him, but that he won't fight me. He has a skill, very fast, and can also cut off the soul lock. He keeps moving through the cities, carrying out massacres of the people in the cities. Every time I chase after him, he runs away. The elemental dragon laughed. Is there really such a thing? The Dragon Emperor said, I ask the Lord to help me eliminate him. We conquer cities, and seize land for the Patriarch Lord. Although we are just cannon fodder, we do not shy away from hardship. The elemental dragon waved his hand very impatiently. Alright, I know. I'll give you something, maybe it can solve him. The Dragon Emperor was very happy. Thank you, Lord. Although it didn't know what level the other party was, or even the other party's name, the Dragon Emperor knew that the other party was definitely stronger than him. The form of the great dragon was the second goal he pursued in his life. The first goal was of course to return to the ancestral divine dragon, but it was also clear that returning to the ancestral divine dragon was impossible. At most, it could only evolve into an elemental dragon. To evolve into an elemental dragon, it had to go to the dragon transformation pond. To go to the dragon transformation pond, it had to have enough merits. It came here with a mission. The goal was to eliminate the human race, to seize this world for its race, so that it could obtain merits. In this way, it could enter the dragon transformation pond, not only having the opportunity to evolve into an elemental dragon, but also to step into the super god level. 1,000 years ago, the human race and the demons joined forces to block its path. 1,000 years later, Lin Wei once again blocked its path. Moreover, this time after asking for help, even if it completed the mission, the merits would be greatly reduced. No matter what the reason, it hated Lin Moyu to the bone. If it didn't grind Lin Moyu's bones into dust, it couldn't quell the hatred in its heart. The formation on the giant axe was still operating, and a round J-like pearl emerged from the formation. This pearl looked a bit like Inter's dragon pearl. The abyss demons liked to use demon stones, while the dragon race liked to use dragon pearls. Of course, it was not a real dragon pearl, but a special material created according to the model of the dragon pearl. The Dragon Emperor took the dragon pearl and poured soul power into it, and immediately understood its effect. This pearl was called the space-locking pearl. A formation was recorded inside it, which could lock space, enough to imprison a demigod. Once you fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The Dragon Emperor revealed a cold smile, his killing intent soaring. Lin Moyu, you are dead for sure. Lin Moyu once again found his city. Lin Moyu found that the news of his coming to slaughter the dragon race's cities had spread widely. The defense formations of the cities had been activated. The dragons in the city were all ready to face the enemy. Lin Moyu glanced over and saw that there were many dragon race soldiers on the city wall, and warships had flown into the sky. The formation formed a shield, covering the entire city. He didn't feel the aura of a dragon king. This was also a city without a dragon king. Lin Moyu's scepter of rebirth was almost completely restored. If he had a few more dragon crystals, it could be completely restored. Although the dragon race had many dragon kings, they couldn't be in every city. It could only be said that Lin Moyu was unlucky and didn't meet them. Lin Moyu estimated that now the dragon kings also didn't dare to come and trouble him. Even the high-level dragon kings had been killed by him. No matter how many ordinary dragon kings there were, they were just coming to offer themselves as sacrifices. With a thought, the sky immediately turned dark. In the sky, dark clouds swirled as if another world was descending, faintly visible in the dark clouds. Inside the dark clouds, countless undead legions appeared. The bone dragons roar, breathing their dragon breath down on the formation. The headless horsemen activated their attack skills and desperately charged at the formation. The formation was immediately impacted and deformed. The berserkers, skeleton warriors, and the skeleton mages launched their attacks at the same time. The skeleton divine archers at the very back had drawn their bows, soul locking the dragons behind the formation. When the formation shattered, they would launch a fatal attack. The dragons in the city all changed their expressions. The timid ones were so scared that they sat on the ground trembling. Even the brave ones at this time were like facing a great disaster, their faces extremely ugly. Such a scene was indeed very scary. The formation could only hold on for a while, and even that time would not last long. In the city, the magic crystals were already operating at full capacity, but under the continuous attacks, the formation deformed quickly, looking like it was about to collapse. All the attack methods in the city had been deployed, but these attacks did not have a major impact on the Undead Legion. The number of the Undead Legion was too large, flooding everywhere, making people feel very desperate. In just over a minute, the formation shattered like glass. The skeleton divine archers who had been waiting for a long time immediately took action. Invisible arrows fell on the dragons, exploding in their souls. Countless dragons died in silence. Before they died, their eyes were wide open, looking extremely painful. The soul damage was much more painful than imagined. The dragon breath covered the entire city, and countless dragons in the dragon breath screamed and fell, their flesh and bones melted, and their souls burned, leaving only white skeletons. Many dragons did not expect that they would eventually die under the dragon breath, slaughtering the city. Lin Moyu's eyes were stern, looking at the tragic scene in the city without any sympathy or pity. Compared to the blood that the human race had shed, killing this many dragons was nothing, not even enough for interest. There was no pity or hatred in Lin Moyu's heart. At this time, he was very calm and rational. He knew what he was doing, and what he needed to do. If he could, he would wipe out the entire dragon race, leaving no one behind. As an invader, one must be prepared to be wiped out. There would be no prisoners, and the human race did not need prisoners. The dragon race was carrying out a futile resistance. The outcome was already set from the moment Lin Moyu appeared. 2 minutes later, another huge aura came from a distance. The Dragon Emperor had arrived. From the moment Lin Moyu appeared to the moment the Dragon Emperor arrived, it was only within 5 minutes. The Dragon Emperor's speed was fast enough, but he was still a step late. Lin Moyu saw the Dragon Emperor from a distance, and felt the soul lock. At the same time, he also saw a ball of light in the Dragon Emperor's hand. This ball of light gave Lin Moyu a sense of danger. Lin Moyu instinctively wanted to leave. Soul power surged, and the wings of the undead flapped violently, cutting off the soul lock. But Lin Moyu was surprised to find that he was still in the same place. The space seemed to have become extremely sticky, and he couldn't move in it. Not only him, but the Undead Legion was also trapped, and the collapsing buildings and debris all stopped in mid-air. It wasn't that time had stopped, but that the space seemed to have an extra layer of glue, sticking everything together. The crazy laughter of the Dragon Emperor sounded in his ear. Lin Moyu, you are dead for sure. The Dragon Emperor rushed over quickly. Lin Moyu found that its speed was also affected, but the effect was much less than on him. In the Dragon Emperor's hand, the pearl emitted a faint light, covering it. It was this pearl. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that the current situation was all caused by the pearl in the Dragon Emperor's hand. This pearl looked like a dragon pearl, constantly emitting light. There were formation lines on the surface, and at the same time, a strong aura of the law emanated from it. The law was very strong, seemingly surpassing the Dragon Emperor himself. Is this pearl new? Lin Moyu gasped in his heart. If the Dragon Emperor had had the pearl before, he would have used it long ago, not waiting until now. Lin Moyu used his soul power, and a purple thunder punishment god lightning shot out. The main buddy's actions were difficult, but it did not prevent him from releasing the thunder punishment god lightning. The purple thunder punishment god lightning, fused with the law of lightning, also became slow in space, flying through the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Dragon Emperor easily dodged the thunder punishment god lightning. Don't try to resist anymore. You are dead for sure. As he spoke, he raised his big axe, his eyes showing a bloodthirsty look, and he slashed at Lin Moyu. The big axe carried a terrifying power, combined with the Dragon Emperor's law of stone, and it poured down like a waterfall. Lin Moyu suddenly disappeared. Disappearing with Lin Moyu was also his Undead Legion. The big axe once again chopped into the empty space. The huge force fell on the city, making a loud explosion. Because the formation existed, the space was frozen, and the city began to disintegrate at an extremely slow speed. First cracks appear, and then it slowly shattered. The whole process was like a slow motion video, hundreds of times slower. The Dragon Emperor was stunned. Lin Moyu had disappeared again. Impossible, how could he escape? The Dragon Emperor was almost crazy. The previous escapes were acceptable, but this time the space was frozen. How could Lin Moyu still escape? This was unreasonable, too unreasonable. The light from the Dragon Pearl in the Dragon Emperor's hand gradually weakened, and the formation covering the heaven and earth dissipated. The space immediately returned to normal, and the entire city completely collapsed. The Dragon Emperor used his full strength in the slash, the power infinitely close to the super bad level, completely flattening the entire city. Originally, there were still some surviving dragons in this city, but now they all died in this slash. The Dragon Emperor confirmed that Lin Moyu was no longer here and roared madly again. All the armor scales on his body stood on end, and a phantom divine dragon appeared behind him, constantly roaring, the sound echoing through half of the dragon world. There was a smile in Antares' eyes. How does it feel to escape death? Seeing Lin Moyu in difficulty or failing, this guy was very happy. Nothing, I am used to it. Lin Moyu was really used to death. He didn't know how many times he had died. Even if the Dragon Emperor's slash had landed, it couldn't have killed him, so he wasn't afraid at all. It was just that Lin Moyu felt that it was meaningless for him to be a cannon fodder, so he activated Antares' dragon scale and left directly. Lin Moyu frowned. What's that thing in the Dragon Emperor's hand? He knew for sure that Antares had seen it. Antares said, "It's a formation pearl." Formation pearl. Lin Moyu looked puzzled. Antares said, "The formation pearl records a formation, which can be activated with soul power to directly set up the formation." Lin Moyu asked, "Was the formation just now a space formation?" "It's not a space formation at all. With that kind of mix, blood dragon, is it worthy?" Antares looked disdainful. Lin Moyu felt that he had really overestimated the Dragon Emperor. A guy who had only reached the demigod realm, how could he touch the peak of the law of space? Antares said, "It just used the formation in the formation pearl to freeze space. There are many types of laws that can achieve this level, such as the law of water, the law of gravity, which are I don't know how much worse than the law of space. Moreover, its formation pearl was also borrowed from others." Lin Moyu wondered, borrowed from others? Is there anything strange about that? Antares asked back, "There's nothing strange about it. They are just mixed blood dragons, just like the abyss demons, just cannon fodder." Cannon fodder. If they can't fight, they ask their superiors for help. What's strange about that? Lin Moyu asked. Lilith had said, "Behind the abyss demons is the demon race. Then behind the Dragon Emperor must be the dragon race. Isn't that your race?" Antares denied Lin Moyu's words. "You are not very accurate. In fact, Lilith only knows a very small part." Lin Moyu stared at Antares. "Please listen to the details. Since you have asked sincerely, I will tell you with compassion. The demon race has two major branches. One is the hell demons, the other is the abyss demons. There are also some small branches that are not worth mentioning. Lillian belongs to the abyssal demon realm, but she is merely cannon fodder, born and raised in a fragmented world," Antares explained. "She possesses a half-human bloodline. If the orthodox demons were to discover it, she would face certain death. Our dragon clan is even more complex. First, we are ranked by bloodline, then divided into different factions. The mixed blood dragons here belong to a branch of the elemental dragons. To be more specific, they are a sub-branch of the stone dragons. In any case, you'll understand when you reach the great world. It's no great secret." Just by listening, Lin Moyu could sense the vastness of the great world. The dragon world and the abyssal world, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, were considered mere world fragments. His own world, though complete, was just a small world. According to Antares, it was even smaller than that because it had not yet truly entered the great world and undergone the baptism of its laws. It was like an egg still in its incubation stage. If it truly entered the great world, the structure of the small world would undergo a massive change, expanding its size tenfold. Of course, with such benefits came the dangers of the great world. In the great world, many worlds of weaker races were destroyed for various reasons. These reasons could be an experiment by a powerful being or the aftershocks of a battle between powerhouses. The great world was both magnificent and perilous. After understanding its harshness and immensity, Lin Moyu was filled with a longing for it. He was determined to step out one day and witness its splendid scenery. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there a way to deal with the formation in the Dragon Emperor's hands? It's just a trashy formation. There are countless ways to deal with it. This dragon just needs to lift a finger." Stop. Lin Moyu interrupted Antares' self-satisfied monologue. "I'm just asking, can you intervene?" Antares shook its head. "It seems I can't." "Well, it's not that I absolutely can't. If this dragon wanted to break my promise, I could still force my hand." "Then what were you just talking about?" Lin Moyu shot at a glare. "I'm asking if I have a way to deal with the formation." Antares shook his head again. Your strength is still too weak. If you had the power of a half-step super god, you could use laws to counter it. Even if you couldn't completely nullify the formation's effects, it would at least be enough for you to fight the Dragon Emperor on even terms. Not like now, where you have no choice but to flee back. More useless talk. If I were at the half-step super god realm, why would I need to go through all this trouble? I would have killed the Dragon Emperor long ago. Among his peers, Lin Moyu had never feared anyone, always choosing the path of annihilation. Besides that, is there no other way? Lin Moyu asked. And Tears tilted its head and thought. There was no better way. After all, the formation was super god level, just like the giant axe in the Dragon Emperor's hand, and it perfectly countered him. The Dragon Emperor was only a half-step super god, so he could only wield this super god level weapon to near super god effect. As long as Lin Moyu reached the half-step super god realm, he could contend with it. Lin Moyu pondered, I want to try one more time. And Tears was surprised. You really won't give up? I have an idea. I'll try once more. If it doesn't work, I'll give up. And Tears was a bit helpless. Alright, then try again. It wasn't worried about Lin Moyu's safety. With its dragon scale, the formation couldn't trap him. And Tears once again sent Lin Moyu into the dragon world. Lin Moyu concealed his aura, unfurled his undead wings, and flew into the distance. Soon, a city appeared in his sight, medium-sized city, neither large nor small, with a modest population of dragons. The city's defensive formation was already active. Lin Moyu's disappearance didn't mean he had left. The Dragon Emperor had ordered all cities to remain vigilant and to contact him immediately upon spotting Lin Moyu. The sky darkened as the Undead Legion, carrying an aura of destruction, charged toward the city. Loud alarms blared as all the dragons saw the dense army of undead swarming towards them. Their faces turned pale with horror. The undead army blotted out the sky, launching an assault on the city's protective formation. In just 1 minute, the formation shattered, followed by a bloody massacre. 2 minutes later, the Dragon Emperor appeared in the distance, the formation pearl in his hand glowing. The formation activated, instantly enveloping a vast area with a radius of 100 kilometers. Space became vicus, and everyone and everything felt trapped in mud, struggling to move. The Dragon Emperor, however, stood still, not seeing Lin Moyu anywhere. There was only the Undead Legion, with no sign of him. As he was wondering what was happening, the Undead Legion also vanished. The Dragon Emperor hovered in mid-air, a little hesitant and confused. Qingsheng City was damaged, but not completely destroyed. About half of the dragons inside had survived, though all were heavily injured. But injuries were not a problem. As long as they were not dead, even the most severe wounds could be healed. A few minutes later, he received another report. Lin Moyu had appeared in a large city thousands of kilometers away, and was attacking it. Without a second thought, the Dragon Emperor rushed over. When he arrived, the formation was already broken, many buildings had collapsed, and skeletal dragons were rampaging, breathing dragon fire. The dragons in the city were screaming in agony, dying one after another. The formation pearl activated once more, imprisoning the Undead Legion, and stopping the battle, but again, there was no sign of Lin Moyu. A few seconds later, the Undead Legion vanished before his eyes, leaving only a devastated city. Lin Moyu, the Dragon Emperor, gritted his teeth so hard they bled. He had figured out Lin Moyu's strategy. Lin Moyu was hiding, using only his Undead Legion to attack, clearly avoiding a direct confrontation. As the Dragon Emperor was contemplating a counter-strategy, he received another report. Lin Moyu had reappeared, attacking the small city, whose defenses had been breached earlier. By the time the Dragon Emperor arrived, the partially damaged city had been completely annihilated. The surviving dragons from the previous attack had all been slaughtered. And Tears watched Lin Moyu intently, seeing through his plan. Lin Moyu was hundreds of kilometers away, remotely controlling the Undead Legion, perfectly avoiding the Dragon Emperor and any direct conflict. He would even circle back to attack another city, like cleaning up leftovers, making his movements unpredictable. Lin Moyu had no specific target, he acted on a whim, striking wherever he went. Sometimes he would cross tens of thousands of kilometers, other times he would stop after just a few thousand. City after city fell under Lin Moyu's assault. The powerful defensive formations of the Dragon Clan's cities couldn't hold long against his Undead Legion. Once the formation was breached, the city faced a massacre. And Lin Moyu, the commander of it all, was nowhere to be seen. Soon, the entire dragon world was in chaos. All dragons were gripped by fear. A single person had brought a world to its knees. Mixed blood dragons are indeed just mixed blood dragons. A bunch of weaklings, and Tears mused. This kid is having a blast killing them. But this shouldn't be done in silence. Faith, one of the fundamental powers of the human race, might be able to help you. And Tears gently lifted its claw as if about to sneeze, and exhaled streams of laws. These streams of laws merged with the heavens and earth and vanished. The next moment, countless images suddenly appeared in the human world. These images, like projections, appeared in the sky, covering nearly every corner of the human realm. The human world was vast, with a population of over 1 billion. However, the land they inhabited accounted for less than 10 of the entire world, at least 90 was ocean. Now, and Tears used a secret art to broadcast all of Lin Moyu's actions to the human world. A hero should not be unsung. A hero's deeds must be known to all. Divine General Lin is in the dragon world fighting for the human race, and tears his voice, along with the images, spread throughout the human world. The images showed Lin Moyu commanding his undead legion to attack dragon cities. City after city fell, inflicting heavy losses on the dragon clan. After watching for a while, the people finally understood what Lin Moyu was doing. The entire world erupted in an uproar. No one could have imagined that Lin Moyu alone could charge into the dragon world and assault their cities. This had never happened in human history. No one had even dared to think about it. Divine General Lin is actually slaughtering dragons in their own world. That's the Dragon Emperor. He's an incredibly powerful existence. Is Divine General Lin in danger? In the Imperial Palace of Shajing City, the ruler Dongfeng Yai also saw and heard Antares' projections and words. As the ruler and a god-level powerhouse, he knew far more than the average person. He almost instantly analyzed the situation and made a judgment. Several orders were issued from the Imperial Palace with astonishing speed, spreading throughout the nation. The Shenjia Empire began to operate with incredible efficiency. Information about the Dragon Clan started to be widely publicized. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan had invaded the human world. They had massacred human cities and killed their people. The number of deaths at their hands was no less than 1 million. Human blood had once stained the earth, all because of the Dragon Clan. For 1,000 years, since the dragons were driven out, the humans' hatred for them had faded. But now, through a propaganda campaign, people realized they had a deep-seated feud with the dragons. Many cities had been destroyed. Millions of humans had died under their claws. Not only killed, but many had also become food for the dragons, devoured alive and torn apart. The hatred for the Dragon Clan was now truly etched into their hearts. People began to understand and support Lin Moyu's actions. Even those who initially disagreed with his slaughter of cities gradually came to support him. This feud could not be described as a simple matter of life and death. It had reached an irreconcilable point, where no prisoners could be taken. Whichever side had the opportunity would surely annihilate the other. Only one side could survive, the other had to be destroyed. The people were both worried for Lin Moyu, and supportive of him. Not everyone, but at least more than half of the human race stood with him. The power of faith began to gather, forming a miraculous energy that traveled through space to Lin Moyu. And Tears immediately sensed this power, and whispered, "What a miraculous power. It's not a law, but it can contend with loss. How amazing. Why can't our Dragon Clan use this power? What a pity. If billions of dragons could unite as one, how could we have ended up like this?" And Tears sighed with endless emotion, its eyes filled with envy and a hint of disappointment in its own race. The power of faith was truly wondrous, like that of the Yanghua Kingdom or the Jinji Kingdom. Despite their weak national strength and sometimes unreliable people, they also possessed the power of faith. Divine ideals were a product of this power. Among the countless races in the Great World, only a few possessed this power, but only the human race could truly utilize it. Lin Moyu felt a warm current flowing into his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable. This energy eventually converged in his soul world, was digested by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, and then transformed into pure, unadulterated soul power, nourishing his soul self. After a while, both his soul power and soul level increased. Lin Moyu felt himself inching closer to level 94, and his soul power converted into a massive amount of experience. He had just reached level 81 a few days ago, and now he was about to level up again. And Tears' voice suddenly echoed in Lin Moyu's soul. "How is it? How does the power of faith feel?" "The power of faith?" Lin Moyu asked strangely. "Isn't that something only divine ideals need? You need to broaden your horizons, don't be so short-sighted. The power of faith is a very good thing. It's one of the fundamental powers of your human race. Feel it well. They say the power of faith is miraculous. I can't help you with this." And Tears' words carried a hint of jealousy. It truly couldn't help. "Who said the Dragon Clan doesn't have the power of faith?" "I know you helped me," Lin Moyu said. "How did you do it?" "I just widely publicized what you did in the Dragon world. After all your hard work, you can't remain an unsung hero. Besides, you don't need to be a hidden figure. That kid Dongfeng Yai is also very smart. He helped you out. Plus, your own prestige is already very high. So, everyone's reverence for you transformed into faith, into the power of faith." It sounded reasonable. And it was true. If not for Lin Moyu's already high prestige among the humans, with the reputation of Divine General Lin spreading far and wide, it wouldn't have been so easy to the power of faith. So it was all a natural progression. And Tears merely gave a little push, coupled with Dongfeng Yai's assistance. As for what benefits the power of faith could bring Lin Moyu, only he himself would know. His undead wings flared, and Lin Moyu vanished once more. In a city hundreds of kilometers away that had been destroyed, the undead legion also disappeared with him. The faint, furious roar of the Dragon Emperor could be heard. Lin Moyu continued his plan, employing guerrilla tactics against the Dragon Clan. Unable to find Lin Moyu's true body, the Dragon Emperor was forced to order all dragons to gather together. Only then could he thwart Lin Moyu's hit and run strategy. With his intelligence, he couldn't think of any other way. The dragons acted swiftly. With teleportation formations between cities, they quickly assembled at the central Dragon Imperial City. Fortunately, the Imperial City was large enough to accommodate the entire dragon population without major issues. If there wasn't enough space, they could build camps outside the city. Lin Moyu stood outside a city, a look of suspicion in his eyes. The formation was still active, but there wasn't a single dragon inside. A glint appeared in his eyes. He had guessed the Dragon Clan's move. It wasn't a brilliant method, but it was very practical. They must have all gone to the Imperial City. Once the dragons were concentrated, Lin Moyu knew his guerrilla tactics had failed. His path to leveling up in the dragon world was cut off for now. He checked his experience, level 81, 95 experience. He was just 5 away from leveling up. The thought made him a little unwilling to give up. Just 5 short. I'll go to the Imperial City for one last battle. Maybe I can kill a few more Dragon Kings. The Scepter of Rebirth was also just a little short of being fully repaired. This was another reason, besides leveling up, why Lin Moyu didn't want to quit. Lin Moyu flew towards the center of the dragon world. The Dragon Imperial City was there, where the Dragon Emperor's palace was located. The power of faith continued to flow in, gathering like a warm stream. His soul level increased bit by bit, slowly but steadily. The feeling was like the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, incredibly solid. Besides enhancing his soul, he had not yet discovered other uses for the power of faith. If it was one of the fundamental powers of the human race, it surely had more than just this effect. Lin Moyu knew the human race and tears mentioned referred to the humans of the Great World. In the Great World, the human race was a major power no less than the demons or the Dragon Clan. If the power of faith could become one of our race's fundamental powers, it must have something special about it. As Lin Moyu was flying, the human world was in an uproar. The dragon cities are empty. Where did the dragons go? It seems Divine General Lin knows where they went. I know. The dragons must be scared of Divine General Lin's tactics. They've gathered together, too afraid to be separated. Haha, Divine General Lin alone has pushed the Dragon Clan into such a corner. He's amazing. Oh my god, look, so many dragons. This city is magnificent. The dragon statue in the center is thousands of meters tall. This must be the Dragon Imperial City. On the screen, a horrifying scene appeared. Millions of dragons were gathered in one city. Inside and outside the city, in the sky, and on the ground, it was packed with dragons. They built camps outside the city, clearly preparing for a long stay. As long as Lin Moyu was alive, they wouldn't dare return to their homes, where they risked being picked off one by one. Lin Moyu arrived outside the Dragon Imperial City, concealed his aura, and hid dozens of kilometers away. The Dragon Imperial City had stood in the dragon world for over 1,000 years. It was an incredibly magnificent city, with beautiful architecture inside. The dragon statue, at least 3,000 meters tall, stood proudly in the city center. The statue's form resembled the Dragon Emperor. No, it wasn't just similar, it was the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sneer. Such a narcissist. Lin Moyu observed the Imperial City from a distance. The city had no defensive formation. It was unclear if it hadn't been activated or if it simply didn't have one. He couldn't even see a single magic crystal. Perhaps they were too confident, but it made sense. If the battle had reached the Imperial City, what use would a defensive formation be? Wasn't that the current situation? The Dragon Clan had been forced to this point. A formation would only delay the inevitable. Lin Moyu maintained a distance of dozens of kilometers, hiding in the shadows, circling the Imperial City to observe. After several skirmishes, he had gathered a lot of information about the formation through his undead legion. He had deliberately scattered his undead far and wide, intentionally placing some units far from the battlefield to measure the formation's coverage. Through multiple tests, Lin Moyu had determined that the formation's range was exactly 100 kilometers. He saw the Dragon Emperor in the Imperial City, at its very center, sitting on an exquisite throne atop the central dragon statue. With the Dragon Emperor as the center, as long as he stayed outside a 50-kilometer radius, he could avoid the formation. The Imperial City itself had a diameter of no more than 40 kilometers. The formation, besides covering the city, could only affect an area 10 kilometers outside its walls. Lin Moyu began to formulate an attack plan. Antares publicly projected the image of the Dragon Imperial City. All humans saw the scene and worried for Lin Moyu. Will Divine General Lin be in danger? There are millions of dragons here. And look, in the sky, that's the Dragon Emperor, isn't it? He looks terrifying. Beside the Dragon Emperor, there are so many Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings are stronger than our god-level experts. Divine General Lin must be careful. Divine General, if you can't do it, Just retreat. You've already done enough to make the dragons suffer. That's right, you've done more than enough. You're not alone. We can fight with you. Countless people silently prayed for Lin Moyu, while others were fired up, wanting to fight alongside him against the dragons. The faith of the human race was ignited once more, their morale was not lost, and they did not fear a bloody battle. After circling twice, Lin Moyu had a rough plan. He began to retreat, moving back over 100 kilometers, completely disappearing from the sight of the dragons in the Imperial City. Only then did his undead legion appear. At his command, the entire legion dispersed, forming a circle with a 200-kilometer diameter, surrounding the Imperial City. Lin Moyu himself remained hidden over 100 kilometers away, controlling the battle through the legion's vision. Ever since completing his third job advancement at level 70, he was no longer limited by the distance he could control his undead. Perhaps there was still a limit, but he hadn't found it yet. Even from over 100 kilometers away, he could command them freely. There was an invisible link between them that neither laws nor formations could easily block. It was just like when his undead legion was trapped by the formation filled with laws. He could recall them with a single thought, without any difficulty. The entire undead legion was in position. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, his soul power flowing slowly. This was a fierce battle that belonged solely to the undead legion. He was the commander hidden behind the scenes. The undead legion began to move. 400 skeletal dragons swooped down from the sky, followed by the headless knights, and then the vast army of skeletons. A few elemental banshees were mixed in the ranks, providing auras to boost damage. The banshees' auras weren't very effective against the dragon generals, but they worked well against dragons below level 70. Lin Moyu divided his legion into 10 groups to surround the Imperial City, each with about 30,000 troops. The first groups to engage were on the east and south sides of the city. Alarms blared, and all the dragons' attention was focused on the undead legion. They actually dared to come. The dragon emperor shot up from his throne, his killing intent flaring. In an instant, a gale raged in the sky, and the phantom of a giant divine dragon appeared. And Tears secretly chuckled. A mix, blood is still a mix, blood. You just don't get it. You can't even imagine how overpowered that kid's skills are. He has complete control over the tempo of this battle. Just wait to be worn down by him. And Tears observed the entire battle, understanding Lin Moyu's skills perfectly. At this pace, even if they fought for a year and a half, the undead legion wouldn't suffer a single casualty. Lin Moyu was exploiting the time difference and the revival properties of his skills, dividing his forces to fight and controlling the tempo so that his legion remained lossless. On the other hand, after a few clashes, the dragon clan's casualties had already exceeded 100,000. The massive number of dragon deaths converted into a huge amount of experience. A white light enveloped Lin Moyu as he officially stepped into level 82. His soul power increased significantly. Time to move another skill core. Time for some torment. Lin Moyu smiled. He knew he was about to get 2 more stellar grade skill cores. When a skill core becomes a star, it evolves from a normal skill into a stellar grade spell. Although it couldn't carry laws, it was much stronger than a normal skill. Moreover, Lin Moyu was looking forward to seeing if he could form a multi-star spell. As long as he could reach a 5-star spell, even without carrying laws, it would become incredibly powerful. The longer the battle dragged on, the more the Dragon Emperor felt something was wrong. The Dragon Clan's casualties were mounting. No matter how he arranged his forces, even if the dragons didn't charge out and only the high-level Dragon Kings fought, it was useless. These undead would bypass the Dragon Kings and desperately charge forward. A few times, the Dragon Emperor was tempted to act. Once he activated the formation, he would be the only one who could move within it. He would have to deal with the undead legion himself. This didn't seem like a good solution. But if he didn't act, the Dragon Clan's casualties would only grow. Now, it wasn't just one high-level Dragon King fighting, several others had joined, but they still couldn't completely stop the undead legion from attacking the ordinary dragons. The legion was like waves of the sea, relentless and unending. This can't go on. I must find Lin Moyu, the Dragon Emperor thought. He ordered all Dragon Kings to deal with the undead legion and try to minimize the casualties among the ordinary dragons. He then shot out like a bolt of lightning, searching for Lin Moyu's whereabouts. He knew Lin Moyu wouldn't be too far, he had to be nearby. The moment the Dragon Emperor moved, the smile on Lin Moyu's lips widened, finally taking the bait. The first direction the Dragon Emperor searched was wrong, but on his way, he encountered a few skeletons. Seeing them, he immediately understood. So that's how it is. He knew why the undead legion was attacking from all directions. It was Lin Moyu's deliberate act, having them move to designated positions before attacking to conceal his own location. Believing he had grasped Lin Moyu's plan, the Dragon Emperor followed the skeleton's path in reverse. He felt Lin Moyu must be there, it couldn't be wrong. But the result was still a miss. At that moment, above the Imperial City, Lin Moyu suddenly appeared. 2 towering, Level 93 Skeleton Kings materialize in mid-air. Two powerful spells, Might of the Strong and Gathering Force, were cast simultaneously, instantly pushing all their stats to the peak. Lin Moyud and the Skeleton Kings swung their longswords, simultaneously aiming at the ordinary Dragon Kings and unleashing God's slaying slash. 3 sword lights flashed in succession, instantly killing several ordinary Dragon Kings. The entire sequence was as smooth as flowing water, incredibly fast. The moment the Dragon Kings died, nearby skeletons moved in to retrieve the dragon orbs. Lin Moyu pointed at the nearest high-level Dragon King, and a purple Divine Thunder immediately shot out not 1, but 3 consecutive bolts. The purple Divine Thunder, carrying a half-step super god-level attack, descended, turning an area of several thousand meters into a sea of lightning. The high-level Dragon King was blasted to charcoal amidst a tragic scream, killed in an instant. With a flap of his undead wings, Lin Moyu appeared beside the high-level Dragon King and snatched the dragon crystal. The skeletons had also retrieved the dragon orbs. At top speed, Lin Moyu stored the dragon crystals in a storage space. It all took just 1 second. His movements were executed with extreme speed, as if rehearsed countless times. Indeed, Lin Moyu had simulated the entire process in his mind over and over. Just as he finished, space suddenly became thick and viscous, and all movements ceased. Lin Moyu, you deserve to die. The Dragon Emperor, enraged to the extreme, charged forward like a madman, raising his axe to strike. Lin Moyu smirked. Behind him were many dragons, and the Dragon Imperial City. If this axe fell, tens of thousands of dragons would die, and more than half of the Imperial City would be destroyed. The Dragon Emperor had clearly lost his mind. All he wanted now was to kill Lin Moyu. Who would have thought that in the brief moment he was gone, at a single second, the Dragon Clan would pay such an unimaginable price? The Dragon Emperor realized he had fallen into a trap, lured away by Lin Moyu. All of Lin Moyu's previous actions were to draw him out. But he hadn't realized it, and had walked right into it. Now, with only 1 second of his absence, his mind was filled with a single thought: kill Lin Moyu. Hack Lin Moyu into 1,000 pieces. Lin Moyu looked at the nearly insane Dragon Emperor, and with a thought, activated Antares' Dragon Scale. The Dragon Emperor's attack missed its target again. The immense power of the laws crashed down. Indeed, many dragons behind Lin Moyu were annihilated by that power. Then, the giant axe struck the Imperial City, and a large section of it collapsed into ruins. The Dragon Emperor's eyes bled as he stood in mid-air. He knew Lin Moyu had escaped again, disappearing without a trace, using the same unknown method as before. The Dragon Emperor roared like a madman again, ceaselessly, but no matter how loud he roared, even if he shook the heavens, it was useless. Amidst his roars, he continuously swung his axe at the sky, tearing space and creating dark rifts. This scene fell into the eyes of all humans, who felt that the Dragon Emperor had truly gone mad, pushed to the brink by Lin Moyu. The projection also ended at this point, disappearing as Lin Moyu left. Divine General Lin is too awesome. I think the Dragon Emperor is about to lose it. This time, at least 100,000 dragons died, and 5 Dragon Kings. The Dragon Clan suffered heavy losses, but compared to our human blood feud, it's nothing. If I had Divine General Lin's strength, I would also charge into the Dragon world and annihilate them. Not just the Dragon Clan. The abyssal demons can't be spared either. What Lin Moyu didn't expect was that Antares' broadcast had thoroughly ignited the morale of the human race. Countless people took Lin Moyu as their role model, their goal, and many more became his devoted fans. The power of faith intensified, continuously flowing to Lin Moyu. Antares looked at Lin Moyu with a sly grin. You know, that makes Blood Dragon is about to go crazy. Lin Moyu shook his head. He won't go crazy. If he went crazy that easily, he wouldn't be worthy of being the Dragon Emperor. You've leveled up again. Are you ready for another round of torment? Antares grinned, seemingly itching to try its hand again. Lin Moyu took out the Scepter of Rebirth and the 5 dragon crystals he had just obtained. Let's repair this first. Among them, one looked different, wrapped in laws. It was the dragon crystal of the high-level Dragon King. Antares whispered, that won't be enough to fix it. The Scepter of Rebirth shone brightly, especially the core of life at its tip, which glowed even more brilliantly. The core of life continuously absorbed the dragon crystals, its form becoming more complete, and the aura of laws upon it growing denser. Just as the core of life was about to be fully repaired, he suddenly heard Antares' words. Lin Moyu found it strange. Why do you say that? Antares chuckled. You have to know what this thing is made of. Just relying on the dragon crystals of mixed bloods is far from enough. Lin Moyu looked at the core of life, then at the slyly smiling Antares. This thing is related to you, isn't it? Of course, Antares said matter-of-factly. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Moyu pressed. You didn't ask. You clearly knew. I didn't know. You definitely knew. I really didn't know. The two went back and forth, but Antares would never admit it was its fault. Since it had come to this, Lin Moyu didn't want to waste more words. Then tell me, how can I fix it? No rush, we'll talk later. Let it absorb first. The core of life devoured the dragon crystals one by one. The repair continued, but the speed grew slower and slower, until the last one, the high-level Dragon King's crystal, was completely absorbed. The core of life looked repaired, but Lin Moyu knew there was still a tiny crack running through it. Proportionally, it was 99 repair, just missing the final piece. But that tiny piece could greatly affect the core of life. The aura of laws emanating from it was also incomplete. For a mythical grade weapon, even the slightest flaw was unacceptable. And Tears chuckled. See? I told you it couldn't be fixed. Can you tell me now? Lin Moyu said, annoyed. And Tears chuckled again. Dragon crystals can indeed repair this. But the grade of these mixed-blood dragon crystals is too low. Even high-level Dragon Kings is useless, unless you get the Dragon Emperors. Otherwise, no matter how many you have, it will only get you this far. It can be mended, but not fully repaired. Get to the point. Lin Moyu cut off Tears' rambling. Tears huffed. This kid has no patience. It's actually very simple. Because this thing was made from a piece of my dragon scale. Lin Moyu's eyes widened. Made from your scale. What's the problem with that? With my level, using a single scale to make a mythical grade weapon is a gross underutilization of my talent. Back then, if it weren't for this. Tears trailed off, unwilling to speak of many things from the past, perhaps holding some secrets it didn't want to reveal. As it spoke, Tears breathed a stream of dragon breath onto the scepter of rebirth. The scepter immediately erupted in a light several times more brilliant than before. Amidst the light, a faint dragon's roar could be heard, but it was very weak, almost inaudible unless one listened carefully. Lin Moyu felt that Tears was trying to hide something, deliberately erasing its own aura. This was why Lin Moyu hadn't initially thought it was related to Tears. After all, the scepter of rebirth appeared before the Dragon Clan's descent, so it shouldn't have much to do with them. At the time, Lin Moyu found it a bit odd but didn't think too deeply. Now he knew it was connected to Tears. Under Tears' dragon breath, the final crack on the core of life was finally filled. The scepter of rebirth was fully restored, the mythical grade weapon once belonging to the god of life, revived. The brilliant light carried an aura of laws that shut into the sky. Lin Moyu could feel its power. Mythical grade weapons belonged to high-level gods or divine spirits. They possessed immense power on their own. Although those at level 90 and above could wield them, to truly unleash their might, one needed to reach at least level 96 and be able to control laws. An inspection spell flew out, and Lin Moyu checked the Scepter of Rebirth's attributes. Scepter of Rebirth grade, mythical exclusive to the God of Life attributes, all stats 500,000 skills, 1. Light of Life and Death, can heal or attack a target. 2. Resurrection, can regenerate a divine body and heal the soul. After being repaired, its attributes had improved, and its skills had changed. The Light of Life and Light of Death had merged into one, becoming the Light of Life and Death. Whether to grant life or death, to save or to kill, was all within the user's single thought. It also gained the Resurrection skill. This skill gave Lin Moyu hope. The gods who were heavily injured and sleeping from the Great War seemed to have a chance. Tears promptly poured cold water on his hopes. Don't get your hopes up. This skill can only be used when you become the god of light. For now, dead gods are dead, and sleeping ones are sleeping. Even if some god gets the Scepter of Rebirth, it would take 100 or 200 years to become the god of life, unless they have the help of the world's will. But the world's will itself is currently dormant. It's better than no hope at all, Lin Moyu retorted. At least now he saw a glimmer of hope, much better than the previous bleakness. You used your dragon scale to make the Scepter of Rebirth. Why does it have the Law of Light? Lin Moyu sensed the aura of laws from the scepter. He was quite familiar with it, having felt it clearly before, even coming close to possessing it. What level am I at? Tears said dismissively. What's so strange about understanding a bit of the Law of Light? Otherwise, how do you think Jen Ye was resurrected? Lin Moyu accepted this explanation. Tears' level was indeed beyond his comprehension. After sensing the law's aura for a moment, he put the scepter away. Now, let's get down to business. Lin Moyu sat cross-legged, his soul power surging into his skill space. Tears' eyes also grew excited, ready to sharpen its claws. In the human world, after the live broadcast ended, new orders quickly came from the center of power. The Shenxia Empire received the orders and swiftly entered a state of high alert, preparing for battle. They had to guard against a retaliatory attack from the Dragon Clan. Lin Moyu's actions had not only caused serious losses to the dragons but had also slapped them in the face. It was not impossible for the enraged Dragon Clan to launch an attack on the humans. In the primordial battlefield, the atmosphere in the cities grew tense. The all-seeing demon eyes spawned ceaselessly, observing the entire battlefield. With them, It was nearly impossible for the Dragon Clan to launch a sneak attack. During this time, Lin Moyu's exploits had spread far and wide, not just in the Shangxia Empire but in other nations as well. Throughout the human world, Lin Moyu had become the #1 idol, second to none. Everyone looked up to him as a role model, hoping to become the next Lin Moyu. At the same time, the Dragon Clan's actions from 1,000 years ago were added to textbooks, becoming common knowledge. The human race realized they had such a tragic and bloody history. Everyone's fighting spirit sword, and they strove to improve. Leveled AE2. Soul power increased significantly again. Lin Moyu entered his skill space, once again feeling an abundance of strength. He knew he could move 2 more skill cores this time. There were currently 19 skill cores left in the skill space. As his level increased, the amount of soul power he gained with each level would also grow stronger. Along with the continuous increase in his soul level, the same amount of soul power could exert greater force. Lin Moyu was confident he could move all these skill cores out before level 90, leaving none behind. If he could do it even earlier, that would be better. After moving all the skill cores, he still had to visit the most mysterious world of talents. The 3 great talents were even more important than the skill cores. Lin Moyu absolutely could not neglect them. Once he reached the god level, the gateway to the talent world would shrink, making it much harder to extract and fuse talents with his soul. So all of this had to be completed before level 90. Level 90 was called the god level, arguably the first true metamorphosis. All the work before was to lay the foundation for this first transformation. The stronger the foundation, the further one could go in the future. To build a skyscraper, how could one do without a solid foundation? Lin Moyu understood this well, so he didn't dare to be careless in any step. The first skill core was moved out smoothly and brought into the soul world. Soul power desperately poured in, and his soul itself quickly became empty. The feeling wasn't pleasant, but Lin Moyu was long used to it. He didn't mind at all. When the first wave of soul power was depleted, Lin Moyu uttered the words Antares had been waiting for. "I am ready. Time for me to make my move," Antares said with a grin. Lin Moyu shot a sideways glance, as if it hadn't already been making moves. Antares laughed heartily. "I'm just thinking about how to kill you this time. Anyway is fine. Just hurry up, you limp-legged dragon." "I told you not to call me a limp-legged dragon," Lin Moyu said irritably. "This time, I've decided to kill you with laws," Antares declared, its killing intent surging. It exhaled a puff of hot air carrying the intense law of the fire element, possessing super god level damage. The law of the fire element enveloped Lin Moyu, turning into a raging inferno. The undead legion collapsed in an instant. Under the brimming of the law, the undead legion died twice in succession. The flames disappeared, followed by a raging wind. The law of wind entered Lin Moyu's body and then exploded from within. Antares had precise control. After 2 law attacks, it perfectly triggered Lin Moyu's full rebirth talent. Amidst a purple light, Lin Moyu began to pour his second wave of soul power into the skill core. "Are you still planning to go to the dragon world?" Antares asked. Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, it won't be very effective anymore. Let's leave it at that for now." "So what's next?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "I'm planning to visit the abyssal demons. The dragon clan has had its turn. The demons can't be spared." Antares was a bit confused. "Aren't you cooperating with Lillian?" Lin Moyu explained. "My cooperation is with her personally, not with the abyssal demons. Besides, she's already willing to sacrifice her race. If I kill a few, she won't mind. She might even hope I kill more. Perhaps she'll act like the Dragon Emperor and come out to stop me, but that will just be for show." Lin Moyu spoke with confidence. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lillian, he could analyze some of her behavioral patterns. Lillian had no affection for the demons, at least not in the way he felt for the human race. Lillian had half human blood, which she cared about and loathed. But she grew up in the abyssal demon world, and her demon bloodline gave her great power, so her feelings were very complex. At the same time, Lillian was very ambitious. She was unwilling to be someone else's pawn and wanted to find every way to break free. To cooperate with him, to escape the fate of being a pawn, she could sacrifice the abyssal demons, sacrifice this entire world fragment, just to break free from the control of the demon clan, and become a free individual. "Lillian is a person with great vision and ambition," Lin Moyu said softly. "If she can escape control, her future achievements will not be low." Perhaps from spending too much time with Antares, he now had a sort of lofty mindset. In the abyss, Demon impressed Lillian also received news of Lin Moyu wreaking havoc in the dragon world. After getting the details, she couldn't help but smile. She leaned lazily on her demon throne, taking a sip of dragon's blood wine, letting the fresh red blood trickle down the corner of her mouth. "Growing up so fast. You truly haven't disappointed this Empress. The stronger you are, the more likely my plan is to succeed. I can understand your thoughts. After finishing with the dragon clan, it's our abyss's turn, right?" Should I send some heads over for you? Her gaze fell down. What do you think, little Nana? The succubus queen, kneeling on the ground, trembled. Facing the demon empress, the succubus queen felt not a single shred of rebellious thought. The 1,000-year-old prestige was too powerful. The succubus queen didn't even dare to answer. The succubus queen's real name was Lena. After becoming a demon king, very few dared to call her by her first name. The only one who dared to call her little Nana was the demon empress before her. The succubus queen didn't know what the demon empress was trying to express, and she dared not speak. A sound of stone falling to the ground echoed in the palace. An exquisite demon stone rolled in front of the succubus queen. The stone was very refined, a high grade, and faintly exuded an aura of laws. This was a top-grade demon stone, the highest quality, something only the demon empress was qualified to possess. The succubus queen knew that all her wealth couldn't compare to this small stone. But why would the demon empress throw this top-grade stone to her? She couldn't guess, but it certainly wasn't something simple. I want to know how loyal you are to me. The demon empress's voice rang out, striking the succubus queen's ears like thunder. Without thinking, the succubus queen replied directly, "This subordinate is absolutely loyal to your majesty. No flowery words. No flattery. Absolutely loyal was enough." The succubus queen roughly knew the demon empress's character. She disliked flattery, and preferred straightforwardness. The demon empress chuckled softly, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. "Now I'll give you a chance to survive. Make a demon blood oath, and swear loyalty to me." The succubus queen cried out in alarm. Did this subordinate do something wrong? A demon blood oath was not something to be taken lightly. Once made, it had to be fulfilled. Failure meant soul annihilation was almost certain. The demon empress's gloomy voice echoed in the palace. "You have no choice. Either choose to swear loyalty to me, or die here." Domineering, unreasonably so. Either swear to become the demon empress's slave, or die here. Between becoming a slave and death, the succubus queen didn't hesitate for long. A powerful aura erupted from her body, and then a drop of essence blood flew out, forming a blood cloud. Facing the blood cloud, the succubus queen swore loudly, "I make a blood oath, from now on I will be the most loyal servant of the demon empress." Before she could finish, the demon empress interrupted. "Not the demon empress. Me. You can call me by my real name, Lillian Junli." Lillian was just a name, a full demon name was very long. The succubus queen didn't dare to resist, and obediently swore again. In truth, the succubus queen didn't understand. She was already loyal to the demon empress, so why go through this redundant act? Though she was unwilling to save her life, she had to do it. As the oath was completed, the essence blood that flew out began to boil. A portion of it flew towards Empress Lillian, carrying a part of the succubus queen's soul. Lillian accepted this portion of essence blood without ceremony. The succubus queen trembled all over, immediately feeling something extra in her soul, as if a hand was gripping it tightly. If she had any rebellious thoughts, this hand could crush her soul at any moment, causing her to die completely, never able to betray. A cold sweat broke out on the succubus queen's body. She was terrified. It was a good thing she had no intention of betraying, not before, and certainly not now. Demon Empress Lillian smiled. "Congratulations. You will be able to survive the upcoming storm." The succubus queen looked up, showing a look of astonishment. The upcoming storm. Is something about to happen? Then, her eyes became incredibly shocked. The figure of the demon empress before her began to change. The empress had always been shrouded in mist, her true form hidden from everyone. But now, the mist dispersed, and the succubus queen saw the empress's true face. A human. The demon empress's true appearance was that of a human. The succubus queen collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Demon Empress Lillian laughed, a radiant yet cold smile. The green demonic flames burned fiercely, and the demon empress's palace grew colder. The laws roared. After the law of fire and the law of wind, Lin Moi welcomed the baptism of the law of water and the law of lightning, followed by the law of light and the law of darkness. Lin Moi was a bit speechless. How does Antares know everything? Antares bragged again. This old master is an absolute genius. Is there anything I don't know? That's a shameless thing to say, Lin Moi immediately retorted. Do you know the law of time? Antares was instantly silenced. Eventually, Antares still explained the reason to Lin Moi. In the great world, there's a principle called one law, 10,000 laws. Once you reach a certain level, you can easily grasp some lower level things. Antares did indeed know many laws, but it was just a smattering. For elemental laws, the most Antares could do was unleash a super god level attack with them. This was only because its own level was high enough. It was the same with the law of life. Antares understood a little, but even that little bit was enough for it to roam this world, even creating mythical grade weapons like the Scepter of Rebirth. In the Great War back then, Antares had indeed acted, albeit secretly. Without it, this entire world might have fallen. In Lin Moi's soul world, and Tears stared at the skill core that had reached its limit. Another star was about to be born, another star about to explode. When it exploded, that mysterious little black dot would appear, which held a fatal attraction for Antares. In the current soul world, there were already 3 twinkling stars, and the 4th was about to appear. Antares thought about the 18 more stars that would appear, illuminating the soul world together, and couldn't help but curse, pervert. In its perception, no one had ever possessed so many stellar-grade spells, it had never even heard of such a thing. Boom! The star exploded. In the dazzling light, the small black dot appeared as scheduled. Its appearance lasted only half a second, but Antares stretched this half-second into an eternity. Lin Moyu also stared intently at the black dot. But as before, he couldn't see anything. This was his 3rd time observing it, and he had firmly memorized its aura. Each time a star appeared, the small black dot was exactly the same, without any change. It was fine if he didn't understand now, he would remember it, and when the time came, he would naturally understand. Antares watched with fascination, as did Lin Moyu. When the skill core exploded and became a star, the large amount of soul power it had absorbed was all returned. It was first absorbed by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, and after being refined, it was released again. The soul level increased accordingly, and the soul space expanded slightly. The soul, which had already reached the peak of level 93, took another step forward, officially entering level 94. The soul became purer and stronger. For Lin Moyu, a 1-level increase in his soul meant a 1-tier increase in his combat power. Eye of the Undead Fusion Degree, 100 effect, summons the Eye of the Undead from the immortal world, dealing soul damage to the target. Damage is determined by soul intensity. It seemed the change wasn't huge. The damage was no longer determined by skill level, but by soul intensity. The stronger Lin Moyu's soul, the greater the damage. The power had certainly increased, no doubt, but how much, he would have to test to find out. However, that unpleasant feeling of the laws appeared again. The runes of the great world were affecting him again. The lightning element couldn't carry laws. This was still there. Lin Moyu didn't feel much about this. It was expected. But this star seemed a bit different. The light it emitted was slightly different. A bit dim, with a hint of silver in the dimness, unlike the colors of the other stars. In the light, Lin Moyu also sensed a miraculous aura, like some kind of law. This is the law of immortality. Lin Moyu thought back to when he used the dual star spell to attack Antares. Antares had said that the attack contained a trace of a law that Lin Moyu had named the Law of Immortality. The curse of the Great World runes could prevent his stellar-grade spells from carrying laws, but it couldn't suppress the laws the spells themselves carried. Antares had even told him to focus on comprehending the Law of Immortality, with other things being secondary. Now, the star of the Eye of the Undead was automatically emitting the aura of the Law of Immortality. Lin Moyu couldn't be completely sure if he was sensing it correctly. At this time, Antares woke up. The moment it woke up, it immediately stared at the star, and murmured, "Your spell is very strong. Is this law the same as the Law of Immortality you sensed before?" Lin Moyu asked. Antares nodded. "Yes, it is the Law of Immortality. This is a law I've never heard of. It should be a unique law of your profession," Antares said in a deep voice. Except for some 3rd-tier elemental laws, many laws were ethereal and extremely difficult to comprehend. But now, the Law of Immortality was right before his eyes, constantly emitting its aura for Lin Moyu to feel and study. It was conceivable that his future comprehension of the Law of Immortality would increase significantly. Antares had never doubted Lin Moyu's talent. Even if it wasn't 1,000 miles a day, tens or hundreds of miles a day was still possible. "Let's test its power," Antares said. "No need to find monsters, just use me as a test subject." Without a second word, Lin Moyu pointed his finger to the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and the projection of the immortal world descended with a rumble. Antares' eyes widened. He had seen the projection of the immortal world before, but it had never been so real, as if it weren't a phantom, but a real world. There was no longer a gate of the undead. A giant eye appeared directly in the sky. The eye's diameter exceeded 100 kilometers, a full 10,000 meters, like a giant canvas unfurled in the sky. Lin Moyu, the instigator, was also surprised, murmuring, "Why is it so big?" A 10,000-meter eye, covering a vast area of hundreds of kilometers. The power was still unknown, but the range was much larger than before. Seeing Lin Moyu's surprised look, Antares burst out laughing. "Look at your inexperienced face. What's so surprising? A powerful spell from a powerhouse in the great world can affect millions of kilometers. Even covering several worlds is normal, nothing special." Antares' words pulled Lin Moyu back from his shock. Lin Moyu said softly, "That's the great world. In our small world, even a super god-level spell isn't this massive." Antares grunted. "That's true. I have to admit, this spell of yours is truly astonishing. I just don't know what its power will be like." The 10,000-meter eye opened, with narrow eyelids on both sides. The pupil in the middle also had a diameter of over 30,000 meters. Lin Moyu could see the raging flames in the center of the pupil, the silver, white flame of immortality. Within the flame, a hint of a gray aura was revealed. That was the aura of the law of immortality. The entire eye looked lifeless, like the deepest, darkest silence, filled with the breath of death. But in the deepest part of that deathly aura, there seemed to be the presence of life. Immortal beings belonged to death, yet transcended death. This feeling was incredibly strange. One couldn't explain it without experiencing it firsthand. The eye of the undead, following Lin Moyu's will, turned towards Antares. Antares suddenly shivered, as if being watched by some terrifying existence. This feeling came from its soul, making Antares a little uncomfortable. As powerful as it was, it felt threatened by the eye of the undead. And what level was Lin Moyu at now? This showed that the potential of this spell was unimaginably strong. Immediately after, Antares felt its soul being pricked by needles. Not too painful, but there was a sensation. At this moment, even Antares was stunned, looking at Lin Moyu in surprise. First, it made its soul feel threatened, and now it made its soul feel attacked. The power of the spell completely exceeded its imagination. How is it? From Antares' eyes, Lin Moyu could see that the spell's power must be quite good. For now, Antares said, it's enough to instantly kill anything below level 96. It can also cause some damage to a level 96. The power of the spell depends on your soul's tolerance, but it has clearly surpassed your own soul's tolerance. A level 94 soul level, casting the Eye of the Undead, could instantly kill a level 95 and injure a level 96. This was truly a very powerful spell. Most importantly, Lin Moyu sensed the law of immortality within it. The law of immortality was truly materialized, providing Lin Moyu with a reference to study. Every skill was very strong. It was like that before, and it was the same after being transformed into a stellar grade spell. The runes of the Great World prevented his spells from carrying laws, but the spells themselves generated laws. From a certain perspective, it had once again surpassed the suppression of the Great World's runes. At this moment, Lin Wei was full of confidence, smiling and saying, I'm going to get another one. The gloom brought by the curse of the Great World's runes was swept away at this moment. Lin Wei was full of anticipation for his own skills. And not just him, but Antares as well. At this time, the Eye of the Undead in the sky had not yet disappeared. Without Lin Wei's command, it did not launch another attack. Antares looked at the giant eye, sensing the law of immortality within it. This law seems quite powerful. Death and life are both in it. But why have I never heard of such a powerful law? It's impossible. The Great World has countless laws. Even if I've never seen it, I should have heard of it. It's really strange. Antares didn't understand. Its dragon head hurt from thinking, so it simply stopped. It also tried to comprehend the law of immortality, not to control it, but to grasp a little bit of it like the law of life and the elemental laws. But unfortunately, Antares felt that it and the law of immortality were not compatible. Even trying to grasp a little was impossible. The rule of one method solves all problems was no longer effective. This human kid is strange, his profession is strange, his skills are strange, and now even his laws are strange. He's truly a monster, Antares grumbled, and once again entered Lin Moyu's soul world, waiting for him to bring the skill core. In the Demon Empress's palace, the succubus queen's eyes were wide open, her small mouth agape, unable to close. The Demon Empress had half-human bloodline, she herself was just a stepping stone, this abyss was just a world fragment. All of this kept shattering her worldview. Demon Empress Lillian looked at her. Do you know why I chose you? The succubus queen shook her head blankly. I don't know. Because you look pleasing to the eye. The succubus queen was stunned, blurting out, is it that simple? Otherwise, this empress just thought that when I leave here and enter the great world, I might need a subordinate. So I gave you this opportunity. From Lillian's previous words, the succubus queen knew that the abyss was doomed. All the demons in this world fragment would fulfill their destiny as stepping stones, with no exceptions. Only the demon empress could survive. The succubus queen didn't want to die either. She had lived for over 100 years and hadn't lived enough. At the same time, she also wanted to pursue greater power. Thank you, Your Majesty, the succubus queen said, kneeling respectfully on the ground. Lillian was very satisfied with her attitude. Follow me obediently, and you won't be treated unfairly in the future. Your Majesty, the succubus queen said, you said Lin Moy would enter the abyss. Do we not need to do anything? We don't need to, but we can't do nothing. When the time comes, we'll put on a show. Give him a few heads. He needs to level up now, needs experience from killing monsters and clearing dungeons. What's faster than killing dragons and demons? These stepping stones must be used to their fullest, right? Used to their fullest. What a cruel statement. The demon empress didn't care about the lives of the abyssal demons at all. At this moment, the succubus queen felt lucky. Otherwise, she too would have been used to the fullest. The demon empress pointed her finger, and the roar of a dragon king came from outside. A crimson stream flew in from outside the palace. Using Dragon King's blood as fine wine, only the demon empress could do such a thing. 1 a glass. The taste of Dragon King's blood is quite good. Faced with the demon empress's invitation, the succubus queen was a little apprehensive. Why not? Amidst a charming laugh, a glass of dragon's blood flew in front of the succubus queen. The dragon's blood swirled in the glass, reflecting her beautiful but slightly pale face, very enchanting. Another skill core was moved. Lin Moyu once again began his journey of tormenting it. This time, Antares didn't tease anymore and seriously completed its task. After 3 rounds of triggering the talent, the skill core was finally full. It shone brightly, beginning its final brilliance. The 5th star. I wonder what it will be this time, Lin Moyu said softly. It's all a bit perverted anyway, Antares said. Like master. Like spell. That's you. Lin Moyu chuckled softly, ignoring it. Let it say what it wanted. Amidst a loud explosion, the skill core sublimated to its extreme. Antares stared at the black dot, and Lin Moyu also stared at the black dot, but his gaze quickly shifted elsewhere. The black dot was too mysterious, its level too high. At his level, he couldn't see any clues. It was better to feel the changes brought by his soul. The nourishing soul power, combined with the 9-colored dragon soul crystal's purification and refinement, increased his soul level again. The scale of the soul world also grew by a few points. With another star, the soul world became more lively. Lin Moyu didn't sense the aura of the law of immortality from this star. Moreover, the star seemed a bit unusual. It existed independently and kept a considerable distance from the other stars. This was not controlled by Lin Moyu but formed naturally. As the number of stars increased, the scale of the soul world also grew larger. The distance between the stars was also constantly increasing. They were getting farther and farther apart, and the whole world was no longer crowded but seemed more and more empty. Lin Moyu felt that his soul world was becoming more and more like a stereo universe in some way. This new star gave Lin Moyu a very strange feeling. It seemed to be independent of the other spells but was extremely closely connected to his soul. Not only was it closely connected to his soul, but it also had an extremely close connection with his physical body. The light it emitted carried a warm aura that passed through the soul world and went straight to the outside world. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. This was a passive skill. His heart warmed, and he couldn't wait to check it. A glance at his soul self immediately filled him with joy. Elemental Resistance Fusion Degree 100 Passive Spell Effect. The user and their summons are immune to all elemental attacks and take half damage from all elemental laws. The first passive skill had transformed into a stellar great spell, a passive type. The effect changed drastically. Immunity to all elemental attacks. Half damage from all elemental laws. This effect, Lin Moyu believed, would be extremely overpowered even in the great world. His entire body stats also changed accordingly. All the full immunity and his attributes disappeared. With this passive spell, the original elemental immunities could be retired. Lin Moyu thought about his previous efforts to increase his elemental immunity. It was really a bit of a waste. But who would have known that after this passive skill transformed into a stellar grade spell, it would become so overpowered? That idiot was right. A perverted you deserves a perverted spell, and Antares' voice suddenly rang out. What did you say? Lin Moyu shook his head. Nothing. I got a passive spell this time. Antares frowned. A passive? What effect? This old master is not in a good mood right now. Don't provoke me. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy? I was about to comprehend something from that black dot, but it disappeared in a flash, Antares said. I thought it was something big, Lin Moyu said loudly. That's not a big deal. Let me tell you something to cheer you up. What? Your skill this time isn't good. It seems a bit ordinary. Lin Moyu explained the effect of his elemental resistance. Antares immediately let out a terrifying roar, almost deafening him. Can you lower your voice? I'm almost deaf, Lin Moyu shouted. Antares snorted like a bull. And you call this not good? Do you know how powerful, how perverted this passive spell is? Lin Moyu shook his head, feigning ignorance. Is it very strong? I think it's just average. Average my ass. Antares said angrily. It's ridiculously strong, okay. Although there are countless laws in the great world, more than 90% of them are elemental laws. You directly get a 50 damage reduction from them. How are others supposed to compete with you? In fact, Lin Moyu hadn't finished. The 50 damage reduction was also affected by his talent, directly amplified by 90 times. In other words, he could reduce elemental law damage by 90 times. Antares' reaction was too big. Lin Moyu chose to remain silent. It was better not to say it. Antares shook its head vigorously. Moreover. It repeated the word moreover several times but didn't say what was more. It gritted its teeth and said, "Anyway, be careful when you get to the great world. You're too overpowered. Don't let others know, or they'll be jealous of you. Your human race has many narrow-minded people who might cause trouble for you. Jealousy exists in any race. It's a normal emotion. But some narrow-minded people are driven by jealousy to do extreme things." Lin Moyu had long realized the cruelty of the great world from Antares' words. He would naturally be more careful. "Thanks, I will be careful. Good that you know." Antares huffed. "You promised to go kill people with me. You can't die halfway. Don't worry. Before you, a limp-legged dragon, die, I'll definitely be fine." "Don't call me a limp-legged dragon," Antares roared angrily, kicking out and sending Lin Moyu flying tens of thousands of meters away. It had measured its strength. The kick looked heavy, but it didn't injure him at all. Just had a lot of force, looking scary but being harmless. Lin Moyu flew back. "Look at you. Such a big dragon can't take a joke. You have to be more tolerant. You said that to me. What do you know?" Antares snorted. "If you told the other dragons out there that they were limp-legged dragons, it would definitely be an irreconcilable feud. It was that serious." Lin Moyu didn't expect that. But it also showed that the relationship between him and Antares was very good. "I know, I'll say it less in the future," Lin Moyu said with a smile. "It's not say it less, it's don't say it. I promise you. But I'm not sure I can do it." Antares really wanted to breathe a stream of dragon breath to burn the shameless kid to death. It really regretted considering this kid a friend. Before, when he didn't talk, he looked quite cool and not bad. Why was he so talkative now? Antares gritted his teeth in anger. Get lost. I'll be back soon." Lin Moyu waved. He wanted to go to the abyss to farm demons. His leveling speed wouldn't be too slow. By his estimation, it would take at most a day to level up, maybe even less than 2. "I know. If you want to kill, but quickly," Antares said. "But I'll tell you this first, after level 86, don't level up this way anymore. Although you have the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, and the impact won't be too great, there will still be some effect." Lin Moyu naturally took Antares' advice very seriously. "Okay, I remember." Going to the abyss was different from going to the dragon world. He didn't need Antares to take him. He took out the abyss teleportation stone, activated it, and for the third time, entered the abyssal world. This time he appeared at a volcanic crater. In the volcano, green abyssal fire was boiling. Abyssal fire was everywhere in the abyssal world, very strange. It could be cold or hot, the same color could have 2 different properties. Some demons proficient in controlling abyssal fire could make it exhibit both. When it turned into cold fire, the temperature could reach 100 degrees Celsius, capable of frostbiting even god-level experts, even freezing them to death. But when it turned into hot fire, the temperature could also be terrifyingly high, reaching over 10,000 degrees, also capable of burning god-level experts to death. Abyssal fire was the original power of the entire abyss, its root. The place Lin Moyu appeared was right at a volcanic crater. The abyssal fire in this volcano was fierce fire, with an extremely high temperature. Lin Moyu guessed it was at least 50,006,000 degrees. For a peak professional who hadn't reached the god level, it would be very difficult to survive in such an environment. Even for a god level expert, it probably wouldn't be comfortable. Such an environment didn't exist in the human world. Even lava was only around 1,000 degrees. The environment in the abyss was much harsher than in the human world. Harsh mountains and dangerous waters bred demons. And only such an environment could create such ferocious demons. The dragon clan ate humans, and so did the demons. Moreover, demons like to drink human blood. The number of people eaten by demons over the 1,000 years was countless. Of course, the number of demons killed by humans was also countless. The hatred between the two sides had long reached an irreconcilable point. The 3 races restrained and were hostile to each other. No one would let the other off. As long as there was an opportunity, they would definitely push the other to their death, with absolutely no mercy. Lin Moyu left the crater, casually chose a direction, and flew off. He had no specific goal, just to kill demons. He treated the abyss as a dungeon, and the demons as monsters in the dungeon. To put it bluntly, he was here to level up. The abyss was not like the dragon world. He didn't need to worry about Lillian. As long as Lillian didn't deal with him, he was invincible. High-level demons, Lin Moyu didn't even put them in his eyes. As for whether Lillian would jump out to fight, Lin Moyu knew she wouldn't. As the demon empress, Lillian was extremely smart. She knew what to do and what not to do, and how to get what she wanted. The abyssal demons were just her tools. Maintaining the balance for over 1,000 years was only for her own sake. When Lin Moyu arrived in the abyss, Lillian and the succubus queen looked in his direction at the same time. Both had left a demonic aura on him and could sense him. "Your Majesty, Lin Moyu is here," the succubus queen said. Demon Empress Lillian smiled. "He's here. Let's pretend we don't know for now. Don't we need to tell him that we won't be his enemy? The succubus queen asked, confused. No need. This person is very smart. He must have already guessed, Lillian said, taking a sip of dragon's blood, clearly very confident in her judgment. Since Lillian said so, the succubus queen, as her servant, naturally had no further opinions. To her now, Lillian's words were law, were rules. Under the demon blood oath, she definitely couldn't betray. This was also why Lillian could confidently tell her these things. Lin Wei flapped his undead wings, flying at high speed, his body flickering in and out of sight, reappearing hundreds of kilometers away each time. Before long, he saw a demon city. Flames rose from the city. Just as he appeared, still some distance away, fierce warning sounds blared from within. At the same time, the abyssal fire surged, flames roared, and a powerful barrier was erected in an instant, covering the entire city. In the center of the city, an eye-shaped object was rotating. The all-seeing demon eye. That was the human's name for it. In the abyssal demon world, it was called the demon's eye. The human's all-seeing demon eye was created in imitation of it. Lin Moyu had to admit that many of the humans' techniques were learned from the demons and dragons. Formations, barriers, a bit of each, combined to form their own things. The Eternal Great Wall was a combination of the advantages of formations and barriers. In the end, it surpassed both in every aspect. With continuous learning, a series of professions were born among the humans. Professions that had never existed before, like formation masters and alchemists, all appeared later. This was the advantage of the human race, good at learning, but even better at creating. However, demons were strong from birth, so even with over 1,000 years of effort, the humans could only maintain a balance with them. But Lin Moyu also understood that with another 1,000 years, the humans could definitely surpass the demons, suppress both them and the dragons, and with a few more 100 years, even annihilate both races. Lin Moyu knew that what he could see, the intelligent Lillian could surely see as well. To become the demon empress from an unknown little demon, while also hiding her half-human bloodline, Lillian's methods, perspective, and vision were evident with just a thought. When there was no opportunity, Lillian hibernated, making no move. This time, Lillian saw an opportunity and immediately acted. In a flash, Lin Moyu thought of many things and understood many things. He liked to analyze, to peel back the layers to see the future. Lillian also liked to analyze. They were the same type of person, so cooperation was easy. Lin Moyu stood far outside the city, 10,000 meters away from the demon city. He could see the demons on high alert, all panicked and flustered. Obviously, news of his actions in the dragon world had reached the abyss. The abyssal demons had eyes and ears everywhere. There were organizations similar to the Manhwa society among the humans, and it wasn't impossible for them to exist among the dragons either. The speed at which the demons transmitted information was not as slow as the dragons. Clearly, his actions were already known throughout the abyss. He had long been famous on the abyss's wanted list, one of the people the demons wanted to kill the most. The current situation was very normal. Panicking was useless. For 1,000 years, you have slaughtered humans many times. Our fear became your best medicine. Now, it's my turn. Lin Moyu hated the demons, even more than the dragons. From childhood textbooks, the crimes of the abyssal demons were countless. This kind of hatred was etched deep into his bones. Lin Moyu's finger pointed slightly to the sky. The abyssal demon world, always shrouded in darkness, couldn't be illuminated even by the light of the abyssal fire. Now, the projection of the immortal world appeared, making the whole world even darker. Then, a silver-white flame appeared, for the second time bringing light to this world. In that moment of darkness and light, the sky was like a giant curtain being pulled back. The eye of the undead, about 10 meters in size, appeared in the sky. This scene shocked everyone. The giant eye in the sky covered the entire city. Lin Moyu's vision linked with the eye of the undead, and in an instant, the perspective changed. Lin Moyu entered a god's perspective, like an invincible deity looking down on all living beings. All the demons in the city appeared in his sight. Whether hiding in rooms or underground, they couldn't escape the gaze of the eye of the undead. Deep within the giant eye, the law of immortality emerged. The eye, carrying the breath of death, swept through the city. The demons in the city died without a sound. The city's barrier was still active, and the demon's eye in the center was still continuously issuing warnings, but the demons inside were all dead. Their bodies were intact, but their souls had been erased. There were no demon kings in the city. The highest level demon was only a high-level demon in its 80s, completely unable to block the soul attack of the eye of the undead. After transforming from normal skill to a stellar grade spell, the power of the eye of the undead had increased tremendously. Even without his undead legion, Lin Moyu could roam the abyssal world with just this skill. Instantly killing the entire city, Lin Moyu turned and left. In the demon empress's palace, her gaze pierced through the void and saw the scene. She said nothing for a long time, the wine glass in her hand frozen. The succubus queen didn't know what Lillian saw, so she didn't dare to ask, but she knew that Lillian must have seen something incredibly shocking. If only I had this skill before, Lin Moyu thought, thinking of the battle at the Dragon Imperial City. If he had this skill then, at least half of the millions of dragons in the Imperial City could have been wiped out. His level probably would have shot up several times. Suddenly a warm current appeared from space, the power of faith. The power of faith had always been there, but it suddenly intensified. Lin Moyu knew it was probably Antares playing tricks again. And it was so. Antares had started broadcasting again. Everyone discovered that Lin Moyu had moved from the dragon world to the abyssal world. Lin Moyu really doesn't spare anyone, treating everyone equally. Just now, a single gaze from the undead eye had directly annihilated an entire city of demons, completely shocking the witnessing human race. No one had ever seen such a skill. It was too overpowered, too strong. Once again, countless people became loyal fans of Lin Moyu, condensing into a powerful power of faith. The power of faith was of great benefit to the soul. It could make the soul world more solid and also increase the soul level. The power of faith was not pure enough, but fortunately, Lin Moyu had the 9-color dragon soul crystal to refine it. The power of faith continuously flowed in, being converted into soul power. The soul world became increasingly solid, and the soul level also slowly increased. The 9-color dragon soul crystal was like that. The increase was very slow, but steady. This was related to the long lifespan of the dragon clan. They didn't care about lifespan, only wanting a stable and solid foundation. Lin Moyu found another city. This was a large city. From a distance, Lin Moyu could sense the aura of a demon king inside. This was a royal city. The structure of the abyssal world was different from the dragon world. Here, each area was controlled by a demon king. The place where the demon king resided was called a royal city. Around it, several smaller cities were formed, surrounding the royal city. These areas basically constituted the territory of this demon king. Lin Moyu had found a royal city. A barrier had already been erected. When Lin Moyu appeared earlier, the demons had been alerted, but they didn't know that the barrier was useless against him. A demon king flew to the top of the city wall, looking at Lin Moyu through the barrier. Lin Moyu, you are bold to dare to break into my abyssal world. This demon king advises you to leave quickly. The abyss is not the dragon world. If you don't leave, don't even think about getting out. When the demon empress makes her move, you will surely die without a doubt. Lin Moyu looked at him as if he were an idiot. It wasn't his first time here. Don't say he didn't know. This fellow was clearly strong on the outside but weak on the inside, scared to death. He killed dragon kings like killing dogs. This guy should know that. Lin Moyu disdained to waste words with him. He was just a low-level demon king, at most level 92. What was he? Demons looked down on humans, and humans equally looked down on demons. Lin Moyu's finger pointed to the sky, and the magnificent scene appeared again. The immortal world, the silver-white flame, pulling back the giant curtain. The sky became a canvas, and the eye of the undead stared at the entire city. There's a saying among the human race, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. These words were from a professional, referring to the entrance to the abyss in the primordial battlefield, an extremely deep spatial passage. But now, this saying needed to be modified a bit. When you gaze into the undead also gaze into you. The undead here naturally referred to the eye of the undead. Compared to the abyss entrance, it was much more concrete. The difference was that looking at the abyss entrance wouldn't do anything, but looking at the eye of the undead would. The moment the eye of the undead appeared, the flame of immortality burned in the depths of its eye, wrapped by the law of immortality. All the demons saw their own reflection in the eye of the undead. A dangerous warning rose in the demon king's heart. His hair stood on end. He spread his wings to flee. He held a demon stone in his hand and crushed it fiercely. A teleportation passage appeared beside him. He wanted to step into it, but it was too late. Just as he was halfway in, the eye of the undead's gaze fell upon him. He immediately froze, motionless. A few seconds later, he suddenly let out a tragic scream, and his body exploded into pieces. Lin Moyu saw a smaller demon fly out from the body and dash into the teleportation passage. It even has this kind of life-aiding ability. The demon's abilities are really strange and varied. Interesting. Lin Moyu knew that the abyssal demons were more difficult to deal with than the dragon clan. Strange, very strange. The dragon clan's direct combat ability was stronger than the demons, but their abilities were not as messy and varied as the demons. Seeing him escape, countless demons in the city crushed their demon stones, wanting to teleport away. Even the demon king had fled. What were they still doing here? Waiting to die. But not all demons had teleportation stones, and not all could activate them in time. The eye of the undead, with a terrifying and powerful posture, swept across the entire royal city. Wherever its gaze passed, that place immediately became quiet. The demons died silently, without any suspense. Silently, experience crazily increased. How many demons, big and small, were in this royal city, Lin Moyu couldn't count. After slaughtering 2 cities in a row, his experience had soared by a large amount. If he slaughtered a few more like this, he would have enough to level up. Now, every time he leveled up, his soul power would increase significantly, allowing him to move at least 2 skill cores. Transforming skill cores into stellar grade spells could also greatly increase the power of his skills, and his combat power would also increase accordingly. For example, at level 81, if he wanted to attack a city, he still needed to rely on his undead legion to first break the barrier. This barrier was enough to block forbidden spells. Even the undead legion would take a minute or 2 to break it. But now, a single gaze from the undead eye could directly wipe out a city. It was more effective than both forbidden spells and the undead legion. This was the benefit of transforming skills into spells. Of course, the undead legion also had its uses. Thousands of headless knights appeared around them, quickly galloping in all directions. They were going to find cities. The main city was here, so the other subordinate small cities shouldn't be too far. Searching alone was too inefficient. Having the headless knights search would be faster. Soon the headless knights sent back news. They had found the small cities. 4 small cities, like satellites, were distributed in 4 remote places, protecting the royal city. The demons in the small cities had already received the news and had fled quickly. Only 2 or 3 small fries were left in the city. Lin Moyu didn't even bother to go. It wasn't worth it. Lin Moyu sent out more headless knights. They continued to spread out, searching for royal cities. Lin Moyu knew that the entire abyss probably knew he was here, and a wave of demons had already fled. These demons were scattered everywhere and were definitely thinking of ways to deal with him. Demons were not stupid. At least they were smarter than the brain dragons. If they really couldn't find a way to deal with him, they would probably scatter completely. Although there were many demons, once they scattered, finding them one by one would be very inefficient. Now that Lin Moyu had enough strength to crush the demons, he was too lazy to play mind games. While they hadn't scattered yet, he would slaughter a few more cities. If the demons fled, he could go back to the dragon world and give the dragon emperor a surprise. If the dragon emperor dared to gather his clansmen again, he would definitely give him an unforgettable experience. Tens of thousands of headless knights galloped across the vast abyssal land, their speed extremely fast, drawing countless silver-white firelights in the sky. Soon, one royal city after another was discovered by the headless knights. Lin Moyu chose the nearest one and appeared with death in tow, reaping lives. Outside the demon empress's palace, more than a dozen demon kings arrived at the same time. They called out to the demon empress, hoping that Empress Lillian could make a move to stop Lin Moyu. The entire palace was surrounded by fierce abyssal fire. This was the most intense fire in the abyss, with a hint of black in its dark green color. It was filled with the laws belonging to Lillian, possessing the destructive power of laws, filled with Lillian's personal will. Even a high-level demon king couldn't get close. The group of demon kings could only call out from outside the palace. After a long time, the abyssal fire slowly trembled, and a cold voice came from the palace. This empress knows. This empress will act. The dozen demon kings immediately revealed smiles. In their minds, as long as the demon empress acted, Lin Moyu was nothing. After all, they had received news that Lin Moyu couldn't defeat the dragon emperor. The demon empress had fought the dragon emperor before and was clearly stronger. As demons, they had great confidence in their empress. Inside the palace, the succubus queen asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, are you really going to act?" At this point, the succubus queen knew what was happening. Lin Moyu was slaughtering cities on his way, and no one could stop him. And his performance was even stronger than when he was in the dragon world. The succubus queen couldn't believe why Lin Moyu had become so much stronger in such a short time. Strength enhancement had to have a limit, but why did Lin Moyu have no limit? Every so often, he would be much stronger than before. Fighting above his level was as simple as eating and drinking. At first, he was not even level 60, yet he defied heaven to kill the Flame Demon King. After that, it was like he was cheating. His level rose astonishingly fast, and his combat power increased even more terrifyingly. Now, at level 80, he could kill a high-level Dragon King without any effort and could even fight the Dragon Emperor and the Demon Empress. The succubus queen had never seen such a human professional before. He was truly like a monster. The succubus queen was also lucky that she had stopped early and didn't seek death with Lin Moyu. Otherwise, she might be dead by now. Lillian chuckled softly. Do you feel that Lin Moyu is very perverted? His combat power is unbelievably strong. At this time, her melodious voice rang out. This human form was almost perfect, especially that stunning face. Even the succubus queen felt a sense of inferiority. Among all the humans I've seen, he is the most talented, the succubus queen said. People like him are called freaks in the great world, Lillian said with a smile. There are many freaks in the great world, but there probably aren't many like him. Speaking of the great world, a look of longing appeared in the succubus queen's eyes. She had just learned a little about the great world from Lillian. She had originally thought that the abyss, the human world, and the dragon world were the great world. She didn't expect that the world she knew was just an insignificant small island in a vast ocean. She also wanted to broaden her horizons, to really see what the great world was like. Let's go. It's time to deliver the heads, Lillian said. Lin Moyu is approaching your territory. Show some of your sincerity. The succubus queen understood what delivering the heads meant. She had no resistance to Lillian's order. She immediately replied, as you command, I great impress. Lillian waved her hand, and she and the succubus queen disappeared from the palace. The next second, the succubus queen appeared in her own royal city. Lillian had been rooted in the abyssal world for many years. It wasn't just hiding in the palace and doing nothing. In the dark, the entire abyssal world was actually arranged by her. In this world, she had preparations everywhere. Just like now, if she wanted to go somewhere or send someone somewhere, she could open a transportation passage with a single thought and arrive directly. She was much smarter than the Dragon Emperor, because she knew how to arrange a way out for herself. If the path she had thought of didn't work, at the very end, she still had backup plans. But even she couldn't be sure that her methods would definitely be effective, so she wouldn't use them unless it was absolutely necessary. The succubus queen, who couldn't do otherwise, had just returned to her royal city and immediately summoned her closest confidants, including the succubus named Maya. You immediately find an uninhabited place to hide. Don't come out until you receive my order. The succubus queen's expression was extremely serious, and her tone was very grave. Although she was completely loyal to Lillian, she also wanted to protect the lives of her trusted subordinates. As you command, our great queen. The few didn't doubt the succubus queen's order at all. They thought she was telling them to hide from Lin Moyu. The social structure of the demons dictated that in the eyes of these succubi, the succubus queen was a supreme existence. They immediately teleported away, and disappeared. The succubus queen stood above the royal city, looking at the large number of succubi in the city, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Lillian's order was for her to deliver heads. These succubi in the city were the heads. How to deliver them was up to her to decide. The succubus queen also knew that the few confidants she sent away definitely couldn't escape Lillian's eyes. However, she had no intention of betraying, so Lillian probably wouldn't bother with it. Lin Moyu was coming. The succubus queen went outside the city, and opened the barrier. As the master of the royal city, she had absolute control. The barrier opened, covering the entire royal city. Not only the city defense barrier, but also other barriers. The teleportation formations and equipment were all disabled at this moment. All information was also cut off at this moment. No news could be sent to the outside world. From this moment on, this royal city became a deserted island. This was delivering the heads. The succubus queen looked at the succubi and other demons in the city, and finally sighed. This world was so cruel. It was said that the great world was even more cruel. If you don't learn to be cold, you have to learn to accept death. So the succubus queen began to be cold, but not completely cold. At least she left a few confidants. After doing all this, the succubus queen hid herself. Lin Moyu, through his headless knights, found several royal cities, found a relatively convenient route, and slaughtered his way through. Just as he thought, the demon saw that the situation was not right, and all fled. He passed through 2 cities in a row, and the number of demons left inside was not too many. On the other hand, the headless knights encountered quite a few demons on the other side of the road. When those demons saw the headless knights, it was as if they had seen a ghost, and they quickly fled. Compared to the dragon clan, these demons were much smarter. Once it spread, it would be very difficult for Lin Moyu to truly carry out a city slaughter. This also made his experience increase slower than expected. In the human world, and tears was still live streaming. Lin Moyu's powerful sweep of the demons in the royal city, his heroic posture, had been firmly remembered by people. The eye of the undead, like a heavenly curtain, after sweeping through, no one survived in the royal city. Everyone was in awe. Lin Moyu seemed to be telling the world that he not only had a powerful undead legion but also a more terrifying forbidden spell than a damage skill. The demons are too cunning. They all ran away. What else can they do if they don't run? Wait to die in the city. That's true. Even a high-level demon king would be courting death. Looking at it this way, those from the dragon clan are really stupid. In the human world, discussions were heated. Everyone had seen the demon's response. Although cowardly, it was very effective. Lin Moyu was also a bit helpless. The world fragment was not small. Was the demons scattered and hid, finding them one by one would be extremely inefficient. Was it a bit of a headache? A pleasant and clear voice sounded, and Lillian stepped out of the space gently. When Lin Moyu saw Lillian arrive, he didn't even bother to think anymore. It was fine, just a little troublesome. Lillian's appearance once again caused a stir among the humans. Is this the Demon Empress? Yes, exactly like the Demon Empress in the records. The Demon Empress has finally made a move. I wonder if Divine General Lin can defeat her. It's hard to say. Divine General Lin is very strong, but the Demon Empress is not weak either. Divine General Lin, you must be careful. Everyone was worried for Lin Moyu. In the past 1,000 years, the Demon Empress had acted very few times, only a few. But each time she was so powerful that even the half-step super gods among the humans could only barely resist. Now that Lin Moyu had to face the Demon Empress, everyone felt that the outcome was very difficult to predict. Now, Meng Lin and the others were not worried at all. They knew the relationship between Lin Moyu and the Demon Empress. They knew the Demon Empress wouldn't really kill Lin Moyu, he would definitely be safe. Moreover, the Demon Empress had sold out the abyss for her own sake. Now that she appeared, it was most likely to put on a show. Lillian's entire body was shrouded in mist, her face unclear. The mist was very thick, occupying a large space and constantly churning. In the mist, various images of demons, extremely fierce and terrifying, constantly appeared. This was the image the Demon Empress had always presented. Moreover, Lillian's voice was usually cold and a bit hoarse. No one knew her true face. Is it just a little trouble? Lillian's reply made her chuckle softly. Her voice was completely different from her appearance. Fortunately, Antares was only live streaming without sound. Otherwise, it would definitely surprise people. Lin Moyu knew she wasn't here to stop him. If she really wanted to, she would have acted when he first arrived in the abyss. Are you here to act with me? Lin Moyu asked. The Demon Empress smiled. I know your purpose, so I am here to give you a gift to show some sincerity. Of course, we still need to act. Lin Moyu immediately understood the meaning behind her words. You also want to act to see my true compatibility, right? How could the Demon Empress act so simply? Just for show? Impossible. The Demon Empress sought him out for cooperation, because she saw his strength and his future potential. If he didn't meet her requirements, this cooperation could end at any time. People like Lillian would never put all their eggs in one basket. Lillian had known his situation for 1,000 years, so she must have made many arrangements in that time. Seeking him out for cooperation was definitely just one of the relatively safe methods. Although it's an act, you have to be serious, Lillian said. As expected. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. Then, as you wish. He pointed his finger. Jewel Star Spell, Bone Prison. Spell, Eye of the Undead. 2 spells had to be used, 3 spells at the same time. White bones appeared in the thick mist, enveloping Lillian. Bone fangs erupted. At this moment, the thick mist had become Lillian's body and her armor. The bone fangs glowed with white light, passed through the thick mist, and disappeared. This spell was still a bit lacking when used against Lillian. The sky turned dark, then silver-white. The giant curtain in the sky opened, and the Eye of the Undead stared at Lillian. Lin Moyu heard a charming cry, clearly in some pain. Even Antares could feel it when stared at by the Eye of the Undead. As a half-step super god, even if Lillian wasn't injured, the pain was unavoidable. Lillian was already very shocked, now it could even make her feel pain. If Lin Moyu were at the same level as her, could he kill her instantly? Lillian clearly felt the threat from this skill. It was a sense of danger from the soul level. If Lin Moyu really reached her level, she probably wouldn't be able to take a single hit from him. At this moment, Lillian was very conflicted. On one hand, Lin Moyu's strength made her feel her judgment was correct. On the other hand, because he was stronger, she felt a little wary. If Lin Moyu betrayed her at the end of the cooperation, she might not have the ability to fight back. In an instant, Lillian thought of many things and finally realized she had no other choice. Even now, she and Lin Moyu didn't know how to do it. Behind Lin Moyu was Antares. He couldn't be killed. This was one of the reasons they decided to cooperate with her. It all happened in a flash. In an instant, Lillian understood and threw away all useless emotions. The arrow was drawn, the arrow was shot. Let's go to the end. The next second, Lillian began to fight back. A hand stretched out from the thick mist, carrying a destructive aura, and rushed towards Lin Moyu. The Law of Destruction. Lillian's domain was the Law of Destruction, a very powerful law in the second tier, much stronger than the Dragon Emperor's. This also proved that Lillian's talent was indeed very high. With such high talent and intelligence, how could she be willing to be a pawn, and a pawn that could be life-threatening at any time? Lin Moyu could completely understand Lillian. His undead wings fluttered slightly, and Lin Moyu instantly disappeared, avoiding the Demon Empress's attack. A palm strike rumbled down, hitting the ground. The ground exploded and shattered. The nearby small mountains disappeared instantly. Under the Law of Destruction, not a single blade of grass remained. Lin Moyu appeared 1,000 meters away. The Undead Legion appeared. Skeletal dragons roared, and headless knights charged forward. The Skeleton King's throne appeared in the sky, and the 2 Skeleton Kings responded. A fierce battle began. The thick mist rolled in, and Lillian attacked fiercely. The undead legion died in large numbers. Lin Moyu continued to cast the dual star spell. Although Bone Prison couldn't cause any damage to Lillian, it could still be a hindrance. The Eye of the Undead was activated again. Lillian snorted at the same time. The fierce battle was real. The pain was also real, but both sides were holding back. The battle looked very fierce, but it wasn't actually fierce. Lin Moyu changed positions continuously, dodging Lillian's attacks. Lillian was the same. The scope of the fierce battle continued to expand, and a large city appeared in front of them unintentionally. This was the city under the Succubus Queen's jurisdiction. At this moment, the barrier in the city opened, and there were many demons inside. Lin Moyu understood immediately. This was the big gift Lillian had for him. What a great gift, a city of demons. Just now, the two of them were changing positions continuously. The Demon Empress deliberately led the battlefield here. It was just that outsiders couldn't see it at all. In terms of acting skills, Lillian was perfect, no less than any actor. Unlike the big gift from Man New last time, the ones who died last time were traitors among the human race, but this time they were real demons. Lillian also used this to express her determination to cooperate with Lin Moyu. She had planned to sacrifice the entire abyssal demon race. She was very decisive. In this case, Lin Moyu naturally had to cooperate with her. In the Succubus Queen's city, the demons saw Lin Moyu and the Demon Empress. The Demon Empress was fighting fiercely with Lin Moyu. The demons in the city were all very excited, each of them shouting for the Demon Empress to kill Lin Moyu, without knowing that the Demon Empress had sold them out to him. Please, Lillian's voice sounded in Lin Moyu's ear. Lin Moyu was not polite. He pointed his finger to the sky, and the Eye of the Undead appeared in the sky above the city. The demons already knew how terrifying the Eye of the Undead was. The moment it appeared, many demons instinctively wanted to escape. At this point, they realized that the demon teleportation stones were no longer effective. Not only were the teleportation stones ineffective, but even news could not be transmitted. The entire city had been sealed off. The demons in the city all died in despair. Most of them didn't know why until they died. Why were the teleportation stones ineffective? Why couldn't any news be sent out? Only a few with smart minds discovered it before they died. But what was the use? They could only take their understanding with them, as they lost their souls and rested in eternity. The Succubus Queen, hiding in the distance, watched the demons die continuously, her heart pounding. If she hadn't become the Demon Empress's slave, become one of them, she might have been a member of that city right now. But she knew the Demon Empress's methods. Even without her, the Demon Empress had ways to seal the city. Not only her royal city, but also the royal cities of the Demon Kings. The Demon Empress had ways to control them. The Demon Empress must have been planning for 1,000 years. Her methods were superb, beyond imagination. What the Succubus Queen knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Most of it was just speculation. But even the tip of the iceberg was enough to scare her. Under the Eye of the Undead, the entire royal city was slaughtered clean in just 2 minutes. Experience increased by a large amount again. Just 2 more royal cities like this, and he could level up again. Lin Moyu slaughtered the city, and the Demon Empress seemed very angry. The thick mist spread out, covering a range of several kilometers. The Undead Legion in the thick mist all died at the same time. More than half of the Undead Legion was wiped out in an instant. Even the Skeleton Kings couldn't escape, which showed how powerful the Demon Empress was. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly. His undead wings flapped, and he disappeared in an instant. The mist shrank, and the Demon Empress had clearly lost track of him. Immediately after, she let out a hoarse and sharp roar, her voice full of anger. This scene was very similar to the Dragon Emperor's. It seemed that something had just happened in the Dragon world. Only the Succubus Queen knew that the Demon Empress was acting. Her acting was so good that if she didn't know the truth, she might have been deceived too. In the eyes of outsiders, it was not like that. The Demon Empress fought fiercely with Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu was too cunning, even taking advantage of the fierce battle to sneak attack a royal city. Finally, the Demon Empress was enraged, and Lin Moyu, unable to win, fled. His escape skills were very good. Neither the Dragon Emperor nor the Demon Empress could do anything about it. Even the humans watching the live broadcast thought so. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Moyu successfully escape. No one raised any objections to his retreat. The opponent was the Demon Empress, a half-step super god. One of the strongest in the world. The human race only had one half-step super god who could barely fight her. He could retreat safely in the face of the Demon Empress, and even sneak attack one of her cities during the fierce battle. In everyone's heart, Lin Moyu had won, especially the Demon Empress's challenging roar, which was exactly the same as the Dragon Emperor's. It was clear that Lin Moyu had the upper hand. His status in everyone's heart rose again, and people even began to praise him. The live broadcast also disappeared at this moment. Tears closed its eyes. It was almost enough. Going too far would be counterproductive. Under its promotion, Lin Moyu had been completely deified. He had completely surpassed legendary figures like Shen and Bai Shen, and it could even be said that he had surpassed countless deceased legends of the human race. Even those half-step super gods were not as good as Lin Moyu. After all, no one had ever fought against the Dragon Clan, or fought to the abyss, let alone slaughtered their cities. Lin Moyu's actions had undoubtedly brought a breath of fresh air to the entire human race, avenging the blood debt of countless people. Lin Moyu escaped, and Lillian did not pursue. Lin Moyu also knew she wouldn't. The acting was like that. Lillian had a good sense of proportion. The two understood each other very well. It was very comfortable to communicate with smart people. You didn't even need to say anything to know what to do. The direction Lin Moyu left was not chosen randomly but was given by Lillian during the fierce battle just now. Lillian used her actions to point the way for him. Coincidentally, during the previous exploration, there were indeed 2 royal cities 1,000 miles away in that direction. When Lin Moyu arrived at the royal cities, he found that they had been sealed off. Not a single demon inside could get out, nor could they send any news. The situation was exactly the same as in the Succubus Queen's royal city. It was also a great gift from Lillian. Lin Moyu did not hesitate to accept. After slaughtering 2 cities in a row, a white light of leveling up rose from his body. He finally reached level 83, and his soul power surged. Lin Moyu looked towards a certain point in the void. You've been following me for so long. Come out. The void twisted, and the Succubus Queen emerged. Divine General Lin, long time no see, she greeted. The two had met more than once and could be considered acquaintances. Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Moyu asked. The Succubus Queen's face changed slightly, but she gritted her teeth and said, You won't kill me. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Besides, I have offered my entire royal city to you. Lin Moyu looked her up and down. He had to admit that although the Succubus Queen was a demon, she was very much in line with human aesthetics. If not for the tail behind her back and the pointed ears, she was truly a great beauty. You are very smart, Lin Moyu said softly. Follow your master well. Perhaps you can keep your life in the future. After speaking, he activated the Abyss teleportation stone and left the abyssal world. He knew that staying would yield no more gains. He had received the Demon Empress's great gift. He was afraid that the other cities might already be empty. The demons were scattered. Trying to find and kill them one by one was too time-consuming and laborious. As for those demon kings, they were probably hiding deeper, but it didn't matter. There would always be a chance later. At that time, no one could escape. After Lin Moyu left, the Succubus Queen let out a sigh of relief. Lillian had pointed the way for Lin Moyu. Not only did he understand, but she also understood. So she boldly followed and found that there were indeed 2 royal cities sealed off, just like hers. Needless to say, the one who acted was definitely her master, Lillian. Just as she thought, Lillian did have arrangements, enough means to control every royal city. If she had had any other thoughts at that time, she might have died in her royal city. The Succubus Queen finally saw Lillian's superb methods and caution. Cold sweat poured down her back. It was fortunate that she was still loyal. A thick mist rolled in silently. The Succubus Queen's vision blurred, and she found herself back in the Demon Empress's palace. Empress Lillian was still sitting on her throne, looking a bit lazy. Understood. Lillian's voice was as cold as ice. The Succubus Queen was so scared that she knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I was just curious. I had no other intention. Lillian gently shook her wine glass. I know, otherwise you would be dead. The Succubus Queen knelt on the ground, not daring to lift her head. Your Majesty, how did Lin Moyu know I was your person? Lillian's voice was as pleasant as a wind chime and as sharp as a sword's edge. How could a smart person like him not understand? You have to remember that if you want to survive the purge and live well in the future, be obedient. This Empress doesn't need you to do anything. You deliberately let those little succubi go. I will have to see if they are obedient or if they have any luck. The Succubus Queen turned her head quickly when she heard Lillian's words. It seemed she knew what she should and shouldn't do. Lin Moyu had reached level 83. His soul power fluctuated continuously, having increased significantly, even overflowing a little. After level 80, every time he leveled up, his soul power would increase by a large amount, and it would get more and more. In fact, the increase in soul power always brought opportunities for professionals to move skill cores in the skill space. However, not many professionals had such great perseverance. Carrying skill cores was too difficult. No one could really do it. Most people waited until after level 88 when they were ready to become gods, but by then it was too late to move skill cores. Lin Moyu's soul level was high enough, and his divine power was further enhanced. Every time he leveled up, his soul power increased more than others. Moreover, with the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, his soul power was much purer than others. As long as he could persevere, Lin Moyu believed his future would be bright. As for the runes of the great world, he no longer cared. Sooner or later, he would trample it under his feet. In the skill space, the biggest robber in history appeared again. Lin Moyu had stolen many skill cores, and the skill space had become empty. The skill space did not welcome his appearance, but it could do nothing. After all, from a certain perspective, Lin Moyu was the master of this space. It was just that the master had turned into a robber who wanted to rob his own things. It was a bit strange. Lin Moyu found it funny when he thought about it. In fact, from another perspective, he was just changing the position of his own things. Things originally stored in a drawer were now moved into a safe. There were still 17 skill cores shining brightly. He didn't know what kind of skills he could get this time. The remaining skills were not bad. It was worth mentioning that he didn't have any bad skills. When they were transformed into stellar grade spells, their power would become surprisingly strong. Lin Moyu was very much looking forward to this change. Just like opening a blind box always made people excited before opening it. His soul power wrapped around the nearest skill core and pulled it out. The binding force of the skill space was not small, but it couldn't stop a self-proclaimed thief like Lin Moyu. Let's go. Find you a better home, he muttered to himself, pulling the skill core out. He was extremely proficient in this now, and his soul power was extremely abundant, making it very easy to pull. In just a few hours, the skill core was pulled out of the skill space and sent into the soul world. As his level increased, the soul world became much larger and emptier, and the distance between the stars expanded again. Among them, the stellar great spell of the undead wings was the most lively. It was the first star, and a few planetary grade spells also revolved around it. This star system was closest to the soul itself, almost occupying the central position of the soul world. A little further away were Bone Fangs and Bone Prison, forming a dual star spell. Further still were the stellar grade spell stars of the Eye of the Undead, and Elemental Resistance. They twinkled in the soul world, bringing light to Lin Moyu's soul world. When a new member arrived, all the stars shone, as if to welcome it. Soul power was poured into it, no longer as violent as before, but still surging. Outside, Antares was already prepared to kill Lin Moyu a few dozen more times. Hey, hurry up. My hands are itching, Antares shouted excitedly, as if killing Lin Moyu was a pleasure. You have hands. Lin Moyu glanced at it. What do you mean? Antares shouted angrily. How can they not have hands? Shouldn't they be called claws? Lin Moyu corrected. Antares was immediately angry. What claws? They are hands by hands. It said it 3 times in a row. Lin Moyu covered his ears. Alright. They know they're hands. In the great world, no race would think they had claws. Claws were only used to refer to other races. In the dragon clan, human hands were claws, and in the eyes of humans, they were dragon claws. 2 minutes later, Lin Moyu said, You can make your move. Antares could no longer hold back. A stream of dragon breath shot out instantly. The dragon breath had a scorching aura, possessing the law of the fire element. Although Antares only had a superficial grasp of the elemental law, it could still exert a super gun-level attack, completely sufficient to kill Lin Moyu. If you scold me, I'll burn you to death, Antares shouted, extremely excited. In the dragon breath, Lin Moyu frowned. He was unharmed in this stream of dragon breath. The undead legion summoned in the space only took a little damage. He immediately understood why. It was all because of his passive spell, Elemental Resistance. This stellar grade passive spell was immune to all elemental damage, and the damage from all elemental laws was halved. Moreover, his talent increased it, reducing the damage directly by 90 times. Damage transfer was the same, also reducing damage by 90 times. Moreover, the 2 damage reduction effects did not overlap but were supported by each other. In this way, the damage reduction effect increased exponentially, directly reaching 8,100 times. So, the original attack that was enough to kill him had now become a tickle. Lin Moyu was very surprised when he understood everything. He blinked and said to Antares, You weakling, did you find a female dragon? Why do you have no strength at all? Antares was also stunned. Of course they could see that Lin Moyu was safe and sound in the dragon breath. What the hell? It asked strangely. It tried to breathe another stream of dragon breath, but Lin Moyu still felt nothing. Antares was completely shocked. Kid, are you on drugs? Yes, Lin Moyu said, not intending to tell Antares to avoid provoking it. Antares didn't believe it, and started trying other laws. After several tests, there was no exception. As long as it was an elemental law, it could only cause a very small amount of damage to Lin Moyu. But when Antares switched to using its own energy to attack, it was like a super god-level attack. The undead legion shattered on the spot, killing him 4 times in a row, and the talent was triggered. Afterward Antares said, Stinky kid, speak quickly, or I'll go on strike. Lin Moyu smiled and explained the interaction between his talent and the elemental resistance spell. And Terrace's eyes whitened. In other words, as long as those super god experts have comprehended and cultivated various elemental laws, they basically can't kill you. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, and directly admitted, basically, yes. But not all super god experts have comprehended various elemental laws. Most of them have, and Terrace said. After all, this thing is the easiest to comprehend. But even if a super god expert doesn't use laws, their own strength is not small, and can still pose a threat to you. Lin Moyu also understood this principle. I won't be arrogant, but this skill gives me a bit of self-protection when facing super god experts. Elemental resistance had another meaning. It made him no longer need to run away from the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's Law Stone was also an elemental law and was only at the half-step super god level, so it couldn't hurt him at all. Lin Moyu was completely confident in a direct confrontation with the Dragon Emperor, provided that the formation was not there. That formation was an exception, the deepest application of the law, and it was not an offensive law, so elemental resistance would have no effect. And Terrace kept cursing pervert. Lin Moyu himself also felt a bit perverted. At what level was he now? Yet he could directly confront a half-step super god like the Dragon Emperor. If he didn't have that formation, if the Dragon Emperor didn't have the giant dragon axe, he was fully capable of killing him. Even with the help of those two external objects, it would be difficult for the Dragon Emperor to kill him. Even if he stood still and let him kill, under the influence of his skills and talent, the Dragon Emperor would not be able to kill him. In other words, he was already invincible against the Dragon Emperor. When other skills were transformed into stellar, great spells, their power could be further enhanced. Lin Moyu was right. When he reached the god level, killing the Dragon Emperor would be no problem. Even if the time was right, he could still kill him before reaching the god level. And Terrace and Lin Moyu began to conduct experiments. This time, the subject was Lin Moyu. All kinds of laws were tested on him one by one. In its long life, and Terrace had indeed mastered many laws. Although it only had a superficial understanding, it was just for fun. Now, the superficial knowledge was useful. There were many types of elemental laws, not just the law of fire, but also the law of hellfire, the law of lava. The higher the law, the greater the power. But without exception, the damage would be reduced by elemental resistance. After many rounds of testing, and Terrace determined that if it wanted to kill Lin Moyu with elemental laws, it would need at least the power of a true god. If he reached the super god level, it would be impossible to kill Lin Moyu. If, like the demon Impress, he didn't understand various elemental laws, a half-step super god could kill him. Through many experiments, Lin Moyu also understood his own situation. Knowing oneself and the enemy, one would win 100 battles. Lin Moyu was truly shocked when he saw Terrace using the power of a true god. Space collapsed, not just torn, but shattered like glass. The eternal battlefield felt like it was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Terrace stabilized the space. Otherwise, the eternal battlefield would have collapsed. This space could not withstand the power of a true god. This also made Lin Moyu understand that a true powerhouse in the great world could easily destroy a small world like his. Without enough strength, protecting one's own world was just a pipe dream. The new skill core was filled with soul power and turned into a burning fireball. It would explode into stars, and the skill would become a spell. And Terrace's eyes widened again, staring at the skill core without blinking. At that small black dot, for half a second, and Terrace muttered, "This time it will definitely work. This time it will definitely work. Let nature take its course, don't force it." Lin Moyu sighed. "What do you know?" And Terrace retorted dismissively. "Letting nature take its course is for novices like you. At my level, if you don't force it, you won't achieve it." It didn't forget to provoke Lin Moyu as it spoke. Lin Moyu unceremoniously fought back. "Then you've been in our world for so many years, what have you forced?" And Terrace laughed contemptuously. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." All right, you're right about everything," Lin Moyu said, ignoring it. He also looked at the small black dot. Although he didn't understand anything, it was better to look. Maybe he would understand in the future. For now, he would accumulate well, and wait for the future to bear fruit. Boom! The explosion echoed in the soul world, a sound only the soul could hear. A small black dot appeared in the middle of the explosion, as usual existing for only half a second. Lin Moyu still saw nothing but memorized it in his mind. Soul power was fully replenished, and the soul world expanded a little again. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal happily absorbed and refined the soul power, and the soul level also increased. In a flash, another star appeared in the sky of the soul world. This time, he didn't know what spell it would be. Summon elemental bedsheet fusion degree. 100 effect. Use materials of different elements to summon different types of elemental banshees. The elemental banshee will grow with its master. The master's soul level will determine the elemental banshee's level. The quality of the material will determine the elemental banshee's growth limit. The elemental banshee can also increase its growth limit by absorbing higher quality materials. The elemental banshee cannot die and will be reborn in the stellar grade spell after death. Only one elemental banshee of the same type can exist at the same time. A large amount of information was transmitted from the stellar grade spell, much more than other spells. Lin Moyu read it carefully and couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Although the information didn't mention the resistance, it could be analyzed from it that the elemental banshee had been comprehensively enhanced. First, there was no level limit. Summoning an elemental banshee would no longer cause it to self-detonate uncontrollably. The elemental banshee's level would be equivalent to his own soul level. Although he was only level 83, his soul level had reached 94, so the elemental banshee was also level 94. A level 94 elemental banshee, just thinking about it, he knew it wouldn't be weak. The elemental banshee could also increase its upper limit by devouring high-quality materials. Second, the elemental banshee was no longer limited in number. He could summon as many as he wanted using different materials. The characteristic of the banshee's space had also disappeared. Finally, the most overpowered characteristic, the elemental banshee would not die. It would be reborn in the stellar grade spell after dying in battle. After rebirth, it could participate in battle again. This immortal characteristic was very suitable for his profession's characteristics. What's wrong? What spell did you get this time? Antares came back to its senses. Its mood seemed very good. It must have comprehended and gained something, unlike the dejected look last time. This time it's the elemental banshee, Lin Moyu said. Antares was stunned and remembered what that skill was. Is it that little guy that self-detonates uncontrollably? Something like that. Let's try it. Lin Moyu summoned a flame banshee. When it first appeared, it was only the size of a fist, no different from before. But just 2 seconds later, its appearance began to change, and its aura grew stronger. Its level was increasing. At first, it was at the same level as Lin Moyu, but in an instant, it reached level 84. But the increase didn't stop, it was still continuing. The flame banshee stopped at level 89. Its body was slightly larger than before, from fist size to half a meter tall. Is that all? Antares frowned. Useless. Compared to Lin Moyu's other spells, the elemental banshee seemed a bit useless. Lin Moyu didn't explain. He wasn't in a hurry and took out solidified fire god's essence blood. He used to use it to summon elemental banshees to detonate. He had used this method to successfully kill powerful enemies many times. Later, as his combat ability became stronger, this method was gradually abandoned. What are you doing with this outdated toy? Antares looked at Lin Moyu. Don't be anxious, just watch. The flame banshee immediately rushed over and swallowed the solidified fire god's essence blood. After swallowing it, the flame banshee's aura began to rise. In a flash, it broke through to the god level. Antares narrowed its eyes. Interesting. Fortunately, the flame banshee's body continued to change with the increase in level. When it reached level 94, it was already over 3 meters tall, much taller than Lin Moyu. Its whole body was surrounded by burning flames, constantly radiating heat. Not bad, very hot. Can be used for barbecue, Antares commented. Lin Moyu ignored this foodie. He was checking the flame banshee's attributes. Flame banshee rank, low max growth limit, super god level 1 skill, law of fire aura, grants the master and all summons a flame law aura, dealing elemental fire law damage to enemies. No attributes, no level. Lin Moyu could understand no level. His soul level was the elemental banshee's level. The rank was only low. It seemed the quality of the material he used was not good. Thinking about it, no matter how good things in his small world were, they couldn't be much better. The max growth limit was super god level, which was a bit surprising. But it made sense. After all, the fire god was a super god level before falling. Although its power had declined, some characteristics might still remain and were now inherited by the elemental banshee. The law aura was the most surprising. Not only was the aura upgraded, but it also had a law. There were 3 elemental fire laws, but he didn't know how strong it was. Lin Moyu guessed it was related to the fire god's essence blood. The fire god was once a super god level. Even if it fell, its essence still existed, and the law was not easily lost. This time it was also inherited by the elemental banshee. At that time, Lin Moyu thought a lot, related to his profession. He also thought of another of his own skills. When a corpse exploded, it could borrow some of the corpse to restore the attack when it was alive. It seemed the elemental banshee also had a similar effect. His heart moved slightly, and an aura appeared under his feet. Both he and the elemental banshee had an aura under their feet. The law of the fire element, Antares murmured. Then, its body caught fire, carrying the law of fire. It's warm, good for heating, it said softly. How's the power? Lin Moyu asked. Not bad, just barely at level 96, and Tears said casually, its tone not caring at all. Lin Moyu saw another meaning from its eyes, a look of fear flashed in them. This ordinary elemental banshee could be considered Lin Moyu's strongest summon. With the law, it barely reached a level 96 attack power, which could easily cause heavy damage to a level 95 god-level professional. Currently, among Lin Moyu's summons, this elemental banshee was probably the strongest. Lin Moyu's heart twinged. The flame banshee's body erupted into a pillar of fire that shot into the sky. At the same time, it punched towards Tears. The fist carried firelight, and the same law of the fire element. Almost the same as the aura, not much stronger, Tears said, casually taking the punch. Lin Moyu understood that the flame banshee was not a summon for all-out combat. Its main function was support. It seemed that the elemental banshee was like that before. Its greatest ability was concentrated in its aura. Whether it was attack or support, it was provided by different auras. The existence of the aura brought more possibilities to the Undead Legion, and the combat ability of the Undead Legion increased greatly. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. His skills included summons, skeletons, and curses. If he could combine them into multiple star spells, would the power increase greatly? Even if the runes of the Great World suppress him, even if he had no laws, Lin Moyu still felt that he would not be inferior to anyone else. A crystal appeared in his hand, a law god crystal from the god of lightning. At the same time, the lightning banshee appeared beside him. The lightning banshee grew rapidly after appearing, stopping at level 89. Then, Lin Moyu fed the law god crystal to it to devour. After devouring the crystal, the lightning banshee grew rapidly again, stopping at level 94. Level 94 was not its limit, but Lin Moyu's current soul level. No matter how strong the elemental banshee was, no matter how good the material used, it could only grow to the maximum limit. The current highest level could not exceed its master's soul level. The level 94 lightning banshee was slender, like a bolt of lightning, flickering in and out of sight in the air, continuously making electronic sounds and crackling. Lightning banshee rank. Low max growth limit, super god, level 3 skill, law of lightning aura, grants the master and all summons a lightning law aura, dealing elemental lightning law damage to enemies. It looked no different from the flame banshee, but the max growth limit had changed from super god level 1 to super god level 3. They are all super god level. How are they distinguished? Lin Moyu asked curiously. Just these 2 points, he knew. Of course, within the super god level, there were also strong and weak divisions, just like the god level was divided into high, middle, and low. Isn't super god level from 1 to 9? Tears said. After level 9 is the true god level, right? Lin Moyu pressed on. There's also a transition called half-step true god, Tears shook its head. The meaning is similar to half-step super god. Anyway, it's just a name. You'll understand when you get there. It's nothing special. Lin Moyu nodded. Within the super god level, level 1 was the weakest, and level 9 was the strongest. It seemed that becoming a super god expert was just the beginning on the path to becoming a master. Only super god experts were qualified to leave the small world and truly step onto the vast stage of the great world. Before that, it was just playing and practicing at home. No wonder Tears didn't care about the powerhouses in this world. After seeing the great world, looking back at this small world was like a child playing house, childish and ridiculous. Lin Moyu used the essence, blood of the god of venom to level up the venom banshee. Venom banshee rank, unqualified max growth limit, level 99 skill, law of venom aura, grants the master and all summons a venom law aura, dealing elemental venom law damage to enemies. Lin Moyu almost laughed when he saw the lower rank. From this perspective, the god of venom was really not good. As the first god he killed, it had to be admitted that the god of venom was quite tragic. He didn't expect to be despised again now when used to summon an elemental banshee. All the materials on him were used up. Lin Moyu looked at Tears with ill intentions. If you have good elemental materials, give me some. You really don't know how to be polite, do you? Tears shouted strangely. Why should I be polite with you? Do you have them or not? Just say one word. Lin Moyu's posture was very casual, his face extremely thick. No, I really don't. Tears snorted. Are you sure? Very sure. All my materials are in my dragon's nest. My dragon's nest. Tears suddenly shut its mouth, a flash of killing intent in its eyes. Lin Moyu was very sensitive to killing intent. What's wrong? It seems some guy is plotting against my dragon's nest, Tears said in a deep voice. When I get back, I'll rip out its tendons. Okay, I'll help you, Lin Moyu said. Good. I'll leave the skinning to you, Tears nodded its dragon head vigorously. In an unknown space, a divine dragon suddenly sneezed, feeling as if a strong malevolent intent was staring at it.